Mod. Evening. Inkheart for Evs. Anime my bois. Valpachora. Mod. All hail the King Emperor. Magspie 7. Anime fucking loving watching you drag grunt on Twitter. Wordy one. We gonna go to Comic-Con, Anime. Anime responded to none of them, but floated towards Strike and Robin, and the latter, though she knew it was totally unreasonable, they were sitting in a pub, and this figure was no more than pixels on a screen, felt a shiver of actual fear. Anime came so close to Buffy Paws that the empty hood of his cloak filled almost the entire screen. Anime Mod. You've come back. Robin hastily reached out to type, leaving the screen in position so Strike could see what was happening. Buffy Paws. Yeah, I missed this place. Anime Mod. Favorite animal? Dog, said Strike. No, said Robin, typing. I checked. Buffy Paws. Cat, obs. God, I hope that'll do, said Robin. I didn't get much else. Anime Mod. Favorite sexual position? Robin stared at this question, very aware that Strike didn't have anything to offer this time. After a few seconds, she began to type with a sense of risking everything on one throw. Buffy Paws. Seem to remember I told you to fuck off when you asked last time. She and Strike watched the screen. Robin had a feeling Strike too was holding his breath. Anime Mod. Lol. Yeah, you did. Bloody well done, said Strike. Anime Mod. Now ask me what you came back to find out. Robin hesitated. Buffy Paws. What do you mean? Anime Mod. Did I kill E, 3 asterisks, L, 6 asterisks? Robin's hands hovered uncertainly over the keyboard panel, but before she could respond, Anime had spoken again. Anime Mod. I did, and you're welcome. Anime turned and floated away, and as the empty cloak moved off through the ink-black heart characters, they made their feelings known. Valpachora Mod. I fucking told her you did. Lols. Daddy Drek. Ha 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 ha. Inkheart 4 Evs. Fucking legend. Lol. Mr. Drek D. ROF LMAO. Heartsaw 9. OMG, don't joke. Ghosty High. Lol. Wordy one. We bow to our fucking king. My heart is black. Lols. Inky 101. Yas King. Paper Bitch 97. You took out the trash. Magspie 7. Ha ha ha. Fucking own it. Kinkheart. Anime took care of business. Lol. Blackheart 4. You are our god. Strike and Robin watched in silence as Anime's floating figure shrank and finally disappeared into the mists of the game, off to some other part of the animated graveyard. Well, there you go, said Strike, picking up his pint. We've got a confession. Now we've just got to find out who made it. Part 3. If the epicardium and the subjacent fat are removed from a heart which has been subjected to prolonged boiling, the superficial fibres of the ventricles will be exposed. Henry Gray, FRS, Gray's Anatomy. Chapter 38. I've scanned you with a scrutinizing gaze, resolved to fathom these your secret ways. But, sift them as I will, your ways are secret still. Christina Rossetti, the Queen of Hearts. The twice-married Honourable James Jago Murdo Alistair Fleming Ross, heir to the Viscountcy of Croy, merchant banker, father of 5 and estranged husband of Charlotte Campbell, had been under surveillance for nearly a fortnight. Strike knew it was hugely optimistic to expect compromising material on the man after so short a period, but nevertheless, results so far had been discouraging. Ross was protected by a thick membrane of wealth. A driver took him to and from work every day, and when he ate out, it was in exclusive private clubs. So scrupulous was Ross in never leaving the premises with any other person that Strike, looking over the scant number of photographs Midge and Dev had managed to take over the preceding 2 weeks. Ross's distinctive vulpine face and white blonde hair, making him easy to pick out in every picture, had to suspect that Ross had rightly assumed his wife was having him watched. Routine background searches had revealed that Ross's first wife had remarried and was living in Oxfordshire. His younger brother worked as private secretary to a senior royal. The eldest daughter from Ross's first marriage was a boarder at Benenden School. The younger 2 girls were still attending an Oxfordshire primary. Charlotte was living with her twins and a pair of alternating nannies in the family home in Belgravia, while Ross spent weeknights in a palatial flat in Kensington, which upon investigation turned out to have been owned by his parents for 30 years, and weekends at a large country house in Kent, to which one of the nannies brought his and Charlotte's children. Ross's working days were spent in a skyscraper on Fenchurch Street, where his bank had recently relocated. Though Strike generally had no strong architectural preferences, he found it entirely fitting that Jago should work in a building of notable and unapologetic ugliness, with a concave face that formed such a powerful solar reflector it had already melted parts of a car parked in its vicinity. In theory, the public had free access to the top 3 floors of the walkie-talkie, where there was a roof garden, a fact that had persuaded planners to grant permission for the massive building, which lay on the edge of a conservation area. In practice, the public were allowed into the top of the building in 90-minute slots, as Dev Shah had discovered when he was instructed to leave before Jago had appeared in the restaurant where he usually took lunch. The only notable exceptions to Jago's routine had been 2 visits to an extremely expensive and notoriously hard-nosed divorce lawyer. Strike wondered whether Charlotte's old phone, on which Jago had found that compromising photo, had already been displayed to the shrewd, rapacious woman inside, veteran of many a newsworthy breakup. Strike hadn't discussed his increasingly insistent worry about being implicated in the Rosses' divorce with anyone, least of all Madeline, because the launch of her new collection was imminent and she was even more stressed than usual. Their dates had temporarily become just regular meetings for sex at her house, a change Strike silently welcomed, although here, too, he was pursued by other stresses. "So, when did you and Robin split up, anyway?" Madeline asked one night, as they lay naked together in the dark. Strike, who was craving but resisting the urge for a post-coital cigarette, had been thinking about the catch-up on the Anime case he and Robin were due the following day, and took a few seconds to process what he'd just been asked. "When did—" "What?" "You and Robin," repeated Madeline. She drank almost a bottle of wine before they'd retired to the bedroom. "When exactly did you break up?" "What are you talking about?" "You and Robin," repeated Madeline more loudly. She was lying with her head on his shoulder. He was still wearing his prosthesis, which would need to come off soon. He could feel the increasingly raw end of his stump smarting. "Do you mean when I sacked her?" said Strike, who was certain he'd never told Madeline about that episode. "You sacked her?" said Madeline, now removing herself from his shoulder to prop herself up on her elbow and looking down at him in the dark. "Yeah, a few years back," said Strike. "Why?" "She did something I told her not to do." "Were you together at the time?" "No," said Strike. "We've never been together." "Who—" "Wait a minute." He groped sideways and switched on the bedroom lamp, wanting to see Madeline's face. She looked both desirable and very tense. "This wouldn't be something Charlotte told you, would it?" he asked, squinting up at her. "Well, yeah." "Fuck's sake." Strike passed a hand roughly over his face, as though washing it. Had it been Charlotte lying beside him rather than Madeline, he might have been tempted to throw something, not at her, but possibly something breakable at a wall. "There's never been anything between me and Robin. We've never been involved." "Oh." "Charlotte's shit-stirring," he said, looking up at Madeline again. That's what she does. You'll do best to assume that anything that comes out of her mouth about me is total bollocks. So you and Robin haven't ever— No, said Strike forcefully. We haven't. OK, said Madeline. And then, Charlotte said I look a lot like Robin. You don't, lied Strike. Madeline continued to stare down at him. You're angry. No, I'm not. Well, not at you. I mean, it wouldn't matter, she said. If it's over, it's over. It never started, said Strike, glaring at her. OK, said Madeline again. Sorry. It's fine, he lied again, stretching out an arm to invite her to put her head back on his shoulder, then turning out the light. He lay fuming in the dark until Madeline fell asleep with her head in the crook of his shoulder, and rather than disturb her and risking a further chat about Robin or Charlotte, he slept that night still wearing his prosthesis, which resulted in a sweat rash on the end of his stump. Strike and Robin's scheduled catch-up was delayed, due to Strike spending longer than expected watching Groomer, who took a very long lunch at the Charlotte Street Hotel. It was past 5 o'clock when Groomer finally got up from the table, and Strike, who was by this time taking photographs covertly on the street, watched him out of sight, then called Robin. Hi, she said, sounding as tired as he felt. Has lunch gone on all this time? Yeah, sorry. Did you need to get home? No, she said. Are you still on for our anime meeting? Yeah, definitely, said Strike, who'd eaten very little while shuffling between bar, hall and street, watching Groomer's party. Listen, would you mind if we do it over food? Maybe in Chinatown. That'd be great, said Robin. I'm starving. I'll find somewhere and text you. 20 minutes later, Strike entered the upper floor of Gerard's Corner restaurant to find Robin sitting at a table by the window. Her iPad propped up on the table beside her, her mobile phone lying beside it, along with an open notebook. Of the few diners, he and Robin were the only Caucasians. Hi, she said, glancing up as Strike sat down, then dropping her gaze back to the game. Anime's here, so I need to keep playing. He comes chivying people along if they stand still too long. I'm praying Montgomery leaves the office without his phone while Anime's still active, so we can rule someone out. That, said Strike, gingerly stretching out his aching leg, would be a great help. His mobile vibrated in his pocket. He really hoped it wasn't Madeline, but to his relief saw a text from his half-sister Prudence, whom he'd agreed to meet the following evening. Cormoran, I'm so sorry, I'm not going to be able to do tomorrow night. Slight family crisis. Would it be okay to take a rain check? Prue. Strike was so relieved she, rather than him, was calling off dinner, he experienced a wave of affection for this woman he'd never met. No problem, completely understand. Hope all okay. Robin, who happened to glance up at Strike again as he was typing, saw his faint smile and look of warmth, and assumed he was texting Madeline. Dropping her eyes to her iPad again, she tried to quell a rising feeling of antagonism. Have you ordered? Asked Strike. No, but I'd like something with noodles so I can eat one-handed, and I'll need a fork. Strike raised his hand, ordered both of them Singapore noodles, then said, Want to hear something interesting before we get started on anime? Go on, said Robin, eyes still on the game. I asked Eric Wardle to do me a favour. Find out why Philip Ormond left the Met. I had a hunch it mightn't have been voluntary. And, said Robin, looking up, if he hadn't jumped, he'd almost certainly have been pushed. Thought he was Dirty Harry, were Wardle's exact words. He liked roughing up suspects. Also, his wife walked out before he left the force, which isn't the timeline he gave me. Anyway. Strike pulled out his notebook. Want me to start on anime while you're playing the game? Yes, please, said Robin, who was currently steering Buffy paws between tombs. I've been looking into all the people we know about who were close to Edie and Josh when the first game appeared. The good news is we can rule most of them out. Thank God, said Robin fervently. I started with Josh's siblings. The brother works for QuickFit, the vehicle repair place, and the sister's a receptionist at an optician's. I've ruled out most of the cast members, too. They've all got steady 9-to-5 jobs, and there's no way any of them could be tweeting and moderating the game at all hours without getting sacked. I talked to the foster sister Edie stayed in touch with. She's events manager at a hotel and would be fired for being online as much as anime during working hours. Same applies to Edie's foster brother. However, I think we should have a word with Tim Ashcroft. He and Edie were friends predating the Ink Black Heart, and at the very least he might know about people close to Edie we've missed so far. You don't fancy Ashcroft himself as enemy? Robin asked. Being sacked is good grounds for a grudge, admitted Strike, but I haven't found any evidence that he can draw or code. He taught Flavia to draw animals using shapes, Robin reminded Strike. Shit, so he did. Well remembered. The foster sister hasn't got contact details for him, though, and I'm not sure it's wise to approach Ashcroft directly. He's still in contact with Wally, Montgomery, and Nils de Jong, and I'd rather not tip off all our potential enemies that we're on the case. The only thing I can think of is luring Ashcroft into some kind of interview situation, without him knowing he's talking to a detective. You mean pretend to be a journalist or something? It couldn't be a journalist from any mainstream outlet, that's too checkable. Anyway, he's not well known enough for them to be interested, said Strike. But I wondered about cobbling something together on the educational front, seeing as his theatre group's going into schools. What do you think about getting Spanner to knock up a website on drama in education? Something like that. Spanner was an IT specialist to whom the agency tended to turn for all tech requirements. Then, said Strike, if he looks you up... You want me to interview him? I think so. I don't think he clocked me outside the Red Lion and Sun, but better to play it safe. Okay, said Robin. Let's get Spanner on the job. Which means I'd have to impersonate you, Buffy thing in Drek's game while you're with Ashcroft. Think you could put together a cheat sheet for me? Will do, said Robin, pausing her activities in the game to add this item to her lengthy to-do list. Anyway, said Strike, turning a page of his notebook, there is one other guy on Catch's cast list who's interesting me. Preston Pierce. The one who voiced Mags... Anime's left the game, said Robin suddenly. She snatched up her mobile and called Barclay. Have you got eyes on Montgomery right now? Strike could tell from Robin's frustrated expression that the answer was no. Bugger, she sighed, having thanked Barclay and hung up again. Sorry, go on about Preston Pierce. 27 years old, originally from Liverpool, digital artist, said Strike. He seems to use North Grove as his permanent base, though he goes back home a lot, judging by his Instagram account. He's definitely got the kind of skill set we're looking for. He doesn't work 9 to 5, but on different freelance projects, and he's also carrying a bit of resentment. I found an exchange between Preston and the Pen of Justice on Twitter about the Worm and Magspie being caricatures of the working class. I think I read a bit of that, said Robin, frowning as she tried to remember. The Pen of Justice was so prolific that she hadn't had time to read all of their blog posts. Didn't the Pen take issue with Magspie being from Liverpool? Because Magspie's a thief, and they thought that was a stereotype. Spot on, said Strike. Preston Pierce agreed with the Pen that Magspie was a slur on his home city, and said if he'd known what the character was going to turn into, he'd never have voiced it in the first place. Sorry, said Robin, suppressing a yawn. It's been a long day. I could murder a beer. Have one. We're working, said Robin, and I've got to stay in the bloody game. Midge is on Cardew. Where is he? At home with his grandmother. That's the whole problem, isn't it? We can't see what any of them are getting up to when they're behind closed doors. Chin up, said Strike bracingly. We're due a breakthrough. Well, I'm off to North Grove for my first art class tomorrow evening. You never know. Is Preston Pierce currently in residence? He is, yeah, said Strike, who was now bringing up Instagram on his phone. There you go. That's him. Robin took the phone from Strike and examined the picture of a shirtless young man, both wiry and muscly, with longish black curly hair and large doleful eyes. There was a fine line of tattooed script running around the base of his neck. Presumably that's who Flavia was talking about, the man who never wears a shirt, said Robin, handing back the phone. Meanwhile, said Strike, pocketing his phone and returning to his notebook, I'm none the wiser about the identity of that tattooed girl who lives on Junction Road, but I'm hoping you might be able to get a line on her at North Grove too. If she knows Nils, she might be taking art classes that... Is something happening in your game? Robin glanced down at the iPad, where a private channel had opened, and groaned. It's Worm-28 wanting a chat, she said. I spent 2 solid hours yesterday trying to cheer her up. It's definitely a girl, she added. She told me her period had just started and she felt shit. Ah, said Strike. Well, that would seem conclusive. I think I've found her on Twitter as well, said Robin. She goes by Zozo on there, a.k.a. @InkyHeart28. Zozo makes exactly the same kinds of grammatical mistakes as Worm-28. The location on the account's London, but I haven't had time to go through all her tweets yet. I'll tell her I can't talk for a bit. Sorry, on the phone to my mum, she read out while typing. The only other stuff I've got is on Yasmin Weatherhead, said Strike. I've got a bit on her too, said Robin. You go first. She's still working for the cosmetics firm in Croydon, said Strike, and manning their social media accounts. She lives with her parents, also in Croydon. She's been tweeting under her own name far less regularly since Edie and Josh were attacked, and that's all I've got so far. Here come our noodles, said Robin. A waiter placed the plates in front of them. Strike ordered 2 beers. I can't, Robin protested. Seriously, I'll just fall asleep and miss Anime confessing to murder. He's already done that, Strike reminded her. I'll drink it if you don't want it. He loaded up his chopsticks with as many noodles as they could reasonably hold and said, Right, tell me how you've got on. Robin took a forkful of noodles herself, chewed, swallowed, then opened her own notebook. OK, well, as you've mentioned Yasmin, she said, flicking through several densely written pages to find her, she's still a moderator in the game, where she calls herself Hartella. You sure it's her? 99% sure, said Robin. Everything matches. Worm-28's told me more than she thinks she has. She mentioned that Hartella used to know Edie and Josh, and also told me in strictest confidence that Hartella had to speak to the police after the killing. I asked her why, and she claimed not to know, but I can tell she's scared of saying too much. Have you spoken to Yasmin directly? Only in the open game, about tasks. She and Bethany don't ever seem to have been friendly. Robin took another large mouthful of noodles and waved her fork until she could speak again. There's a rule in the game that you mustn't use any proper names for people or places. Players get round it by typing the first initial and putting asterisks in place of all the other letters. Strange, said Strike, frowning. It is odd, said Robin. Absolute secrecy about personal identities is enforced on everyone. It's called Rule 14. 14, said Strike, is another hate symbol. Are there any numbers that aren't hate symbols? Yeah, most of them, said Strike with a grin. But 14 refers to the 14 words. What 14 words? I don't know it off by heart, but it's some far-right slogan about securing the future for white children. Go on about the secrecy. OK, so everyone's scared of triggering instant expulsion from the game, which supposedly happens if you use a proper name or give too much personal information. Allegedly, Anime's fixed up some mechanism that will instantly trigger Consequence 14 if anyone does those things. Allegedly, Well, I don't believe the mechanism exists, said Robin. I think it's a pretense most people go along with and only credulous players really believe in. Like Worm 28? Yes, although I'd have thought she'd have realised by now that if Consequence 14 was real, she couldn't have told me as much as she has. She talks endlessly about being depressed because the man she moved south to be near has barely called her or come near her since she moved to London. Which she presumably spells with an L and 5 asterisks. She does, yes. She's also said she doesn't like her job much. The job involves kids, but I haven't got any more details. Anyway, she says even the moderators don't know each other's real identities, or they're not supposed to. Worm 28 thinks Harteller knows the real identity of a moderator who calls himself Lord Drek. The only direct interaction I've had with him was pretty insulting. In what way? He opened a private channel and immediately attacked me for my perverse practices. Didn't that happen with another? Yeah, it did. Valpachora the first time I entered the game. I've noticed Worm 28 brackets Lord Drek and Valpachora together a lot, like they're, I don't know, a double act or something. Anyway, Worm 28 said something odd about Harteller and Lord Drek last night, when I'm pretty sure she was stoned. She said she'd scored, and after a while her spelling and grammar got even more patchy than usual. You can't take screenshots directly of the game, but I took a picture of my iPad. Robin found the photo on her phone and handed it to Strike. Worm 28. Harteller really likes Lord Drek, I can tell. Buffy Paws. Do you think they've met IRL? Worm 28. Don't know. She protecting him, though. Buffy Paws. What do you mean, protecting? Worm 28. Police. Buffy Paws. Question mark. Worm 28. Shouldn't have said that. Very, very interesting, said Strike. There's more, said Robin thickly through noodles. Swipe right. Strike did so, and saw a second picture of Robin and Worm 28's private chat. Buffy Paws. I'm not going to tell anyone. Worm 28. No, forget I said that, please. It was just a mistake. What they did. Buffy Paws. Harteller and Lord Drek. Worm 28. No. Lord Freck and Vile. Please forget. I couldn't get any more out of her, said Robin. I didn't want to push it, but hopefully she'll get stoned again and I can have another try. Their beers arrived. In spite of her prior resolution, Robin poured hers into a glass and drank some. It was delicious, and the slightly calming effect it had on her overworked brain was very welcome. So these two blokes. Are they blokes? I think so. Worm 28 always talks of them as male. So these two men who think lesbianism is a perversion and seem to be in cahoots with each other have done something the police might be interested in, said Strike, handing Robin back her phone. And Harteller's protecting them, or at any rate protecting one of them. Exactly, said Robin. Remember the Brotherhood of Ultima Thule's homepage? We believe that feminism and the legalization of homosexuality have undermined Western civilization, or something. Can you pass people documents on private channels, do you know? No idea. I haven't tried. Well, if you can, said Strike, this could be how the dossier full of faked emails reached Yasmin Weatherhead, couldn't it? And it'd be a perfect way to do it. Everyone in the game's compulsorily anonymous, and the Brotherhood/Halvening would have a ready-made hotbed of Ledwell haters, eager to believe any old shit they were fed. I think a bit of surveillance on Yasmin might be in order, you know. Find out who she's meeting out in the real world. He ate in silence for a minute, thinking. As far as you know, he said, would it be possible for one person to be operating more than one moderator account? Could Anime also be either Lord Drek or Vile Pachora, or both of them? Well, communication on private channels happens in real time, so I've sometimes had two moderators talking to me simultaneously. Obviously, a single person couldn't be typing two messages at once. But yes, I suppose a single person could have two separate moderator accounts, as long as the two different moderators weren't required to type at the same time. The bit of the game I'd really like to get into is the moderator channel. If Anime lets anything slip, that's the place they'd do it, I'm sure. How many moderators are there? 8, said Robin, turning pages of her notebook to find the note she'd made on each of them. Anime, obviously, Worm 28, Lord Drek, Valpachora, Hartella, Fiendy 1. Who's Fiendy 1? From what Worm 28's told me, he's young and male. She thinks he's gay. During one of our early chats, she said, "You know how Morehouse and Fiendy 1 used to be really good friends. Well, they fell out badly." She didn't know what about, though. I haven't managed any chat with Fiendy 1 at all, even in the open game. Any leads on Morehouse? Nothing concrete, but his main interest other than the game seems to be science. His Twitter avi is what? You know, the picture on the account. It shows a comet, and I've seen him talking to a girl he seems to know about discoveries in space. The girl's still at school, judging by her talking about homework and rows with her mother. Any location for the girl? If she and Morehouse are at school together. No, I looked, but she lists her location as out of my head. I've had no direct contact with Morehouse, which is frustrating as everyone seems to agree he's the only one who knows who Anime really is. But Worm 28's hinted he's in some kind of relationship with Paperwhite. A real-world relationship? No idea. And what do we know about Paperwhite? She's the newest moderator, and Worm 28 made a throwaway comment about all the male moderators fancying her. How can they fancy her? They don't know her real identity, do they? I didn't understand that either, but that's what Worm 28 said. Other than that, I haven't been able to find out anything about her. But I've collated absolutely everything I've got on Anime, Robin added. I've gone all the way back through his Twitter feed and added every little thing Worm 28's let slip. It's all on a printed document I've put in the file in the office, but I've got it here too, if you want the highlights. Go for it, said Strike, who was still shoveling noodles into his mouth. Okay, said Robin, flicking back to more densely written pages in her notebook. Twitter first. Anime's account first appeared on the 10th of July 2011. Their first tweet told people to check out the new multiplayer game they and Morehouse had created. Morehouse's account appeared on the same day, but he tweets about once to every 100 tweets of Anime's, and he's never attacked Edie or Josh, and hardly ever interacts with fans. Mostly he just says things like, "Check out the new game expansion." Purely informative. Anime's tweets are all about the game initially, but they really enjoyed fans praising it. People were all agog to find out who they and Morehouse were, and Anime seems to have got a real kick out of the admiration and made comments along the lines of, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Originally, fans thought Anime was Josh Blay himself, but that rumour died for good on the 14th of September 2011, which is when Edie and Josh's interview went online, saying they'd seen the game and that it wasn't really what they'd meant when they created Drek's game. On the same day, Anime tweeted, "So Ledwell doesn't like our game because the game's really more of a metaphor. We literally based it on your own rules, you pretentious cow." From that point on, said Robin, Anime attacked her constantly until she died. In October of that year they tweeted, "How do I say this politely? Shouldn't a bulimic be thin?" And he coined the hashtag #GreedyFedwell, which never really went away. Was she bulimic? She had been, according to the note in her file. That was the very first time Anime used a piece of personal information against her. What about Anime's politics? Any clues? Well, said Robin, they never say anything overtly political. They've only been interested in progressive criticisms of the cartoon when they can be used to directly attack Ledwell for hypocrisy or cruelty to people around her. A hardcore of right-wing accounts crops up constantly around Anime, though. They all complain the cartoons become too PC. There's someone who calls themselves Lepine's disciple, who's a big Anime fan, and defends Anime if progressives ever take issue with Anime doing things like revealing Edie was bulimic. Lepine's disciple, repeated Strike. Yeah, I think I've seen them. Want another beer? He'd already finished his own. I can't, said Robin. I'll just fall asleep. There are left-wingers who hang around Anime too, but they're mostly focused on criticising Ledwell for being racist and ableist and, well, pretty much everything ist and phobic you can think of. But anime never really gets drawn into political stuff, except where it could be used to make a personal attack on Ledwell. If I had to bet, I'd say social justice isn't their thing. Judging purely by their Twitter output, their primary aim is to maintain their own status within the fandom and maximise their influence on the work. It mostly feels, well, if I had to give it a name, power-hungry. I know you think people usually slip up and give away their true identities online, Robin went on, but anime's really careful. I get the impression they're very conscious of not giving away personal information that could identify them. They do give occasional trivia. They like Magnums, the ice cream, and The Dark Knight Rises. I wrote it all down, but it amounts to almost nothing. I bet you could find a couple of million people in London tonight who like and dislike the same things as anime. But there are 3 tweets I thought might just say something deeper about them. Tweet number 1. Anime said they wanted to use a catapult on a cat on their garden fence. That could be their idea of humour, but it tallies with their general tone of casual cruelty. You saw Anime boasting about killing Edie the night I got inside the game. There's a general tone of bravado and callousness which, I have to say, sounds a lot like Wally Cardew. That bit of the video where he pulled out the bloody knife from under the desk, I went and watched it. That felt like a very anime-ish joke, especially anime as they appear inside the game. The second tweet I thought was a bit odd was sent a year ago. A lot of Ink Black Heart merchandise was coming out, and Anime started attacking Edie for doing what she'd once laughed at, and having Ink Black Heart t-shirts and keyrings. Anime tweeted, "And as cash registers ring out across the land, you've got to wonder how @SebMonty91 feels about being the Pete Best of the Ink Black Heart." What's wrong with that? Well, I had to look up who Pete Best was. You're kidding. No, said Robin, amused by Strike's expression of mild outrage. The Beatles broke up 14 years before I was born, you know. Yeah, but it's the Beatles, said Strike. I'm just saying, there are far more recent examples of people who've left bands before they got big. Names I'd have thought under 30s might have reached for before they got to Pete Best. Latavia Robertson. Who? One of the original members of Destiny's Child. All I'm saying is, why was Pete Best the go-to reference for anime? It seemed odd if Anime's late teens or early 20s. You're not convinced, she added, watching Strike's expression. No, he said slowly. You're right. But I'd have slid straight past that. It wouldn't have registered at all. OK, well, the third tweet I wondered about was that Pen of Justice blog post Anime shared about disabilities. I asked myself, why share that one? Because the Pen of Justice is pretty prolific, and Anime hasn't retweeted any of the other articles. Are they disabled or ill themselves, or close to someone who's ill? Which ties into something Worm28 told me. I said Anime can be a bully, and she said, he's not all bad, I think he's a carer. He sometimes talks about driving someone to hospital. Anime a carer? Said Strike. I know, said Robin. I wouldn't much fancy being Anime's patient. I tried to dig deeper, but I don't think she knows anything else. Anyway, she continued, I've noticed another thing, or lack of a thing. There's something off about anime and sex. Strike kept chewing his noodles, his expression impassive. I've been through 4 years worth of tweets, said Robin. There's only one occasion when anime becomes even slightly flirty. It was with Kay and Niven. They told her she had great hair, and on a later occasion, they said that they'd sent her a direct message. 4 years, Robin repeated. 4 years of getting lots of adulation and girls begging them to reveal who they really are. And anime never capitalizes on it, never flirts, never tries to draw them in or offer them information in exchange for nudes. If you'd ever been a woman online, said Robin slightly impatiently, because Strike was merely staring at her, you'd know exactly what I'm saying. No, said Strike. I get it, but the thing is, inside the game, anime's different, kind of brash. You saw the question about my favourite sexual position. Buffy Paw's favourite position, I mean. Inside the game, it's as though Anime's acting the part that's expected of them. Everyone thinks they're male, but it doesn't ring true to me somehow. So, I've got a theory. Thank Christ, said Strike, because I've got fuck all. Go on. Well, I think we need to take a closer look at Kaya Niven. I know Edie ruled her out, she continued, before Strike could say anything. But we're taking a lot on trust if we don't look at her. We're accepting Alan Yeoman's and Philip Ullman's words that Edie saw Kaya without an electronic device while Anime was in the game. We don't know how good Edie's view of the street was, or whether the men misheard or misremembered. Alan was pretty vague on the phone. What? She added, a little defensively, because Strike had failed to suppress a grin. Nothing, he said. But seeing she wasn't going to accept that, he went on, just... He made a revolving motion with his chopsticks, as Robin had waved her fork earlier, then swallowed. Just thinking you're good at this detective shit. Disarmed, Robin laughed. Well, anyway, Kaya's an artist. She's got a massive personal grudge. She's ill, which tallies with retweeting that Pen of Justice blog about disabilities. And if she's Anime, it explains that contradiction we were talking about. Making the game as a tribute, but hating on one of the creators. Drek's game might have been planned initially as a way of showing Josh Blay that anything Edie did, Kaya could do better. But then Edie criticised the game, which gave Kaya an excuse to go on the attack, taking the fandom with her. Plus, if it's Kaya, the anonymity's explained too. She wouldn't want Josh to know she was behind it all, would she? By the sounds of it, she's completely obsessed with him. So you think that little interchange between Anime and Kaya? Well, it could have been a nice little bit of theatre, couldn't it? Said Robin. Kaya gets a wider audience for her claims that Edie stole her ideas. She compliments herself as Anime, drawing people in to look at her video. Kaya establishes they're two different people. And, said Robin, Kaya happens to own two lovebirds by the names of John and Yoko. Bloody well reasoned, Ellicott, said Strike, who'd finally finished his noodles, and now sat back in his chair, looking at her in frank admiration. There's still one big question, though, said Robin, trying not to show she was pleased by his reaction, which is how Kaya knew all those private things about Edie. But I had a thought about that, too. Go on. I think there's a chance that Josh stayed in contact with her after they split up, and that he hid the fact from Edie and Katya. Alan Yeoman said Josh is charming, but he doesn't like confrontation or unpleasant conversations. He also told us Josh's judgment about people's poor. Maybe Josh thought he could stop Kaya attacking Edie by telling her what a hard life Edie had had, thereby giving her more ammunition. Exactly. But we can't spare anyone to run surveillance on Kaya in King's Lynn, can we? Anyway, assuming Kaya's telling the truth about her health, she's currently bedbound, we'd just be watching her house. Strike fell silent, thinking. Finally, he said, If you're right, and Josh was the source of all her inside information, I can't see any harm in making a direct approach. She was never friends with the cast. You haven't seen any evidence of her being in contact with any of them, have you? No, said Robin, although I haven't been through absolutely all her social media yet. Haven't had time. Well, risk it, said Strike. I'll call her tomorrow. If she agrees to an interview, you can be watching Drek's game while I'm talking to her. We're due a breakthrough, Strike repeated, as he raised his hand for another beer, and I like your theory a lot. It was at times like this that Robin found it difficult to remain pissed off at Cormoran Strike, however aggravating he might otherwise be. Chapter 39. I'll have no traffic with the personal thought in art's pure temple. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Aurora Lee. The 3 wigs and many sets of coloured contact lenses Robin kept at the office were called into service late the following afternoon. With the aid of a magnifying mirror she kept in a bottom drawer of the partner's desk, Robin set about disguising her appearance, for her first evening class at North Grove. She'd signed up for lessons under the name Jessica Robbins and had since worked out a persona and background. Jessica was a marketing executive with frustrated artistic ambitions who'd just broken up with her boyfriend, which had given her more free time in the evenings. Robin chose a shoulder-length brunette wig. Jessica wasn't able to do anything too outre with her hair due to her marketing job. Gave herself hazel eyes, then applied scarlet lipstick and winged black eyeliner, modelled on Kaya Niven's look, because Jessica liked to emphasise the fact that a dramatic creature lived beneath her conventional exterior, a person who yearned to escape the confines of her humdrum career. Along with her jeans, Robin put on a retro black t-shirt emblazoned with the words "Blondie is a band" and an old black suede jacket, which she'd picked up in a second-hand shop for surveillance occasions such as this. Looking critically at her reflection in the spotted mirror in the bathroom on the landing, Robin was satisfied. Jessica Robbins was precisely the mixture of indie chick and conventional office worker she'd been aiming for. Having honed her London accent during the 5 years she'd lived in the capital, Robin had decided to claim she'd grown up on the Lismore Circus estate, like Josh Blay, which might give her a line into talking about the ink-black heart, although she planned to pose as someone with only passing knowledge of the cartoon. She took her iPad with her in a sizable tote bag and intended to leave the game running while, hopefully, she was observing Preston Pierce. Pat had already left for the day. Robin was almost at the outer door when Strike's shadow loomed behind the engraved glass panel. He entered the office limping and wearing the tight, drawn expression with which Robin had become familiar, which meant he was in a lot of pain. "Who are you?" he asked, smiling slightly at the sight of her. "Jessica Robbins, marketing executive with arty aspirations," said Robin in perfect estuary English. "Where have you been? Fingers?" "Yeah," said Strike, lowering himself onto the fake leather sofa opposite Pat's desk without removing his coat, and briefly closing his eyes in relief at getting his weight off his stump. "The bastard did a lot of walking this afternoon, and one of the places he walked to was Sotheby's." "Really?" "Yeah, but he can't be so dumb he'd try and auction off the stuff he'd nicked, surely." "Seems unlikely." "Maybe he was shopping. I also phoned Kaya Niven, but got her mother," Strike went on. "Apparently her precious daughter is far too sick to talk to me. She wouldn't have the faintest idea who this enemy person is. She's a very vulnerable and suffering person who's being demonized for sticking up for her rights and fuck off, basically." "Oh, shit," said Robin. "I asked Mrs. Niven not to tell anyone else we're looking into Anime because it could endanger the investigation, and she got bloody huffy about that too. Who did I think they were going to tell? Kaya's too poorly to talk to anyone, etc., etc." Strike really wanted some tea and painkillers, but that would entail standing up. The idea of asking Robin to get them for him crossed his mind, but he said nothing. Now she had hazel eyes. The resemblance to Madeline was pronounced. The notion of offering Strike tea also occurred to Robin, but she really did need to leave immediately to be sure of reaching North Grove in time, and, after all, she thought, with a slight hardening of her heart, he could call his girlfriend if he needed looking after. "Well, I'll text you if I get anything interesting," she said, and departed. The early evening was warm, and the brunette wig tight and slightly itchy. It took Robin half an hour to travel by tube to Highgate Station, and a further 15 minutes to find the large, dirty pink house, which stood on the corner of a street that was also called North Grove. The place looked slightly ramshackle, some of its many windows bricked up, whereas others opened to admit the warm evening air. A Vote Labour poster was pasted on one of the bricked-up windows. Robin hung back for a couple of minutes to check Drek's game before entering the building. It always became glitchy when run off 4G rather than Wi-Fi. The only two moderators currently in there were Paperwhite and Hartella. Robin returned the iPad to her bag, with the game still running, then walked up the short garden path and entered the art collective. The appearance of the spacious hallway was, to say the least, unexpected. A large wooden spiral staircase, which clearly wasn't an original feature, stood right in the middle of the space, its banisters polished tree branches, sinuous and tangled. In a corner to the right of the entrance stood a gigantic Monstera deliciosa, which had grown to touch the ceiling, its glossy green leaves making a partial canopy over Robin's head. The surrounding walls were all covered in drawings and paintings, some framed. The small amount of painted surface that was visible was Pepto-Bismol pink. To Robin's left was a glass door to what appeared to be a small shop, its shelves laden with pottery goblets and figures. As the hall was deserted, and there was no signage to tell her where to go, Robin headed into the shop, where a short, stocky woman with a vast quantity of long grey hair piled on top of her head was counting up the day's takings. She wore a purple vest and had a tattoo of a purple 5-petaled flower on her upper arm. "Life drawing?" she said, looking up as Robin entered. "Yes," said Robin. "That's my class. This way," said the woman with a smile. And bringing the locked deposit box with her, she led Robin around the spiral staircase into a studio space at the rear of the building, where 5 other students had already taken their places at easels. In the middle of this room was a plinth draped in a grubby sheet, on which stood an unoccupied wooden chair. The long windows behind the plinth looked over a scrubby patch of garden. Though the sun was setting, Robin could just make out a tortoise-shell cat in the shadows, stealing through some anemic-looking daffodils. Robin took a seat at a free easel. A sheet of white paper had already been pinned to it. "Hello," said an elderly man beside her, who had a stiff grey beard and wore a Breton sweater. "I'm Brendan." "Jessica," said Robin, smiling, as she took off her black suede jacket. "We'll get started in 5 minutes," announced the woman, holding the deposit box. "We've got one more student due." She departed the room to the rattle of loose change. From somewhere in the building, the silent class heard a high, childish treble voice singing a song in Dutch.
Het witte ras wiljest, kom op voor onze mensen.
"Stop that," they heard the woman with the deposit box say. "It isn't funny." There followed a cackle of high-pitched laughter and the sound of heavy feet running up the spiral stairs. "Actually," Robin whispered to Brendan of the Breton sweater, "I think I might need the loo before we begin. You wouldn't happen to—"
"Second right," said Brendan, pointing. "I'm an old-timer."
"Great, thanks," said Robin, whose intention was really to have a quick nose around for Preston Pierce. She took her tote bag with her to the toilet, passing an open door to a room in which there were several computers. A gigantic man with long blonde hair was staring at one of the screens. The toilet was as eclectically decorated as the hall. Every inch of wall, ceiling, and the back of the door was covered in portraits presumably done by students, some painted, some line drawings. Glancing around, Robin recognized 2 faces. An accomplished sketch of Edie Ledwell was staring down at her from the top of the door, a half-smile on her face. The drawing had been done in charcoal and pencil and was signed J.B. The second picture, which had been pinned to the ceiling, took her longer to place. But finally she realized it depicted Gus Upcott, drawn, Robin assumed, by his mother, who was far more talented than Robin might have guessed. A small wooden bookcase full of tattered volumes stood beside the toilet, including Ride the Tiger by Julius Evola, Suicide by Emil Durkheim, and Brick et Partij Cartel Donutsak van Referenda by Thierry Baudet. She sat down on the toilet seat and took out her iPad, but as she'd expected, there was such poor 4G reception the game had frozen. As far as she could see, Anime still wasn't present. After flushing the toilet, Robin opened the door and, to her surprise, almost walked into a tiny girl with long dyed black hair, whose gaunt, death's head face was unmistakably that of the girl Strike had photographed outside Highgate Cemetery. The girl's tattoos weren't visible tonight, because she was wearing a long-sleeved black top that would have fitted an 8-year-old. "Sorry," said Robin. "No problem," said the girl in her thick Yorkshire accent. Have you seen a little kid? Oh, shit, said the girl, dashing away from Robin, who now saw a blonde toddler in a nappy making her tottery way up the spiral staircase. The gaps in the polished branches were easily large enough for the child to fall through. The girl in black chased and caught her, then swung her up into her arms. "What have I told you about going up and down there alone?" The girl in black carried the struggling, whining toddler back down the stairs, past Robin, and disappeared the way she'd come. Robin returned to the studio space to find the last student had arrived, an eager-looking girl with short blue hair and multiple piercings. In Robin's absence, a curly-haired young man in a ragged grey dressing gown had taken his place on a wooden chair on the plinth, his bare legs crossed. He was currently looking out of the window where the lowering sun was slowly turning the garden into a mass of blue shadow. Although he had the back of his head towards Robin, she had a sudden suspicion of his identity. The stocky, grey-haired woman in the purple vest was now standing in front of the class without her deposit box. She seemed to have been waiting for Robin to reappear. "Sorry," Robin said hastily, sitting back down beside Brendan, who winked at her. "All right, then," said the grey-haired woman, smiling around at the 7 students. "My name's Mariam Tarosian, and I'm going to be taking your class. I'm an illustrator and stained glass artist these days, but I trained in fine art and I've been teaching for nearly 30 years now. So," she went on, clapping her strong-looking hands together, "most people, when they think of life-drawing classes, imagine they'll be working from the nude, and I always like to meet expectations. So this evening, we will indeed be working from the nude." There was a ripple of nervous laughter, and the young man on the plinth turned his head, now grinning. As Robin had suspected, it was Preston Pierce. He was sallow-skinned with dark shadows under his large brown eyes. "This is Preston Pierce, or Pez, as we call him," said Mariam, "who's actually an artist himself and a very talented one. He lives here at the Collective, but he acts as a life model for us when needed." "Need the actors, like?" said Preston in his Scouse accent, and the class laughed again. "Why don't we go round and introduce ourselves before we get started? And perhaps you could tell me what made you want to come for this class, and what previous experience you've got." "Brendan, why don't you take the lead?" said Mariam. "Brendan's an old friend," she added fondly. "He's taken— How many classes is it now, Brendan?" "This is my 5th, said Brendan cheerfully. "Trying to find the one I'm good at." Another looser round of laughter ensued, in which Mariam joined. "He's being very self-deprecating," she told the class. "He's a fine printmaker and a very decent potter." "What about you, my love?" she asked Robin. "I'm Jessica," said Robin, her heart rate slightly accelerated. "I, did our A-level, but nothing since then. I work in marketing and, well, I suppose I'm here because there's more to life than marketing." This elicited another, knowing laugh from the rest of the class, who clearly empathised with the sentiment. Preston Pierce's eyes lingered on Robin, a smirk playing across his lips. The rest of the class answered Mariam's question in turn. The stout woman in the magenta sweatshirt had always loved to draw. The young man with the straggly beard had an idea for a comic book he wanted to illustrate, and the black girl in the short yellow dress wanted to explore her creativity. The elderly woman with wispy blondish hair was also an old habitué of North Grove, and she wanted to take the life-drawing class because Mariam had said it would be good for her artistic development. "And you, my love?" asked Mariam, of the young blue-haired girl. "Oh, I'm a big ink-black heart fan," said the girl. "I really just wanted to, soak in the magic, see if I can catch some." She beamed around the group. If she'd expected a sense of immediate connection with her fellow students, or with Mariam, she didn't get it. Robin thought Mariam's smile became a shade less warm as she turned away from the girl to address the whole class again. "Well, we're clearly a class of varying experience, which is just fine. I want you all to have fun with this. You'll be getting constructive feedback from me,
But tonight's really more about diving right in and learning by doing. All right, Preston. Pierce got up from the chair and took off the ragged grey dressing gown, beneath which he was entirely naked. Wiry and well-muscled, he arranged himself nonchalantly on the wooden seat. "Need to get comfy?" he said, arranging his limbs. With his arms over the back of the chair, he sat sideways to the class, his face turned away from the girl with the blue hair and towards Brendan and Robin. The latter became temporarily preoccupied with not looking at Preston's penis, which was quite a bit larger than her ex-husband's, and suddenly seemed to be the only object in the room. "I've given you everything you should need," said Mariam. "You've got a nice couple of 2B pencils and a new eraser." "Would it be all right," piped up the elderly woman, "if I use my own HBs, Mariam?" "You use whatever suits you, my love," said Mariam, and the old lady rummaged in a large tapestry bag. Soon all the students set to work, most tentatively and a little self-consciously, with the exception of cheerful, bearded Brendan, who was already making swooping marks on his paper. For the next 30 minutes, the only sound was the scratching of graphite on paper and Mariam's occasional murmurs of encouragement and assistance. Eventually, on pretence of retrieving her eraser from the floor, Robin checked her iPad in her bag. There was better reception in the studio than in the bathroom. The game was moving again, though jerkily. Anime still wasn't there, and nor, to Robin's relief, was Worm 28. But Paperwhite had opened a private channel to Buffypaws some 20 minutes previously. Robin read her message quickly. "A new private channel has opened. 23rd of April 2015, 2014. Paperwhite mod invites Buffypaws. Paperwhite, hi. Hello." With a nervous glance around the room, Robin hastily typed a reply. "Buffypaws. Sorry, missed this." Paperwhite, there you are. Are you stuck in the game? Can I help you? Buffypaws. No thanks. Mariam was moving along the line towards Robin. Buffypaws. Sorry, BRB. She shoved the iPad out of sight and straightened up again. "Now that's not bad at all," said Mariam encouragingly when she reached Robin. "You can certainly draw. What you need to work on is seeing. I want you to look, really look, at Preston, because this—" Mariam pointed at the shoulder she'd drawn, which Robin had known all along was at the wrong angle, but hadn't bothered to correct. "Isn't what you're seeing. Now, have a good hard look and try and put that shoulder back where it should be." Robin did as she was told. Staring at Preston's shoulder, she was aware that his mournful eyes were either fully on her or on Brendan, but she kept her gaze determinedly on his clavicle. After another 15 minutes, Mariam announced a break and invited the students to follow her to the kitchen for a cup of tea or a glass of wine. Robin let the other students leave the room without her so that she could get back to Paperwhite. Buffypaws. Back. Really sorry about that. Paperwhite. I just noticed you haven't moved for ages and Anime's on the warpath. Buffypaws. Why? Paperwhite. He's not keen on players coming in here but not playing. Buffypaws. I got a phone call from my sister just after I logged on. Paperwhite. Ah, okay. Anime just wants us to check that everyone's here to play, not to spy on the other players. Shit. Buffypaws. Why would I want to spy on the other players? Paperwhite. We think the police might be looking at fans currently because of what happened to E3*, L6*. Answering your marketing emails, said Preston Pierce. Robin gave a start. The artist model, who'd thankfully put his dressing gown back on, had approached while she'd been typing, and was now contemplating her with the same slight smirk he'd worn earlier. How did you guess? Robin said lightly. Looked like he got a cob on. Robin smiled. He was only a little taller than she was. The sentence tattooed around the base of his neck was obscured at either end by the lapels of his robe. Robin could only read, hard to be someone but it. Don't want a drink? Asked Preston. No, I do, said Robin, putting the iPad back in her bag. Which way? Follow me, said Preston, and he led her out of the room, Robin answering his questions about her marketing career at random, preoccupied with the question of whether it would be more sensible to log out of the game rather than continue to remain inactive for the rest of the class. At the rear of the house was a huge communal kitchen, which was painted the same sugary pink as the hall. Directly opposite Robin was a large and beautiful stained glass window that she guessed was Mariam's work. It had been cleverly illuminated with an artificial light source on the exterior of the building, so that even in the evening light it cast patches and flecks of cerulean, emerald and crimson light over the scrubbed wooden table and the many large pots and pans hanging on the walls. At first glance, Robin thought the window might depict a vision of paradise, but the many people depicted there bore no wings or halos. They were working cooperatively on different tasks, planting trees and picking fruit, tending a fire and cooking over it, building a house and decorating its front with garlands. Mariam stood chatting to Robin's fellow students near an old black lead range. Some were drinking tea, others small glasses of wine. Robin guessed this convivial half-time break might account for some of the students' fondness for classes at North Grove. The gigantic blonde man she had seen earlier was now sitting at the table, drinking a far bigger glass of wine than had been given to the students, and throwing the occasional comment into their conversation. Leaning up against the cupboards on the far side of the room, not talking to anyone, but apparently in charge of a baby monitor plugged beside her, was the tiny girl with long black hair who'd just taken out her phone. There was no sign of the toddler in the nappy. Reaching a decision about the game, Robin smiled at Preston, who seemed disposed to linger beside her, and said, "Sorry, I'm gonna have to send an email." "Dedicated," he commented, and headed for the group around Mariam. Robin took out her iPad and saw, with a sinking heart, that Worm 28 had just logged on, and inevitably opened a private channel to Buffy Paws. Worm 28. "Hi, how's your day been?" Buffy Paws. "Not bad. Paperwhite just told me I need to keep active in here or Anime will think I'm a spy." Worm 28. "Yeah, Anime's told all the mods to make sure people are who they say they are, not police." Buffy Paws. "Think I'd better log out then. I'm on the phone to my sister. Don't want to get banned." Worm 28. "Wait, I thought you were an only child." Shit. Buffy Paws. "She's my stepsis, we never lived together." Worm 28. "Ah, okay." Buffy Paws. "GTG, speak tomorrow." Worm 28. "Yeah, okay. Kisses." Robin closed the private channel, logged out of the game, and slipped her iPad back into her bag. Looking up again, she saw the girl in black sigh deeply, then put her phone back in her pocket. Seeming to sense Robin's scrutiny, she turned and looked at her out of her heavily cold eyes. A sudden, wild idea occurred to Robin, but she kept her expression impassive as she strolled over to join the group around Mariam, who was telling her students about the purple flower tattoo on her plump upper arm, which she'd only recently had done. "For the 100th anniversary tomorrow," she was saying. "Armenian genocide," said Preston Pierce's scouse voice in Robin's ear. "Her great-grandparents died in it. Want a wine?" he added, offering her one of the glasses in his hand. "Great, thanks," said Robin, who had no intention of drinking more than a sip. "Jessica, was it?" "Yeah. That window's amazing," she said. "Yeah, Mariam did it 5-6 years ago," said Preston. "Everyone on there's a mate of hers, like. I'm helping put the roof on the house." "Oh, wow," said Robin, looking at the curly-haired figure on the window. "You've been here that long, have—" "Are Lebwell or Blay on there?" said an eager voice behind them. Both turned. The girl with the blue hair and piercings, who'd introduced herself in class as Leah, was staring at the window. Robin thought she must be 18 at most. "No," said Preston. Robin had a feeling he was lying. Leah lingered, either unfazed by or oblivious to Pierce's tone. "Who are Lebwell and—" began Robin. "Edie Lebwell and Josh Blay," said Leah, with the pleasurable self-importance of one who has special inside knowledge. "They created the Ink Black Heart, the cartoon." "Oh," said Robin. Yeah, I think I've heard. They used to live here, said Leah. This is where they started it all. Didn't you see in the paper about Edie Ledwell getting... Edie was a friend of mine and Mariam's, said Preston Pierce in a low growl. Her murder is an exciting fucking goss to us. Why don't you stop pretending you want to learn drawing and go sniff round in a cemetery? Might still be a bit of Edie's blood on the grass. You could frame it, sell it on eBay. The girl turned red, and her eyes filled with tears. She shuffled out of Preston's vicinity. Robin felt sorry for her. Fucking stands, said Preston to Robin in a low voice. That's another one over there, he said, nodding towards the black-haired girl. The way she were fucking crying after Edie died, you'd have thought they were twins. She never even met her. I'm so sorry your friend was killed, said Robin, feigning shock. I don't really know what to say. It's all right, said Preston brusquely. Nothing to say, is there? Before Robin could respond, a very large blonde boy came bursting into the kitchen, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. He had the huge blonde man's features. Both faces resembled stylized Greek comedy masks, and Robin surmised that this was Bram de Jong. At the top of his voice he sang again,
Het witte ras wiljest, kom op voor onze mensen.
Oi, Preston called to Bran. We've told you about that. Stop singing it. A few of the group around Mariam had looked around interested. Bram cackled loudly. His father seemed mildly amused. What does it mean? Robin asked. Go on, Preston said to the boy. Tell her. Bram grinned broadly and insolently at Robin. It's Dutch, he said in his high, childish treble. Yeah, but what does it mean in English? Said Preston. It means, the white race is losing. Stand up for our No, said Mariam loudly. That's enough. It's not a joke, Bram. It's not funny. Right, everyone, she added. Back to work. There was a general move to place empty mugs and glasses on the table at which Nils was sitting. Robin heard Mariam say crossly to Nils as she passed him, He'll stop if you tell him to. But Nils, who was now play wrestling with Bram, either didn't hear Mariam or chose to ignore her. While waiting to put down the glass of wine she'd barely touched, Robin glanced up at the stained glass window again, trying to make out Edie or Josh. She had a suspicion they might be the two people picking fruit. Both had long brown hair, and the female figure was throwing apples down to the male. Then she noticed, with a little start of surprise, the ruby-coloured glass letters set across the top of the picture, like a biblical verse. A state of anomie is impossible wherever organs in solidarity with one another are in sufficient contact, and in sufficiently lengthy contact. Chapter 40. But I, who am 17 next year, some nights in bed have grown cold to hear that lonely passion of the rain, which makes you think of being dead, and of somewhere living to lay your head, as if you were a child again, crying for one thing known and near, your empty heart to still the hunger and the fear that pelts and beats with it against the pain. Charlotte Mew, The Fate. The art class ended with Mariam delivering a short verdict on everyone's drawing. Preston Pierce, who'd pulled his grey dressing-gown back on, sat smoking a roll-up, grinning as each rendition of his naked figure was held up for everyone to see. He was particularly interested in Robin's, which was given qualified praise by Mariam. Once the assessment of all the drawings had concluded, Mariam wished her pupils a good week, told them she was looking forward to seeing them at the next lesson, and informed them that there'd be no class the week after that, because it would be the day of the general election, and Mariam would be one of those manning the local polling station. It was 10 o'clock, and the studio windows had become inky oblongs, revealing nothing of the garden beyond. Everybody stood up and pulled coats and jackets on. The blue-haired girl with the piercings was first to leave, looking as eager to depart as she'd been keen to arrive. Robin was sure she wouldn't be back again. The tiny girl with the long hair was talking to a couple in the hall when Robin left the studio. Robin pretended to be searching for something in her bag as an excuse to linger and listen. Fast asleep? the younger girl was saying, and I give her a blankie out of the wash. "Aw, cheers, Zoe," said the older woman, who had a crew cut and was already heading for the stairs, hand in hand with her turbaned partner. "See you Monday, then." The couple proceeded up the spiral staircase with its curving banisters. The tiny black-clad girl drew her thin jacket tightly around her, then passed beneath a canopy of Monstera deliciosa leaves and left the building. Robin had just started after her, with the intent of luring the girl into conversation, when a Liverpudlian voice called her back. "Hey, Jessica!" Robin turned. Preston Pierce had left the studio room in pursuit of her. He was still wearing his tatty dressing gown. "You going straight home, like?" For a split second, Robin hesitated. Preston Pierce was a genuine suspect for Anime, but something about that tiny black-clad girl was calling to her, and she had an idea that continually checking her iPad while talking to Pierce might look very strange. "Yeah," said Robin, forcing a disappointed look onto her face. "I've got to be up at 5 tomorrow, going to Manchester." "Condolences," he said, grinning. "I liked your drawing of me." "Thanks," said Robin, smiling, and trying not to think about his penis. "OK, well, see you next week," he said. "Yeah," Robin replied brightly. "Can't wait." He looked cheerful at that, clearly taking her enthusiasm as encouragement, as she'd intended, and with a half salute he turned and padded on his bare feet back in the direction of the kitchen. Robin hoisted her tote bag over her shoulder and left the building, looking around for her quarry in the dark. She spotted the girl in the distance, passing under a streetlight, arms folded, walking rapidly. Robin hurried after her, mulling over her options. Reaching a decision, she retrieved her purse from the bottom of her bag, broke into a run, and, slightly broadening her natural Yorkshire accent, shouted, "Excuse me!" The girl turned with a start and waited as Robin ran up to her. "Is this your purse?" Robin thought she saw the idea of claiming it cross the girl's face, so she said quickly, "What's your name?" and opened the purse to examine a credit card. "Zoe Haig," said the girl. "No, it's not mine." "Shit," said Robin, looking around. "Someone's dropped it. I better hand this in. Do you know where the nearest police station is?" "Maybe Kentish Town," suggested the girl, and then curiously, "You're from Yorkshire?" "Yeah," said Robin. "Masham?" "Yeah, I'm from Knaresborough." "Mother Shipton's Cave," said Robin promptly, falling into step beside Zoe. "We went to see it on a primary school trip. I thought it was creepy as fuck." Zoe gave a little laugh. Her face truly was strangely old-young, sunken and white, smooth and gaunt. The heavy black eyeliner didn't help the skull-like appearance. "Yeah, it is," she said. "I were taken there when I were a kid. I thought the witch still lived there. I were petrified. Ha ha," she added. The main attraction of Mother Shipton's Cave was the petrifying well, which appeared to turn objects into stone through a process of calcification. Robin, who'd got the unintentional joke, laughed on cue. Zoe looked pleased to have amused her. "What are you doing in London, if you're from Knaresborough?" asked Robin. "Moved to be with my boyfriend," said Zoe. The idea that had occurred to Robin back in the North Grove kitchen suddenly seemed a lot less wild. Zoe, Zozo, at Inky Heart 28, Worm 28. "Me too," she said. It happened to be true. Matthew hadn't been her husband or even her fiancé when she'd moved to London to be with him. But we split up. "Shit," said Zoe. The information seemed to depress her. "You work at North Grove, do you?" Robin asked, discreetly slipping her purse back into her bag. "Yeah, part-time," said Zoe. They walked on in silence for nearly a minute, and then Zoe piped up again. "Marion wants me to move in there. Cheap room. Cheaper than where I am now." Robin had to assume Zoe's unusual readiness to confide in a stranger sprang from loneliness. Certainly an air of deep unhappiness hung over her. "Mariam's the one who took my class, right?" "Yeah," said Zoe. "She seems really nice," said Robin. "Yeah, she is." "So why don't you move in? Seems like a cool place." "My boyfriend don't want me to." "Why? Doesn't he like the people?" When Zoe didn't respond, Robin said, "Who else lives there? It's like a commune, isn't it?" "Yeah, Nils owns it. He's that massive bloke who was in kitchen." Zoe walked on for a few paces in silence, then said, "He's really rich." "Yeah? Yeah. His dad was like some big businessman or something. Nils inherited like, I don't know, millions. So that's how come they can afford that big house and everything." "You wouldn't think he was a millionaire looking at him," said Robin. "No," agreed Zoe. "I was really surprised when I found out. He just looks like some old hippie, don't he? He told me he always wanted to live like that, be an artist and have like a place where loads of artists live together." But Zoe's tone didn't hold much enthusiasm. "Are he and Mariam together?" "Yeah, but Bram, the big blonde kid, isn't hers, just Neil's." "Really?" "Yeah. Neil's had him with a girlfriend in Holland, but the girlfriend died, so Bram came to live at North Grove." "Sad," said Robin. "Yeah," said Zoe again. They walked on in silence until they reached a bus stop, which Robin had assumed was Zoe's destination, but she strode onwards. "How are you getting home?" asked Robin. "Walking," said Zoe. The day had been sunny, but the night sky was cloudless and the temperature had plummeted. Zoe was walking with her arms wrapped around herself, and Robin thought she might be shivering. "Where'd you live?" Robin asked. "Junction Road," said Zoe. "That's in the same direction as the police station, isn't it?" said Robin, hoping this was true. "Yeah," said Zoe. "So, you must be artistic, right, to get a job at North Grove?" "Kind of," said Zoe. "I want to be a tattoo artist." "Seriously? That'd be so cool." "Yeah," said Zoe. She glanced up at Robin, then rolled up her jacket sleeve, and the sleeve of the thin top beneath it, to reveal the densely tattooed forearm covered in characters from the ink-black heart. "I done them." "You what?" said Robin, unaffectedly astonished. "You did them?" "Yeah," said Zoe, shyly proud. "They're incredible, but how?" As Zoe laughed, Robin saw a glimpse of a young person behind the skull-like face. "You just need to make the stencils and have ink and a tattoo gun. I got one second-hand off Tinternet." "But doing it on yourself?" "I used mirrors in that. It took a long time, over a year to do it all." "That's all stuff from the ink-black heart, isn't it?" "Yeah," said Zoe. "I love that cartoon," said Robin, well aware that she'd now split into two different Jessicas, one from London who knew only vaguely about the ink-black heart, and one from Yorkshire who adored it, but there was no time to worry about that now. "Do you?" said Zoe, looking up at Robin again as she pulled down her sleeve. She seemed to like Robin the more for hearing it. "Yeah, of course. It's really funny, isn't it?" said Robin. "I love the characters and what they say about, I don't know," which was true. Robin grasped for generalities. Drek's game meant something like that, didn't it? "And I love Harty," Robin concluded. It was safe to love Harty. Nearly all the fans whose tweets she'd been wading through for weeks loved Harty. Zoe wrapped her arms around herself again, and then, suddenly, words poured out of her. "It saved my life, that cartoon," she said, staring ahead of her. "I felt so bad when I was 13. I were in care like Edie Ledwell. There's so many things the same between us. She tried to kill herself, and I did too, when I was 14. Slit me wrists. I've tattooed over the scars. God, I found the ink-black heart on YouTube, and it was so fucking weird, but I couldn't stop watching it. I love the style of the drawings and all the characters. They're like so messed up, but they're still okay, really, ain't they? I felt proper bad and wrong when I was 14, but like, all the things Harty says, like, it's never too late, even if you was made to do bad stuff. You don't have to forever. I just loved watching them, and it's proper funny. I were going to do it again. Slit me wrists. I had the stuff ready, and I were going to pretend I were going on a sleepover and go in the woods and do it so nobody could find me. But the cartoon was the first thing that made me laugh in like a year, and I thought, if I can still laugh. And then I saw Edie Ledwell online saying she were going to do another one, and I wanted to see it, so I didn't kill myself. That's what stopped me. That's mad, innit?" said Zoe, staring into the darkness. "But it's true." "That doesn't sound mad," said Robin quietly. "So I watched the second one, and it were really funny and all. That were the first one Magpie spoke in. You know that guy who was chatting you up back there, Preston? The one who was modelling for your class? Yes, said Robin. He were the voice of Magpie in episodes 2 and 3. No way, said Robin. Yeah, but then he went home to Liverpool for a few months, so they got someone else in doing a Scouse accent. He hates people going on about the ink black heart. When he saw my tattoos, he were right bastard about them. But Zoe left the thought unfinished. They walked on in silence for a while, with Robin wondering whether it was a good or bad idea to bring up the game. Edie Ledwell spoke to me once, said Zoe, breaking the silence, on Twitter. She spoke of it in a hushed, awed voice, as though of a religious experience. Wow, really? Said Robin. Yeah. It was the day my mum died. Oh, I'm so sorry, said Robin. I weren't living with her, said Zoe quietly. She had a lot of problems. She had to be sectioned twice. She did drugs. That's why we're in care mostly. Me foster mum told me she'd died and gave me a day off school. I went on Twitter and I said me mum had died that day. And Edie Ledwell spoke to me. Robin looked down. The girl's face had crumpled. She could have been a 90-year-old woman or a baby with that expression of anguish, her tears making no impression on the thickly applied coal. And Robin suddenly remembered Edie Ledwell's smeared eyeliner as she'd wept at the office. She were really nice, said Zoe through sobs. I told them my foster mum had just told me, and she said she were in care and all. And she sent me a hug, and I told her she was my heroine, and I loved her. I said that. I did tell her that. Have a tissue, said Robin quietly, pulling some out of her tote bag. Sorry, said Zoe. I wish, people were horrible to her online, and people were saying there was tons of stuff wrong with the cartoon, but I don't know. I never thought there were nothing wrong with it. But then when I read what people were saying, it sort of made sense. But I wish I hadn't. My boyfriend says we didn't do nothing wrong, but... Robin's mobile rang. Inwardly cursing the caller, she fished it out of her bag. It was Strike. Aye, he said. How'd it go at North Grove? I said everything I had to say to you last weekend, said Robin coldly. I'm busy, okay? Right you are, said Strike, who sounded amused. Call me when you're not busy. No, you are, said Robin, and hung up. Your ex, said Zoe in a small voice. She was mopping her face with a tissue Robin had given her. Yeah, said Robin, stuffing the mobile back in her bag. Go on, what were you saying? Oh, nothing, said Zoe hopelessly. They walked on, the only sound from Zoe an occasional sniff. Highgate Hill was a long and well-lit street, along which plenty of traffic was still moving. A group of youths catcalled the two women as they passed on the opposite side of the road. Bugger off, said Robin under her breath, and Zoe smiled weakly. I met Josh Blair, Zoe said, her voice slightly croaky now. Seriously, said Robin, appropriately impressed. Yeah, he come to stay at North Grove for a month before he and Edie were attacked. Did you talk to him? Said Robin, sure she already knew the answer. No, I was too scared. I walked in the kitchen and he was just standing there. And you were shaking. And I was shaking, said Zoe with a tearful little laugh. Mariam introduced me and I couldn't talk. I never got the courage up. But it was evident to Robin that Zoe was a rarity in the Ink Black Heart fandom, someone who'd esteemed Edie Ledwell more highly than Josh Blay. What was he like? Robin asked Zoe. Stoned, said Zoe with a sad smile. Mostly. He didn't like meeting people. He stayed in his room a lot and he kept playing that Stroke song, Is This It, over and over again. And then he set fire to the room. He did what? Said Robin, feigning surprise again. Well, Mariam thought it were Josh, said Zoe, but I don't think it were. Who then? Shouldn't say. Want to keep me job. Robin considered pressing her, but having built up trust, was afraid of breaking it. What do you do at North Grove, anyway? All sorts, said Zoe. When I got to London, I went to visit it just to see where it all happened. I went in the shop and got talking to Mariam. She were proper nice about me tattoos, and I told her a bit about being a big fan and that, and about just leaving care, and she said, did I have a job? And I said no, and she offered me one. I help out with this class Mariam takes on Tuesdays with kids who got special needs. Edie used to do it when she were living at North Grove, said Zoe, with a slight return of the holy voice. And I wash brushes and do a bit of cooking, and I babysit the kids a bit. Star's all right, Freya's kid, but Bram's, well, he's bigger than me. He don't give a shit if I tell him to do anything. They turned at last into Junction Road. Hey, said Robin, as though the thought had only just occurred to her. You didn't ever play that game, did you? That those fans made about the ink black heart? I'm only asking because I did a bit, said Robin. A few years back, I just got really into the cartoon. The game was quite good, seeing as it was supposed to be made by amateurs. Yeah, said Zoe cautiously. I played it a couple of times. What were your username? Maybe we talked to each other in there. It was... bloody hell, I can't remember now, said Robin with a little laugh. Ink Hearty or something? There's tons of Ink Hearties, said Zoe, which was precisely why Robin had chosen the name. They passed a toy shop, Zoe's gaunt reflection sliding across rows of plastic figurines. I live up there, she said, pointing to the narrow corner building Robin had already seen in Strike's photo. Yeah? Got flatmates? Not really. There's other people in there, but I've just got a box room, said Zoe. It's got a sink, she added, almost defensively. London property, said Robin with an eye roll. Yeah, said Zoe. Well, it's been nice talking to you. Nice to meet someone from Yorkshire, she added. Yeah, said Robin warmly. Hope I see you next week. I'm going to go to the police station and hand this purse in. Do you live far from here? No, short walk. See ya. Zoe smiled and disappeared around the corner. Robin walked on. After crossing the road, she glanced back and saw Zoe letting herself into the corner building via the side door. Robin pulled out her mobile and, still walking, called Strike back. Evening, he said. How'd it go? Pretty well, said Robin, now looking around for a cab. I met Preston Pierce and your girl with all the tattoos. Seriously? Yeah, she's working at North Grove and... Hang on, that's a taxi, said Robin, flagging it down. Having given the driver her address and got in, Robin raised her mobile to her ear again while groping in her bag for notebook and pen. She wanted to write down everything she'd just heard from Zoe before she forgot any of it. Her real name's Zoe Haig, said Robin, but in the game she's Moderator Worm 28. You serious? Yep, said Robin, pulling off her pen lid with her teeth. She came down to London to be with her boyfriend, and it clearly isn't going well between them. Worm 28 told me in the game, I wish I could tell you where I'm working. Zoe's working at North Grove. Worm 28 told me she met Josh Blay, but couldn't talk to him and just stood there shaking. Zoe's just told me exactly the same thing. Bloody hell. Didn't I say we were due a breakthrough? There's other stuff, said Robin, scribbling in the notebook open on her lap. Something about her boyfriend telling her they hadn't done anything wrong. She seemed to be feeling guilty, although it might just have been for criticising the ink black heart online. She loved the cartoon, but she seems to have been persuaded by the arguments that it was ableist and all the rest of it. Her boyfriend's got to be one of the three who met Nils at the Red Lion and Sun, said Strike. My money's on Wally Cardew. You think? Said Robin. Can you see how she'd fit into Montgomery's life? He's living with his girlfriend, he's holding down a good job. What would he want with Zoe? It could have started as an online flirtation she took a lot more seriously than he did. He might not have realised she was going to up sticks and move to be near him. I can't see that happening to Montgomery. Why would he let an online flirtation develop into a situation that might jeopardise his nice life? Cardew hasn't got a girlfriend, from what we've got on him so far, and he's a reckless tosser. I can imagine him sleeping with young fans and getting a shock when one of them decided to move to London to be near him. What about Tim Ashcroft? Pucker public school type. I dunno, it could be him, but I'd imagine he'd go for someone a bit more... Cashmere sweater? Robin suggested. Well, yeah. He's an actor. He might be attracted to more bohemian types. And don't forget her username in the game. Ashcroft played the Worm. There's that, said Strike, although he didn't sound convinced. Zoe said something else, Robin went on, still making notes on a page that was turning alternately orange and grey as the taxi passed beneath streetlights. She doesn't think Blay set fire to his own bedroom, but she wouldn't tell me who did. Said she wanted to keep her job. Interesting, said Strike. I know, but I've got bad news too, said Robin. I had to get out of the game. Anamy's given an order that mods need to keep an eye out for people who log into the game but don't play. He thinks the police might be spying on fans, which might explain the fact that he's not on there much himself at the moment. Inconvenient, said Strike, but not irretrievable. We'll just have to make sure you do a good bit of playing in the next few days to allay suspicion. What about Pierce? A mental image of Preston Pierce's large penis intruded immediately into Robin's mind and was firmly repressed. He came close to asking me out for a drink. Fast work, commented Strike, who didn't sound particularly pleased about it.
I turned him down in favour of walking Zoe home.
I think it was the right call. I couldn't interrogate him and keep an eye on the game. Anyway, there's next week. There's one other thing, said Robin, which seems... Well, it could be a huge coincidence, but there's this stained glass window in the communal kitchen. Mariam made it, the woman who took my class. It's been there 5 or 6 years, according to Pierce. There's, I think it must be a quotation, but I don't know. Words written across the top of it anyway, about Anamy. The window shows a kind of idealised commune, and the people represented on it have all been at the collective, or are friends of Mariam's, apparently. And over the top of the picture there's this quote about the conditions under which it's impossible to feel Anamy. Something about organs being in solidarity with each other. Robin could almost hear Strike thinking in the pause that followed. At last he said, Well, coincidences happen, but that feels like a hell of a coincidence. You think that's where Anamy got the idea for the name? I'd have thought it's a strong possibility. All of them were at North Grove at some point, the whole cast. You've done a bloody good night's work there, Robin. Robin thought she heard a woman's voice in the background, from Strike's end of the call. Television? Or Madeline Curson-Miles? I better go, she said quickly. Speak tomorrow. She hung up before Strike could respond. Chapter 41. But there comes an idealless lad, with a strut and a stare and a smirk. Constance Naden, Natural Selection. The condition of Strike's stump was deteriorating. In spite of his twice-daily applications of cream, the skin beneath the gel pad remained irritated and inflamed. He was afraid he might be looking at the early signs of choke syndrome, whereby the skin would ulcerate and break down, yet he made no doctor's appointment. What was the point? He couldn't afford to stop working. The addition of surveillance on Jago Ross had rendered their current roster of investigations unsustainable. The only solution was to find new subcontractors who might be drafted in to help. Having exhausted all his police and army contacts, Strike went back through every previous temporary hire he decided against making permanent. Finally, and in desperation, he succeeded in rehiring on a weekly contract that could be terminated without notice at either party's behest, an ex-redcap by the name of Stuart Nutley, who 3 years previously had driven his moped into the rear of a taxi he was supposed to be following. Strike had bawled Nutley out for the offence and sacked him on the spot, so it was with minimal enthusiasm that he rang the man and ate some humble pie. A gap-toothed, mouse-haired married man in his early 30s, Nutley's resting expression was unattractively self-satisfied. As he hadn't managed to hold down a civilian investigative job since he and Strike parted ways, Nutley was keen to prove his worth to an agency that had gained greatly in prestige since he had left it. While nobody on the team was particularly enamoured of the new hire, all were grateful for another pair of legs and eyes. Meanwhile, Madeline's new collection was due to launch in a week's time, which meant she wasn't free to see Strike at all, which, as he acknowledged to himself while expressing regret to Madeline, was convenient. Her state of high tension translated itself into long monologues by phone. I shouldn't have made the collection so big. Never, ever again. Listen, will you come and meet me after the launch is over? I need to cut loose. This has been the worst one ever. I want to be with someone who doesn't give a shit about jewellery. I want to be with you, and I want a drink and a fuck. Strike had no objection to most of this programme, and yet a suspicion, born of the invitation to the literary launch, prompted him to say, "After it's over, right? You aren't asking me to come in, because there'll be press, won't there?" "Yeah," she said, "but... OK, no, don't come in. Not if you don't want to." "Great. Well, I'll meet you afterwards. What time will it be over?" 9, she said, and then, "Please come if you can. I'm missing you, and if I know you're coming to take me away from it all, I'll be able to look happy for pictures." "You should look happy anyway," he said. "The stuff you've shown me looked incredible." "Oh, Colm, you're so sweet," she said tearfully. "It all looks like complete crap to me at the moment, but I always feel like this right before a launch, or I think I do. But it always happens in such a blur I can't be sure." So Strike, still in the spirit of giving a proper relationship a chance, had committed to meeting Madeline after her launch, although he'd noted that what she wanted was for him to pick her up, whereas he wanted to meet her well away from the place he was sure Charlotte would be. To articulate this concern would be to open a door onto another conversation he didn't want to have, so the plan was left vague. Both he and Madeline, perhaps, determined that their preference would prevail. Meanwhile, a couple of welcome absences temporarily alleviated pressure on the agency. Groomer took off to Morocco for 10 days, and Fingers flew to New York to visit his adoring mother and the stepfather who suspected him of being a thief. "So, this is our opportunity," Strike told the team during a pep talk by conference call, there being no time for a face-to-face team meeting, to rule out a few enemy suspects. The first Monday in May, which was a bank holiday, saw Strike limping into the Lismore Circus estate shortly after dawn, there to keep watch over the 3-bedroomed maisonette where Wally Cardew lived with his grandmother and sister. By 8 o'clock there'd been only 2 signs of life from within the flat. Somebody had opened the curtains, and a pure white cat had leapt up onto the windowsill to stare out across the estate with the superciliousness peculiar to its species. According to housing records, the YouTuber and his sister had lived in this same maisonette with their grandmother for the past 20 years. Wally's sister, who worked in a local chemist's, resembled her brother in being tow-headed and Scandinavian in appearance, though she was voluptuous where her brother was short and stocky, with large round blue eyes and full lips. Shah and Barclay had both independently informed Strike, out of earshot of Robin, Midge and Pat, that they'd be happy to keep watching Chloe Cardew for as long as the case might require, or indeed, after it was no longer necessary. While Strike watched the flat in Gospel Oak, Robin was sitting at the window of a Croydon cafe by the name of the Saucy Sausage, which was situated directly opposite the house of Yasmin Weatherhead and her parents. She was relieved to be out of the office, where she'd recently put in many more hours playing the game in order to allay Annemy's suspicions that she might be there to spy on other players. This had entailed a few more private chats with Worm 28, who told her artlessly she'd met a nice woman from where I used to live, but hadn't let anything more slip about her boyfriend or about Annemy's identity. Strike, who sympathised with Robin's desire to do something other than stare at her iPad all day, had agreed that she could watch Yasmin, who was a person of second-tier interest compared to the plausible Annemy suspects. Yasmin Street had an air of sleepy respectability. On one side was a row of local shops, and on the other a terrace of middle-sized houses with small front gardens. Robin was alternating between watching the front of Yasmin's parents' house and keeping an eye on the game and Twitter, on which Annemy had already been active that morning. Annemy at Annemy Game Master. Heavy Fedwell reported to be looking forward to hiring multiple nannies for the kids she keeps littering, once the #InkBlack cash-in starts. 9:06 a.m, 4th of May, 2015. Every enemy suspect under surveillance had been inside their respective houses and out of sight when Anime posted these words. Kay and Niven remained unwatched due to lack of personnel, although Strike had decided to leave a new, carefully crafted message on the Niven's answering machine, which was designed to play on Kaya's fear of what Blay would think of her if she refused to help their investigation. At 10:10, Robin, who was already on her third cup of coffee to justify her continuing presence at the Saucy Sausage, and who hadn't yet caught any glimpse of Yasmin Weatherhead, received a call from Strike. "Wally and his mate, MJ, have just come out of his flat. I'm following them. What's Anime's game status?" "Absent," sighed Robin, as she navigated Buffy Paws past the vampire drifting along one of the game's paths. "Think they're heading towards the tube," Strike told Robin, wincing, as he sped up to keep the two younger men in sight. "MJ's carrying a video camera. This would be an ideal opportunity for Anime to drop into the game. Cardew's not on his phone." "I'm starting to think Anime knows exactly when it would be helpful to drop into the game and avoids it on purpose," said Robin bitterly. "Any sign of Yasmin?" "No. Nobody's left the house since 9 this morning. Well, it is a bank holiday." "Hang on," said Strike. Robin waited. "Someone else is following them," said Strike in a low voice. "Police," said Robin, so sharply that the waitress looked round at her. "No," said Strike. "I don't think so. I'll call you back." He hung up. The man Strike had noticed was hard to miss. He was at least 6 feet tall, and his buzz cut was so short he was almost shaven-headed, though he also sported a bushy beard and moustache. He'd been leaning up against a wall, apparently texting, when Wally and MJ approached. But once they'd passed, he'd pocketed his phone and set off in pursuit, hands in the pockets of his jeans. On the back of his old leather jacket was a skull and crossbones, topped with a steel helmet. He had many visible tattoos, and while the Union Jack on the side of his neck and the Gothic cross on the back of his left hand might have been fake, the large skull tattooed on the back of his head, and visible through the millimetres of stubble, certainly couldn't be, which ruled the man out as a disguised police officer. The unknown man entered the same tube carriage as Wally and MJ, and Strike followed. The YouTubers were deep in conversation and didn't seem to have noticed either of the men following them. Strike took a couple of surreptitious photographs of the unknown man on his phone, noting a further tattoo on his Adam's apple, which the detective, though no expert on the Futhark, couldn't help thinking looked like a Norse rune. After a 20-minute journey, they arrived at Embankment, where Wally and MJ got out, followed firstly by the tattooed man and secondly by Strike. The four men, two of them still oblivious to the fact they were being followed, headed into Whitehall Gardens, where Wally took a handheld microphone out of his backpack and MJ switched on the camera. The purpose of coming to Whitehall Gardens on a bank holiday became clear when Wally and MJ began waylaying tourists and asking them, as far as Strike could see, to be interviewed on camera. A pair of Japanese girls were first, then a family who, judging from the small boys' football strip, were from Brazil. Strike was too far away to hear what questions Wally was asking, but as each interview progressed, he saw the interviewees' expressions change from polite or giggly to bemused, dismayed, or in the case of the Brazilian father, angry. Strike surmised that the point of today's video was to take the piss out of foreigners. The tattooed man in the leather jacket sat down on a bench 100 yards away, openly watching the filming. Deciding against sitting down himself, in case the bearded observer noted Strike mirroring his behaviour, the detective took up a position behind the statue of Henry Bartle Frere, a 19th-century colonial administrator, and looked up Viking runes on his phone, where he found the very mark the bearded man was sporting so proudly on his throat. It resembled an angular letter P, and its name was Turizaz, which, according to the internet, signified danger, chaos, and brute strength. Strike was just putting his mobile back into his pocket when it rang. Cormoran Strike? Hello? Said a weak female voice, in barely more than a whisper. Hi, said Strike. Who's this? Kaya Niven. Ah, great, said Strike. It looked as though his guilt-tripping voicemail message had done the job. Thanks for getting back to me, Kaya. I take it you know what this is about. Yes. Anime? She whispered. Yes, but I don't know anything. She sounded far younger than 25. If he hadn't known, he might have thought she was 13. Would it be all right to meet face to face and talk? I'm not well. I don't think that would be possible. I'm more than happy to come to your house if that helps, said Strike. No, I don't think I'd be able to. But I do want to help, she whispered. I really do. So I thought I'd call and tell you I don't know anything. Right, said Strike. Well, it's probably only fair to tell you, Kaya, that there's a theory out there that you're Anime. There was no need whatsoever to say that the theory was his partner's. What? That you're Anime, repeated Strike. Who? Oh my God. Does Josh think that? He wants me to find out who Anime is, said Strike, avoiding a direct answer. But if you're too unwell to speak to me, oh God. A storm of dry sobs followed. They might have been genuine, they might not, but it wasn't Strike's job to offer comfort. He watched pigeons wheeling against the cloudy sky until at last Kaya said, Why? Why can't I just tell you now? I don't know anything. I'm not Anime. I'd never. Look, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak for yourself, said Strike. I also wanted to show you a few things. What things? Photographs, said Strike, which wasn't entirely untrue. The screenshots he'd taken of her Twitter activity were photos of a type. And documents, he added, to add a bit of extra intrigue. Documents always sounded scary. Well, why can't you just email them to me? Because they're confidential, said Strike. There was another long pause. All right. You'll let me come and talk to you? Yes, I suppose, yes. What day's good for you? Asked Strike. Not this week, she said hastily. I'm too ill. Maybe Thursday next week? That was the day of Madeline's launch. Strike could have done without a 5 or 6 hour round trip to King's Lynn beforehand, but as his priority had to be ruling out as many Anime suspects as possible, he said, Great, well, I'll be coming from London, so I could be with you around 11 if that suits you. Yes, whispered Kaya. All right then. And keep this between ourselves, please, Strike added. Who would I tell? I just mean that talking about our investigation will hamper it, and, as you can imagine, Josh is very keen for us to succeed. After hanging up, Strike texted Robin to tell her that an interview had been arranged and received a one-word answer. Great. Strike had just put his phone back in his pocket when Nutley, who was supposed to have Gus Upcott under surveillance, called. What's up? Asked Strike. I'm on the young bloke, right? What do you mean? Said Strike, trying not to sound too irritable. The old geezer's just come out of the house. In a wheelchair? No, walking with a stick, and he's talking on his mobile. Stay where you are unless the sun goes out, said Strike. What about the other family members? The wife took the daughter out about half an hour ago, in the car. OK, well, you're on Gus. Roger that. Nutley hung up. Wally and MJ had now succeeded in persuading a group of Chinese students to talk to them. The tattooed man, or Turizaz, as Strike had now mentally dubbed him, had vanished from his bench. Strike was left thinking about Inigo Upcott walking with a stick on his wasted leg now that his wife had left the house, and taking a call where the only family member remaining in the house couldn't disturb him. He called Nutley back. Follow the old bloke. What? Follow him. Can you still see him? Yeah, he's not moving fast. Well, get after him. Ideally, find out what he's talking about. After hanging up again, Strike asked himself what he was playing at and found no good answer. He didn't like hunches or intuitions, which in his opinion were generally prejudice or blind guesswork. Nevertheless, he knew that if he'd been watching the Upcott's house, he'd have gone after Inigo. Meanwhile, in the Saucy Sausage, Robin, who was now on her 4th cup of coffee, had succeeded for the first time in making direct contact with a moderator called Fiendy1, to whom she'd never previously spoken on a private channel, and who she'd inveigled into it by expressing frustration at one of the more difficult tasks in the game. Buffy paws. I've tried everything. Every frigging thing. Fiendy1. Lol. You're not the only one. We're always getting log jams at Wombwell's tomb. Buffy paws. Help me. Fiendy1. You need to try Drekisms. Buffy paws. I've tried them all. Fiendy1. It's an obscure one. Try and think what Drek would say if a stone lion wouldn't let him past. Buffy paws. Question mark. I'm supposed to be working, and all I can think about is how to get past the stone lion. Fiendy1. Clue. Series 2, Episode 3. Buffy paws. OK, that'll help. But if I get fired for watching the Ink Black Heart at work, it's on you. Fiendy1. Lol. Why are you working? It's a bank hol. Buffy paws. Small business. Don't have to abide by bank holiday rules. You got the day off? Fiendy1. Yeah, but no. Buffy paws. Question mark. Fiendy1. Got the day off, but the dear leader wants me in here moderating till 6 p.m. Punishment for going to the footy on Saturday. Robin wrote, Fiendy1 football fan, in her notebook. At random, she suggested, Buffy paws, M, 9 asterisks, U, 2 asterisks. Fiendy1. Ha, no, but I love seeing WBA beat them. You are M, 2 asterisks, U fan. Robin had virtually no interest in football, but deciding that Google would be her friend if she needed to fake an interest, she typed, Buffy paws, yeah. Fiendy1, lol. Sorry then. Buffy paws, U, question mark. Fiendy1, the W, 5 asterisks. Robin took out her phone and took a picture of this exchange. Buffy paws, why doesn't Anime like you going to the football? Fiendy1, I forgot I was supposed to be modding, so Hartella had to do it all by herself all day. Reminded that she was supposed to be watching the Weatherhead house, Robin glanced up through the cafe window again. A young woman was walking in lumbering fashion down the garden path. She had long, thick, dark blonde hair and wore a knee-length black cardigan, which didn't successfully disguise the excess weight she was carrying. Robin couldn't see her face because she was looking down, fiddling with her phone. Opening the garden gate, the young woman Robin assumed to be Yasmin stepped out onto the pavement and stopped, still concentrating on her phone. Robin glanced back down at her iPad screen. Fiendy1 was still messaging her. Fiendy1. I was threatened with loss of moderator status, the works. You know his motto. Could I pay, please? Robin asked the waitress, groping in her purse for some cash. Across the road, Yasmin had looked up. She had a pale, flat, round face and was now watching the oncoming traffic. While the waitress was fetching her bill, Robin hastily answered Fiendy1. Buffy paws. What motto? Fiendy1. Odorint dum metuant. You must have seen him say it. He says it all the fucking time. Robin hastily took a picture of this exchange, too. Buffy paws. Shit, that's my supervisor. Fiendy1. OK, see ya. Private channel has closed. Robin shoved her iPad back in her bag, paid her bill, and left the Saucy Sausage with her mobile in her hand. A dark red Ford Fiesta was slowing down, driven by a white man Robin didn't recognize. Raising her phone, Robin filmed Yasmin beaming and waving at the driver. The car drew up in front of her, Yasmin got in, and they drove away. The number plate, Robin noticed, terminated in the letters CBS, which happened to be Strike's initials. Chapter 42. Well, he had some right on his side, probably. Men always have. who go absurdly wrong. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Aurora Lee. After a 30-minute absence, the tattooed man reappeared in Whitehall Gardens, now talking on his mobile and wandering between flower beds and benches. Strike, who'd been treating himself to a sit-down on a bench, once again retreated behind the statue of Henry Bartle Frere, his leg throbbing, and hoping the YouTubers would soon have enough footage of disconcerted foreigners to break for lunch. Sure enough, at close to 1 o'clock, Wally and MJ stopped filming. Strike, who was now wearing sunglasses and faking a phone conversation, watched as Wally put the microphone in his backpack, took out his mobile, and began typing on his phone. Now, at last, the tall, tattooed, bearded man walked purposely towards Wally and greeted him. The detective was too far away to hear what was being said, but he could have sworn he saw Turizaz's lips form the words, "Big fan." Turizaz and Wally shook hands, then talked for 10 minutes, both laughing more frequently as the conversation progressed, MJ's expression becoming progressively less happy. Finally, Strike saw a proposal being made. Wally seemed keen to accept. He turned to MJ, who shook his head. After a couple of minutes' further discussion, MJ set off in the opposite direction to the other two, carrying his video camera, while Wally and Turizaz left the gardens and walked towards Villiers Street. Strike had been following for less than a minute, trying to ignore the mounting pain in his leg, when his mobile rang yet again. Robin. Anime entered the game about 10 minutes ago, but he's inactive. Present but not speaking, just hovering there. He could be talking to someone on a private channel, but this is the important bit. Barclays just texted me. Tim Ashcroft's sitting in a cafe, typing on a laptop. He started typing about 10 minutes ago. "Well, I'll match Barclay and raise you one suspected white supremacist," panted Strike, who was struggling not to limp too obviously. About 10 minutes ago, Cardew started typing on his phone, but was interrupted by a large tattooed guy who's been tailing him all morning, and who I'd bet is a grand paid-up member of the Brotherhood of Ultima Thule. Seriously? Yeah, panted Strike, who was struggling to maintain the same pace as the two men ahead. He's got a rune tattooed on his Adam's apple. Think I'm witnessing an attempted in-person recruitment. MJ got ditched, and Cardew and Rune Man are walking towards a second location. Any news from the others? No. Preston Pierce went out to buy bread and he's back home. Montgomery hasn't left his flat all day. I haven't heard from Nutley, so I assume Gus is still at home too. Nutley isn't on Gus anymore. You haven't sacked him again, said Robin anxiously. No, he's following orders. I'll explain later. Okay, said Robin. I'm about to send you a video. It isn't urgent. I'll look once I'm stationary. Keep me posted on Anime. Strike hung up. The pair he was tailing turned into a narrow alley called Craven Passage and were headed towards a pub called the Ship and Shovel, which was in fact a pub in two halves, which faced each other across the alley. Both establishments had red doors and window frames, and sported identical signs showing a portly, bewigged 17th-century seaman. Wally and Turizaz entered the bar on the right. Relieved to stop walking, Strike waited a full 5 minutes and smoked a cigarette outside before entering the pub himself. Wooden booths lined one side of the small bar, which was very crowded. In one of the booths nearest the door sat Wally, Turizaz, and a third individual, of whom Strike could see nothing but the sleeve of a corduroy jacket, due to the fact that 3 German tourists were standing in the way. Having bought himself a pint of Badger beer, Strike found a standing space as close to the booth as he could manage without being in direct sight of any of his targets. The loud buzz of the pub muffled most of their conversation, but by dint of long practice, the detective was able to tune out some of the surrounding clamour and catch a small amount of what was passing between the 3 men in whom he was interested. Turizaz's voice was unexpectedly soft. The man in the corduroy jacket sounded upper-middle class and was currently complimenting Wally on his YouTube output, evincing an in-depth knowledge of Cardew's videos that the latter must surely find very flattering. At one point, Wally adopted the Drek falsetto.
"You is no muckfluck, bois!"
And his two companions roared with obliging laughter. After a while, plates of food were delivered to Wally's table. The pub was becoming still more crowded. Strike, who could hear less and less of their conversation, took out his phone and opened the video Robin had sent him. He watched as the pale, overweight girl in the long black cardigan beamed and waved at the driver of the dark red Ford Fiesta, which pulled up, then set off again with Yasmin in the passenger seat. Frowning slightly, Strike rewound and watched again, then a third time. He paused the video at the point the driver's profile was most evident, then enlarged the picture, examining it for close to a minute before texting Robin. "The driver of the car in your vid is Philip Ormond." Her reply came barely a minute later. "OMG. Knew there was something off about his reaction when I mentioned her. We'll need to follow this up. What's Anime up to?" "In the game, but still not moving or speaking. Barclay says Ashcroft's still typing. Where's Cardew?" "In the pub, flirting with the alt-right. Worm 28's just told me Anime's favourite motto is Odorint dum metuant. Let them hate, so long as they fear." "Makes sense. Also had a private chat with Fiendy1 earlier. What football team with the W 5 asterisks be?" "The Whites equals Leeds United, also known as the P 7 asterisks. The what? I'll let you work it out." Slightly smiling, Strike slipped his mobile back into his pocket, resting nearly all his weight on his real foot and trying to ignore the smarting end of his stump and his throbbing hamstring. A group of new arrivals were now crowding in on Strike, talking in what he thought might be Finnish. Capitalizing on the apparent necessity to move out of their way, he edged closer to the booth and was just able to catch phrases and snatches of the man in the corduroy jacket's speech, which sounded like a pitch. "I mean, where does that leave humour?" "Well, you know that better than any. Myself as a race realist." "Have you read Jared Taylor? You should read him. It's all disenfranchisement, marginalization, replacement. Listen, you're a master. Broad-based appeal, shift the culture, acceptable discourse." Strike eased his weight tentatively back onto his false leg. He needed a pee. Once back from the bathroom, he tried to snatch a picture of Wally's companions, using a conveniently placed mirror. The detective took a single step in the direction of the stairs leading to the basement, but got no further. His false foot had caught itself in the strap of a bag on the floor, placed there by one of the Finnish women. Attempting in vain to right himself, Strike's hand slid off the wooden frame of Wally's booth. He crashed into one of the Finnish men, who gave a shout of surprise as he was knocked sideways, then fell heavily to the floor. Miraculously, Strike's empty pint glass didn't shatter, but rolled away. The whole pub had turned to stare. Making sure to keep his face turned away from the group in the booth, the humiliated Strike waved away the multitude of hands offered to help him up. He could tell, by the solicitous inquiries of the Finns, all of whom spoke perfect English, that the metal rod of his prosthesis had been revealed in the fall. Furious, he managed to struggle back to his feet and limped off towards the steep stairs, down which his now shaking stump was barely able to support him. Once in the bathroom, he staggered into a cubicle, locked the door, slammed down the toilet lid, and dropped down onto it, breathing hard, fingers fumbling at his trouser leg. The knee of his stump, which had taken most of the impact of his fall, was already swelling. He probed the back of his thigh with his fingers. His hamstring felt as though it could have torn again. Pain came in waves, with an edge of nausea. He castigated himself for not noticing the bag. He'd have been fine if only his real foot had caught it. It was the total lack of feeling that had done for him. He heard the bathroom door open outside, prayed whoever it was wouldn't want to shit, and heard with relief the sound of urine hitting the urinal. Pushing himself back up into a standing position, he lifted the toilet seat again and had a pee himself, one hand steadying himself on the cubicle wall. It wasn't a long walk to the office from here, but he doubted he'd be able to make it without doing himself further damage, so it would have to be a taxi. He opened the cubicle door. Facing him, clearly waiting for him, was the bearded, rune-marked man he'd tailed from Wally's estate. Tall and broad, exuding aggression, Turizaz stared unblinkingly into the detective's eyes, then took a step forwards, placing them toe-to-toe. 3 seconds passed, longer than it had taken for the vehicle in which Sergeant Strike of the Royal Military Police had been travelling to explode, ripping off half his leg. Long enough for Strike to deduce that his bearded friend had evidently clocked him at some point during all their hours tailing the same targets. Ample time for a once-gifted boxer to read the way this was about to go. Others might have said, "Excuse me," or "Is there a problem?" Might even have raised their hands in meek surrender and suggested they talk things out. But Strike's amygdala had taken control, flooding him with adrenaline that temporarily obliterated his excruciating pain. He feinted with his left hand to Turizaz's head. The latter swerved out of the way, swinging at Strike in turn, but too late. Strike had hit him hard in the solar plexus with his right. He felt his fist sink deep into the man's soft belly, heard the breath leave his lungs in a high-pitched wheeze, watched him double over and, satisfyingly, slip on what might have been his own piss on the floor. Winded, Turizaz fell to one knee, and Strike set off at a fast hobble for the door. Face now contorted in pain, because the swivel involved in the punch had ground the inflamed end of his stump against the prosthesis, Strike hauled himself upstairs, eager to reach the street before Turizaz regained his wind. Wally and Corduroy Jacket had vanished. Evidently the attack dog had been sent to take care of the man, who appeared to have been keeping them under surveillance while they beat a retreat. Whichever deity it was who granted small mercies following fuck-ups, they were smiling on Cormoran Strike. A black cab came driving down Craven Street as the detective emerged, sweaty-faced, from Craven Passage, arm raised. "Denmark Street," he gasped, grappling for the door handle and heaving himself inside. As the cab pulled away from the curb, Strike looked back through the rear window just in time to see Turizaz emerge from the alley at a run, looking wildly up and down the street. His lips clearly formed the word, "fuck." Strike turned to face forward again. He knew he'd now damaged his leg well past the point he'd be able to walk on it. The prospect of getting up 3 flights of metal stairs to his attic flat was appalling. There was a good chance he'd have to heave himself up them backwards while sitting on his arse like a small child. His phone rang again. Expecting Robin, he tugged it out of his pocket to see Nutley's number. "Hi," said Strike, trying not to sound as though he was suffering as much as he was. "What's going on?" "Got some stuff on the old guy with the stick," said Nutley, who sounded pleased with himself. "Mr. Upcott." "Go on," said Strike, while sweat passed in waves down his body. "He's playing away," said Nutley. "He was on the phone to her for nigh on 50 minutes. We ended up in a cafe. I was back to back with him. I could hear nearly all of it." "How do you know it was a woman on the other end?" "Well, you can just tell, can't you?" said Nutley. Tone of his voice. "My darling child. Listen, sweetheart." Sounded like she was worried they'd been found out. She was doing most of the talking. He was reassuring her. "I took some notes," said Nutley, as though this was something that would only have occurred to a man of extraordinary initiative. "You needn't worry. I shall take care of all that. I have things fully in hand at this end." Sounded like she was properly scared of something, probably her husband. "You have nothing to blame yourself for." "Did he notice you, do you think?" "Well, he looked at me on the way out of the cafe, but otherwise—" "Get out of there." "I don't think he—" "Get out of there," repeated Strike more aggressively. He didn't want 2 members of the agency becoming identifiable to targets. One gigantic mistake today was enough. "You won't be able to watch the Upcotts again." "If I hadn't followed him to the cafe, I wouldn't have heard—" "I know that," said Strike. It was extremely tempting to redirect his anger at himself onto Nutley, but he needed the idiot. "You can cover one of the other suspects going forwards. Good work on listening into the call," he added, through gritted teeth. Mollified, Nutley rang off. Strike sat back in the taxi, the pain in his right leg coursing through his entire body, tempted to offer the cabbie 50 quid to drive him around for a while, just so he could keep the weight off his stump a bit longer. Chapter 43. Then cease by stern reproof to load fresh sorrows on the oppressed. Strew not with thorns his rugged road, who fainting pants for rest. Merry Ty, 2 unstated. Given the agency's workload and the imminence of both Groomer's and Finger's return to the UK, Strike could hardly have chosen a worse moment to put himself out of action. But other possible ramifications of his bungled surveillance job on Cardew troubled him even more than the additional workload he was heaping on his colleagues. There had to be a possibility that Turizaz, putative member of the Brotherhood of Ultima Thule, and perhaps the Harvening, had recognized Strike as a private detective. This fear prompted Strike to call DCI Ryan Murphy the following morning and apprise him of what had happened. "I got pictures of the guy with the rune on his throat and can send them over," Strike concluded, in an attempt to mitigate the impression of ineptitude left by a story that had sounded no less embarrassing in the telling. "As I say, I was intending to get a photo of the brains of the outfit, but I fell arse over tit before I got a chance." "Yeah, I'd like those pictures, thanks," said Murphy. "Very telling he hasn't gone to the police about you punching him." I'm aware I'm self-reporting an assault here," said Strike, who'd weighed up the advisability of doing so before making the call. "I didn't hear you," said Murphy. "Cheers," said Strike. "What can you remember about the third guy?" "I only saw his corduroy jacket. Never got a clearer view of his face. Upper middle-class accent, articulate." Strike heard the tapping of computer keys again. Finally, Murphy said, "Okay, give me a second." Strike heard footsteps and surmised that Murphy was taking his mobile out of earshot of colleagues, then heard the sound of a door closing. "All right," said Murphy finally in Strike's ear. "Your agency's been very helpful to us, so I'm going to share something. I trust it'll go no further." "Understood," said Strike. "The Harvening have shifted the way they're communicating. Still dark web, but MI5 recorded a conversation last night about them thinking an undercover officer had tailed one of them to a pub where they were trying to recruit what they call a face. We thought they'd lost interest in Cardew. Obviously not. The guy who squared up to you in the gents was only supposed to be holding you up to give Cardew and the other bloke time to get away. He's had a bollocking for being heavy-handed about it. Currently, they don't know who you are. I think you've got away with it, but I'd still advise you to be careful about security going forwards. Any unsolicited packages, call us." So Strike was forced to inform Pat and the subcontractors that there was a slim possibility he'd made the agency the target of a far-right terrorist group. He hadn't expected the news to raise staff morale, and had a fairly good suspicion of what his employees might be saying about him once he'd retreated to his attic, where he applied topical creams to the end of his stump, rubbed anti-inflammatory gel into the afflicted hamstring, continued to apply ice packs, and hoped to God that the whole lot would heal soon. In spite of the fact that Robin was a partner in the firm, Strike was still seen as the boss by the subcontractors. It was, after all, his name engraved on the glass outer door, and whether for this reason or because they had qualms about venting their displeasure on a one-legged man now trapped in an attic, it was Robin who absorbed most of their resentment. "Look, I hope he's okay," Dev told Robin in clipped tones, calling in from Hampstead, where the Upcotts remained concealed behind the walls of their house. "But it hasn't bloody helped us, has it?" "I just hope he's finding us someone else," said Midge grumpily, over the phone from Lancashire. Tim Ashcroft was undertaking a week-long tour of schools in the north with the roving school players, and Midge had been sent after him, taking a couple of wigs with her. "Because we can't go on like this." "That fucker should have told us his leg was bad," Barclay growled when he and Robin met at the office kettle. "He didn't fall over on purpose," snapped Pat from her desk behind them before Robin could answer. Robin and Barclay turned to look at the office manager. It was the first time either of them had ever heard her defend Strike. "What?" she said, e-cigarette stuck between her teeth. "How would you like to be stuck upstairs, hopping around on one leg?"
"I'll give my fucking right leg to get some kip right now," said Barclay sourly, and abandoning the mug in which he'd started to make tea, he walked out. "Ungrateful sod," growled Pat, as Barclay's footsteps receded down the stairs. "He gave Barclay a job, didn't he?" "Everyone's stressed, that's all," said Robin, who was exhausted herself. Trying to play Drek's game while also keeping suspects under observation was stretching her to her limit. Sam's wife's upset about the number of hours he's been doing. "You had another call from that Hugh Jacks, by the way," said Pat. "He seemed to think I hadn't passed the last message on." "Oh, for God's sake," said Robin irritably. "Sorry, I'll have to call him and spell it out." She carried her tea into the inner office and closed the door, thoroughly annoyed that Hugh Jacks had added yet another item to a to-do list that already seemed impossibly long. She checked Drek's game, noted that the only moderator present was Paperwhite, did a couple of tasks to make sure Buffypaws wouldn't be admonished for not moving, then returned to an Instagram account she was perusing on her own initiative, that of Christabel Ross, the 14-year-old daughter of Jago Ross and his first wife. Like Strike, Robin suspected that Ross was taking every precaution against being photographed in a compromising position. She'd got the idea of looking into his older children from the endless monitoring of social media that the Anime case required. She felt slightly seedy about doing it, but as Ross was arguably an even bigger threat to the agency's ability to function than the Harvening, she'd overridden the promptings of her conscience. She'd found Christabel on Instagram fairly easily by cross-referencing photographs of the Ross family that had appeared in the press. An old picture from Jago's 40th birthday had been particularly helpful. She'd found it on Tatler.com, and it showed Jago, a heavily pregnant Charlotte looking as gorgeous as ever, and the 3 girls from his first marriage, all of whom had inherited his white blonde hair, narrow faces, and high cheekbones. The oldest had made no effort to smile for the camera, and Robin, examining the picture very closely, saw that unless it was a trick of the light, Jago's knuckles were white from the pressure with which he was gripping her around her thin shoulders. The Instagram page of @ChristyRoss was littered with selfies, pictures of drummer Ashton Irwin, on whom she appeared to have an outsized crush, and photos of school friends pulling funny faces. However, there were also a number of reposted items from other Instagram accounts, all of which had remarkably similar themes. The scapegoat is the child who dares to disagree with the narcissistic parent. An absent parent is better than a toxic one. Some people were put in your life to show you what love isn't. Before she could get any further with the investigation of Christabel's online activities, Robin's mobile rang. "Sorry," said Strike. He felt so guilty at the moment he was developing a tendency to start all verbal exchanges with the word. "Wondered whether you've got time for a quick partners chat." So Robin took her mug of tea upstairs with her iPad in her other hand and knocked on Strike's attic door by gently banging it with her elbow. Strike opened the door on crutches, right trouser leg pinned up. His skin had a greyish look, exaggerated by the fact that he hadn't shaved. "Sorry," he repeated. "No problem," said Robin. Strike's attic flat, which comprised a kitchen, a bedroom, and a very small bathroom containing a toilet and shower, was, as ever, neat and orderly. There were only 2 objects of decorative or sentimental value. The first was a school photo of his 3 nephews, which his sister Lucy had sent him. Strike heartily disliked Luke, the oldest, and was more or less indifferent to the youngest, Adam. But as he had a large soft spot for 12-year-old Jack, he'd put the picture up on the chest of drawers in his bedroom, still in its cardboard frame. The only other non-functional item in his flat was a photocopy of Jack's detailed handwritten and hand-illustrated 3-page report of the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle, which was now taped up on his kitchen cupboards. The piece of homework had gained his favourite nephew an A in his last history assignment, and Strike's congratulations and enthusiasm had prompted Lucy to send him the coloured photocopy. "Is that Jack's?" Robin asked, pausing to look. She'd sat by Jack's hospital bed with Strike, while the boy fought the infection that had placed him in intensive care, and consequently felt a personal interest in him. "Yeah,"
said Strike, part smiling, part grimacing, as he lowered himself into one of the chairs at his small kitchen table. "Good, isn't it?" "It's great," said Robin, sitting down opposite him. Strike's laptop was open on the table, and Robin propped up our iPad behind it, Drek's game still running. "I've been trying to find us another subcontractor. Nothing doing. We're going to have to drop a case." Robin, who'd been thinking the same thing, said quickly, "Not Anime." Strike hesitated. "Look, I want to keep Anime too, although that's the one taking most of the manpower." It was adding Charlotte's husband that screwed us up, Robin thought, though she refrained from saying it. "OK, well, if you don't want to drop Anime, it'll have to be Groomer," said Strike. "The client's getting bloody antsy anyway. I had her on the phone yesterday. She came close to suggesting we fit Groomer up with something. He's a creep. We proved he's a creep. But I'm not about to plant drugs on him. Anyway, I don't want to lose fingers. The money's too good." "All right," said Robin. "That makes sense. Will you call Leggs's mother, or—" "Yeah, I'll do it. Any news from Midge?" "Not much. Ashcroft does a lot of typing in cafes," said Robin, "which has twice coincided with Anime being in the game, so we can't rule him out yet, unfortunately. How's Spanner's website coming along, by the way?" Strike turned his laptop to face her. Arts and Drama in Schools. The UK's premier resource for using arts and drama as a tool across multiple disciplines. ADS provides learning materials and workshops at all levels of learning, from primary to higher education. Spanner had done a very convincing job. Robin scrolled down the website's homepage, which featured many photographs of theatrical performances and some quotations from actors who claimed to have worked with ADS. "They're all stock photos," said Strike, "and the interviews with actors have been cut and pasted from other publications. If you click on who we are—" Robin did so, and found a short list of people who allegedly ran ADS. One photograph, captioned Venetia Hall, was missing. "Spanner needs a picture of you wigged up," said Strike. "OK, I'll get on to that," said Robin, making a note. "And he's also made a Twitter profile for Venetia and bought her 5,000 followers." "He's done what?" "Bought you 5,000 followers," repeated Strike. "I didn't know that was a thing either, but it'll add credibility if Ashcroft's suspicious enough to check Venetia out beyond the website." "OK, and what about Kay and Niven? Would you rather I went to King's Lynn?" "No, I'll be fine by then. It's over a week away," said Strike. "Been on her Tumblr page lately?" "No," said Robin. "Why?" Strike turned the laptop back towards himself, typed a few words, then swung it around to face Robin again, who read, "So last week I was asked to do something I know will cause me severe mental distress and impact negatively on my physical and mental well-being. It is associated with serious trauma I went through recently and which I don't believe I've processed fully. In fact, I believe I'm now showing symptoms of PTSD. From experience, I know that putting myself through the kind of ordeal I'm being pressured into will have catastrophic effects on my health, and yet I agreed to do what I know will harm me. I've blogged before about how I'm trying to figure out how to exist in a less self-sacrificing way, trying to sort out healthy mechanisms for asserting my safe limits. Society tells us that to be a good person, we must centre other people's needs rather than our own. Like all chronically ill people, I beat myself up all the time for not being able to cope with things the healthy totally take for granted. One of my many problems is that I have ADHD, which comes with a great little extra called rejection sensitivity dysphoria. My RSD is triggered by criticism that neurotypical people would totally take in their stride. So when I'm implicitly told that I'm selfish/heartless for not wanting to do something I know will damage me, I'm easily persuaded, even though I know I'm being manipulated. Yeah, so I guess being in constant pain/suicidal isn't enough. Thanks, life. Any fellow spoonies out there got advice? Hashtag chronically ill, hashtag spoonie, hashtag POTS, hashtag ADHD, hashtag RSD, hashtag allodynia, hashtag CFS, hashtag invisible illness, hashtag disability, hashtag triggers, #boundaries, #RSD, #ableism. Beneath this were 2 notes. Spoony Sarah J. Kea, hard as it is, you must focus on you. Jules Evola, kill yourself. What's a spoonie? Asked Strike, when Robin had finished reading. I had to look that up too, said Robin. It's a term for the chronically ill. It comes from a blog somebody did in which they compared having finite energy to having a certain number of spoons. Spoons? Repeated Strike. In spite of her tiredness, Robin smiled at his bemused expression. I think the person explaining how tired they got just grabbed a handful of spoons to represent units of energy. Anyway, Kea hasn't backed out, has she? So that's good. Not yet, said Strike, reaching for his cigarettes. He lit up, chucked the match into the ashtray and said, Have you had time to read that note Nutley did on Inigo Upcott? Yes, said Robin. Obviously it could be an affair, but it could easily be somebody he's giving advice to or mentoring. Nutley's notes hadn't been particularly helpful in reconstructing the one-sided conversation because they were very sparse. He had read out almost the entirety of his jottings to Strike over the phone. Darling child is quite intimate language to use to a mentee, said Strike, although I doubt Inigo's sex life is going to be key to cracking this case. If Strike hadn't looked so drained and depressed, Robin might have asked why he'd sent Nutley after Inigo in the first place. Perhaps her expression had revealed her thoughts, because Strike went on, I don't know why I told Nutley to follow him. Just seemed interesting behaviour, to make a call where he could be sure nobody could overhear him. Strike's mobile rang. Robin, reading the name Madeline upside down, immediately got to her feet and said, I'll let you take that. I need to get on anyway. Strike would have chosen to let the call go to voicemail if Robin hadn't got up. He didn't much relish the idea of another 45-minute monologue about how the launch was definitely going to be a disaster. But as he couldn't think of a reason to keep Robin talking, he waited until the door had closed behind her, then answered his phone. The call began as all of Madeline's calls had begun in the last few days, with sincere concern about Strike's leg and genuine regret and frustration that she couldn't help him, or, realistically, have him to stay given the current demands on her. Far from being peeved, Strike was secretly relieved. He'd repeatedly told her he was best left in his attic flat, which he'd set up perfectly to work for a man with only one leg, and where he was self-sufficient. "Are you still okay for food?" asked Madeline anxiously. "Pat's getting it in for me," said Strike, which was true. The office manager had uncomplainingly carried bags of food up the stairs for him. "So when do you think you'll be out and about again?" "Couple of days, hopefully." "So you'll still be able to meet me after the lunch next week?" "If I'm back on 2 legs by then." "You just said you thought you'd be okay in a couple of days." "Yeah, I'm sure I will be," said Strike, doing his best not to sound irritable. Madeline then embarked, as expected, on a new monologue about the tribulations she was experiencing with regard to her new jewellery collection. Strike sat in silence, smoking, and trying not to think about Robin. Chapter 44. Weary mummers, taking off the mask, discern that face themselves forgot anon, and sitting in the lap of sheltering night, learn their own secrets from her. Augusta Webster, Medea in Athens. Thursday was the day of the general election. Blogging for the first time since the murder of Edie Ledwell, the Pen of Justice informed their readers that to even consider voting for a party other than Labour meant you were lacking in all basic humanity. Wally Cardew shared a video in which the leader of the UK Independence Party asserted that migrants were coming to Britain for HIV treatment at a cost of £25,000 a time. To those who flooded his timeline with abuse and accusations of racism and bigotry, Wally was defiant and scathing, tweeting, "British people are waiting for fucking medical treatment because of queue jumpers." Among those who sent Wally their support was a Twitter user called @JKet, BOUT, who sent Cardew the message, "Keep telling the truth, keep England white." There was no life drawing class at North Grove that evening, due to the election.
Robin's second evening class had been far less fruitful than her first. Preston Pierce had been nowhere to be seen, and instead of a nude man, the class had been asked to draw a collection of dried gourds and glass bottles. Zoe had told Jessica that she was staying over at the collective that night to babysit, so there'd be no repeat of their nighttime walk home, and no opportunity for further confidences. Other than her chat with Zoe, Robin had spoken as little as possible, in the hope that people would forget the estuary accent she'd affected during her first class. Robin planned to spend the morning of election day at home, playing Drek's game, then vote before taking over surveillance on Wally Cardew for the afternoon and evening. However, an entirely unforeseen personal emergency threw her day's plans into disarray. Max, her flatmate, had a dentist's appointment and left her in charge of his elderly dachshund, Wolfgang, who hadn't eaten anything for 24 hours and had urinated in his bed during the night, something he hadn't done since puppyhood. Wolfgang had also refused to take a walk that morning, merely shivering on the pavement when Max set him down. 20 minutes after Max had left, Wolfgang's breathing became ragged and uneven. Unable to reach Max, who she guessed was now in the dentist's chair, the worried Robin decided to drive Wolfgang to the vet's. Country-born, Robin had expected the vet's verdict, but that made it no easier. She'd become deeply fond of the little dog during her time living with Max. "I'm not his owner," she said, fighting the lump in her throat. "He's at the dentist's. Please let me call him." 2 hours later, Max and Robin watched, tears trickling down their faces, as Wolfgang was put to sleep. While the bereft Max talked to the vet about Wolfgang's cremation, Robin moved out into the reception area and pretended to be browsing cat toys while mopping her eyes with her sleeve. Her mobile rang. Still sniffing and blurry-eyed, Robin answered it while still staring at the cat toys. "Hi," said Ilse. "Hi," said Robin, trying to compose herself. "How are you?" "Fine," said Ilse. "You okay? Your voice sounds funny." Wolfgang was just put down, Max's dog." "Oh, I'm so sorry," said Ilse. "No, it's fine," said Robin, fishing in her pocket for a tissue. "How are things with you?" "Well, Nick and I both had the day off, so I've told him about the baby." "Oh, thank Christ," muttered Robin. She'd been urging Ilse to do this in every phone call they'd had recently. Ilse was now 16 weeks pregnant. Robin had been afraid Nick would be kept in the dark until Ilse went into labour. How did he take it? He was half raging and half over the moon. He accused me of not telling him because I was still trying to punish him for saying I worked too hard and should have taken it easy after I lost the last one. I said that wasn't why I hadn't told him. I just wanted to spare him going through all the grief if it went wrong again. Then, next breath, he started having a go at me for working on that terrorist case and having all the stress when I knew I was pregnant again. "Bloody hell," said Robin, torn between amusement and annoyance. Can he not hear himself? "So we had a massive row," said Ilse cheerfully. "But then we made it up and he cried a bit, and now we're having champagne with lunch. Oh, and it's a boy." "Please tell me you've told Nick that, Ilse. I don't want to let it slip accidentally." "Yeah, I've told him. You can actually see it's a boy in the scan picture. That's what made him cry when I showed him." "The sight of his son's penis?" "You know what men are like about penises," said Ilse, endlessly proud. In spite of her misery about Wolfgang, Robin laughed. Between Wolfgang's death, Ilse's news, and the need to watch Wally Cardew's maisonette, Robin entirely forgot about going to vote. By the time all the lights in the Cardew's house had gone out, the polling station, naturally, was closed. Max and his boyfriend Richard were sitting with their arms around each other on the sofa when Robin arrived home, Richard already talking about the possibility of getting a puppy once he moved in. Not wanting to intrude, Robin grabbed a cheese sandwich and an apple and took both downstairs to her bedroom. Opening her laptop, she saw that the exit poll was already in. If correct, the election, which was supposed to have been exceptionally close, had been won convincingly by the Conservatives. Robin heard Max and Richard giving shouts of shock from upstairs, and knew they must have just seen the same results she had. Feeling depressed, she picked up her iPad to check the game again. Shortly after midnight, Anime arrived, to the usual chorus of acclaim from players. Anime seemed to be in an expansive and communicative mood, returning jocularly offensive replies to greetings. Those privileged enough to be insulted seemed to take Anime's behaviour as a mark of esteem and affection. Robin noted the time that Anime had entered the game, then texted Midge, Nutley and Shah, who were watching Seb Montgomery, Tim Ashcroft and Preston Pierce. All targets were currently at home and out of sight. Robin sighed and returned to her laptop. Anime was speaking out in the main game. Anime, some of you already know about this, but we've got T-shirts available on keepdrexgame.org now, so go buy yours. Then a new channel opened on the screen in front of her. A new private channel has opened. 8th of May 2015, 0 hours 23. Anime invites Buffy Paws. Robin stared at the screen, feeling worried. Anime had never before asked to speak to her privately. Buffy Paws, hi. Perhaps it made sense to make a virtue of her nerves. Buffy Paws, have I done something wrong? Waiting for Anime's response, she checked the main game, which Morehouse had just entered. Anime's cloak was suspended in mid-air, but not gliding around. She suspected Anime was also talking to someone else, or perhaps multiple people, on private channels. At last, Anime appeared in hers. Anime, lol. Guilty conscience much? / question mark. Buffy Paws, I do feel guilty. I didn't vote. Anime, what kind of bullshit thing is that to feel guilty about? I killed someone the other week and I feel no guilt. Thought I might. Nothing. Sitting here planning the next one, ha ha. Robin picked up her phone and took a picture of this bit of dialogue, set her mobile down, and paused, thinking, Buffy Paws, lol, who's going to be next? Anime, it'll be on the news, you'll see. Buffy Paws, it's not me, is it? This time the pause went on for 2 minutes. Now convinced Anime was talking to other people privately, Robin sat in suspense until they returned. Anime, not unless you piss me off big time. You're in Manchester, right? Buffy Paws, yes. Robin noticed that Anime wasn't bothering with asterisks in proper names, and was confirmed in her suspicion that Consequence 14 existed only in the minds of the gullible. She was interested in the fact that Anime knew Beth was in Manchester. Did they make a habit of trying to find out players' true identities? Anime, we need a big game presence at Comic-Con on the 23rd. Easy trip from Mank. Scare the shit out of Grunt and Maverick. So I want as many players as possible to come. Robin wondered whether Anime could possibly be drunk or stoned. She'd never seen their typing this erratic before. Perhaps she thought they were a Conservative supporter and had been celebrating the unexpectedly resounding win. Having made a note of Comic-Con's date, she kept typing. Buffy Paws, what about Rule 14? Anime, if you want to let back inside the game, you'll keep it. Masks and no exchanging of private Ingo. Info. Buffy Paws. Okay, I'll definitely try and come. Anime, and wear a T-shirt. Buffy Paws. Yeah, of course. She expected Anime to leave the channel, but they didn't. The winking cursor marked the passing seconds, moving further and further down the screen, leaving a long line of tailless arrows in its wake. Then, suddenly, more words appeared rapidly. Anime. Yes, I've been pissed, who gives a shit? Get it through how a skill, I don't want what you want. So-called achievements and all that bullshit. You know my situation. I'm stuck in a fucking cage. I'll take care of Lord D and V. By the end of then month, they be gone. They'll be gone, okay. Ha ha ha. Just realized I'm plagiarizing. I don't want what you want. I don't feel what you feel. Heart in a cage. Gonna put it on. Robin hastily took a second picture of the screen, using her phone, but only just in time. 10 seconds after Anami had typed "gonna put it on," the private channel closed, and she was left staring at Anami's empty cloak, fluttering but otherwise immobile in the main game. She sat looking at the last bit of dialogue on her phone for several minutes, her brain working furiously, then checked the time. It was now 20-1, and self-evidently too late to call strike. Nevertheless, she picked up her mobile and texted him. "You're probably asleep, but if you're still watching the election coverage, I might have something on Anami." The moment she'd sent the message, it occurred to her that Strike might be lying in bed with Madeline. She imagined his phone buzzing while he snored. Robin knew he snored. He'd fallen asleep in the Land Rover on one long journey and snored for several hours, and Madeline waking and reaching across Strike for it, and being annoyed that Strike's work partner thought it appropriate to text him in the early hours of the morning. Robin's and Strike's positions had reversed. Once, she'd been the one who lay in bed with a partner who resented her frequent work calls. Now Strike might be cursing her, having perhaps been woken by Madeline's loud exclamation of displeasure. Robin's mobile rang. "What have you got?" said Strike, sounding wide awake. "You weren't asleep, were you?" "No, I'm lying here watching Labour implode. Pollsters got this one wrong, didn't they?" "Very," said Robin. "How's your leg?" "Not bad," said Strike, which Robin interpreted as not good. "OK, well, I'm about to send you some photos of a private channel conversation I just had with Anami." She did so. While waiting for his response, Robin lay down on her bed, her eyes on the dark sky outside her window. "I killed someone the other week and I feel no guilt," Strike read aloud. "Thought I might. Nothing. Sitting here planning the next one." It could be bravado, their idea of humour. "Well," said Strike slowly, "let's hope so." "Have you read the next bit?" "Yeah. Anami didn't mean to send me that. They were drunk and got careless. I'm sure they had more than one private channel open, and they accidentally sent that lot to me instead of— well, if I had to guess, I'd say they thought they were talking to Morehouse. The tone of it—" "Yeah," said Strike. "Feels like Anami's talking to an equal, doesn't it? Promising to get rid of Lord D and V, who I assume Lord Drek and Valpachora must be. I don't want what you want. I'm stuck in a fucking cage." "Strike, this is sounding more and more like Kea to me. Those lyrics Anami quoted are from Heart in a Cage by the Strokes. Kea was wearing a T-shirt with one of their album covers on it in her video." "Well bloody spotted," said Strike. "Yeah, and I suppose the being stuck in a cage would be having to go back to her mother's because she's ill. She's not big on achievements either. She says so on her Tumblr page. Feeling guilty about not achieving stuff is the result of internalized capitalism, apparently." "Seriously?" "Oh, yeah. You never been to a communist country? Everyone lies on sofas all day while trained poodles bring them cake. Ha ha. There's also That's Not Me Anymore. She was at art school." "This could fit Gus Upcott as well, you know," said Strike. "Very similar story. Ill health forced off his music course. He's intending to go back, though. He doesn't seem to have given up on achievement, judging by the standard of the music he was playing." "How ambitious did Preston Pierce seem when you met him?" "Hard to tell," said Robin, once again trying not to picture Pierce naked. "But I can't see why he'd describe his situation as being in a cage, although, of course, you never know." "Tim Ashcroft might fit too," said Strike. "He's an actor who thought he might ride the ink-black Heart to the big time. Instead, he's playing school gyms in Salford." "There's nothing wrong with performing to students," said Robin. "Never said there was. But he might think so. That 'I don't care about achievements anymore' is the kind of thing people say when they're bitter about not having achieved what they expected to. Have you heard Ilsa and Nick's news?" "Yes," said Robin. "Fantastic, isn't it?" "Yeah, really happy for them," said Strike. "You know they're going to ask both of us to be godparents?" "No." I didn't, said Robin, both surprised and touched. Shit, well, act surprised when Ilsa asks you then. What exactly is this Comic-Con Anime wants you to go to? Strike asked. Exactly what it sounds like, said Robin. A big conference for fans of movies and comics. You know the kind of thing. Is Anime going? No idea. Well, we should be there in case. In masks, said Robin. Yeah, we wouldn't stand out. Half the people there will be dressed as Star Wars characters. I can see you as Yoda. And you'd make a lovely Darth Vader, said Robin. On that note, they said good night. Catching sight of herself in the dressing-table mirror, Robin saw that she was smiling. She consciously repressed her uplifted spirits in the usual way, by reminding herself of the existence of Madeline Curson Miles and of Charlotte Campbell's divorce. Chapter 45. To do good seemed so much his business that, having done it, she was fain to think, must fill up his capacity for joy. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Aurora Leigh. An hour after the fake website for arts and drama in schools went live, Venetia Hall contacted Tim Ashcroft through his Twitter account, requesting an interview and providing the number of a burner phone she'd bought for the purpose. To Robin's shock, Ashcroft sent his enthusiastic agreement a mere 20 minutes later, and after a short exchange of emails, the meeting was fixed for 3 days later. This gave Robin rather less time than she'd hoped to mug up on Ashcroft's acting career to date, create a background for the woman she was impersonating, and complete her cheat sheet for Strike, who was going to take over Buffy Paws while Robin was with Ashcroft. Christ, said Strike, looking down the long document she handed him in his attic flat the evening before the interview. His stump was still elevated on the chair beside him, an ice pack lying on his knee, and the end slathered in cream. You reckon I'll need all this? You'll need to be able to navigate the tasks, said Robin. If you can't get through them, they'll smell a rat straight away because I'm in there all the time, and I could do them in my sleep. The rest is mostly stuff Zoe and I have told each other about our lives, so you don't slip up if she talks to you. But with luck, you won't need all that. I shouldn't be with Ashcroft more than a couple of hours. Where are you meeting? A bar called Cube in Colchester, said Robin. I offered to go to him and he accepted. How's your leg? Better, said Strike. Want a cuppa? Can't, said Robin. I've got to sort myself out for tomorrow. I'll text you once I'm in Colchester. This business-like encounter and swift departure left Strike feeling deflated. He could have used a chat, if only about Kea Niven's social media output, which he was currently working his way through prior to interviewing her. Little did Strike realize that Robin was feeling seriously resentful towards her business partner at the moment. She knew he was worried about their caseload and in continuing pain, but even so, it would have been nice if he'd remembered she was supposed to be moving house. Perhaps he imagined she'd somehow achieved the feat without taking any time off work, but she'd still have appreciated a polite inquiry. In fact, the seller of Robin's new flat had begged through his lawyer for a postponement of the moving-in date because the purchase of his own new house had fallen through. In spite of her own lawyer telling her she needn't agree, Robin had done so. Until Strike was literally back on 2 feet, the overburdened agency desperately needed one fully functioning partner, so she really couldn't afford the time off. Nevertheless, calling her parents, who'd wanted to come down to London to help with the move, and witnessing Max and Richard's imperfectly concealed disappointment that she wouldn't be getting out of their way on the date promised, hadn't done much to lift her mood or diminish her stress levels. Robin made the 2-hour drive to Colchester the following morning in her old Land Rover. Today's iteration of Venetia Hall, a pseudonym she'd used before, wore a wavy ash-blonde wig Robin knew didn't suit her, but which, with a pair of square-frame glasses and pale grey contact lenses, dramatically altered her appearance. On her left hand were what appeared to be wedding and engagement rings, not her own, which she'd left behind when she walked out on her ex-husband, but fakes made of tin alloy and cubic zirconia. Venetia's imaginary husband, over whose creation she'd taken just as much trouble as her own fictional persona, had been designed with the express intention of helping unlock confidences from Tim. Having parked, Robin texted Strike. "We'll be in bar in 5 minutes." She'd just locked the Land Rover when she received his reply. "This game's fucking dull." The bar where Tim wanted to meet presented a minimalist black exterior. The venues chosen by interviewees were often an early guide to character, and Robin had time to wonder why Tim had chosen what proved, on entering, to be a dimly lit and, in Robin's opinion, self-consciously sophisticated space, before she heard her pseudonym spoken in a pleasant home counties tenor. "Venetia?" She turned, smiling, to see the tall, balding Tim beaming at her, hand outstretched. "Tim, hello," said Robin, in her best middle-class London accent, shaking his hand. "I hope this place is okay?" asked Tim, who was wearing an open-neck blue shirt and jeans. "I chose it because we're not likely to be interrupted by any of my parents' friends. Hometown, you know." "I do," said Robin with a laugh. He'd already chosen a table for two, flanked by high-backed armchairs, and stood politely until Robin sat down. "This is perfect," said Robin, smiling, as she took a small tape recorder out of her bag and set it on the table near Tim. "It's so kind of you to do this." "Oh, not at all, not at all," said Tim. His early baldness was at odds with his unlined face, which was boyish, with attractive mottled green eyes. "Do we order here, or—" asked Robin. "Yeah, it's table service," said Tim. "Lovely town," said Robin, peering out of the window at a beamed house opposite. "I've never been here before. My husband's always told me how nice it is. He grew up in Chelmsford." "Oh, really?" said Tim, and they talked about Colchester and Chelmsford, which lay a mere 30-minute drive away, for the time it took for a waitress to come and take their order for coffee. During this interval, Robin managed to mention that her husband, Ben, was a TV producer. Tim's eyebrows twitched upwards at that, and his smile became still warmer. Once their coffee had arrived, Robin switched on her tape recorder, checked it was working, and fussed a little about it being near enough to Tim. "Would you mind just speaking a little, so I'm sure I'm getting this? Give me a bit of a monologue or something." Tim launched at once into Iago's soliloquy. "Thus do I ever make my fool my purse. For I mine own gained knowledge should profane if I would time expend with such a snipe, but for my sport and profit. I hate the moor." "Wonderful," said Robin, and played it back. "OK, that's working perfectly. Yes, actually, I won't rewind. That was marvellous. I'll keep it on there." And so the fake interview began, Robin asking the series of questions she'd worked out beforehand about the uses and applications of dramatic techniques in education. Tim spoke with enthusiasm about the pleasure of bringing theatre to young people, often in underprivileged areas, and Robin asked many follow-up questions and made notes. "And I actually realised how much I enjoy it when a friend of mine— actually, it was E.D. Ledwell who created the ink black heart." "Oh, so dreadful what happened," said Robin sympathetically. "I'm terribly sorry." "Thanks, yeah. Well, it was Edie who's sort of responsible for me liking to work with kids. She used to help run art classes for special needs children at an art collective. I wasn't working at the time, so she wrote me in to help, and I loved it. There's such a freshness to the way kids look at the world." "You draw, do you?" asked Robin, smiling. "A bit," said Tim. "I'm not very good." "Must be a challenge, getting young people interested in theatre. They spend their whole lives online these days, don't they?" "Oh, we explore internet use during our drama workshops. Online bullying, trolls, and so on, you know." "Do you have any children yourself?" "Not yet," said Tim, smiling. "Need to find someone happy to have them with me first." Robin smiled, agreed that would help, then kept asking her questions. She didn't want to capitalise on his mention of Edie Ledwell yet, nor to discuss the ink-black heart before Tim had been thoroughly convinced that he and his career were the real reason she was here.
She therefore mentioned his recent starring role at his local theatre, which pleased him. I actually had to wear a wig for the part because my character was seen both in his teenage years and in middle age, and, well, he pointed, smiling somewhat ruefully, at his head. The funny thing is, the local critic thought the bald head was the fake. Robin laughed and said, "Well, he gave you a very nice review." "Yeah, I was chuffed. I actually based some of the character on one of the kids who used to hang around North Grove." "Around where, sorry?" said Robin, still carefully ignorant of most things pertaining to the ink-black heart. "Oh, that was the art collective where I helped out with the kids' classes. You know, that kind of hunched-up, don't-look-at-me thing teenagers get when they're growing into their bodies." As he spoke, Tim unconsciously took on the posture he was describing, and whatever Alan Yeoman had said about his limitations as the comic voice of the Worm, Robin was impressed by the ease with which he conveyed shyness and self-consciousness by small alterations in his own posture. He had really bad acne, this kid, and he always looked like he was trying to make himself as small as possible. And my character, Lionel, he's pure evil, really. But in the play you go back and see him bullied and denigrated, and that's something drama can do so well in schools, actually. Explore issues from life like bullying or abuse. "This is absolutely fantastic," said Robin a few minutes later. "God, I wish Ben could hear this. My husband, I mean. He's actually putting together a proposal for Channel 4 right now. He wants to take actors into a really deprived London school to work intensively with the kids. It's a constant fight to keep funding for the arts, especially under the Tories, so potentially he'd be making a really strong argument against cuts." "Wow, that sounds great," said Tim, raising his now cold coffee to his lips and taking a sip in an attempt to hide, or so Robin suspected, the sudden eagerness of his expression. "Yeah, the project's still at a very early stage, but I'm not going to lie," said Robin, smiling. "That's part of the reason I'm here. Ben thought with your background working in schools, plus the fact that you were in the ink-black heart, would be a selling point with the production company. It's instant connection with kids who live on YouTube, isn't it? Who've never been in theatres in their lives." "Yeah, I suppose," said Tim. "Although, of course," he gave an awkward little laugh, "some of them might despise me for ever having been in it." "What do you mean by that?" asked Robin, carefully surprised. Tim glanced at the tape recorder, so Robin shut it off at once. There was no need for him to know that a second recording device was still running in her open bag. "Well," said Tim, "given my time again, actually I feel disloyal saying it." Robin continued to look politely receptive. I loved Edie. I really did. She was fantastic. But, to be honest, I might not have taken the part if she hadn't been a friend. It's pretty problematic, that cartoon, you know." "I must admit," said Robin, faux sheepishly, "I don't really know much about it. I just knew it was a huge success. Actually, one of the people at Ben's production company, Damien, is trying to make a program about it. It's really down to Damien that I've even heard of it. I suppose I'm a bit older than the target demographic." "So was I," said Tim, and Robin laughed again. "I guess as time went on, I got more and more uncomfortable with certain aspects of the characters and storylines. I don't know whether you've heard of Wally Cardew. He was playing a character called Drek, which is... God, I feel such a shit for saying this. But he was clearly a Jewish caricature." "Really?" said Robin. "Yeah, you know, big nose, lived in the biggest mausoleum and kind of manipulated all the other characters. I tried to raise it with Edie. Fans were talking about it. We had a row about it, actually. She claimed Drek had nothing to do with Jewish people, that he was a kind of chaotic demon and she'd been inspired by a plague doctor's mask. But I mean, we all need to examine our unconscious biases, right?" "Absolutely," said Robin, nodding. "And then Wally, who was the voice of Drek, did a YouTube video laughing about the Holocaust, so, you know, point proven." "Oh, wow," said Robin, shaking her head. "Yeah, Josh and Edie sacked him, but the damage was done," sighed Tim. "And it wasn't only Drek. Josh and Edie's sense of humour was... it could be problematic. Kind of dark and sometimes a bit...
I told her I didn't want to read any more lines about the worm being confused about being a boy or a girl, because we'd had complaints from non-binary kids. That caused another row. A worm is a hermaphrodite, though. Tim shook his head sadly. Edie had had a difficult childhood. You couldn't blame her for being not ignorant, but... Tim seemed unable to think of an alternative word, and simply shrugged. This is exactly the kind of discussion we should be having on the reality show, if it's made, said Robin earnestly. It could be so powerful, listening to you deconstructing biases and so on. Actually, this is a bit off topic, but Damien's trying to track down people who knew Edie Ledwell. He wants to make a sympathetic, balanced program. I don't suppose you'd be interested in talking to him. I don't know, said Tim uncertainly. You know, given that she's only recently, and with all the controversy around the cartoon, I don't know whether I want... Totally understand, said Robin, holding up a hand. No, I'll tell Damien it's a no-go. You wouldn't know anyone who'd like to talk. Anyone who was close to her. Well, Edie was kind of solitary, to tell you the truth. She didn't have that many friends. There was a foster sister, though. She might be able to help. And Edie was in a new relationship when she died. Guy called Philip Ormond? Yes, I think Damien knows about him. I didn't much like Ormond, mumbled Tim. Well, I'd better not say too much. No, of course not, said Robin. But her expression remained encouraging. I don't think it was a very healthy relationship. Let's put it that way. I told her to get out. I wish she had. You aren't suggesting... Oh, Christ, no, said Tim, with what looked like panic. No, I don't think he got, no. No, I'm sure that far-right group's responsible. That's where all the trouble in the fandom was coming from, because of Drek. All these alt-right guys loved him. They started using his catchphrases and everything, and then, after Wally was sacked, they all went ballistic and started to attack Edie. Personally, if I'd been her, I'd have written the character out of the cartoon. Made a stand. I mean, if the alt-right find your jokes funny, should you be making them at all? Not that... I'm obviously not saying it was her fault, because obviously what happened was bloody terrible. But art should be moral, right? Said Tim. Oh, absolutely, said Robin. Right, said Tim, looking reassured. I genuinely examine every new project from that standpoint. I ask myself, what's this saying? And also, how could it be interpreted? Are there groups that might be harmed by this play, or production, or whatever? Does it deal in stereotypes or harmful tropes? I don't think Edie ever thought things through like that, and... Well, how did you two first meet? Asked Robin. Bar work, said Tim, with a rueful smile. We both got jobs in a bar in the West End, not far from Shaftesbury Avenue. I was between acting jobs, and she was taking art classes and living in some dive of a flat. That was before she moved into North Grove and met Josh Blay. That's her co-creator? Yes, Damien asked to speak to him, but apparently he's still not well enough. No, I heard he's in pretty bad shape. There was a slight pause, and then a torrent of words burst from Ashcroft. It's been bloody terrible for all of us. I mean, obviously it has. Our friend's been murdered, and we've all been interviewed by the police, all of us who had any connection with the cartoon. I had to give a bloody alibi, if you can believe it, said Tim, with a half laugh of disbelief. To tell you the truth, lately I've just been kind of worried I'll be tarred by the ink-black heart forever. So you asking to talk to me about the roving school players, I know this sounds stupid, but I was really pleased. I felt like I was getting a chance to kind of be appreciated. Not appreciated, but you know what I mean, for my other work. I just want to move forwards and make a positive difference in the world, if I can. That's obvious, said Robin warmly. I can only imagine how stressful and upsetting all this has been for all of you. Having to give an alibi. I mean, I had a cast iron one, said Tim, watching Robin anxiously. It isn't as if... I was with someone all afternoon and evening, and they confirmed it, and the police are happy, so that's that. But social media can be a kind of scary place. I mean, people can say anything about you on there, twist stuff, make things up. So true, sighed Robin.
The whole situation's already had real-life consequences for me. I had to leave. Well, I didn't have to leave, but I was living in London, sharing a flat with a friend, and he pretty much asked me to move out because the police came round, and I assume he thinks the alt-right will start targeting him next or something. This is a guy I've known for years. He broke his leg 6 months ago, and I was ferrying him around everywhere, and... Sorry, I don't know why I don't want to bother my parents with all this. Christ, you come here to talk about education, and I'm banging on about... Sorry. Please, said Robin, don't apologise. Of course you're shaken up. Who wouldn't be? Right, said Tim, looking slightly reassured. And if there's a chance, I mean, if you really think I'd be a good fit for your drama in schools programme, I'd rather you heard the truth from me than, go looking me up on Twitter or whatever and find out the police question me. But as I say, I wasn't the only one they questioned. I know they went to Wally Cardew and this guy Pez as well, who only voiced one of the characters for 2 episodes. But you didn't come here to talk about all this, so yeah, sorry. It's been a difficult time. Really, said Robin, it's fine, I totally understand. Thanks. I seriously didn't mean to lay all this on you. Robin took a sip of coffee before saying, Damien told me the fandom's kind of crazy. Some of them are a bit obsessive, yeah, said Tim, with another half-laugh. He was telling me about some troll who's quite a bully online, said Robin. Enemy? Yes, I think so, said Robin, feigning surprise that Tim had the name on the tip of his tongue. Oh, everyone who was connected to the Ink Black Heart knows who Enemy is, said Tim. I mean, not who they are, but knows about them. Although I actually do think I know who it is, Tim added. You do? Said Robin, trying to sound only mildly interested. Yeah, if I'm right, she's very young and kind of disturbed. I think most of these trolls need to feel important, I find most of the really difficult kids at our workshops. 5 minutes and several anecdotes about the beneficial effect of drama on troubled teenagers later, Tim paused for breath. That's all fabulous, said Robin, who'd had the presence of mind to turn the recording device back on. Pity you couldn't get that Anno thingy on one of your courses. Yeah, I think it would help her, I really do, said Tim seriously. You couldn't tell me confidentially who you think it is? Asked Robin, with a coaxing smile. Off the record. Damien would be so thrilled to interview her. A warts-and-all picture of the fandom. No, I couldn't do that, said Tim. I might be wrong, mightn't I? Anyway, if it is her, it could tip her over the edge completely. Oh, said Robin, now looking concerned. If it's a case of mental illness. I'm not sure she's actually mentally ill, but I know she's been in trouble with the police already, and... No, I wouldn't want to be throwing accusations around. Enormously frustrated, Robin glanced down at her notes and said, Well, I think I've got everything I need here. This has been such a pleasure. I know Ben's going to be fascinated by everything you've... Oh, said Robin, pretending to notice something left unanswered. Who's Pez, by the way? Is that someone else Damien should talk to? Is that their real name? No, said Tim. The silence went on a little longer than Robin had expected. She'd only asked about Pez to try to lead the conversation back to the Ink Black Heart and Enemy one last time. Looking up, she saw that Ashcroft's mouth was hanging open, as though he'd been paused on screen. He unfroze a split second later and smiled. His real name's just passed clean out of my head, he said. God, I mean, we barely knew each other, but I should be able to... Pez. What was his bloody name? No, sorry, it's gone. But he didn't actually know Edie, not properly, to be honest, so... Or not, very well at all. Not to worry, said Robin with a shrug and a smile. Damien can always get the name from the credits if he needs it. Yeah, but, as I say, Pez didn't... He's actually quite a... What's the word? I'm not saying a fantasist exactly, but... No, I'm just saying I wouldn't put much credence on stuff Pez says. He's the kind of guy who says stuff for shock value. You know the type. Oh, yes, said Robin, still smiling, but very interested in this assertion. Only I wouldn't want anyone to get the wrong idea about Edie. Pez isn't... What was his bloody name? said Tim, with an unconvincing laugh. They took their leave of each other outside the bar, both smiling as they shook hands. When Robin glanced back 30 seconds later, she saw Tim was still standing where she'd left him, typing fast on his phone. Chapter 46. I dreamed and saw a modern hell, more dread than Dante's pageant, not with gloom and glare, but all new forms of madness and despair. Filled it with complex tortures, some earth-bred, from thine own earth and from its happiest lot, thy lust for pain may draw full nourishment. Constance Naden, The Pessimist's Vision. "How'd it go?" said Strike, answering Robin's call on the second ring. "He thinks he knows who Enemy is." "Seriously?" "Yes, but he wouldn't tell me who. I pressed him as hard as I could without blowing me cover, but all he'd say is that it's a young woman, or possibly a teenage girl, who's troubled and is already known to the police. Kaya Niven hasn't been caught doing anything criminal, has she?" "Not that I've found so far," said Strike, who currently had Kaya's Twitter feed, Tumblr page and Instagram account open on his laptop. However, these items had remained unexamined for the last hour and a half because Strike had been playing Drek's game on his phone. "I take it Enemy hasn't made an appearance?" Robin asked. "No," said Strike, "but I've gained a new appreciation of how tedious this must have been for you, spending hours in here." "All part of the job," said Robin, who was sitting in the park Land Rover, her glasses off now, but the ash-blonde wig still on, in case Tim Ashcroft reappeared. "I got another couple of interesting things out of Ashcroft. For one, the police have questioned him since you saw him at that pub in Highgate. He had to give an alibi for the afternoon of the stabbings. Somebody vouched for him being with them all afternoon and evening." "Did he tell you who gave him this convenient alibi?" "No," said Robin, "but it would have looked so fishy if I'd pressed him on it." "Yeah, that's the problem with being undercover." The other thing was that Ashcroft really doesn't want anyone talking to Preston Pierce. He claimed Preston barely knew Edie, but we know that's a lie. I had the impression Pierce knows something incriminating about Tim himself. "Interesting. How much do you fancy Ashcroft as Enemy, now you've met him?" "Not much," admitted Robin. "I quite fancy him as the pen of justice, though." "Really?" "Yes, I've just gone to look at the Pen's blog again. The first post the Pen ever wrote was about Drek being a Jewish caricature that's almost word for word what Tim just said to me, including something about unconscious biases." "How soon after Ashcroft was sacked as the Worm did the Pen of Justice start up?" Robin checked. "Actually," she said, "the Pen of Justice started before Tim was dropped. It first appeared in January 2012. Tim stopped voicing the Worm in March 2013. "So, if he's the Pen, he was calling Ledwell and Blay racists and all the rest of it for over a year, anonymously, while still working with them." "And why would he do that?" said Robin, thinking out loud. If it got out that he was the Pen, surely even the people who agreed with his criticisms of the cartoon would have thought he was a real hypocrite. No, I must have been wrong. I think he must just be a reader rather than the originator. I better get back down the road. Will you keep playing the game until I can take over?" "Yeah, all right," said Strike heavily, "although I'm starting to think we should have been paying you whatever the opposite of danger money is, all the hours you've put in on this shit." Shortly after Robin had hung up, Strike received a text from his nephew Jack, who'd heard from his mother that Strike was temporarily housebound and, touchingly, had taken to texting inquiries. "How is your leg? Is it better?" "Hasn't grown back yet, but everything crossed," Strike responded, which elicited 3 laughing emoji. In fact, Strike's stump was taking its time about returning to a state that would comfortably bear his weight. He knew perfectly well that he needed to lose about 4 stone, do the exercises recommended by the physiotherapist, and give up smoking, because if he ended up with arteriosclerosis, there might come a point where the skin at the end of his stump refused to heal at all. As he had no immediate desire to take any of these sensible measures, he was choosing to channel his self-recrimination into rage at Turizaz, who'd forced him, or so the detective saw it, to throw the punches that had landed his leg in this state. Strike's systematic review of all Kaya Niven's online activity concluded the following day. He sent Robin a summary of everything he'd found out, then asked Pat to print out screenshots of relevant material so he could show them to Kea when he met her on Thursday. He'd found a couple of intriguing items in among her various social media accounts, which he was looking forward to asking her to explain. Being incapable of doing much else, Strike then decided to sift through the mass of hard-right Twitter accounts surrounding the ink-black heart, in the possibly unrealistic hope of identifying his would-be assailant at the Ship and Shovel. As Robin had already noticed, Brotherhood of Ultima Thule members usually incorporated the initials BOUT or variations on Ultima Thule into their usernames. They never attached their own photographs to their accounts, nor did they give their full names, which Strike assumed was a rule enforced by the Brotherhood. Most used pictures of the Icelandic Vijvisir, a complex symbol resembling a compass which, as Strike discovered when he checked on the Brotherhood's website, was once believed to have been a magical symbol that would help the bearer navigate rough weather. A young Icelandic woman had tweeted at a member of the Brotherhood, pleading with him not to appropriate a symbol that had nothing whatsoever to do with white supremacy. His response had been to call her a loving cunt. Although the Brotherhood seemed to require its members not to reveal their true identities online, it seemed to be happy for them to be as aggressive and abusive as they pleased. Two members of the Brotherhood had responded in characteristic fashion to Edie's celebratory tweet about gay marriage. Edie Ledwell, at EdLedDraws. Same-sex marriage legal in UK. Rainbow, stars, heart. 4:30 p.m, 17th of July, 2013. Algernon Gizzard Esquire, at Gizzard Al, replying to at EdLedDraws. Fuck off, Dyke. Lepine's Disciple, at Lepine's Disciple, replying to at EdLedDraws. I can smell your stale pussy from here. Will A, at Will of BOUT, replying to at Gizzard Al, at EdLedDraws. Suck a bag of dicks. True Britain at JKet BOUT, replying to at EdLedDraws. You flap your fishy hands together for this, but none of you SJW bitches open their cock-sucking mouths about Lee Rigby. Strike made a note of the handles at Will of BOUT and at JKet BOUT and kept scrolling. An hour and one ham sandwich later, he had made his way back a further year on Edie's timeline. Edie Ledwell at EdLedDraws. What the hell's happening to this country that UKIP is polling so high? Harv at HN Ultima Thule, replying to at EdLedDraws. What's happening is that people can see we are being invaded, you stupid bitch. Strike noted down the new Brotherhood handle, looked at the man's account, found no identifying details, and resumed his perusal of Edie's timeline. He'd already known, of course, that the catalyst for the far right becoming angry with Ledwell had been the sacking of Wally Cardew, but now Strike learned that from the Brotherhood's point of view, there'd been an aggravating offence. The actor who'd replaced Wally was black. Anime at Anime Game Master. So Fedwell's chosen a new Drek, and if you close your eyes and listen, he's... shit. Wonder why she chose him. Thinking face. Hashtag tokenism, hashtag pandering. 19:27 p.m, 21st of April 2012. A familiar name appeared directly beneath this tweet. Yasmin Weatherhead at Yazzie Weathers, replying to at Anime Game Master. Unfair. We should give at Michael David Acts a chance. Yasmin's account, Strike noted, didn't carry a photograph, but a very flattering line drawing of herself. Down Strike scrolled through further replies. Lepine's Disciple, at Lepine's Disciple, replying to at Yazzie Weathers, at Michael David Acts, at Anime Game Master. You like black C, 3 asterisks, as much as Fedwell. Jules, at I Am Evola, replying to at Lepine's Disciple, at Yazzie Weathers, at Michael David Acts, at Anime Game Master. Ledwell likes all sorts. I heard she sucked off her Dutch landlord instead of paying rent. Algernon Gizzard Esquire, at Gizzard Al, replying to at I Am Evola, at Lepine's Disciple, at Yazzie Weathers, at Michael David Acts, at Anime Game Master. What is the secret of your success, Ms. Ledwell? Strong jaw muscles and no gag reflex. Pen of Justice, at Pen Just Writes, replying to at Enemy Game Master, at Michael David Acts. Disagree MD's bad, but agree casting him clumsy way of trying to atone for previous racism in TIBH. My take on right thing done for wrong reasons. www.thepenofjustice/why casting Michael David as Drek. SQ at hashtag BOUT Quince, replying to at Pen Just Writes, at Michael David Acts. You prick, Drek is not a Strike noted down the handle at hashtag BOUT Quince, then continued reading the conversation about Michael David's casting, which Edie, perhaps ill-advisedly, had joined. Edie Ledwell, at Ed Led Draws, replying to at Pen Just Writes. Were you in the room when we cast him? He was the best for the job, nothing to do with being black. Pen of Justice, at Pen Just Writes, replying to at Enemy Game Master. Disagree MD's bad, but casting him clumsy way of trying to atone for previous racism in TIBH. My take on right thing done for wrong reasons. www.thepenofjustice/why casting Michael David as Drek. Enemy at Enemy Game Master, replying to at Ed Led Draws, at Pen Just Writes. If you're so thin-skinned and angry you're attacking fans on Twitter, maybe you should fuck off and leave at the Josh Blay in charge. Edie Ledwell, at Ed Led Draws, replying to at Enemy Game Master, at Pen Just Writes. Believe me, there are days this sounds like a great idea. Ruby Newbie, at Ruby Newbie, replying to at Ed Led Draws, at Enemy Game Master. Don't say that, we love you. Zozo, at InkyHeart28, replying to at Ed Led Draws, at Enemy Game Master. No, don't go. Penny Peacock, at Rach Led Badly, replying to at Ed Led Draws, at Enemy Game Master. Everyone talks trash on here. You've got loads of fans. We don't want you to go. Enemy, at Enemy Game Master, replying to at Rach Led Badly, at Ruby Newbie, at InkyHeart28, at Ed Led Draws. Hashtag Sympathy Troll Complete. 3 hand claps. Somebody knocked on the attic door. Got your printouts, said Pat's gruff voice from the landing, and some cake. Door's open, called Strike, tugging his dressing gown to make sure it covered his boxers. Did you say cake? Yeah, said Pat, entering backwards with her e-cigarette clamped between her teeth as usual, a cardboard folder in one hand and a large slice of fruitcake on a plate. Made it last night. Thought you might want a bit. Thanks very much, said Strike. You made it? Not for you, said Pat unsentimentally, taking a deep pull on her e-cigarette before removing it to say, well, not just for you. Team morale could be better. Good thing about fruitcake is it keeps. Got everything you need? Yeah, all good, said Strike. She headed for the door. Strike called after her. There's been grumbling, has there? Nothing serious, said Pat, pausing in the doorway. Robin's handling it. She left. Strike ate the fruitcake, which was very good, feeling a mixture of renewed guilt, irritation at whoever it was who was bloody bitching, and a totally unexpected new appreciation for Pat, who, during his incapacitation, had provided a brand of matter-of-fact assistance he found strangely soothing. The idea of baking a cake for the team was one that would never have occurred to Strike, though admittedly right now it was doubtful whether he'd be able to balance long enough to mix one. Cake finished, he lit a fresh cigarette and returned to Twitter. He was starting to feel like a truffle pig trying to do its job in a room full of incense, dead fish, and strong cheese. As tedious hour succeeded tedious hour, he found himself increasingly prone to becoming sidetracked by rambling arguments and threads that had nothing to do with the Brotherhood of Ultima Thule. For instance, he'd started to become interested in 2 of the most prolific tweeters to Edie and Enemy, Lepine's Disciple and Algernon Gizzard, both of whom seemed to have derived inordinate pleasure from attacking Edie Ledwell over the past few years. Finally, with the aim of getting rid of an annoying itch, he went to take a proper look at Lepine's Disciple's account. The avatar showed a blurred black-and-white picture of a young man with bushy hair and beard. Looking at the old picture, Strike thought he recognised it and turned to Google to check. Sure enough, the picture on the account was that of Mark Lapine, the Canadian mass murderer who in 1989 shot dead 14 women before killing himself, leaving behind him a suicide note that blamed feminists for ruining his life. As far as Strike could see, the @Lapine's Disciple account seemed to exist mainly to harass and threaten young women. Edie had been a regular target, but Kaya Niven had also come in for her share of abuse, on the basis that she'd used Anime to amplify her claims of plagiarism until Anime had seen through her. Otherwise, Lapine's Disciple targeted franchises the anonymous writer believed were being ruined by female actors and writers, including Star Wars, Doctor Who, and a wide variety of video games. Unrelated female accounts were targeted on the basis that their owners were too ugly, too opinionated, and, a particular obsession, too overweight. Lapine's Disciple frequently made common cause with alt-right accounts, including the Brotherhood of Ultima Thule, and often backed up Anime, whose attacks on Ledwell seemed to delight him. The account was littered with memes and stock phrases Strike had already encountered among the various Drecks and the Brothers of Ultima Thule, cartoons of Stacy and Chad, the shallow and narcissistic mainstream cartoon normies, who were getting plenty of sex, and regular mention of being red-pilled or awoken to the fact that men were being subjugated and that women were, in fact, the oppressors. Lapine's Disciple was also prone to suggesting unpleasant and sometimes violent solutions to other young men's problems. To an American teenager complaining about his stepmother's strict curfew, he suggested bugging her bed, then playing audio of her having sex on loudspeaker out of the window. A man who'd been dumped by his teacher girlfriend was advised by Lapine's Disciple to put child porn in her handbag, then call the police. In amongst all the rage, spite, and talk of a beta male revolution were frank and furious admissions that the owner of the account was still a virgin. The cumulative effect of Lapine's Disciple's output wasn't merely unpleasant to Strike, but concerning. His investigative career had taught him that dangerous people very rarely exploded into violence from, as Strike put it to himself, a standing start. However, as Lapine's Disciple was anonymous and their location hidden, there wasn't much he could do about them. A small consolation was that they had only 72 followers, most of which, as far as Strike could judge, were bots. Strike next turned his attention to Algernon Gizzard's account, which had just over 3,000 followers. The banner picture showed Chelsea celebrating their recent Premier League win. Drogba, Ramirez and Remy lay on the grass beside the Crown Trophy while the rest of the squad cheered and fist-pumped behind them. Given that Strike was an Arsenal supporter, this image didn't make him any more sympathetic to @Gizzard Al. The avatar showed the back of a close-cropped dark head with a pair of aviator sunglasses worn backwards. Strike enlarged the picture, looking more closely at the sunglasses. The bridge was of leather, and while the tiny silver writing on the lens was blurry, Strike thought it read, Cartier. The life depicted by the account holder, always assuming it was genuinely his own, could hardly have provided a greater contrast to that of Lapine's Disciple. There was no self-hatred here. On the contrary, a tone of braggadocio and gleeful consumerism pervaded almost every tweet. Gizzard often posted pictures of the red Mercedes E-Class coupe he claimed to own, though always with the number plate carefully cropped out. A picture of Chelsea playing Manchester City had been taken from a private box, champagne on ice in the foreground. The back view of a long-haired blonde in a miniskirt walking along Bond Street was captioned, "Feeling horny, so called the thought I dumped a month ago." Gizzard regularly used the words thought and foid for women, words the 40-year-old Strike had to look up, learning that the former was an acronym for that hoe over there, and the latter an abbreviation of femoid. There were two selfies, neither of which showed much of Gizzard's face. In one, a heavy eyebrow was revealed in the corner of a picture of a long white beach that looked as though it might be in the Seychelles. Half a brown eye had also been captured in a shot taken over Gizzard's shoulder, showing several models and a well-known actress, clearly the worse for drink, in what Strike recognised as the VIP section of a nightclub to which he'd once tracked an errant husband. Gizzard had captioned the photograph, "A Snatch of Thoughts." The tweet had earned him over 5,000 likes. The more Strike looked at Gizzard's account, the more his subconscious made futile attempts to tell him something. What was it? He scrolled back up to the top of the page and looked at the bio. Algernon Gizzard, Esquire, at Gizzard Al. I have no sympathy any more for the dregs of society. I don't care if they live or die. Weave. Suddenly, though nobody was there to hear him, Strike said loudly, "Algiz. Fucking Algiz." He typed the word into Google. Sure enough, Algiz, like Turizaz, was a rune from the Elder Futhark. The meanings assigned to Algiz were given variously as protection, defense, and higher self. "Can't be a fucking coincidence," muttered Strike, now looking back over Gizzard's content with even more care, scrolling slowly backwards through the years, paying particular attention to those with whom Algiz had interacted. At last, back in early 2013, he found an interaction with a Brotherhood of Ultima Thule account. Ryder T at Ultima T14. Gonna get seriously fucked up tonight. Algernon Gizzard, Esquire, at Gizzard Al, replying to at Ultima T14. Auf die alten Gotter. Strike suspected the Germanic toast might just be a favourite at Odinist retreats. Still he kept scrolling, and finally in July 2011, he found something to justify the 2 hours he'd spent on at Gizzard Al, who tweeted his approval after a far-right terrorist had slaughtered 77 young people at a Labour Party camp in Norway. Algernon Gizzard, Esquire, at Gizzard Al. Been reading Shooter's Manifesto. 3 thumbs up. Jamie Kettle, at Blackpill28, replying to at Gizzard Al, fucking hero. Got you, you fucker, said Strike loudly. Turizaz was grinning out of the photograph attached to the Jamie Kettle account, whose location was listed as London. The only difference between his appearance of 2011 and that of the present day was that 4 years previously he hadn't had a rune tattooed on his Adam's apple. However, his banner photograph was the skull Strike had seen tattooed on the back of Turizaz's head. The account bore all the stigmata of a member of the far right Strike had come to know well. A preoccupation with immigrants overbreeding, white men being marginalised, the policing of thought and speech, and the narcissism, greed, and vapidity of women. However, the account had undergone a marked change in 2012, after which nearly all political content had disappeared, leaving only infrequent posts about Kettle's 2 main hobbies, carpentry, of which he posted examples of his completed work, and his 1968 Norton Commando motorbike. Strike shuffled aside the papers on his kitchen table to find the list of Ultima Thule accounts he'd been compiling, and swiftly found at KJet BOUT, also known as True Britain, whose account had been started in April 2012, exactly the moment at which Jamie Kettle's account had been purged of political content. Caught because you wanted to show off your end tables, said Strike, with a grim smile, as he reached for his mobile to call DCI Murphy. Chapter 47. These blotched souls are eager to infect and blow their bad breath in a sister's face, as if they got some ease by it. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Aurora Lee. In-game chats between 5 of the 8 moderators of Drek's game. Moderator channel, 13th of May 2015, 23:47. Valpachora, Hartella, Worm 28, Paperwhite. Hartella. I'm so psyched for Comic-Con. Worm 28. Me too. Valpachora. Everyone got their masks ready? Worm 28. Lol, yeah. Hartella. You going then, Vile? Valpachora. Don't call me Vile. Hartella. Lol. Worm 28. Lol. Valpachora. I'll go if Paperwhite's going. Paperwhite. Why? Valpachora. I fucking love a redhead. Proper Viking blood. Hartella. How do you know what she looks like?
Valpachora, lol, that'd be telling. Hartella, is Lord Drek going to Comic-Con? Anyone know? Worm 28, don't know. He hasn't been in here for ages. I think Anime should appoint another mod. Hartella, no he shouldn't. Worm 28, but he's never here anymore. Vile, has Lord Drek left? Hartella, I'm sure he hasn't. He's just really busy. Lord Drek has entered the channel. Hartella, OMG, we were just talking about you. Lord Drek, only good things, I hope. Hartella, yeah, of course. How are you? Lord Drek, pretty good. Morehouse not around? Hartella, no. Lord Drek, good, because getting called a Nazi every 10 minutes gets old. Hartella, I'm so sorry. Lord Drek, not your fault, kiss. Hartella, Morehouse was so out of order. Lord Drek, Anime not in? Hartella, no, he left half an hour ago, had something to do. Lord Drek, what is he, a vampire? It's gone midnight. Hartella, lol. Lord Drek, maybe now he's got a taste for killing, he's gone hunting. Hartella, lol, don't say that. Lord Drek, I'm not the one saying it, he is. All the fucking time, out in the game. One of these days someone will take him seriously. I know he thinks he's kept all the police out of here, but it only takes one and he's fucked. Oi, Valpachora. Valpachora, I'm busy, give me 5. Hartella, it's so unfair if they really are spying on fans. No fan would ever have done that, especially not to Josh. Worm 28, why are you saying that? Especially not to Josh. Hartella, you know what I mean. Worm 28, no I don't, explain. Hartella, well, because she was the one ruining everything for cash, wasn't she? Worm 28, why was she? Hartella, come on, Worm, everyone knows she was the one who was in it for money. Worm 28, how do you know? You weren't there for all the meetings and everything. How do you know? J, 3 asterisks, didn't want more money. E, 3 asterisks, came up with all the good ideas and the best characters. I'm tired of everyone shitting on her. She was a good person. I know she was. So fuck you, Hartella. Worm 28 has left the channel. Hartella, what the hell was that? Lord Drek, lol. The worm turned. Hartella, I mean, it's not like I knew L 6 asterisks or anything. Josh would have left the cartoon free on YouTube forever. She was the one who wanted paying. Lord Drek, yeah, she sounded a right mercenary bitch. Hartella, well, she kind of was. Hartella, you going to Comic-Con? Lord Drek, wish I was, but I can't. Sad face. You? Hartella, yes, and in 3 weeks' time I'm going to see a play. Lord Drek, yeah? What play? Hartella, Chekhov. Lord Drek, wow, I hope you enjoy that. Hartella, kind of hoping the star will give me his autograph afterwards. Lord Drek, well, you never know. Hartella, you think he might? Lord Drek, I'd say there's a very high chance of that happening. Hartella, lol. What do you think I should do? Hang around the stage door? Lord Drek, hang on, babe, someone's at my front door. Hartella, no problem, kiss. Paperwhite, Morehouse been in? Hartella, no. Have you two fallen out? Paperwhite, no. I just want to talk to him. Will you tell Morehouse I need to speak to him if he shows up? Hartella, yeah, okay. Paperwhite, thanks. Paperwhite has left the channel. Hartella, are you still in here, Lord Drek? Lord Drek, give me a mo, babe. Hartella, sorry, I wasn't meaning to hassle. Lord Drek, sorry about that. Neighbours locked himself out. Hartella, do you keep a spare key for him? Lord Drek, yeah. Hartella, lol. I don't ever imagine people like you doing stuff like that for their neighbours. Lord Drek, people like me? Hartella, you know what I mean. Hartella, F, 5 asterisks, people. Lord Drek, we're still people. Hartella, lol. Yes, I suppose so. Just hard to picture it. Lord Drek, better not talk any more about stuff like that. Rule 14. Hartella, lol. Yes, sorry. I sometimes get a bit careless when Anime isn't in here. I suppose after a play's over, the actors have to go home and get an early night. Lord Drek, yeah, they do. Hartella, shame. Lord Drek, I think the directors would be strict about that. Hartella. I thought they would be, but they presumably let people visit the actors' dressing rooms before the play. Lord Drek. Sorry, hun, that's my neighbour back again. Key broke in the bloody lock. Hartella. Oh no. Lord Drek. I'm going to have to log out. He's going to wait at my place for the locksmith. Hartella. Ah, okay. Night. 3 kisses. Lord Drek. Night. 3 kisses. Lord Drek has left the channel. Hartella. You still awake, Vile? Valpachora has left the channel. A new private channel has opened. 13th of May 2015, 23:50. Paperwhite invites Valpachora. Paperwhite. How do you know I'm a redhead? Valpachora has joined the channel. Valpachora. I'm honoured. Thought it was only Morehouse who got private channel action off you. You two had a lover's tiff? Noticed he's not in much anymore. And you're in here all hours. Paperwhite. Answer the fucking question. Valpachora should have said a natural redhead. Collar and cuffs match and everything. Paperwhite. How do you know? Valpachora. Lol. I'll tell you if you answer a question of mine. Paperwhite. What question? Valpachora. How much would you want to tell me who Anime is? Paperwhite. I don't know who he is. Valpachora. Piss off. I know Morehouse will have told you. Paperwhite. He hasn't. Valpachora. But Morehouse knows, right? Paperwhite. Yeah, Morehouse knows, but he'd never fucking tell you. Valpachora. I know. That's why I'm asking you. Paperwhite. Why the sudden interest? Valpachora. It's not sudden. Everyone in the fandom wants to know who Anime is. Plus, he killed Ledwell. Paperwhite. Fuck off. Valpachora. Who did then? Paperwhite. Maybe you. Valpachora. Cast iron alibi, gorgeous. Paperwhite. That shit. That total fucking bastard. How dare he? He bangs on about Rule 14, then goes and does that. Valpachora. Don't worry, I deleted it. Paperwhite. Sure you did. Valpachora. I did. My GF's the jealous type. Bet you want me to find out who Anime is now, don't you? Paperwhite. Are you going to Comic-Con? Valpachora. Dunno. Why? Paperwhite. Anime's going to be there dressed as Drek. Valpachora. For real? Paperwhite. Morehouse told me ages ago. Anime always goes as Drek. Valpachora. So do tons of people. Paperwhite. Well, that's why he does it, moron. What do you think? He'd walk in with a fucking arrow pointing to his head saying, I am Anime. Valpachora. Lol. Okay. Paperwhite. I hope you do find out who the bastard is now. I might have a good look for him myself. Valpachora. Great. We should team up. Paperwhite. I'm not teaming up with you. Valpachora. Why? Would Morehouse be jealous? Paperwhite. Valpachora, if my pic turns online or anything. Valpachora. It won't. I could have tried to blackmail you with it, but I didn't, because I'm a nice guy. Paperwhite. Sure you are. Valpachora. What's that supposed to mean? Paperwhite. Halvening? Valpachora. Fuck off. We spent ages on that research. We genuinely thought Anime was Ledwell. Paperwhite. Okay, if you say so. But I'm serious about my pick. Valpachora. I swear to Odin and the old gods I won't use it. Paperwhite. You said you deleted it. Valpachora. I did. That's why I can't use it. Paperwhite. Okay, well that better be true. Paperwhite has left the channel. Valpachora has left the channel. Private channel has closed. A private channel has opened. 14th of May 2015, 0 hours 04. Valpachora invites Lord Drek. Valpachora. News. Lord Drek has joined the channel. Lord Drek. Get anywhere? Valpachora. She claims not to know who he is. But she says he's going to Comic-Con dressed as Drek. Lord Drek. That's no fucking use. There'll be hundreds of Dreks there. Valpachora. That's what I said, but she said that's why he does it. Paperwhite's interested in finding out who he is. Now she knows he's been flashing her nudes round inside the game. I could team up with her to try and find him. Lord Drek. Fuck off. We don't involve SJWs in our stuff. I know you've got a hard-on for Paperwhite, but you need to lose it. Keep your mind on your fucking job. Because I've got news too, and it ain't good. And we're safer talking in here than the usual, because I think the pigs might still be watching us there. Turizaz was taken in for questioning an hour ago. Valpachora. Fuck. Lord Drek. There must have been a camera in that gents. Anyway, the silly cunt kept his old Twitter account with his pic on it and his real name. That's how they ID'd him. Valpachora. How do you know? Lord Drek. Uruz was at Turizaz's place when the pigs turned up. They asked Turizaz if the old account was his. He could hardly fucking deny it. The bike was in his drive. Valpachora. Shit. Lord Drek. So I want you to go and delete that fucking Algiz account immediately. Valpachora. Okay, I'm doing it now. Okay, it's done. Deleted. But I never put my real name on it, or pics of my face. Lord Drek. No, just your car, your football team, and your favourite nightclub. Valpachora. Look, someone should definitely go to Comic-Con and try and ID Anime. He keeps saying he was the one who attacked them. If we find out who he really is, we can tip off the police. It'll take the heat off us if he's done for stabbing those two. Lord Drek. What are you going to do? Go round pulling masks off people? Valpachora. FFS, it's worth a shot. He'll be in a Drek mask and a Keep the Game t-shirt. I'll just get him talking. Lord Drek. Okay, go to Comic-Con, but FFS, don't do anything dumb. Don't do a Turizaz. If he hadn't gone for that copper, he wouldn't be in custody. Valpachora. Turizaz won't talk. Lord Drek. That's not the point. Valpachora. You still holding the meeting Saturday? Lord Drek. Yeah, we need to keep discipline tight right now. I'm still having to chat up that fat cow Hartella so she doesn't get suspicious. She's coming to see my play. She wants an autograph outside the stage door. Valpachora. ROFL, you cuck. What are you going to say after Michael David ignores her? Pretend you didn't see her? Because she won't believe that. Not when she's built like a brick shithouse. Lord Drek. I know. Should have pretended to be Stevie Wonder. Valpachora. Lol. Lord Drek has left the channel. Valpachora has left the channel. Private channel has closed. Chapter 48. Sometimes, as young things will, she vexes me, wayward or too unheeding or too blind, like aimless birds that, flying on a wind, strike slant against their own familiar tree. Augusta Webster, Mother and Daughter. Strike's alarm woke him early the following morning because he was due to drive to King's Lynn to interview Kay and Niven. Though mildly apprehensive about how his stump was going to bear the twin challenges of the prosthesis and operating the accelerator, his mood was lifted by the text from Ryan Murphy that had come in overnight. Turizaz, also known as Jamie Kettle, had been found at home in Hemel Hempstead and been taken in for questioning. The police were currently examining his computer for evidence of dark web activity and searching his house for any evidence of bomb-making equipment. While it would have been going too far to say that Strike felt falling over the Finnish woman's bag had been a stroke of luck, especially given the strain it had put on his own business, he at least had the satisfaction of knowing that his long hours immersed in Twitter had borne fruit, so he breakfasted in better spirits than he'd had for many days. However, when he emerged from the shower, Strike noticed that he had a missed call. With a strong suspicion of what he was about to hear, he accessed voicemail. Yes, hello, Mr. Strike. This is Sarah Niven. Kaya's very poorly today, I'm afraid, so we're going to have to call the interview off. Sorry. Strike stood balanced on one leg, his free hand gripping the back of a kitchen chair, a bath towel wrapped around his waist. Finally, he decided the only thing to do was to proceed as though he'd never heard the message. The call had been diverted through the office number. He claimed there'd been some technical hitch. To his relief, the end of his stump accepted meekly the sock, the gel pad, and the pressure of his weight on his false leg. His hamstring was still complaining, but as the alternative to wearing the prosthesis was making the journey to King's Lynn by train and taxi on crutches, followed by going to meet Madeline that evening with one trouser leg pinned up and half empty, his hamstring was going to have to put up with it. He did, however, decide to take the collapsible walking stick Robin had bought him before making his way carefully downstairs, wearing a suit because he didn't want to have to return to Denmark Street and change before meeting Madeline later. Strike was on the A14 and skirting Cambridge when Robin called him. Good news. Seb Montgomery definitely isn't Anime. Thank fuck, said Strike fervently.
About time we ruled someone out. How do you know? Anime came into the game 5 minutes ago, badgering more players to go to Comic-Con. Seb was out on a coffee run for the office at the time. I had eyes on him. No mobile, no iPad, no means of typing. Excellent work, Ellicott, said Strike. In other news, Kay and Niven's mother says she's too poorly to be interviewed today. Oh, bugger, said Robin. What are you— Going anyway, said Strike. Fuck it, going to pretend I didn't get the message. There was a slight pause, in which Strike overtook a dawdling Vauxhall Mocha. Do you think that's— began Robin. She's your favourite for Anime, said Strike. Given the events of the previous week, he was feeling slightly sensitive about any suggestion he might be acting recklessly. No, I suppose you're right, said Robin. She could keep putting us off forever. Did you read my email about Jamie Kettle? Asked Strike. He'd let Robin know he'd identified Turizaz immediately after calling Murphy. Yes, said Robin. Fantastic. Must have taken you ages. 23 hours of trawling through Twitter, said Strike. Murphy was pleased, though. Where are you? Walking towards Harley Street. Gus Upcott's travelling by tube in this direction, according to Midge. I'm going to take over on Gus so she can go and relieve Barclay on Preston Pierce. I think we should— Mix it up a bit, yeah, said Strike, hoping Robin wasn't implicitly criticising the decision he'd taken to stay on Wally Cardew for so many hours, thereby making himself recognisable to Turizaz. Well, I'll text you once I've got Kaya in my sights. The news about Montgomery was so cheering that Strike didn't much mind his first glimpse of a windmill or the change in landscape to wide flat fens and marshland. He never went voluntarily into Norfolk, and in fact had a slight prejudice against the whole county, because the worst of all the many places to which Strike's novelty-chasing, peripatetic mother had taken her son and daughter to live had been a Norfolk commune, a place Strike sincerely hoped no longer existed. He entered King's Lynn shortly after 11 o'clock. His sat-nav led him through a series of nondescript side streets until he emerged on a concrete quay bordering the Great Ouse, a muddy-looking river that ran right past the Nivens' house. Strike parked, texted Robin that he was about to knock on Kaya's front door, and got out of the car, carrying his folder of screenshots. On the point of closing the car door, he reached back inside for his walking stick, though he wasn't currently feeling the need for it, then walked along South Quay to the Nivens' house and pressed the doorbell. A high-pitched female voice shouted out from inside, although the words weren't distinguishable. After a pause of almost a minute, the door opened. A middle-aged, vaguely bohemian-looking woman with untidy grey hair, whom Strike took to be Kaya's mother, stood before him. On seeing the detective, her face registered dismay. "Oh, are you—" "Cormoran Strike," said the detective. "Here to see Kaya?" At the announcement of his name, the high-pitched voice he'd heard previously literally screamed from somewhere out of sight. "No! You told me you stopped him!" "Kaya," said her mother, wheeling around. But next came the sounds of running footsteps and the slamming of a door. "Oh, no," said Sarah Niven, and turning back to Strike, she said angrily, "I told you not to come. I rang you this morning and left a message." "Did you?" said Strike, leaning heavily on his stick and feigning confusion tinged with disbelief. "You sure you used the right number? Our office answering service is usually reliable." "I'm sure I—" A second, heavier door slammed. Strike deduced that Kaya had just dashed out of the back door. A disconcertingly metallic voice inside the house set up a repeated cry of, "Please, Kaya! Please, Kaya! Please!" "I've just driven all the way from London," said Strike, frowning as he leaned on his stick. "Could I at least use your bathroom?" Well—" She hesitated before saying reluctantly, "All right, then." Sarah backed away to admit Strike, pointed him towards a closed door a short way down the hall, then disappeared around a corner at the end of the hall, where Strike surmised the back door was situated, calling, "Kaya! Kaya!" Strike paused on the doormat and looked around. Through an open door to his right lay a sitting room decorated in a busy mix of liberty prints. A pair of lovebirds were blinking at him from a large cage.
He also saw a laptop sitting open on the sagging sofa. Strike moved quickly into the sitting room and hit the touchpad of the laptop. It was warm. Kaya had been browsing dresses on the website prettylittlething.com. Strike clicked on her internet history, took a hasty picture on his mobile of the list of websites she'd recently visited, then moved as quickly as possible back out of the room and through the door Sarah had indicated. The small room contained only a toilet and sink. Neither were particularly clean. A pile of copies of the New Statesman and a local paper lay heaped beside the toilet. Several age-spotted prints of exotic birds hung unevenly on the walls. The strange metallic voice continued to chant, "Please, Kaya, please, Kaya," from deep inside the house. Strike emerged from the bathroom to hear Sarah shout, "Stop it!" The metallic voice changed its chant, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" He followed the sound of the voices. Sarah Niven was standing in the kitchen looking both anxious and angry, her back to a sink piled with dirty crockery. The baggy dress she wore was made of a sludge-green Liberty print that matched the cushions in the sitting room. There was a hole in the left foot of her thick black tights, through which her big toe was attempting to poke. "Stop it!" On a perch in the corner of the kitchen stood a large white umbrella cockatoo, which was now looking at Strike with unnervingly intelligent eyes. Having spoken the last two words, it fell to nibbling its own foot. "Stay well away from him," said Sarah. "He doesn't like men." Strike paused obediently. Through the window over the sink, he could see that half the outside courtyard had been converted into aviaries. A wide variety of coloured birds were sitting or fluttering around inside them. The kitchen smelled stale, with an overtone of vegetables. "Kaya's gone," Sarah informed Strike in an accusing voice. "She went out the back gate." "Ah," said Strike, leaning on his stick. "That's a shame. I take it you know what this is all about, Mrs. Niven?" "Yes, you said on the phone, that person Anomaly, or whatever they're called," said Sarah. "Kaya said Josh thinks it's her, which is totally ridiculous." "Kaya must have misunderstood me," said Strike. "I told her there's a theory going around that she's Anime, but I never said Josh believes it. Josh only wants Kaya to talk to me because he knows she's communicated privately with Anime." "Look," said Sarah heatedly, "Kaya's already spoken to the police. Somebody contacted them, totally ridiculous, and told them Kaya had been persecuting that girl, that Ellie-led thing for years, and so they interviewed her, about things she said on social media, for God's sake. It's hardly persecution, saying you was stolen from, is it? And incidentally, Josh Blay treated Kaya abysmally. It had an atrocious effect on her mental health, and she ended up having to leave college." "Yeah, I knew Kaya had been unwell," said Strike. "Sorry, but would you mind very much if I sat down?" He tweaked up his right trouser leg to reveal the metal rod of his prosthesis. As he'd hoped, the sight seemed to shock and fluster Sarah. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Strike, whose sole aim was to make it more difficult for Sarah to dislodge him from her house, settled himself on a wooden kitchen chair. The table was covered in toast crumbs. Sarah now sat down automatically in the chair opposite him and absent-mindedly swept a few of them onto the floor. This wasn't the way the fastidious Strike liked to live. "She was doing better until this happened," Sarah said. And Strike understood this to mean the stabbings. "But then, obviously, the stress of it. I've lodged a complaint with the police. She should have had someone with her for that interview. I should have been there. She's chronically ill, for God's sake. It's not her fault he called her. And then, what they put her through, tracing her movements." "Sorry, who called Kaya?" said Strike. "Josh," said Sarah, looking at Strike with a mixture of disbelief and dismay. "I thought you'd have known. He called her the night before he got stabbed." "Ah, I see. But he didn't tell her he was going to cemetery the next day. She never knew that." "Why would he tell her where? He'd hardly mention that Ellie led whatever to Kaya, would he? But the police had her going over all her movements, and well, obviously she's had a massive relapse." "Yes, Kaya mentioned on the phone that she's been bedbound," said Strike. There followed another short pause, in which the fact that Kaya had just run out of the house seemed to reverberate like an echo through the room. "She has good days and bad, That's the nature of her condition, Sarah said defensively. The NHS is absolutely useless. Her bloods are normal. We recommend psychotherapy. Oh, really, do you? Said Sarah furiously. And how exactly can it be a psychiatric issue? Kaya being literally unable to get out of bed, she's in so much pain, so fatigued. So you end up having to do all your own research over the internet, having to do the medical profession's job for them. I've paid for all kinds of private tests, and of course the stress of all this, Sarah made a wild gesture, has been atrocious. She's been in an appalling... The cockatoo took off suddenly from its perch in a whirl of white feathers, making Strike jump, and swooped off up the hall. You let him fly all over the house? Only the ground floor, said Sarah. There's a door blocking the top of the stairs. The now out-of-sight cockatoo set up its cry of, Please, Kaya! Please, Kaya! Again, and the two caged lovebirds set up a series of squeaking chirrups in return. Josh Blay's paralysed, Strike began again. The knife went through his neck. He's only recently regained the ability to talk. Sarah seemed to shrink inside the shapeless dress. All he wants is to stop this internet troll continuing to whip up trouble and to stop them attacking Edie's family. Since Edie died, enemies started on her uncle, and Kaya would never... Josh doesn't think Kaya's enemy, Strike said. He only wants her to talk to me because, as I say, he knows she's been in direct contact with enemy. Anything, the smallest detail she might know about them, could help us find who's behind the account and put Josh's mind at rest. Please, Kaya, said the cockatoo in the distant room. Oh, God, said Sarah Niven, her eyes filling with tears. And Strike was reminded of another middle-aged mother who'd cried at the mention of Josh Blay, though he was sure for very different reasons. Sarah got up, blundered to the side, and grabbed both a piece of kitchen roll and an inhaler lying beside the kettle. Asthmatic, she told Strike huskily, before using it, then blowing her nose as she sat down again. This theory Kaya's behind the anomaly account. Who's saying that? Online rumours take on a life of their own, said Strike, truthfully enough. It isn't always easy to find out where they originated. She'd never, ever, Sarah began again, but the out-of-sight cockatoo, which had briefly stopped shrieking Please Kaya, began imitating a ringtone so convincingly that Strike's hand went automatically to his pocket. Oh, Strike said, realising where the noise was coming from. Sorry, what were you... Look, you don't understand, said Sarah breathlessly. Kaya's really been through it. Her dad died when she was 18, and she was a real daddy's girl. Absolutely worshipped him. He had a stroke at work, just collapsed in the office canteen. She went off to art college 6 months later and met Josh. Then he cheated on her and dumped her. Then that bloody cartoon came out, and Kaya realised Josh had told that lead-thing girl all Kaya's ideas. Josh Blay ruined my daughter's life, that's the truth. And now he sends you here asking for favours from her. All right, Mrs. Niven, said Strike, making deliberately heavy weather of attempting to get to his feet again. You've made your position clear. But you have to understand we're attempting to help Kaya clear her name. Internet accusations, however ill-founded, have a way of spilling out into real life and affecting people's lives, sometimes for years. But if she's not comfortable helping the investigation, there's nothing more to be said, and I'll leave. Thank you for letting me use your bathroom. Strike was almost at the kitchen door when Sarah called, No, wait. He turned back. Sarah seemed torn between tears and anger. All right, I'll call her. I'll see if she'll come back. Please don't open any doors or windows while I'm outside. Strike assumed this unusual request related to the uncaged cockatoo. Sarah snatched a mobile off the kitchen side and slid out of the kitchen door into the yard, closing the door behind her. Strike watched out of the corner of his eye as Sarah pressed in her daughter's number. After a few seconds, she began to talk. Perhaps she imagined her voice wouldn't carry into the house, but the window frame was warped, and Strike could hear every word. Darling, she said tentatively. No, he's still here. Well, I had to. He needed the bathroom.
A long pause followed, in which Kea was evidently pouring words into her mother's ear. Sarah began pacing up and down in front of her aviaries, her expression fearful. "I know that. Yes, of course, I know that." There were bird droppings on the floor in front of the fridge, Strike noticed. "No, but... No, he says Josh doesn't... Well, because they want to know what you... No, but... Please, Kea, just listen for it." Sarah seemed to be listening to another long speech. At last she said, "I know that, darling, obviously. But don't you think if you refuse it might look as though... That's not fair, Kea. Well, but mightn't it be better to get it over with?" "Yes, he's brought a folder." "I don't know." "Please, Kea, don't." "Kea, how can you say that?" "Of course I do. But if that rumour's going round..." Strike heard the sound of wings. The large white cockatoo had landed on top of the kitchen door, from where it peered down at him, with what seemed to Strike a nasty glint in its buttoned bright eyes. "All right. Yes, I'll tell him. Yes. No, I'll make sure he knows that. All right, darling. Please, Kea, don't." "Yes. OK. Bye, But apparently Kea had hung up. Sarah opened the back door just enough to slide back in and closed it quickly, glancing up at her cockatoo as she did so. She was breathing a little wheezily. "She'll meet you in the Maid's Head. She won't be able to stay more than 20 minutes. She's feeling too unwell." Sarah took another large suck on her inhaler. "Is the Maid's Head within walking distance?" Strike asked. "You're probably better driving. It's only a few minutes by car. In the Tuesday marketplace. You can't miss it." "Great, well, thanks very much, Mrs. Niven." Strike had just picked up his folder of screenshots and turned back to the hall when the cockatoo suddenly gave a loud shriek and dived. He saw a blur of white feathers and tried to protect himself with the folder, but too late. The razor-like beak had already sliced into his temple. "Don't hit him!" cried Sarah, as Strike tried to smack the bird away from him, while its claws scrabbled in the detective's thick hair. Eyes closed, fearing the attacking beak would hit his eyeball next, Strike made his way blindly towards the place where he knew the front door was. "Don't open it!" screamed Sarah, as the cockatoo seemed intent on pursuing Strike, but the latter, unwilling to afford the bird further target practice, had already grabbed the doorknob. Whether because his repeated attempts to scare it off with a folder had worked, or because Sarah's shrieks had somehow convinced it to retreat, the whirring mass of claw, beak, and feathers disappeared. Blood now trickling down the side of his face, Strike wrenched open the door and stepped outside. Chapter 49. And in her lurid eyes there shone the dying flame of life's desire, made mad because its hope was gone, and kindled at the leaping fire of jealousy and fierce revenge, and strength that could not change nor tire. Mary Elizabeth Coleridge, The Other Side of a Mirror. "Fuck!" said Strike loudly as the front door slammed behind him. The gash made by the bird's beak was deep and felt at least an inch long. He groped in his pocket for something to mop himself up with, but found nothing. "You might as well have went in there with a tiger as go in there with that bird," said an elderly male voice. Strike looked around to see Sarah's neighbour, a frail-looking, white-haired old man, standing on his doorstep and watching Strike wince as he tried to staunch the blood oozing out of the stinging cut left by the cockatoo. "Here," said the man, "I've got an handkerchief." He shuffled forwards and handed Strike a clean, folded square out of his pocket. "That's very kind, but do you keep it, boy," said the old man, as Strike hesitated. "That'll bleed a while if I knows that bird, and I do know that bloody bird," he added bitterly. Strike thanked him, accepted the handkerchief, and the old man disappeared into his house. As Strike passed Sarah Niven's front window on the way back to the car, he saw her glaring out at him, the cockatoo now standing on the lovebird's cage behind her. "OK," she mouthed through the glass, though she looked more cross than concerned. "Fine," he mouthed back, insincerely. Once back in the car, Strike called Robin, one hand still holding a handkerchief to his head. "Hi," she said. "Anami's not in the game. What happened with Kaya?"
"Nothing yet," said Strike. "She ran out the back door when I turned up at the front. She's deigning to give me 20 minutes in the pub. One interesting tidbit from her mother, though. Josh Blay called Kaya the night before he met Edie Ledwell in the cemetery." "You're kidding." "I'm not. I have to say, your theory he kept in touch with her after the so-called break-up is looking more and more plausible. In other news, I just got attacked by a fucking cockatoo."
"By a what?"
"A bird," said Strike, "with a beak like a fucking razor."
"Shit," said Robin, and he appreciated the fact she hadn't laughed. "Are you okay?"
"I'll live," said Strike irritably, chucking the blood-stained handkerchief down on the passenger seat. "Where's Gus Upcott?"
"Inside his dermatologist's. He's carrying a bag that looks like it's got a laptop in it. I'm lurking outside the—" "Wait, Anami just tweeted," said Robin. "Sorry, I'm just going to check if anyone's just used a phone." She rang off, and Strike opened Twitter to see what Anami had just written. Anami at Anami Game Master. Wear your support for Drex Game. T-shirts online now at bit.ly/213TYGG. Hashtag Keep Drex Game. Hashtag Comic-Con 2015. Strike snorted, closed Twitter, then brought up the picture he'd taken of Kaya's internet history. Patent pink stilettos, faux leather leggings, hoop earrings, from prettylittlething.com. Josh Blay recovery, Google search. Josh Blay, Google search. Twitter Josh Blay, at Real Josh Blay. Fayola Johnson talks mental health. BuzzFeed.com/sci-fi writer Fayola Joe. 10 telltale signs you aren't entirely cis. TheBuzz.com. Bumblefoot and Spoons, bumblefootandSpoons.tumblr.com. Drex Game, DrexGame/login. Keep Drex Game t-shirts, spreadshirt.co.uk/keepdrexgame. Cormoran Strike Johnny Rokeby, Google search. Cormoran Strike Leg, Google search. Cormoran Strike, Google search. Otherkin World /Ghostkin, fanfic. Tribulationum et Dolorum, Tribulationum/forums. Comic-Con 2015, animecons.com/events. Twitter Wally Cardew at The Real Wally. Twitter Anami at Anami Game Master. Eyebrows raised, Strike put his mobile down beside the bloody handkerchief and set off for the Tuesday marketplace, the cut over his left eye still smarting. The large square he entered a few minutes later was bordered on all sides with many fine buildings, including banks and hotels. There was no market there today, and the central space was full of parked cars. The Maid's Head, a squat pub of dark brick, stood right beside the larger and grander Duke's Head. Strike parked, then used the old man's handkerchief and his own saliva to remove from his face all traces of blood, of which there was a surprising amount. Having cleaned his face, he picked up his folder and left the car, this time leaving the walking stick behind. There weren't many people inside the bar, and a quick glance around told Strike that Kaya wasn't there. "You'd better be in the bloody bathroom." "Oh, that looks nasty," said the barmaid, looking up at Strike's forehead as she came to take his order. "What happened?" "Accident," said Strike gruffly. He bought himself a non-alcoholic beer. Just as he turned to look for a free table, Kaya entered the bar, walking slowly and supported by a collapsible stick of exactly the type Strike had left in the car. She was wearing a baby pink sweatshirt, matching sweatpants and white trainers. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail. Even barefaced and without filters, she was a gorgeous young woman. When she caught sight of Strike approaching, she looked apprehensive. Her gaze dropped to the folder in his hand. "Kaya?" "Yes," she said, in the same whispery voice with which she'd spoken to him on the phone. "Very good of you to meet me. I appreciate it. And I know Josh will too," said Strike. "Can I get you something?" "No," said Kaya weakly. "I can't actually keep anything down right now." Strike judged it best to glide past this comment. "Shall we sit down?" He stood back to let her pass, But she said in the same breathy voice, "You better go first. I'm so slow." So Strike took his folder and his pint to the nearest table for two, and Kea came slowly after him, leaning heavily on her stick. If she was exaggerating her symptoms, it was only what Strike himself had done back at her mother's house, so he settled for a neutral expression until Kea had lowered herself carefully into the seat opposite him. By piecing together Kea's own account of the previous 7 years, Strike knew she was 25, that her relationship with Josh Blay had lasted 18 months, surviving Josh being kicked out of St. Martin's, but ending when Josh started dating Edie. Shortly after the relationship had foundered, Kea had taken a year out of her course due to ill health. She had spent most of that year at her mother's house, but judging by her Instagram page, had made frequent trips to London, sometimes staying on student friends' couches for weeks at a time. She'd returned to St. Martin's after a year, only to drop out for good 2 Christmases later, again citing ill health. She looked incredibly young to Strike, with her perfect skin, an impression enhanced perhaps by the baby pink sweatshirt that might have been a pyjama top. And yet something about Kea reminded him of Charlotte. There was a shadow of a dare in her behaviour. He thought he'd have known, even if he hadn't read her Twitter output, that somewhere beneath all this marshmallow softness lay steel. "Thanks for meeting me, Kea," said Strike. "I appreciate it." "Oh, no," she said, eyeing the gash in his temple. "Was that Ozzy?" "If Ozzy's a large white raptor, yes," said Strike. "I'm so sorry," said Kea with a sad smile. "My mother's stupid AF with that bird. She sets like no boundaries, see?" She held out a soft white hand on which a thin, raised pink scar was clearly visible at the base of the thumb. "That was Ozzy, and I've got one here." She showed Strike her palm, which was similarly scarred. "And behind here." She pointed at her left ear. "Ah, I thought it was my fault for being a bloke." No, he's just a bad-tempered little scrote. Umbrella cockatoos, especially the males, can be tricky. You've got to know how to handle them." Her voice died away. "What's in there?" she asked apprehensively, looking down at the cardboard folder he'd laid on the table between them. "Are those the things you wanted me to look at?" "That's right," said Strike, taking a sip of beer. "You okay if I take notes?" "Yeah, I suppose," she said. As Strike took out his notebook, she asked tentatively, "Have you seen Josh?" "Not yet," said Strike. "He isn't well enough." Kea's beautiful brown eyes, which were the colour of old brandy, glittered immediately with tears. "It isn't true, is it, that he's paralysed? That's what they're saying online. That isn't right, is it?" "I'm afraid it is," said Strike. "Oh," said Kea. She caught her breath, then began to sob silently into her hands. Out of the corner of his eye, Strike saw people at the bar watching them. Possibly they thought him a wicked stepfather. Kea didn't seem to care much who saw her sobbing. Charlotte hadn't minded witnesses either. Tears, screams, threatening to jump off high buildings. He'd endured it all in front of friends, and occasionally passers-by. "Sorry," whispered Kea, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "That's all right," said Strike. "So," he opened the folder. "As you know, I've been hired to find out who Anime is. What are your thoughts on Anime?" "Who cares what I think?" said Kea hopelessly. "I do," said Strike, not unkindly. "That's why I asked." She wiped both eyes with the back of her hand and said, "Josh wouldn't want me to say." "I promise you he would," said Strike. "People will accuse me of having an agenda." "Why'd you say that?" "Everyone always accuses me of having an agenda." "If speculating on Anime's identity is having an agenda, everyone in the fandom—" "I'm not part of the fandom," said Kea, her anger rearing suddenly out of nowhere like a snake. "I'm actually one of the creators." Philip Ormond had glared unblinkingly across the table as he'd made a similar claim, but Ormond had known he was lying. Strike wasn't so sure about Kea. "She's stole my ideas," said Kaya, reverting to her broken whisper. Her being dead doesn't change that. She took my ideas and pretended they were hers. Josh admitted it to me, pretty much. Did he? Said Strike. When was that? Kaya blinked at Strike, her long lashes beaded with tears. I don't know whether he want me to tell you. He wants you to tell me everything, said Strike firmly. OK, well, did he tell you we started dating again? Would this be in November 2013? Said Strike, expression impassive, while his mind worked rapidly. He opened the folder. He'd noticed a 6-month period between November 2013 and May 2014, during which Kaya's online output had become suddenly and uncharacteristically cheerful, then descended into even more fury and despair than before. He did tell you? Said Kaya, and Strike saw the dawning of hope in her expression. No, said Strike, extracting the evidence in the folder Robin had put together. But you deactivated your YouTube channel around then, didn't you? And you tweeted about how happy you were feeling. Yeah, he said, looking down at a couple of pages of the tweets he'd highlighted, then turning them so Kaya could read them. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite. Woke up feeling so weird. Then I realised I'm... Happy? Question mark. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite. I fucking love all of you who are struggling right now. I was ready to kill myself. OMG, I'd have missed so much. The second page showed a series of tweets from 6 months later, by which time the old tone of grievance and passive aggression had slid back across her posts like an oil slick. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite. If you know somebody's fragile and you drop them anyway, then yeah, it is absolutely your fault if they break. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite. If one day you wake up and find out I didn't, it's okay. We're both where we're meant to be. Do these tweets span the period you and Josh dated again? Asked Strike. Kaya nodded, her eyes brimming with tears as she shoved her tweets back towards Strike. How's this helping you find out who Anime is? We were simply interested in the fact that you were criticising Edie much less during that time period, whereas Anime was keeping up their harassment of her. Well, that's because I'm not Anime, whispered Kaya. I'm not. I can't code. I wouldn't know where to begin making that game. You've played it, have you? Asked Strike. No, why would I? What do you think it feels like seeing all these people go crazy for my ideas? I mean, did you see the heart out there, over the window? She gestured towards the square outside. On number 16? No, said Strike. OK, well, they burned a witch out there in the 16th century. Kaya told Strike the story of Margaret Reed's heart bursting out of her burning chest, and he agreed insincerely that certainly sounded like the inspiration for Hearty. Right, said Kaya. I mean, Hearty's even black, like he was burned. So, going back to this 6 months when you and Josh got back together, did you stop saying publicly that Edie had plagiarised you because Josh asked you to? Yes, mumbled Kaya. He didn't want her to know we got back together, because he knew she'd go crazy and he still had to work with her on the cartoon. She was really unstable and kind of a bully. She was a lot older than him. I think Josh was scared of her. So we were kind of sneaking around so nobody would know. I didn't even tell Mum because I knew she'd be angry. Mum blames Josh for me being ill, but it wasn't all down to him. I was already having symptoms before we met. I suppose the stress didn't help, she added in a whisper. Kaya suddenly reached out and grabbed the edge of the table. Sorry, she gasped. I get terrible vertigo. Everything's spinning. She closed her eyes, her long lashes grazing her cheek. Strike drank some of his beer. Kaya opened her eyes again. Sorry, she whispered again. Okay to continue? Asked Strike. Yes. This won't take too much longer, will it? No, lied Strike. So it was during the second period of dating that Josh admitted he'd passed on your ideas to Edie, was it? Yes, said Kaya. He agreed he'd probably told her the story about Margaret Reed that day in the cemetery, when she claimed she came up with it all out of nowhere. And he admitted Magpie was inspired by what I told him about talking birds and the direct figure with a big beak. Well, that was taken directly from one of my pictures.
Which he'd shown her, had he?
No. I think he must just have described it to her, said Kaya. But he agreed my picture and the way she'd drawn Drek were pretty much identical. But by that time they were both making a lot of money out of it all, and he didn't want to upset her. She was 5 years older than him, Kaya emphasised, and super controlling. He kind of half promised at one point that he'd get me some credit. Then she staged that so-called suicide attempt, Kaya said bitterly, still holding onto the table as though she might simply slip over sideways onto the floor if she didn't. And Josh told me we had to take a break, because he was so scared of what she'd do next, if she found out about us. She was crazy manipulative. You have no idea. That whole suicide thing was a joke. Tons and tons of people knew there was something up with it.
Why didn't you tell everyone he dated you again after you broke up the second time? Asked Strike.
The point puzzled him, because such an announcement would surely have achieved Kaya's twin goals of punishing Edie Ledwell and enhancing her own credibility. Because Josh said it wasn't really over. He just wanted us to take a break, because he needed to keep her happy. And he was sorting out the cartoon and work and everything, and so I kept quiet about it.
Didn't he ask you to stop criticising her?
No. I promised I wouldn't say we dated again, but I wasn't going to pretend she hadn't stolen my ideas because she had, said Kaya ferociously. Still holding tightly to the edge of the table, she now massaged her chest with her free hand. Oh, God, she said in a fainter voice. Sorry. Tachycardia. We might have to continue this later. Oh, wow. She closed her eyes again. Strike drank some more beer. Kaya took several long, slow breaths, massaging her chest, and finally opened her eyes.
All okay?
Said Strike. I'm not sure. I think so, she whispered, hand still pressed to her chest.
So, to recap, you've never been in the game. She shook her head. Ever tried to get in?
No, she said.
But you've got a theory about who Enemy is? Because if so, I know Josh would want you to tell me.
Kaya took several more long, slow breaths before saying, Okay, well, I think Enemy's a guy called Preston Pierce.
And what makes you think that?
Well, he hates Josh. When Josh first went to live at North Grove, I used to visit him there, and, Pez, that's what everyone called him, was always putting Josh down, being snide about his art and opinions, just constantly taking the piss out of him. I don't think Pez liked having another good-looking guy around, because Pez was like screwing as many of the female students as he could, and I think he saw Josh as competition. But Josh likes everyone, said Kaya. He liked Pez. He always said he was just having a laugh because Josh, he doesn't see evil.
Evil's a strong word, said Strike, watching her.
I can't explain, said Kaya, who'd stopped massaging her heart, but was still holding onto the table. If you'd been there, you'd know. There was something strange about that art collective place, about the people who lived there. There was something off about all of them. I mean, I don't care how you live or identify or whatever. I'm not into all that, like marry, have kids, achievement bullshit, or career ladders, or whatever. But that place, I could feel something wrong there. I'm an empath. I'm really sensitive to atmosphere. I'm not the only one, by the way. I was talking to someone else who totally agreed that place is strange. I didn't want Josh to stay. I got such a bad vibe from it. But Josh needed a cheap room because St. Martin's had chucked him out, and I suppose she just knew how to take advantage, and that's how it happened.
Who was this other person who thought North Grove was strange?
I can't remember the name, said Kaya, after a slight hesitation.
Was it someone who lived there, or who went for classes?
I don't know who he was. He was outside it one time and we got talking, that's all. Any other reason you think Preston Pierce is enemy? Well, he's a digital artist, isn't he? And he can code, so he could definitely have made the game. And he was seriously envious of the cartoon, especially when it started getting attention. But, I really knew when Anime sent me a direct message on Twitter. Kea paused to be prompted. Go on, said Strike. Anime began with something like, "Oh, this isn't a sleazy pick-up ploy." But he wanted to say that Josh had treated me really badly, and he believed my story. So I said, thanks, or something. And then he said, "You're coming off as a bit aggressive out there, but I guess that's understandable." Anime criticised you for being too aggressive. I know, right? Said Kea. He hated her as much as I mean, he got how full of bullshit and how fake she was. And I said, I'm only sticking up for my rights, or whatever. He didn't say anything else for a few hours. I remember that because when he came back he apologised and said he'd been giving a friend a lift to the vets because their cat was ill. Strike made a note of this. Anything else? Yeah. Then it got weird. How? Well, I said I hoped the cat was okay, but I told him I don't really like cats because of what they do to bird populations. And then he said, "Who gives a shit about birds?" And I said, "I do. My mum breeds them and I grew up with them." So then he said, "Actually, yeah, I really like 'em too. I got a parrot." And I thought, "You're taking a piss," said Kea. And then he started coming on really strong, and he said if I sent him nudes, he'd publicise my story even more. And I said, "I'm not giving you nudes. I don't know who you are." And then he said, "Actually, we've met." "We've met," repeated Strike. "Yeah," said Kea. "I thought that was total bullshit, like the parrot thing, just trying to say anything to get my interest. So, I kind of said that to him, and he got super aggressive with me and called me a prick tease, and I ended up blocking him." "Can I see this conversation?" Strike asked, rapidly jotting down all he'd just been told. "Did you keep a record of it?" "No," said Kea, "because I blocked him. You can't see it anymore. After I told him to leave me alone, he tweeted, 'Sue or shut the fuck up, you're starting to bore all of us.' And all his little fanboys took that as a cue to start telling me I'm an ugly whore and a liar." "When did you make the connection with Preston Pierce?" "Right after I blocked Anime. It just clicked. The whole thing fitted. The couple who run that art collective place had a cat. It's really old and it's only got one eye. That's the cat he must have been taken to the vet." "And, said Kea, her colour now heightened, "there's also the fact Pez tried to get me into bed after Josh and I split up. I went round to North Grove to pick up some stuff I'd left there, and Pez told me Josh and Edie were together in Josh's room, and I got upset and he took me into his room and made a full-on pass at me. So, I suppose I've knocked him back twice, which is why he got so vile as Anime." Strike finished making notes on this, then asked, "Okay, that's all very helpful. Did you know any of the other people involved in the Ink Black Heart?" Said Montgomery, but we haven't kept in touch. And there were a couple of Josh's school friends. That's it, really." "Was one of the school friends Wally Cardew?" "Yeah. Are we nearly finished?" "There's not much more," said Strike. "Sure you don't want a soft drink? Might help with the dizziness." "Yeah," said Kea. "Yeah, actually, maybe that's a good idea. Could I have a Coke?" Strike had once before gone to fetch a suspect food and drink, only to have them bolt. But he had no such qualms about Kea, and sure enough, he returned to find her still holding on tightly to the table. She thanked him slightly tremulously for the Coke and took a sip. "You've been really helpful, Kea," said Strike. "Just a couple of other things. What do you know about the Pen of Justice?" Not much." "Just wondered because you've had quite a lot of contact with them," said Strike, extracting some more printed pages from the folder and handing them over. In fact, Kea had retweeted every single Pen of Justice blog post. Strike watched her expression as she glanced back over what she'd written in response to the Pen of Justice's critiques of the cartoon. The Pen of Justice at Pen Just Writes. Yeah, the monochrome aesthetic is cool, but when black equals bad and white equals most desirable, what does that tell us? My take on the problematic palette of Hearty and Paperwhite. www.penofjustice/The Politics of Colour. 9:38 a.m., 28th of February, 2012. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite, replying to @Pen Just Writes. Sickens me to my fucking core that bitch twisted my ideas into this racist BS. Kaya flipped over the pages, her expression rigid. The Pen of Justice at Pen Just Writes. Innocent jokes about the lumbricus terrestris or mocking gender fluidity. My take on the transphobic overtones of the worm. www.penofjustice/whythewormis. 11:02 a.m., 18th of November, 2012. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite, replying to @Pen Just Writes. Just want to be clear, she stole nearly everything from me, but not the worm. The worm's all hers and shows her true trash nature. The Pen of Justice post that had provoked the angriest response from Kaya had concerned the allegedly ableist tone of the ink black heart. Strike had printed out all Kaya's responses to those mocking the idea that the cartoon was attacking disabled people. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite, replying to @SpinkyDan @Pen Just Writes. Ableist shit like #the ink black heart heightened suicidal ideation in the disabled. Zozo at Inky Heart 28, replying to @Real Paperwhite @SpinkyDan @Pen Just Writes. Laughing about depression isn't cool, I agree, but Edie has talked about being suicidal in the past. Kaya Niven at Real Paperwhite @Inky Heart 28 @SpinkyDan @Pen Just Writes. If she killed herself now, it'd make a ton of disabled people feel a hell of a lot better. Kaya handed the pieces of paper back to Strike. What do you want? She said coldly. For me to say I'm sorry, because she's dead now? I stand by every word. Strike said nothing. It's okay not to be sad when bad people die, said Kaya, her chest suddenly heaving with what Strike was certain was genuine emotion. It's okay to be glad when terrible people die. I'm not going to pretend I'm sorry. She literally ruined my whole fucking life. I'm so fucking over guilt bullshit or whatever. And she got Josh fucking stabbed. What do you mean she got him stabbed? There's no way whoever did it meant to hurt Josh. Someone decided to take her out and he was just there, so they had to attack him too. Why do you think that? Because nobody hated Josh. Everyone knew she was the one driving it all along, doing all the shitty stuff. What shitty stuff? Well, I mean, all that, obviously, said Kaya, jabbing a finger at her responses to the Pen of Justice's many blog posts, looking incredulous at Strike's obtuseness. She was just a really shit human being. You think Edie was killed by someone who didn't like the cartoon? It isn't the cartoon, it's what it means, said Kaya. And who decides what it means? Kaya laughed breathlessly. Oh my God, I mean everyone. Do you know who writes the Pen of Justice blog? I thought you were trying to find out who Anime is. I am. But there's a chance the same person's behind both accounts. No, I don't know who they are. Has the Pen of Justice ever contacted you privately? No, why would they? OK, said Strike, placing the last batch of tweets back in the file and taking out the last 2 pages instead. Just to be clear, you've believed for the past year that you and Josh were on a break, rather than definitely broken up. I don't know, said Kaya shakily. I need to go. I really need to go. Did you meet as friends during that time? We ran into each other a couple of... How often have you talked to each other? I don't know, occasionally. What's this got to do with Anime? Josh called you the night before he and Edie met at the cemetery, right? Who told you that? The police? No, your mum. Kaya stared at Strike. Great, she said, in a high-pitched voice. Thanks, Mother. Wow, that's just fucking great. It's not a big deal that he called you, is it? asked Strike, watching her closely. No, she said fiercely. But if you want to know whether he told me he was meeting her at the cemetery, he was drunk and I couldn't hear what he was saying, okay? And as I'm sure my fucking mother has told you, I was in London the day it happened, but I was on the tube when they was stabbed, and that's been confirmed. It's on camera, okay? Okay, said Strike. Well, I've had enough, said Kaya, looking around for her stick. I've got to go. You're going to want to explain this last bit, Kaya, said Strike, before I hand it over to the police. She froze at that. Strike slid the last but one sheet of paper across the table to her. This tweet has been deleted. This tweet has been deleted. This tweet has been deleted. Wally Cardew, at the Wally Cardew, replying to @RealPaperWhite. Delete that, FFS. 12:39 a.m., 12th of February, 2015. This tweet has been deleted. Wally Cardew, at the Wally Cardew, replying to @RealPaperWhite. Because there are better ways. 12:42 a.m., 12th of February, 2015. Julius at I Am Evola, replying to @RealPaperWhite. That psycho bitch is gearing up to kill them. 3 laughing emoji. 12:45 a.m., 12th of February, 2015. Kaya pushed the paper back toward Strike, as though it might bite her. What did all those deleted tweets say? I can't remember. I was pissed. These were all sent in the early hours of the day Josh and Edie were stabbed, weren't they? Kaya said nothing. For the first time in the interview, she looked as though she might genuinely faint. She was pale, and her breathing had become shallow. This Julius person clearly interpreted your tweets as threatening. Well, as he's one of the blokes who constantly crops up in my timeline to call me a whore and tell me to kill myself, yeah, I don't really care what he thinks. Wally Cardew seems to be giving you advice here, as though he knows you. People tell each other what to do on Twitter all the time. Strike now passed the last page wordlessly across the table to Kaya. Back in 2010, an account called Spoony Kaya, whose handle was @NotAParrot, had posted an uncaptioned black and white selfie featuring a younger-looking Kaya, who was smiling into the camera from her bed, a sheet wrapped around her apparently naked body. Beside her was a man lying on his front, with his face turned away from the camera, possibly sleeping, his long blonde hair spread on the pillow. Immediately beneath this image was a response. Wally C. @Wal Cardew, replying to @NotAParrot, you looking fine. Spoony Kaya @NotAParrot, replying to @Wal Cardew, you too, heart. The very last thing on the page was a Tumblr post of Kaya's, also dating from 2010. All my friends telling me rebound sex with his best mate ain't the answer, and I'm like, well, that depends on the question. Those are your and Wally Cardew's old Twitter accounts, predating the Ink Black Heart, right? Said Strike. And you're not denying that's your Tumblr account. Now very white, Kaya said nothing. I don't know whether you and Cardew are still in a sexual relationship or just friends, said Strike, now putting the last couple of pages back into the folder and closing it. But if you're thinking of getting in touch with him after this interview, there are 3 very good reasons you shouldn't. Firstly, that little Twitter chat hours before Edie's murder will look even more incriminating if you two seem to be colluding with each other. I couldn't have. I'm on film on the tube. I never. Secondly, Josh Blaze lying paralysed in hospital. If you care about him at all... Kaya burst into noisy tears. More people stared. Strike ignored them. If, as I say, you care about Josh at all, you'll make sure I get to carry out this investigation, which he wants, without interference. And thirdly, said Strike, Wally Cardew is already a person of interest to people far scarier than I am. If you've got any sense, you'll break that connection right now. Still sobbing, Kaya struggled to her feet and walked out, far more quickly than she'd entered, though still using her stick. Well aware he was now the subject of accusatory glares from both bar staff and customers, Strike drained his beer glass, stood up, and headed for the bathroom. By scowling at particularly persistent gawkers, he ensured that by the time he re-emerged, nobody seemed disposed to make eye contact with him. Chapter 50. Love, love, that art more strong than hate, more lasting and more full of art. O blessed love, return, return, brighten the flame that needs must burn. Christina Rossetti. What Sappho would have said had her leap cured instead of killing her. Robin, who was currently wearing a dark wig and non-prescription glasses, had been waiting in Harley Street for the best part of an hour for Gus Upcott to emerge from his doubtless exorbitantly priced dermatologist. Finally, at 1 o'clock, he appeared and headed off along the street. Robin had expected him to head back towards the tube, but instead he shambled off looking vaguely around for what she guessed was somewhere to eat lunch. Gus was tall, round-shouldered and skinny. A bag she thought might contain a laptop was slung over his right shoulder, which was slightly lower than the left due to the bag's weight. Anime hadn't been in the game all morning. Fiendy 1 and Vile Pachora were on moderator duty. 5 minutes later, and having passed a few places Robin would have thought a young man might find more congenial, Gus turned into Fisher's, a Viennese restaurant that looked traditional and upmarket. Robin suspected the still hive-plagued young man had chosen it for its dimly lit interior. Having given Gus time to be seated, Robin entered to find a crowded restaurant with nicotine-brown walls, mirrored panels, and 1930s paintings. Gus had been seated on a leather bench in a distant corner where it would be physically impossible to walk casually behind him and glance at the screen of his laptop, which he'd already opened. As she watched, he put on headphones and started typing, an expression of complete absorption on his face, the uneven surface of which was thrown into high relief by the glass-shaded wall lamp beside him. If Seb Montgomery had never looked much like the popular image of the internet troll, Gus, for whom Robin couldn't help feeling rather sorry, perhaps conformed better to the stereotype, with his hopefully temporary disfigurement and general air of self-consciousness. The waiter showed Robin to a table on the other side of the room, but by carefully shifting the angle of her chair, she was able to keep Gus under surveillance. Having ordered a coffee, Robin examined her iPad and saw that both Fiendy 1 and Vile Pachora had logged out while she'd been walking from Harley Street and had been replaced by Hartella and Paperwhite. Robin had been playing the game for barely a minute when Strike called her. "You all right to talk?" "Fine, I'm in a restaurant watching Gus Upcott." "Where are you?" "Sitting in the car, just left Kaya." "Any sign of Anime?" "No." "How was Kaya?" "Very interesting. She thinks Anime's Pez Pierce." "Really? Why?" Strike recounted Kaya's reasons. "Well, I suppose that's plausible as far as it goes," said Robin. "What did she say about Wally Cardew?" "Virtually nothing. I saved that for last because I thought it might make her walk out. It did." Said Robin unsympathetically, glancing from the game to Gus, who was still typing, headphones blocking out the chat and clatter all around him. "Well, if she didn't want people knowing she'd slept with an alt-right poster boy, she should have deleted her old account, shouldn't she? Or maybe she's got a few accounts and doesn't keep track of them all." "Common error," said Strike. "Look at our friend Turizaz." "What's Gus up to?" "Typing on his laptop," said Robin, glancing into the corner again. "He's in a corner, unfortunately. I can't see what's on the screen." As she watched, Gus extended his long-fingered left hand onto the tabletop and appeared absent-mindedly to play an invisible chord before resuming his contemplation of the screen. "He might be composing," said Robin, watching Gus covertly through her clear lenses. "How are his hives?" "Not much better. Go on about Kaya. Did she show you this alleged conversation with Anime she had by direct message?" "No," said Strike. "She said it's no longer viewable because she blocked him." Said Robin again. "Do you think she was telling the truth?" "Not sure. The story came out very fluently and no obvious signs of lying,
although I'd say she's quite a little actress in general. She claims Josh admitted they'd stolen her ideas during their second period of dating, but I'm not convinced. She also claims she's never played Drek's game or tried to get inside it, which is bollocks. I managed to take a picture of her internet history while I was in her house. How the hell? The laptop was sitting open on the sofa where she'd left it. Her mother had just run out the back door after her, so I took a chance. Good going, said Robin, impressed. She either entered the game or tried to this morning. Wow, said Robin. She couldn't be Paperwhite, the moderator, could she? Kaya's Twitter handle's real Paperwhite. You tell me, said Strike. You're the one who's talked to Paperwhite. We've never had much direct contact, said Robin. But Worm28 told me something interesting the other night. Apparently, Anime can veto usernames when people sign up. Nobody in Drek's game is allowed to be the pure character. I mean, your name can't just be Hearty or Lord Wordygrob or whatever. I'd imagine pure usernames would confer status, said Strike, which I think is a very precious commodity to Anime. Right. But Paperwhite was allowed to use the name without any additions? Both fell silent, each following their own train of thought, until Strike said, If Kaya's Anime, then obviously everything she's just told me about Anime flirting with her, then getting aggressive, is bollocks. But if she's not Anime, we know something else about them. They're not quite as sexless as you thought. No, said Robin. I suppose not. Let's say she's Paperwhite, though. Do you think Anime knows who she really is, and that's why he let her have the name? You have to give your email address when you sign up, so there's got to be a chance Anime and maybe Morehouse know people's real identities. Robin heard Strike yawn. Sorry it was an early start. Think I'll get something to eat, then head back up the road. Before you go, said Robin quickly, we really do need to think about costumes, you know. Costumes? For Comic-Con, if we're going to go. Oh, yeah, all right. I'll get on to that when I'm back in the office. For 5 minutes after Strike had hung up, Robin played the game, intermittently glancing up at Gus Upcott, who did nothing more interesting than consume a plate of chips one-handed and occasionally type, seemingly absorbed in his screen or in whatever was playing on his headphones. Then a private channel opened on the screen in front of Robin. Paperwhite Mod invites Buffy Paws. Paperwhite, hi. Buffy Paws has joined the channel. Buffy Paws, hi, what's up? Paperwhite, Anime wants to know whether you're going to Comic-Con. Buffy Paws, he already asked me that. And Hartella asked me this morning. Are you guys on commission? Paperwhite, lol, no. Mods are just doing what the boss orders, as usual. Buffy Paws, well, yeah, I'm hoping to come. Haven't got my t-shirt yet. Paperwhite, great. That you're coming, I mean. And you'll wear a mask? Buffy Paws, he's serious about that. Paperwhite, deadly. Like, I think he wouldn't let anyone back in the game if they didn't hide their faces. Buffy Paws, wow, okay. Out in the main game, Robin saw the familiar flurry of excitement that always accompanied the arrival of Anime. She watched the fluttering cloak appear at the game's entry point, then glanced up at Gus Upcott. He was typing as before, expression unchanged. Robin texted Nutley, Midge and Shah to inform them that Anime had just entered the game, then turned back to the private channel, where Paperwhite had typed again. Paperwhite, can I ask you something? Buffy Paws, yes, of course. Paperwhite, did you talk to Anime on election night? On a private channel. Buffy Paws, yes, I think I did. Paperwhite, how was he? Robin hesitated, thinking. Buffy Paws, what do you mean? Paperwhite, was he weird with you? I thought he seemed drunk or something. Robin paused, debating what to say. Telling the truth might lead to confidences from Paperwhite. On the other hand, Paperwhite might be doing Anime's bidding in checking whether Robin had registered the message he'd mistakenly sent her. Buffy Paws, I can't really remember. He asked me to go to Comic-Con. He might have been drunk, but if he was, he wasn't really showing it. Paperwhite, Is that all he said to you about Comic-Con? Buffy paused. Yeah, just wanted me to go to Comic-Con. But I had to go deal with some stuff in the middle of the chat, and when I got back, the private channel had closed. So he might have said other stuff, but if he did, I missed it. Paperwhite. Ah, okay. Buffy pause. Why? Did he say weird stuff to you? Paperwhite. Not really weird. I just thought he was drunk and I'd never seen him like that. He's such a control freak. I wouldn't expect him to be a drinker, you know? Buffy pause. Lol. Yeah. Well, I suppose geniuses are allowed to cut loose a bit, too. Paperwhite. Lol. He'd love to hear you call him a genius. Hey, have you seen Morehouse in here lately? Buffy pause. No, haven't seen him at all. In the pause that followed, Robin glanced up at Gus Upcott. He was still typing. She looked back at her iPad. Anime had moved away from the entry point of the game, but wasn't speaking, at least in the open game. Paperwhite. I fucked up. Buffy pause. What do you mean? Paperwhite. I did something so fucking stupid. Buffy pause. Question mark. Paperwhite. To Morehouse. Buffy pause. What happened? Paperwhite. I mentioned something Fiendy 1 once hinted. I really didn't mean to hurt him. I was trying to tell him it didn't matter to me at all. But he checked out of the game when I said it, and I haven't been able to talk to him since. I keep hoping he's going to turn up at Comic-Con so we can make up. Buffy pause. You know who Morehouse really is? Paperwhite. Yeah. But FFS, don't tell him that. He doesn't know I know. Buffy pause. Of course I won't tell him. Paperwhite. He internet stalked me first. So he shouldn't blame me, but he's touchy AF. I can trust you, right? Buffy pause. Yes, of course. Paperwhite. Listen, if I'm not here and he shows up, will you please tell him I'm so fucking sorry, that I really, really want to talk to him? Buffy pause. I will. Paperwhite. Ha! Why am I telling you all this? Buffy pause. Because I was here and you needed to tell someone. Smiling face. Paperwhite. Lol, yeah. Do you think you can fall in love with someone you've never met? Robin stared at the question. She could imagine feeling an attraction, a connection, or a powerful desire to know someone better from an online meeting. But love? Love, here in Drek's game, where all that was possible was typing these messages to each other, without even a photograph to feed the fantasy. Buffy pause. Maybe. Paperwhite. You never met anyone online? Buffy pause. Yes. But it didn't work out. We split up. Paperwhite. I'm sorry. Buffy pause. No, it's okay. Robin glanced up again. Gus Upcott was gesturing for the bill. She turned back to Paperwhite. Buffy pause. I'm going to have to go, sorry. But I'll definitely tell Morehouse if I see him. Paperwhite. Thanks. Kisses. Paperwhite has left the channel. Buffy pause has left the channel. Private channel has closed. Anime continued to hover in the game, probably speaking on one or more private channels, but otherwise inactive. Gus had removed his headphones, leaving them hanging around his neck, and was now packing away his laptop. Robin raised her hand to request the bill for her own coffee, one eye on the game, because if Anime said anything while Gus's laptop was in his bag, she might be able to rule out another suspect. However, Anime remained silent while Gus, avoiding eye contact with the young and pretty waitress, paid his bill. A couple of minutes later, he left the restaurant, Robin in pursuit. Chapter 51. A wondrous thing, to be so separate having been so near, near by hate last, and once by so strong love. Augusta Webster, Medea in Athens. The prospect of picking up Madeline from her jewellery launch, taking her for a few stiff drinks, and then bedding her, wasn't without its attractions. But Strike's leg was sore after the long drive to and from King's Lynn, and, failing going straight to Madeline's bedroom, he'd have much preferred to go home alone. Nevertheless, he'd agreed to the arrangement too far in advance to cry off now. So he returned his BMW to its garage, took himself for a kebab and chips, and killed the hours until 9 o'clock, trying to ignore a sense of faint foreboding that refused to lift.
It was raining by the time he entered Bond Street, and, limping slightly, headed towards Madeleine's flagship store. As he passed the darkened, rain-speckled shop fronts, his large reflection shambling alongside him, he noticed a gaggle of people ahead who were standing outside a dazzlingly bright window. Photographers were taking pictures of two women standing beneath a large umbrella. Judging by the length of their silhouetted legs, they were models, doubtless wearing some of Madeleine's jewellery, with the dark street as backdrop. Evidently the launch was not only still in progress, the press hadn't left. Strike took a quick sidestep out of the rain into a double doorway and texted Madeleine. Slightly delayed, shall I find a bar and meet you there instead? Whatever Madeleine answered, Strike intended to remain in the doorway for as long as it took for the press to disperse, and the distant shrieks of laughter emanating from the people, still hanging around in the street, to die away. A powerful whiff of cannabis met his nostrils. Turning, he realised he wasn't alone in this dark recess. Madeleine's son, Henry, and a friend were standing there in silence, both wearing suits and sharing a joint. On seeing Strike's face, Henry dropped the joint with a whispered, "Fuck." The friend, not having any idea who Strike was, looked blearily at him, clearly trying to work out whether it was better to pretend not to know where the smell was coming from, or to retrieve the spliff now smouldering at his feet. "It's all right," Strike told Henry. "I won't tell." Henry gave a nervous laugh. Strike had half a mind to ask Henry to return the favour and not inform his mother that, far from being delayed, he was skulking in a doorway less than 100 yards from her party. On balance, Strike decided this would be an unfair burden to lay on the teenager, so he continued to smoke while ignoring the two boys. "Want some?" Henry's friend inquired. He'd picked up the joint and was now holding it out to Strike, clearly feeling this was the least he could do. "No thanks," said Strike, trying to give up. The friend laughed and took a long toke. "Aren't you supposed to be in there?" Henry asked Strike, pointing in the direction of the jewellery store, outside which the models stood laughing and joking with the photographer. "Your mother's still pretty busy by the look of it," said Strike. "I'll let her finish before I go butting in." "Oh," said the friend, round-eyed to Henry. "Wait, is he the detective?" Out of the corner of his eye, Strike saw Henry nod. "Fuck!" said the friend, sounding alarmed. "It's all right," said Strike. "I left the drug squad years ago. You carry on." A chauffeured car had drawn up outside Madeleine's store. One of the laughing girls who'd been having her picture taken ducked back into the shop, presumably to take off the jewellery. The other was still chatting to the photographer beneath the umbrella. As Strike and the two teenagers watched, the photographer touched the girl's arm. "Kino escalation," said Henry's friend, who'd edged forwards to watch what was going on. Henry laughed. "It is," said the friend. "That's how you do it." "Says who?" asked Henry. "Kosh. That's all bullshit." "It's science," said the friend, taking another long toke on the joint and holding it out to Henry. "It is. Kino escalation and negging. He'll tell her she's got big feet in a minute or something." "Will he fuck?" said Henry, laughing. "He will. Day game." "It's night." "But they're on the street, not in a club or whatever." "You're full of shit." "You should read, Kosh. Watch now." The photographer and the model were still talking. Another burst of laughter floated back to them in the dark street as she cuffed the photographer playfully on the arm. Her voice carried to the doorway. "You cheeky bastard." "Negging," said Henry's friend triumphantly. "Fucking told you." He squinted at Strike. "Isn't it right," he said, his voice slightly slurred, "if you insult a girl, like, not insult but criticise a bit, she'll work to get your approval back?" "I wouldn't count on it," said Strike. "Who gave you this advice?" "Kosh," said Henry. "Mate of yours?" "He's a pick-up artist," said Henry. "American." The model and photographer were still talking and laughing. The man touched her arm again. Strike's mobile rang. Fully expecting it to be Madeleine, he tugged it out of his coat pocket, but the number was withheld. He answered. "Strike?" There was a short pause.
Then a deep, rasping, distorted voice said, "Look at the letter in her coffin." For a second or two, Strike was too surprised to say anything. "Who is this?" He could hear deep breathing. "Read the letter," said the voice. The line went dead. "See? Kino escalation," Henry's friend said, still watching the photographer and the model. "You, build up how much you're touching them. It's working, look." "You're full of shit," sniggered Henry, now back in possession of the joint. Strike looked down at his mobile. The call hadn't been redirected from the office. The anonymous caller had his direct number. He now texted Robin. "Just had a second call from the person who said to dig Ledwell up. This time it was, look at the letter in her coffin." He replaced the phone in his pocket. "I'm trying the digital game right now and it works," Henry's friend was saying. "How do you do Kino, whatever, online?" "You do different stuff online." Another woman had just walked out of Madeline's shop, holding what looked like a goodie bag. She paused and looked up and down the street. As she turned in Strike's direction, he recognized her by the light still pouring out of the shop window. Charlotte. He backed into the shadows. "You say stuff like, 'If that's your real picture, you're probably sick to death of blokes pestering you, so I'll go now.'" The tapping of high heels on concrete was audible even over the sound of Henry's laughter. The imminent encounter had been almost inevitable. Strike felt as though he'd known it all along. "I thought that was you." Charlotte sounded amused. She stood before him in a tight black dress and stilettos, her dark hair loose, a grey silk coat hanging open. "I saw Mad's face just now when she checked her phone, and I thought, he's cancelled. She'll be pleased you're only hiding. Have you been in a fight?" She was looking at the cut on Strike's forehead, made by the white cockatoo. "No," he said, and ground out the stub of his cigarette beneath his heel. Henry and his friend were now staring at Charlotte in awed silence. Strike couldn't blame them. "Could I catch one?" Charlotte asked Strike, looking down at the cigarette end. "Sorry, all out," lied Strike. "It's nearly over," said Charlotte, glancing back at the launch. "Huge success. She's really talented, your girlfriend. I bought this. Fabulous, isn't it?" She held out a slender hand. Strike saw something that looked like a lump of uncut quartz on her middle finger. He said nothing. "I wondered where you boys got to, by the way," said Charlotte, apparently unperturbed by Strike's silence and looking over his shoulder at the teenagers. "I suppose it was pretty boring in there for you." Henry's friend stammered something incoherent. Still smiling, Charlotte turned back to Strike. "How's Prue's daughter?" "Who?" "Prue's daughter, darling," said Charlotte. "Your niece." Strike realized that his half-sister Prudence was the person under discussion. "I have no idea." "You didn't know?" "Oh, shit," said Charlotte, no longer smiling. "I probably wasn't supposed to say." "Well, you've started now," said Strike, remembering that Prudence had mentioned a family emergency, "so you might as well finish." "Gabby told me," said Charlotte. Gabby was another of Strike's half-sisters. He barely knew her, but she and Charlotte had moved in the same exclusive circles for years. "Sylvie fell off a climbing wall. Harness wasn't fastened or something." "Ah," said Strike. "I didn't know." "I thought you and Prue were in contact these days." "Gabby's clearly been talking a lot." "Don't be pissed off," said Charlotte. He could smell a trace of Shalimar even through the fug of cannabis. "I didn't mean to upset you." "You haven't upset me." The car waiting outside Madeline's store, now containing both models, pulled away from the curb at last. The photographer disappeared into the darkness. The last few stragglers were leaving the shop, but they paused in front of the door, still talking and laughing. "Henry!" called a voice from the middle of the group. "Shit!" said Henry. He and his friend hurried to obey his mother's summons, leaving the last inch of their joint abandoned on the ground. "I quite fancy that," said Charlotte, looking down at the joint.
Better not, though. Jago's probably having me watched, like I am him. She glanced up and down the street again as she said it, drawing her thin coat tightly around her. I went to McCabe's, she told Strike, looking him in the eye again. They've put someone on it, but they've got nothing so far. Jago's being really careful. I bet you'd have got results faster. McCabe's are good, said Strike. They'd better be, said Charlotte. Strike wanted to walk away, but didn't want to join the group still milling in front of the shop, who were now taking selfies with Madeline. I wanted to go to Prue for therapy, said Charlotte dreamily. You what? Said Strike, goaded into a reaction, as no doubt she'd intended. She's supposed to be really good. She helped a friend of mine a lot, but she wouldn't take me. Said it would be a conflict of interest. Of all the therapists in London, you wanted to see my sister. I had no idea at the time you two were even in touch. She'd still have been my sister at the time, unless this all happened in some parallel universe. I just heard she was really good, said Charlotte, unruffled. I quite fancied talking to somebody whose family was as fucked up as mine. I'm bored of middle-class therapists and their tedious middle-class ideas of what's normal. Madeline was now ushering Henry and his friend into a black cab. The group of guests was dispersing at last. Now Madeline stood alone, staring towards Strike and Charlotte. The latter glanced at Madeline, then turned, smiling, back to Strike. Well, I'd better let you congratulate Mads. She walked away in the rain, her stilettos clicking on the pavement, her dark hair fanning out behind her. Chapter 52. I deck myself with silks and jewellery. I plume myself like any mated dove. They praise my rustling show and never see my heart is breaking for a little love. Christina Rossetti, L.E.L. Madeline, who was wearing a fitted dress of purple silk with a heavy amethyst necklace and vertiginous heels, stood stock still on the pavement, arms folded, half her face in shadow, half brightly illuminated by the light still shining out of the shop window. As Strike moved out of the dark doorway towards her, he could tell they were about to reach that important landmark in every relationship, the first blazing row. "Hi," he said. "You look great. How'd it go?" She turned wordlessly and walked back into her shop, passing a security guard as large as Strike himself, who was standing just inside the door. Two pretty young women Strike assumed were shop assistants, both wearing black dresses, were pulling on their coats and looked curiously at Strike as he entered. Three male caterers in white jackets were removing empty champagne glasses from low tables and glass cabinets. The shop, which Strike had never visited before, was like the plush interior of a jewellery box, walls and tented ceiling covered in midnight blue velvet, gold rope looped overhead with hanging tassels, the floor covered in a Persian rug. "This looks—" he began, but Madeline was bidding goodbye to the sales assistants, then pursued one of the waiters into a back room, where he heard her giving instructions to take the glasses and leave, never mind wiping down the cabinets. She'd get the girls to do that the following morning. 4 enormous pictures of the models used in the advertising campaign stood on golden easels. A long-haired black woman was wearing diamond earrings so long they grazed her naked shoulders. A redhead stared through interlaced fingers, each bearing a sapphire ring. A blonde held a ruby brooch over one eye like a patch. And Charlotte stared at him with a Mona Lisa smile on her scarlet lips, in a heavy gold collar studded with uncut emeralds. Madeline reappeared, following the caterers, each of whom was carrying a large box full of used glasses. "You can go, Al," she said to the security guard. "I'll lock up and set the alarm." "You sure?" he asked. "Yes, go," said Madeline in a clipped voice, slamming a hand onto a button beside a heavy wooden desk in the corner. Steel security blinds began to lower automatically over the windows. Strike could tell Madeline had had a lot to drink. She was flushed and her voice was slightly thickened. Her determined avoidance of Strike's gaze persisted until the waiters, caterers, and the security man had departed. When at last they were alone, the windows blanked out, Madeline turned to look at him. I knew you'd do this. Do what? You couldn't even come in for a couple of minutes at the end. There was still a photographer outside. Listen to yourself, said Madeline with a shrill laugh. Who do you think you are? Your father? What's that supposed to mean? If Johnny Rokeby turned up here, yes, the press would be fighting tooth and nail to get a shot of him. For fuck's sake! You're not that famous. Get the fuck over yourself. The point is, I don't want my picture in the press, said Strike calmly. I've told you this repeatedly. I don't want to be recognisable. And where's your fucking paranoia about being papped when you're chatting to Charlotte Campbell in dark doorways? She told me tonight about how Jago wants to name you in the divorce. That was helpful of her, said Strike, temper now rising in spite of himself. Which would have been nice to hear from you, rather than find out in front of 20-odd people at my fucking launch. Fuck's sake. You think I wanted her to do that? And I had to pretend I knew all about it. So when did you actually break up with her? Exactly when I told you we did, said Strike. Nigh on 5 years. So why's Jago after your blood? Because he hates my fucking guts. Charlotte says he found texts between the two of you. Those texts were her trying to rekindle the affair. I didn't ask for them, said Strike. You actually do think you're Johnny Rokeby, said Madeline, with another incredulous laugh. Women just throw themselves at you without any invitation, do they? No, you were the first. Madeline picked up the nearest available object, which was an empty wooden jewellery box, and threw it. Her aim was so poor it would have sailed past Strike and hit the window if he hadn't reached out and caught it. Madeline advanced on him. You don't want anyone to know you're with me. I don't give a damn who knows I'm with you. That's not what Charlotte said. When are you going to get it through your head that you can't trust a single fucking word Charlotte Campbell says? Did you tell your darling Robin we're together? Yes, said Strike. Before or after Charlotte told her? Because Charlotte said she looked pretty fucking shocked to hear it. Wake up, for fuck's sake. Charlotte says whatever she thinks will cause most. Charlotte said, if you actually turned up to my launch, you must be serious about giving us a go, because she's shit-stirring, Madeline, for fuck's sake. You've hushed up all your girlfriends since... I'm not fucking hushing you up. Why were you hiding 3 doorways down, pretending to be delayed? I just told, hoping to catch Charlotte as she came out. Try and make up your fucking mind which of them it is you think I'm playing away with. Charlotte or Rob. Maybe both. Your father never confined himself to one at a time. Mention my father one more time, and I'm out of here. They glared at each other, 5 feet apart, and the large picture of Charlotte in her emerald-studded collar gazed at them with a half-smile on her scarlet lips. I'm getting the impression it matters more to you what Charlotte thinks about us than what I think, said Strike. Is that why I had to come and pick you up here? To prove to Charlotte you got me wrapped round your little finger? You never told me you'd slept with Chiara Porter. What? Said Strike, thrown. You heard me. Why the fuck would I have told you? It was a one-night stand. Or that you dated Ellen Toft. Jesus Christ. Have I asked you for a list of all your previous? They're both people I know. Strike felt his mobile buzz in his coat pocket and reached for it. You better not bloody answer that, shouted Madeline, as he looked down at the text from Robin. What did the voice sound like? Strike began typing a response. Did you hear me? Yeah, I heard you, he said coldly, still typing. Same as last time, Darth Vader. Think it's a voice change app. He put the mobile back in his pocket and looked up to see Madeline breathing hard, a rictus grin of fury on her face. You was saying? Asked Strike. I was saying I thought Charlotte was drunk. She tripped on the word. Melily. Valentine said you met her at uni. I thought you weren't interested in money or fame or whatever. Then I find you're carving your way through half the female celebs in London. And how do you square me being some kind of starfucker with your complaint that I don't want to be photographed with you? Maybe that just makes it easier for you to con the next rich woman into thinking you like her for herself. Strike turned and headed for the door. Cormoran! But he'd already wrenched the heavy door open and set off into the rain. Cormoran! She screamed. His phone buzzed in his pocket again. He pulled it out and examined Robin's new text. Raindrops speckled the phone screen. He could hear Madeline running after him on her stilettos and what sounded like a heavy bunch of keys jangling. Can that really be some random troll? Because how many people knew there were letters in the coffin? Strike typed back, still walking. Exactly. Another text from Robin came seconds later. I've just heard something interesting in the game. If it's convenient to talk right now, if not, it'll keep. He just typed, "Now's good," when he heard a shriek, a thump, and the clinking of metal behind him. He turned. Madeline had slipped and fallen. The shop keys had flown out of her hand, and she was lying face down on the wet pavement. "Fuck's sake," he muttered, limping back towards her. Madeline was trying to get up, but was hampered by the fact that one of her heels had broken. Sobbing, she clutched his hand and let him pull her upright. One of her knees was bleeding. "Get in here," said Strike, helping her into another covered doorway before going to retrieve the keys. "Have you left the door unlocked?" She nodded, still sobbing. "Colm, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of it." "Let's just go and lock the bloody door before you lose your whole stock." "Wait." Steadying herself on his arm, she wrenched off both shoes. Still crying, barefoot and now considerably shorter, she let him steer her back towards the shop, pausing only to ram her purple stilettos into a bin. "Colm, I'm sorry. It's just been so fucking stressful, and I didn't mean it. I honestly didn't." Back inside the plush midnight blue shop, she collapsed into an armchair, put her face in her hands, and cried. Strike sighed heavily and put the keys down on a glass cabinet full of glittering pendants. "When have I ever taken a penny off you?" he asked, looking down at her. "When have I ever failed to pay my way?" "Never, never. I don't know why I said that. It was everything Charlotte said. I found out Jim was cheating because of texts. He'd been buying her presents out of my money, and I'm sorry. I really am." She looked up at him. She looked good even with her hair beginning to frizz and her mascara running. "You're going to want to clean that knee," he told her. Madeline pushed herself out of the armchair and flung her arms around him. After a moment or two he reciprocated, kissing the top of her damp head. "I'm sorry," she repeated into his chest. "I'm not Jim." "I know," she sobbed. "I do know that. I shouldn't have had so much champagne." "You shouldn't listen to Charlotte fucking Campbell is what you shouldn't do," said Strike forcefully. "I won't. I know I shouldn't have." He disengaged himself gently and looked down at her. "Go and wash your knee. I've got to make a work call to Robin. That doesn't mean I'm shagging her." I know," repeated Madeline, half laughing, half crying. "OK, then, I'll stand here by the door and try and look like your security bloke." Still sniffing, Madeline departed for the bathroom at the back of the shop. Strike walked over to the door, positioned himself squarely in front of it, where he'd be visible to passers-by, then called Robin. "Hi," she said. "It could have kept." "It's fine, go on." "Worm 28, Zoe, I mean, just told me she had a row with Yasmin Weatherhead, you know, Hartella, last night, on the moderator's channel. Yasmin said something along the lines of, a fan couldn't have done the stabbings because they wouldn't have attacked Josh. Zoe got angry and asked whether Yasmin was saying Edie deserved what she got. Anyway, Zoe's just been ranting away about Yasmin to me, and she let slip that she thinks Yasmin and Anami have got some kind of sideline together, a money-making sideline." "Really?" "Apparently he said something to Yasmin on the moderator channel this morning about waiting to hear what his percentage was going to be. Yasmin didn't respond in front of the other moderators, but Zoe thinks they probably went to talk on a private channel instead." Madeline emerged from the back room, her face cleaned up. She gave Strike a watery smile, then began moving between the cabinets, checking that all were locked. "Very interesting," said Strike. "Suggests Morehouse might not be the only one who knows who Anami is, after all." "I know," said Robin. "I wonder whether there's any way we could approach Yasmin the same way we did Tim Ashcroft." "As a journalist?" "Exactly. Pretend to be doing an article on the Ink Black Heart. You knew them in the early days, etc." "Definitely an idea," said Strike. "I'm going to have to go, but let's talk that through tomorrow." "Great," said Robin. "Speak then." She hung up. Strike turned to Madeline, who'd now put on her coat. "We're going to need a cab," he said, looking at her bare feet. "I'm sorry," she whispered again. "You're forgiven," said Strike, forcing a smile. While Madeline took out her mobile to call a taxi, Strike slipped outside to have a cigarette. This evening had brought back a tide of memories of life with Charlotte, of screams and thrown objects, outbursts of irrational jealousy, and accusations of every vice she'd met in her birth family. The difference had been that he'd loved Charlotte, in spite of it all. Without love, such behaviour held no appeal whatsoever for Strike. The rain continued to fall, and he smoked, leg aching, wishing himself 100 miles away from Bond Street. Chapter 53. Sweet is the swamp with its secrets, until we meet a snake. Emily Dickinson, XIX, A Snake. In-game chats between 4 of the moderators of Drek's game. A new private channel has opened. 20th of May 2015, 1738. Anime invites Morehouse. Anime, we've been missing you, Bois. Morehouse has joined the channel. Morehouse, is that right? Anime, yeah. Paperwhite's been on here 24/7, asking people if they've seen you. Morehouse, I came back to see whether Lord Drek and Valpachora have gone, but they haven't, I see. Anime, no. But they'll be gone by the end of Comic-Con. Morehouse, just fucking ban them now. Anime, I've got a plan, okay? Morehouse, like the plan to look into them. Anime, I swear they'll be gone soon. Working on it right now. Morehouse, I think you're just kicking the can down the fucking road, because they're good mods and just did it for the lols. Anime, I'm not. You were right, okay? They're fucking Nazis. Morehouse, and this flash of insight came to you how, exactly? Anime, I changed my mind, that's all. Morehouse, an about turn that, amazingly, coincided with me asking you to choose between me or them. Anime, so what if it fucking did? You're getting what you want, aren't you? Morehouse, you still don't fucking get it, do you? You seem to be totally fucking indifferent to them being fascists. Anime, call yourself a fucking scientist? Where's your proof? Let me guess. You're talking to Paperwhite on another chan. Morehouse, so what if I am? What's your problem with me and Paperwhite? Anime, no problem, Bois. Morehouse, I think you fancy her yourself. Anime, how's that work, Bois? Morehouse, you know who she is, from sign-up. Anime, you think I get horny over email addresses? Morehouse, maybe her real name's in her email and you went looking. Anime, well, you're wrong. I don't give a shit who she is. You want to get into something with her? Feel free. Morehouse, and Rule 14? Anime, fuck it, you're co-creator. Do what you want. Morehouse, yeah, well, I can't do what I want. Not with her, anyway. Anime, why not? She's obviously hot for you. Morehouse, you know why not. Anime, Bois? Morehouse, what? Anime, if I kick Lord Drek and Vial out, you'll stay, right? Morehouse, fuck's sake, you're not listening. What bothers me is you don't seem to give a shit what they are or what they might have done. Anime, I've already told you they can't have killed Ledwell. Morehouse, how can you be sure? Anime, because I did it, ovs. Morehouse, fucking hell, what's wrong with you? I'm this close to believing you, you know that. You keep saying it in the game. What happens if someone takes you seriously and calls the police? Anime, FFS, I'm joking. We used to have a laugh. Morehouse, yeah, we did. But I said to Paperwhite the other day, I feel like I don't know you anymore. Seriously. Ledwell's dead, Blaze still in hospital, and you don't seem to give a fuck. It's a joke to you. Anime, so I like dark humour, fucking sue me. You want me to say it's a tragedy? Of course it fucking is. But seeing as the world knows I fucking hated Ledwell, I'm not going to play the hypocrite. Morehouse, just show some common decency, FFS. Anime, fine, I'll show some common decency, kick out Lord Drek and Vial, and you shag Paperwhite to your heart's content, and the game goes on, right? Anime, Morehouse? Morehouse, what? Anime, if I do all that, you'll stay? Morehouse, I'll think about it. Anime, fuck, don't do me any favours.
Are you still there? Morehouse, tell me something. When do you see the game ending? Anime, what do you mean? Morehouse, well, it can't go on forever, can it? Anime, why not? Morehouse, because FFS. People grow up, they get bored. Anime, that's why we've got to keep improving the game. Morehouse, this can't last forever. Anime, it'll last as long as I want it to last. We're in charge now. We make the rules. Morehouse, what rules? Anime, we hold the power. We can make sure the IBH stays the way we want it. Morehouse, you realise you sound like a megalomaniac. Anime, the will to power makes the world go round. Morehouse, thought that was love. Anime, love's for pussies. A new private channel has opened. 20th of May 2015, 1740. Paperwhite invites Morehouse. Paperwhite, OMG, you're here. Mouse, please talk to me. Please. Morehouse has joined the channel. Morehouse, hi. Paperwhite, Mouse, I want to apologise. I haven't been sleeping. It's all I can think about. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said it. Morehouse, it's okay. Paperwhite, it isn't. Morehouse, I was just fucked off at Fiendy 1 for opening her big mouth. Paperwhite, wait, what? Fiendy 1's a girl? Morehouse, yeah. She likes to pretend to be a bloke online. How's your mum? Paperwhite, not great. Her hair's started to fall out. Morehouse, shit. Paperwhite, yeah. But as long as it works. Morehouse, yeah. Paperwhite, it's so good to talk to you again. I've really missed you. Morehouse, I've missed you too. Paperwhite, so we're okay. Morehouse, yeah, we're okay. Paperwhite, so listen, you're going to go to Comic-Con. Hello? Morehouse, I can't go to Comic-Con. But you can go with your boyfriend. Paperwhite, what? Morehouse, your boyfriend. Cut-off t-shirt, muscles, blonde. Paperwhite, so you've stopped pretending you don't know who I am. That would never have started if you'd agreed to meet me or even send a pic. I was pissed one night and he was there. That's not a nice thing to say, but it's true. Morehouse, you look pretty fucking happy about it on your Instagram page. Paperwhite, well, maybe I was hoping you'd see it and get jealous. This whole thing's been so one-sided. I send pics, you don't. I want to meet, you don't. What you and I have is better. But how do I know you're not stringing 100 other girls along? Morehouse, I'm not. Look, I've done a lot of thinking while I've been out of the game. Paperwhite, Mouse, please don't say you're leaving. Please. Okay, well, if you're leaving, I've got nothing to lose, have I? Morehouse, question mark. Paperwhite, I know exactly who you are. V. 4 asterisks. And don't you dare complain, seeing as you went and found out who I am. You're even following me on Twitter as yourself. And for the record, now I know who you are, I think you're even more incredible than I did before. Today, I told Buffy Paws I'm in love with you. You can check with her if you don't believe me. Morehouse, are you serious? Paperwhite, about which bit? Shit, no bloke's ever made me cry as much as you have. Snot everywhere. Morehouse, you think you know who I am? Paperwhite, middle of the pic, green shirt, glasses, wheelchair, awesome smile, excellent teeth. Morehouse, and you told Buffy Paws you love me. Paperwhite, I asked her if she thought you could fall in love with someone you've never met, because I think I have with you. Don't feel like you have to say it back or anything. Morehouse, lol. Well, I do. Paperwhite, really? Morehouse, yeah. Paperwhite, 8 hearts. So if we take this convo to Twitter, I can DM you my phone number. Morehouse, no, I don't want to talk on the phone. Not the first time we talk. Paperwhite, do you have speech probs or something? Morehouse, yeah. Paperwhite, it can't be that bad. You spoke on the phone to Anime the other week. Morehouse, that was an emergency. But he can understand me because we FaceTimed a lot when we first created the game. Paperwhite, so let's FaceTime. Morehouse, look, this is hard for me. Paperwhite, I understand. Morehouse, you couldn't, looking the way you do. That pic you've seen doesn't tell the full story. Paperwhite, what? He's your body double? Morehouse, lol. No. But it doesn't show how I speak or move. Paperwhite, FFS, I don't care. Morehouse, easy to say. Paperwhite, so we can't ever meet or talk, IRL? Morehouse, you're going to Comic-Con on the 24th? Paperwhite, I will if you will. Morehouse, I'll try. Paperwhite, 8 hearts. I love you. Morehouse, love you too. A new private channel has opened. 14th of May 2015, 1742. Fiendy 1 invites Morehouse. Fiendy 1, I want to talk to you. Morehouse has joined the channel. Fiendy 1, I did not tell Paperwhite you're disabled, okay? If she heard it from anyone, it was Anime, not me. So get your facts straight before sending me an email like that again. Morehouse, okay, whatever. Fiendy 1, whatever. Morehouse, you sure you always remember what you've said to people? Fiendy 1, screw you. I know what you're implying. Morehouse, I just know what you're like with half a bottle of vodka in you. Fiendy 1, fuck off. I never told her you're disabled. Morehouse, maybe not explicitly. Fiendy 1, okay, what did I say then? Morehouse, probably made one of your funny wheelchair jokes. Fiendy 1, that was over a fucking year ago, and I told you I was sorry like a million times. Morehouse, you did the only thing I ever asked you not to do. Fuck, I was trying to help you. Fiendy 1, don't be so fucking patronizing. Morehouse, I'm not patronizing you, I'm treating you like an adult for a change. Fiendy 1, what does that mean, for a change? Look, you were really nice to me when I was going through all my shit, and I never meant to hurt you or offend you. I know I upset you and I've tried everything to say sorry, but when somebody ignores all your emails and won't talk in here, it's hard to make up. But I never told anyone about you being disabled. Nobody. Why would I? Morehouse, maybe to shit stir between me and Paperwhite. Fiendy 1, that's a total fucking lie. I never wanted you as a boyfriend if that's what you're implying. I just thought you were my friend. Morehouse, I was your friend. But you broke my trust. I had bloody good reasons for not wanting anyone to know I co-created this game. So having a drunk 16-year-old dropping hints all over the place, thinking she's being funny/clever, wasn't what I was after. Fiendy 1, I said I was sorry. What else can I do? Morehouse, nothing. Fiendy 1 has left the channel. Morehouse has left the channel. Private channel has closed. Chapter 54. Masks in flocks and shoals, flesh and bloodless hazy masks surround there, ever-wavering orbs and poles. Christina Rossetti, A Castle Builder's World. The morning after Madeline's launch, Strike and Robin met at the office where they agreed that, having gone to the trouble of creating a website and a Twitter account for journalist Venetia Hall, they'd be wasting an opportunity not to call her into service again when approaching Yasmin Weatherhead. Robin therefore tweaked the bio on Venetia's Twitter account to emphasize her journalistic credentials and spent 3 hours writing a couple of articles on the ink black heart for Medium.com in Venetia's name. They're terrible, she told Strike on the phone later. He'd had to leave for Sloane Square, where he was watching Fingers lunch at the Botanist again. I've cobbled them together from a load of other articles. Can't anyone write stuff on Medium? Yes, but Venetia's supposed to be an actual journalist. Well, with luck, Yasmin's literary standards aren't that high. Whether that was the case or not, Yasmin Weatherhead proved just as eager as Tim Ashcroft to speak to Venetia Hall. Robin received a promising response to her email a mere 24 hours later. Hi, Venetia. It was a bit of a shock to get your email. Yes, I'm the Yasmin Weatherhead, who used to work for Josh and Edie. Still in shock about what happened, as you can imagine. I think the whole fandom's kind of shaken. It was so dreadful. We're all praying Josh makes a full recovery. Yes, I'm still a huge Ink Black Heart fan, and in fact, I'm currently writing a book all about the cartoon and the fandom. I don't know whether you know about Drek's Game, which is the place many fans congregate to discuss the show and the whole franchise. My book also covers the game and how central it's become to keep enthusiasm for the Ink Black Heart alive. So yes, I'd be glad to talk to you. When were you thinking? As you clearly know, I'm currently working for Lola June Cosmetics, but could do evenings or any weekend, except this coming one, because I'll be at Comic-Con, geeking out. With best wishes, Yasmin.
Why don't I ask her to meet me at Comic-Con? Robin asked Strike by phone, after she'd forwarded him Yasmin's email.
2 birds with 1 stone, said Strike,
who was now tailing Preston Pierce down Swains Lane in Highgate.
Good idea.
Your costumes arrived, by the way, Robin told him. When I said you'd make a lovely Darth Vader, I didn't think you'd actually...
Couldn't think of anything else, said Strike. Just hope it's long enough.
I like that you bought a lightsaber as well, said Robin. Right colour and everything.
Comic-Con is exactly the place they'd rumble I was fishy because my lightsaber's green, said Strike, and Robin laughed.
She emailed Yasmin back, saying that she was very excited to hear about her book and fascinated by Drek's game, and asking whether she'd like to meet up at Comic-Con, which would make a wonderful backdrop for Venetia's article about the ink-black heart. She also provided the number of the temporary mobile she'd used when approaching Tim. Several hours passed without word from Yasmin, but in the interim there was an interesting development on the moderators thread, which was reported to Buffy Paws by the ever-helpful Worm28. Worm28, Hartella's just told Anime she can't go to Comic-Con after all. Buffy Paws, OMG, after she's been badgering everyone to go. Worm28, yes, I know, Anime's really pissed off with her. Robin's hunch was that Yasmin had backed out of joining the masked Keep the Game group, so she could meet Venetia Hall and promote her book, unmasked. Sure enough, a second email from Yasmin arrived half an hour later. Hi, Venetia. Yes, that would be great. I was planning to be there on Saturday if that suits you. Robin replied that it suited her perfectly, and they arranged to meet just inside the XL main doors at 11. Which might mean she and Anime have never met, so they won't recognise her, Robin told Strike by phone later that evening. Or she's counting on avoiding him in such a massive space.
Or, said Strike, Yasmin knows Anime isn't going to be there.
They must be going. They've been trying to get everyone else to go for weeks.
Sounds like the business venture they're in together is this book, doesn't it?
It must be, said Robin. Anime might be giving insider details in exchange for a cut.
Well, this is all going to make for a very interesting interview.
Before you go, said Robin quickly, because his tone told her he was about to hang up, I've been thinking, we ought to take the tube to Comic-Con rather than driving. The ensuing pause wasn't really a surprise to Robin.
You want me to get on the tube, dressed as Darth Vader?
I know how you feel, but from what Worm28 said, the group from Drek's game are all going to be travelling by public transport. They're young. I doubt they've got cars. I know Fiendy One's getting a coach there. If you and I take changes of disguise, well, you don't need one. You just have to take off the costume. We can be really flexible if we need to tail one or more Anime suspects. She heard Strike sigh.
Yeah, all right. But you'll have to help me on and off escalators because I've just tried on the bloody mask and I can't see my feet in it.
So on the morning of Comic-Con, Strike and Robin met early at the office. She transformed herself into Venetia Hall, once again donning the ash-blonde wig, pale grey contact lenses, and square-frame glasses, while Strike pulled on his Darth Vader costume, which was indeed too short. You should have sewn on another piece of fabric, Robin said, looking at his feet, above which several inches of trouser were visible.
It'll do, he said,
while fitting batteries in the handle of his lightsaber.
It's not like I'm bloody auditioning.
Strike's appearance caused both interest and amusement out on the street, and warm and sweaty though the mask was, he was grateful his face was hidden. However, once they joined the Docklands Light Railway, they found a smattering of costumed people in their carriage, including a pair of teenage girls, who were both dressed as Harlequin, a woman in a Poison Ivy costume with her Batman partner, and a cluster of young men, one of whom was bare-chested beneath his cloak and wore a Spartan helmet. No longer the most eccentric-looking person on the train, Strike felt somewhat more at ease. At the next stop, they saw their first dark grey Drek mask, with its enormous plague doctor's nose and bald head. Both fantastic and sinister, the mask was made of latex, which had an unnervingly realistic skin-like texture, complete with warts and pores. It covered the whole head and neck of the wearer, whose eyes blinked through the eye-holes. The rest of the costume consisted of a black cloak that covered everything the wearer had on underneath.
Robin was sitting opposite Strike in silence, looking at something on her phone. Strike assumed she was logging into the game now that they had reception again. However, shortly after the person dressed as Drek had entered the compartment, Robin got up and sat down beside him. "Can you hear me?" she said in a low voice. "Yeah, just about." "Okay, well, I don't know whether this is going to lead anywhere or not," Robin said quietly, "but Midge was telling me Jago Ross still hasn't done anything incriminating." "Correct," said Strike. He'd been avoiding any discussion of the Ross case with Robin, partly out of guilt that he'd added it to the agency's workload, and partly because he didn't want any conversation that might lead to discussion of his unsatisfactory love life. "Okay, well, I've been hanging fire on showing you any of this, because it might not have led anywhere, but look." She passed Strike her phone, which he had to raise to align with the eye holes in his mask to look at. Robin had brought up Reddit, specifically a subreddit called r/narcissistic parents, to which had been posted screenshots of a text conversation. Posted by you/Chris Wassy Wass 11 days ago. "Just a nice convo with my narcissistic father. Hey Dad, would it be okay if I go to Millie's this Exeat weekend? It's her birthday. Mum says it's okay. You'll come to Kent as planned. Your grandmother's coming down especially to see you. Something only a spoiled, selfish little bitch would have forgotten. I didn't forget, but I thought as Ari and Tatty are going, and the twins too, she wouldn't mind if I didn't. You'll come to Kent, and if I catch you looking less than fucking delighted to be there, you know what you'll get. The answer's no. Looks as though another talk with your mother is in order. No, please don't blame Mum. You should have thought about that before disturbing me at work to deal with your social life. Please don't blame Mum, blame me. She only said I could go if you said it was okay. I'll be talking to her later." Strike raised his eyebrows, realised that Robin couldn't see him doing so, and said, "I take it Chris is—" "Christabel. Ross's eldest daughter, yes. She's 14 and at Benenden. I've been keeping an eye on her social media for a fortnight, because she kept posting comments about a narcissistic parent, though without any details it obviously wasn't much use. Anyway, I did a lot of cross-referencing across all her media and found her Reddit posts last night." "Bloody well done," said Strike, who felt annoyed he hadn't thought of this himself. "Parenting in the age of the internet, eh? Kids can all go online and share everything you think you're hiding behind closed doors." "Well, exactly," said Robin, taking back the phone, bringing up a new page and handing it to Strike again. "Now, look at that. She posted it while we were still on the tube. Posted by you/Chris Wassy Wass 20 minutes ago. Need advice on violent father. I can't go on like this anymore, but I can't see any way out and I feel so fucking helpless. I'm 14, so please don't tell me to go non-contact or move out or leave the area or whatever, because I can't do that yet. So my father's always been violent to me and my sisters, and my mum, pushing, slapping, and he once banged my sister's head so hard off the floor she showed signs of concussion afterwards. When I was little, I once saw him drag my mum downstairs by the neck. He and my mum got divorced, thank God, but we still have to see him. Mum never told anyone he was violent. I think she was scared of it being made public, and she probably got a better financial settlement without fighting him. He's paying for my schooling, and although I like my school, I would honestly leave and go anywhere else if it meant I didn't have to see him again. This weekend I'm staying with him and my grandmother, and all his kids are here. He's had 2 more with his second wife, and the only one of us he actually cares about is my brother. All the rest of us are girls. He'd already given me shit because I wanted to go to one of my friend's birthday parties instead of coming here. So there was just a massive row because my younger sister accidentally left one of the stable doors open this morning, and my father's hunter got out. When he found out the horse was on the road, he went ballistic. He hit my sis so hard one of her eyes is swollen shut, and when I told him to stop, because I honestly thought he was going to seriously hurt her, he hit me too, and now I've got a fat lip, but I don't even care about that. My grandmother just came in my room, where I am with my sisters, and said if we all go and apologise to him. What the fuck I'm apologising for I don't know, nor my younger sister, who wasn't even fucking there when it all happened. She's sure it will all be okay.
If you could see my father's house, you'd think nobody could ever be unhappy there, in this beautiful big place, in the middle of the country, with animals and everything, which shows people haven't got a fucking clue. I hate this worse than any place on earth. How do people like me and my sisters ever get out of this situation? I hate him so much. Do I have to keep seeing him? I just know if I tell anyone like a teacher, it'll be 10 times worse, even if they believe me and people like us don't have social workers. I just tried to call my mum, and she's not picking up. Please, any advice, anything. I am honestly scared of what's going to happen when we got downstairs. There were 4 responses beneath this post. U/Evelyn May 31, 15 minutes ago. Your father's behaviour constitutes child abuse. I'm amazed your grandmother isn't protecting you. What about your stepmother? Could she intervene for you? U/Chris Wassy Was, 11 minutes ago. My stepmother isn't here. My father's split up with her, too. She's as bad as him. I just want to know what we can do to stop seeing him. It feels like there isn't any way of not making it worse. I know he'll punish my mum somehow. U/Evelyn May 31, 9 minutes ago. You shouldn't be worried about protecting your mother. She should be protecting you. U/Chris Wassy Was, 7 minutes ago. That isn't how it works in this family, but thank you for being so nice. Strike looked at the screen for so long, Robin leaned forwards to check that he was still awake, but his eyes were indeed open. Realizing that she was peering at him, he handed back her mobile. Sorry, he said. Christ, I should have. Of course he's knocking his daughters around. I knew he beat up at least one old girlfriend. Charlotte told me ages back. Laughed about it. She laughed? Oh, yeah, said Strike. Charlotte's take on it was that the other girl had only been with Ross for the money and the title, and got a bit more than she bargained for. There was a strong subtext of served her right. Robin said nothing. So when she got engaged to Ross in turn, that was the whole bloody point, continued Strike, eyes fixed on the person in the Drek mask again. What do you mean? She thought I'd go galloping off to church on my white charger to save her. The question is, said Strike, looking away from Drek, to point a gauntleted finger at Robin's phone, how we use the knowledge he's beating his kids against Ross without making things 100 times worse for the kids. I can just imagine what he'd do if he knew she's spilling the beans online, even under a pseudonym. There must be a way, said Robin. Could we tip off social services? Possibly, said Strike. Although as she's blocking out all proper names, I don't know how seriously they take it. This is us, isn't it? They got off the train amid a crowd of excited Comic-Con visitors. XL rose in front of them, a gigantic edifice of steel, concrete and glass, dwarfing the horde swarming towards the entrance, which included people dressed as cartoon, film, comic strip and gaming characters. Oh, please, squealed an excited mother, running to catch up with Strike as he and Robin walked towards the entrance. Could he have a picture with you? A tiny boy dressed as Boba Fett was ushered forwards to stand grinning beside Strike, while Robin moved out of shot, trying to suppress a smile as she imagined what Strike's expression would have looked like had he been unmasked. As the grateful family hurried off after someone dressed as Chewbacca, Strike said, All right, I think we should split up here. Yasmin's got to think you've only come here for her, not because you're a full-time carer to some nutcase dressed as Darth Vader. It's ableist to say nutcase, Robin reminded him, straight-faced. Didn't realise you'd come as the pen of justice. Text me when you're done with Yasmin. I'm going enemy hunting. Leaving Robin to wait beside the main doors, Strike proceeded into the hall. He'd never seen anything quite like it. As the only things of which Strike would have called himself a fan were Tom Waits and Arsenal Football Club, the phenomenon he was now observing was entirely alien to him. Adding to his sense of having entered a strange new dimension was the fact that he didn't recognise many of the franchises that appeared to have given birth to such mass enthusiasm. Yes, he knew who Batman and Spider-Man were, and he recognised Cinderella because he'd grown up with a Disney princess-loving sister. But he had only the haziest idea what the small, yellow, capsule-shaped one-eyed creature was that had just grazed his knee. And as for the multitudes of anime-influenced young women walking around with pink or purple hair, he couldn't have explained their costumes any better than he could the man ahead of him, encased in what appeared to be a white and blue exoskeleton made of metal. He was no longer conspicuous for being dressed as Darth Vader, but he was unusual in being alone. Most people had come in groups. As Strike began to walk slowly along the orange-carpeted aisles between stalls and stands, the sheer scale of the place became apparent. He just decided to try to find a map when two people dressed as characters from the Ink Black Heart brushed past him. A Paperwhite, whose face and hair were both white and who wore a long white cotton nightdress, and a partner whose face was jet black and whose head protruded out of a giant, realistically veined black human heart, which, Strike assumed, had Harty's smile on the front. The couple was walking with a sense of purpose, so Strike followed, lightsaber in hand. They passed Mad Max's car, a man in a purple suit who was riding a child's electric cart, a number of helmeted stormtroopers who Strike felt honour-bound to salute back as they passed each other, and finally turned a corner to see a stand dedicated to the Ink Black Heart. Strike slowed down, watching the small crowd milling around the stand. He recognized Zoe at once. Tiny and fragile-looking, her long black hair loose, she was wearing a cheap white cardboard mask that had been skillfully painted, Strike guessed by herself, to resemble Paperwhite. Close by Zoe was a taller and far healthier-looking girl in jeans, whose brown hair was tied up in a ponytail. Like Zoe, she was wearing a Keep Drex Game t-shirt and wearing a mask, which in her case was a pre-bought one of the skeletal Lady Wordygrob. Both young women were handing out leaflets that he guessed related to the message on their t-shirts. Strike shifted position, still watching the Ink Black Heart fans through the eye-holes in his mask. The stand around which they'd congregated had evidently been put together by Netflix. There were cardboard cutouts of characters, beside which people were posing for photographs and selfies, and an array of merchandise. On balance, Strike thought the company had done a pretty good job of balancing the need to serve fans with showing some respect for the fact that one of the co-creators had just been murdered. Indeed, when he shifted position to get a different angle on the group, he saw what he thought might be a book of condolence, behind which stood a woman in an official Ink Black Heart t-shirt, and over which 3 tearful teenage girls were poring. A young man brushed past the detective. Like Strike, he appeared to be unaccompanied. He wore a black jacket, jeans, and high-top designer trainers, which were very clean, appeared to be made partly of suede, and had distinctive red soles. Strike watched the man with the red soles walk slowly towards the Ink Black Heart fans and take a leaflet from Zoe. He then penetrated the crowd around the stall and was temporarily lost to Strike's view behind a Captain America and a bare-chested Thor in a long blonde wig. Strike moved another few feet to get a better look at the constantly shifting clusters of fans. He could see at least half a dozen Drex there, all wearing the same full head and neck latex masks, but all with very different body types. Some had chosen the long black hooded cape Drek wore, others wore official t-shirts, and, in 2 cases, Keep Drex Game t-shirts. The realization came to Strike suddenly while he was watching one of the Dreks handing out leaflets. He knew, at last, what Drek was. The sinister scythe-like nose, the long black cape and hood, the cheerful insistence on playing games that ended in disaster. Drek, of course, was death. Chapter 55. No, dull heart, you were too small, thinking to hide the ugly doubt behind that hurried, puzzled little smile. Only the shade was it you saw, but still the shade of something vile. Charlotte Mew, née me Tangito. Venetia? Yasmin Weatherhead was prompt to the minute. She'd obviously taken a lot of trouble with her hair, which was her best feature, and now fell in Veronica Lake style over one eye, partly obscuring the pale, flat face. Her wide smile revealed small white teeth, like a cat's. As tall as Robin, though much broader, she was dressed all in black. Black t-shirt, leggings, flat shoes, and the same long woolen cardigan Robin had seen while watching the Weatherhead's house in Croydon. "Yasmin, how wonderful to meet you," said Robin, shaking hands. Yasmin seemed to be looking around for a second person who wasn't there. Robin wondered for a second whether her cover was blown, then realised her mistake. "Oh, I wasn't able to bring a photographer," she told Yasmin in an apologetic tone, addressing the woman's one visible eye. "We're quite small budget, I'm afraid, but if you could provide us with a headshot—" "Oh, of course," said Yasmin, showing her feline teeth again. "Shall we find somewhere to sit down?" Robin suggested. "I think there are cafes over that way." It took them more than 10 minutes to make their way through the crowds, which had now swollen to the point that they were buffeted this way and that, between bags, plastic guns, and padded costumes. Robin and Yasmin exchanged occasional comments in raised voices, barely able to catch what the other was saying. At last they reached a Costa coffee that had been set up in the middle of the hall and managed to slide into 2 seats that had just been vacated. "I hope my tape recorder is going to be able to pick you up over all this noise," said Robin loudly. "What would you like to drink?" A latte would be lovely," said Yasmin. Waiting in the long line for the counter, Robin watched Yasmin, who was repeatedly combing her dark blonde hair with her fingers, as she looked out over the hordes of visitors and, smiling it seemed to Robin, rather complacently. She remembered Katia Upcott saying that she'd found Yasmin sweet and sincere upon meeting her, and wondered which of their first impressions was wrong, or whether Yasmin's air of self-importance had been adopted since she'd become a moderator in the game. "There we are," said Robin, smiling, as she set down Yasmin's latte and taking the seat opposite her. "Right, let's get set up." Robin took out the tape recorder she'd used with Tim Ashcroft, turned it on, and pushed it across the table towards Yasmin. "Could you say something into it, so I can just check I'm hearing you?" "Oh, I don't know what to say," said Yasmin with a little laugh. She flicked back her hair, bent down a little and said, I'm Yasmin Weatherhead, author of Ink Hearts, A Journey Through the Fandom of the Ink Black Heart." Both Yasmin's sentences had ended on a rising inflection. Robin wondered whether the upspeak was habitual or a product of nerves. "Perfect," said Robin, playing it back. And indeed, Yasmin's brightly girlish voice carried very well. "All right, then. Press record, and off we go. Oh, you don't mind if I take notes?" "No, please," said Yasmin. The handbag Yasmin was cradling on her lap was of patent leather and looked brand new. Her fingernails were immaculately painted. Robin was fleetingly reminded of a far more expensive bag, ruined by ink stains, held by grubby fingers on which there was a smudged tattoo. "Well, we're thrilled you've agreed to talk to us," said Robin. "I'm going to be writing a long piece for our website, and a condensed version which I'm hoping to place with a mainstream paper. Can I ask, have you found a publisher yet?" "We've had a lot of interest," said Yasmin, beaming. Robin wondered whether she was using "we" in imitation of Venetia, or whether she was referring to other people involved in the book. "Could you give me a brief overview of what it's about?" "Well, the fandom," said Yasmin, and this time the upspeak made her sound incredulous that Robin had even asked. At that juncture, a girl with bright red hair, who was wearing a Keep Drex Game t-shirt, walked past. "Yeah, there you are," said Yasmin, with a little laugh, pointing. "So, like, the Ink Black Hearts attracted this incredible, passionate fandom? And I suppose, as someone who's been a fan, but also an insider, I've got kind of a unique perspective?" "Right," said Robin, nodding before adding, "Of course, what just happened to Josh and Edie? Awful?" said Yasmin, her smile vanishing instantly, as though unplugged. "Awful and shocking, and I actually had to take 2 days off work. I was so devastated. But, well, I know I'll have to talk about it when the book's published, and that's just something I'll have to accept and, deal with." "Right," said Robin, who was doing her best not to be distracted by the upspeak, which sounded particularly incongruous when murder was being discussed. Because I'd been to Josh to warn him, just a couple of weeks before it happened. To warn him? Not that something like that was going to happen, said Yasmin hastily. No, to warn him and Edie that there were some really nasty rumours going round in the fandom about Edie. Robin noticed the slight adjustment of fact. There had, after all, been only one rumour about Edie in Yasmin's folder. Nevertheless, she took at face value Yasmin's representation of herself as a sad but conscientious bearer of a multitude of unpleasant falsehoods. She suspected that Yasmin, like Tim Ashcroft, wanted Venetia Hall to hear her version of having to meet the police from her, rather than from talking to other people. So I put together, like, a file, so Edie and Josh could, they could put PR people onto it or whatever. And I took it to Josh, and he was really grateful, because he hadn't realised what was being said. So after I heard what happened, I offered to be interviewed. But the police, I thought I should. And I said to one of the officers how awful I felt, even though I was only trying to help Josh and Edie, because they were meeting in the cemetery to discuss the rumours I'd shown Josh. And one of the officers was really nice. He said to me, "This isn't your fault, and not to blame myself." He said people like me often feel, like, needlessly guilty. Wondering whether this sensitive officer had any existence outside Yasmin's imagination, Robin said with as much sincerity as she could muster, "It must have been awful for you." "It was," said Yasmin, shaking her head carefully so as not to disarrange her hair. "The police wanted to know whether I'd, like, told anyone else they were going to meet at the cemetery, and I hadn't told anyone because Josh trusted me not to. I actually thought I was the only one who knew where they were meeting, but Edie must have told someone, or told someone who told someone, I suppose, unless it was just a random attack, which obviously it could have been." Robin, who'd already decided that all questions relating to the halvening would have to wait until the end of the interview, said, "You weren't asked to give an alibi or anything awful. I mean, because you knew where they were meeting." Yes, I was," said Yasmin, with the first sign of constraint. "I was at my sister's, for my niece's birthday. So, obviously—" "Oh, please," said Robin hurriedly. "You mustn't think I'm—" No, of course not," said Yasmin, with a little laugh. Then, lowering her voice a little, she said, "The police actually told me to be very careful going forwards. I mean, of my own security. Well," said Yasmin, with a self-deprecating little shrug, "I'm quite a well-known figure in the fandom, and I was known to be a friend of Josh's, and the police were like, be very careful and cautious. Just in case, it was like a vendetta against anyone who'd been involved." "Wow," said Robin. "Scary." "Yeah," said Yasmin, sweeping her hair back off her shoulder. "I genuinely wondered whether I should keep going with the book. Like, whether it was wise to raise my profile any higher, But it's actually been good to have a project to, like, channel all the negative emotions into something positive. He's given the project his blessing and has actually worked with me on it a bit. He's going to get 30% of the royalties, and we're thinking of giving some money to charity, maybe something to do with knife crime." "How wonderful," said Robin. "Poor man, what her fiancé must have been through." "Oh, Phil's devastated, but he wants to help with the book for, like, Edie's legacy." "Marvellous, yes," said Robin, nodding. "He's actually shared how she saw the story going forwards. I think fans are going to be really excited, knowing what she was planning. It's been absolutely amazing listening to him talk." "I'm sure," said Robin, still nodding enthusiastically. "Wow, what a resource to have. Yeah. I mean, he's really the next best thing to Edie herself, the things he knows. I don't want to do spoilers or anything, but she was developing 2 entirely new characters for the film, and they're incredible. Phil remembers so much detail. Obviously, I don't know whether Maverick will use them or not, but I know fans would love to read in Edie's own words how she saw these characters and what her idea was for the movie plot, because she'd sketched that out too." "Is this all in her own handwriting, or—" "No, There weren't actual notes, but Phil's got an amazing memory. Fantastic, repeated Robin, who was running out of superlatives. So, take me through the structure of your book. How are you... Well, I cover the cartoon from the very earliest days, obviously, when it first appeared on YouTube. But the book's really centred on us, the fans, and what we brought to it ourselves, and how we shaped the whole thing, and I suppose it's really kind of like a unique phenomenon. She said it with no apparent irony, as devotees of 100 other franchises tramp past the barrier, separating their small table from the thoroughfare beyond. What would you say is particularly appealing about the Ink Black Heart? Asked Robin. What made you fall in love with it? Well, the humour, obviously, said Yasmin, smiling. But it's also just this crazy, perfect little romantic, spooky world. It looks so beautiful, and all these characters just, kind of soldiering on through everything. You know the iconic line at the end of the first episode? Robin shook her head. She'd never watched to the end of the first episode. Yasmin opened her heavy cardigan and displayed the words emblazoned in white across a tight black t-shirt. We are dead. Things can only get better. Robin laughed obligingly. I suppose if you've ever felt a bit of an outsider or, as if you're wrong or you've hit rock bottom, there's something in the cartoon for you? And have you felt like that? Asked Robin, feeling rather like a therapist. Well, yes, a bit, said Yasmin, nodding. I was, quite badly bullied at school. Oh, I'm so sorry, said Robin. No, it's fine. I mean, I'm an adult now. That's all behind me. But I suppose I've always compared myself a lot to my older sister. She was always the pretty one. And you know how Paperwhite in the cartoon talks about her sister a lot? Who's still alive and going to parties and things? Yes, of course, said Robin, nodding. And obviously there's Hearty, said Yasmin, with her widest smile yet. We all love Hearty. Josh did such an amazing job voicing him. We all hope, when he's better, he'll come back and voice Hearty again. The casualness with which Yasmin spoke told Robin how little she really knew about the damage inflicted upon Josh Blay's neck with the machete that had pierced it. In spite of Yasmin's easy talk of horror and fear, she seemed to Robin to be still strangely insulated from what had happened in the cemetery. So yeah, in the book I go all through the early days, the fans' reactions to the different voice actors who I knew. Yes, said Robin, of course, you knew everyone. Can we back up to when you first met Josh and Edie? Well, I was a massive fan from really early on, and I'd never been to Highgate Cemetery, so I went to look at it one day. And then I must have got lost or something, because I ended up by North Grove. I didn't even realise the building was North Grove, where they were living. I just thought the shop looked kind of interesting. And honestly, I couldn't believe it when I walked right into Josh. He was helping out on the till, and his agent, Katia, was in there talking to him. Robin, who knew perfectly well that the shop at the front of North Grove wasn't visible from the exterior of the building, nodded, smiled, and made a note. So I just sort of froze, said Yasmin, laughing as she combed her hair with her fingers again. And then I said something like, "Oh my God, I love you." I meant I loved the cartoon. I was mortified. But Josh was really sweet and chatty, and then he had to go and do something, and I was left with Katia. She was lovely. I love Katia. I asked her how Josh and Edie were finding all the attention and everything, and she took my number because I said if there was anything I could do to help, like a bit of typing or whatever, I wouldn't even want paying. And that's how it happened. Incredible. Now, this game, said Robin, pretending to consult her notes, Drek's game. Was that already online at this point? Yes, said Yasmin, without any sign of embarrassment. It was an amazing way for fans to, connect, like a big chat room, and we were all talking about the characters and plot lines, and it really kept all the enthusiasm going. It really benefited the series, right from the start. And Drek's game's going to be featured in your book too. Yeah, I've got permission from the main creator to devote a section to it, and he's giving me some background. I think fans will be thrilled to hear a little bit more about the game. Would this main creator be the famous Anime? Asked Robin. and Yasmin gave a little giggle. "Don't ask me who it is." "You know, then?" "I shouldn't say." "I'll take that as a yes," said Robin, smiling. "If you've got permission from them to give background on the game in your book, you're obviously in direct contact." Yasmin giggled again. "It's all like very Watergate?" "But it's a he?" "Oh, yeah. Everyone knows that," said Yasmin. "Anime was sometimes a bit, well, I suppose abusive might be the word, online towards Edie, wasn't he?" Yasmin's smile faltered. Well, I mean, he can be kind of blunt, but he's kind of, I hate saying this now, but fans felt really disrespected by Edie." "In what way?" asked Robin. "Well, like, when she dissed the game. Like, we're all loving it, you know? So, are you saying, like, we don't get the cartoon or whatever? So, yeah, people were really upset by that?" "Right," said Robin, nodding. "And after she did that, Anime became, like, kind of a figurehead in the fandom. He's, like, a really clever and he's a cultured person. And I think the fans feel like Anime deserved recognition from Edie for all the hard work he put in for us. And maybe some financial reward for what he's created. Because, he's someone who's overcome a lot of, like, personal stuff, you know?" For somebody who'd so recently believed that Ledwell herself had been Anime, Robin thought, Yasmin now seemed to be surprisingly wedded to her new theory. "You clearly do know who Anime is," Robin told Yasmin, and by keeping an expectant, mock-inquisitorial expression on her face, Robin finally persuaded Yasmin into another giggle. "Okay, well, I just put a few little bits and pieces together, and yeah, if you sort of add it all up, it's kind of obvious. And it's really inspirational to me that he did it because of his personal circumstances. And just maybe it would have made all the difference to Anime's life and his family's lives if Edie could have been a bit more supportive of the game and let Anime share in her good fortune, you know, because she hadn't paid his—" Yasmin stopped herself with almost comical abruptness. Robin asked herself how the sentence could have ended. Salary? Invoice? Rent? She'd let Anime down in some way, had she? Robin asked. Yasmin hesitated. "I don't want to say anything else about Anime, if that's okay." "Oh, of course," said Robin, thinking they could circle back to Edie failing to meet her financial obligations in due course. "I suppose things got quite corporate once the cartoon left YouTube." "Yes," said Yasmin fervently. "That was, like, totally it. Corporate. And all the people who'd been there at the start were kind of— in my case, it was a bit of a relief when Edie said they didn't need me anymore. Like, I was getting really busy at Lola June, and trekking all the way up to Highgate to do their mail. I couldn't keep doing it, and they weren't— what they were paying me barely covered the tube fare. That wasn't Josh. He's kind of detached from money," said Yasmin, with a fond smile. "It was more— well, I say all this in the book, because I think you've got to be completely honest if you're going to do something like this." "Oh, definitely," said Robin. "Edie changed? She got, well, quite grand and uptight, like she started thinking everyone wanted to take advantage of her. And I was seeing that up close, how she was getting, and she didn't want to work with Katya anymore. She was getting quite kind of snappy with Katya, even before I left. And Katya's lovely. I really love Katya. And she had her own personal troubles too, so you'd think— but Edie changed, you know." "Now, going back a bit, just to get the timeline straight," said Robin, "how long did you work for Josh and Edie?" "Just over a year," said Yasmin. "August 2011 to November 2012. "So you must have met the whole original cast." "Yeah," said Yasmin, beaming again. "Josh, Tim, Bong, Lucy, Catriona, Wally and Pez. Although Pez, Preston Pierce, wasn't in the cartoon anymore by the time I started working for Josh and Edie. He never thought the Ink-Black Heart would be successful. He could be quite sarky about." Yasmin broke off, looking nervous. "Please don't put that in. I don't want Pez angry at me." "Of course not, I won't put it in," Robin assured her.
In fact, she turned off the tape recorder. Let's go off the record. Yasmin looked as though she didn't know whether to be more excited or alarmed. You know it's rumoured that Preston Pierce is enemy, Robin said, watching Yasmin for a reaction.
Pez?
Said Yasmin, with an incredulous little laugh.
Oh, no, it definitely isn't Pez.
Enemy doesn't sound Liverpudlian on the phone? Asked Robin, smiling.
No, not at all,
said Yasmin. Robin wondered whether Yasmin had ever heard Anime's voice. Her tone was uncertain. Why do you say you wouldn't want Preston angry at you? She asked.
Oh, he's just one of those, said Yasmin. He's like the kind of boy who used to bully me at school.
Remembering how aggressive Pez had been to the girl with the blue hair at the evening class, Robin thought she knew what Yasmin meant. All right to continue? She asked Yasmin, her finger on the record button. Yes, great, said Yasmin, sipping her latte. Well, I'm assuming your book's going to deal with some of the ink-black heart controversies, Robin said, the tape running once again. Yeah, of course, said Yasmin, nodding. It's important to remain critical, even of the things you love? Of course, said Robin. So, yeah, I do cover fans like disappointment in Edie, about some of the content, some of the jokes. I've been reading a blog called The Pen of Justice for background, said Robin, watching Yasmin closely, but she showed no sign of embarrassment. Yeah, I've read that too, said Yasmin. It's quite good, but I don't agree with, everything. There was this one article complaining about the way the Black Heart's chasing the White Ghost, and I thought that was a bit of a stretch, saying that was racist or whatever. Actually, would you mind not putting that in either? Said Yasmin, suddenly anxious again. I mean, I'm completely anti-racist. I was disgusted when I found out Edie based Paperwhite on a black woman. You knew about that? Said Robin sharply. As soon as the words had escaped her, she regretted them. The tone wasn't Venetia Hall's. It had been accusatory. Yasmin looked taken aback. I think that was, pretty well known, she said uncertainly. Sorry, said Robin, with an apologetic smile. I think the first time that was made public was by Anime, so I was wondering if he had told you. Oh, said Yasmin. No, I was at North Grove one day, and I was, updating the website for them, and Josh asked me if I wanted to have a drink afterwards, in their room upstairs, because they'd just finished recording an episode. She blushed as she said it. The memory was clearly an important one. Fun, said Robin, trying to recover her lighter previous tone. Yeah, said Yasmin. It was me, Josh, Edie, Seb. He used to help with the animation. And Pez and Wally. And they were all smoking, cannabis, said Yasmin, with a slightly nervous laugh. I mean, they were kind of open about doing that, so it's not any big secret. I never did it. I don't really... Robin had a sudden, vivid mental picture of Yasmin perched on a hard-backed chair in a cramped, smoky bedroom with the creators and cast members sprawled around, stoned, and the part-time assistant thrilled to be there, yet uncomfortable, laughing along, but listening for all she was worth. And yeah, I overheard Edie telling Seb that, she'd based the character on this girl she used to share a flat with or whatever. The girl had a lot of guys chasing after her, and Edie said this girl kind of, had this technique of treating them mean, which, if you've seen the cartoon, Paperwhite's always kind of nasty to Hearty, who's so in love with her. But there are sometimes these, tiny slivers of hope, or whatever, that keep him coming back. Right, said Robin, nodding. That's fascinating. Fans are going to love these kinds of insights. Yeah, but I didn't realise till Anime said later on Twitter that the flatmate was black. So that felt like Anime said, it felt like punching down. Why would you portray a friend like that? Depict her as a kind of, a prick tease or whatever? Although, in fairness, said Robin, Edie didn't make the inspiration public. Anime did.
I think Anime just got tired of her, hypocrisy. She was representing herself as, this really woke person, and behind the scenes, she wasn't really like that. Yes, said Robin. I see what you mean. As you've mentioned politics, I'd imagine you cover the whole Wally Cardew Drek business in your book? Yeah, I've got a whole chapter on it, said Yasmin, her expression becoming sombre. That was just crazy. Who'd have thought the alt-right would like anything in the ink-black heart? We were all, furious when they started flooding in and, appropriating the character, because everyone loved Drek, he was so funny. And then Drek became this whole, other thing? You knew Wally, obviously. Yeah, said Yasmin, now looking conflicted. Obviously, that cookies video he did was... they kind of had no choice but to sack him. But a lot of fans were really upset he left. If he'd just put out an apology. That caused a lot of fights in the fandom. But Michael David, who took over, was amazing. A rosy flush, which was very obvious given her pallor, spread over Yasmin's face as she spoke Michael David's name. Yes, said Robin. He left as well, though, didn't he? Yeah, he got a part on Casualty, said Yasmin. And he's in a new play in the West End, opening next month. The flush was spreading blotchily down her neck. But he's always kind of stayed connected to the fandom, she continued. He's still part of the Inkheart community, which is just so nice. I think he really loved the support he got from fans, because when he was first cast as Drek, there was a lot of abuse because some people still wanted Wally, and he was just so sweet and appreciative of the people who were saying we should give him a chance and everything. How lovely, said Robin warmly. But she was interested in this assertion. In all her hours spent poring over the Twitter accounts of Anime and the other Ink-Black Heart fans, she'd seen no sign of this engagement between Michael David and fans, nor any indication that he continued to see himself as connected to the cartoon since he'd left. Yeah, said Yasmin, still blushing. I've actually got to know him a little bit, because he reached out to me to say thanks for all the support when he left the cartoon. I've got tickets for his play, and he's promised me an autograph afterwards. Wow, said Robin. Actually, said Yasmin, looking worried again, please could you not put that in either? It's my friendship with Michael's private. Of course, said Robin. I won't mention it. Now, this business of the halvening. She'd expected Yasmin to look worried at that, and so she did. You mean, that neo-Nazi group, or whatever? Exactly, said Robin. Presumably you address the possibility they were manipulating fans in the book? Well, not really. I don't think any of the fans would have fallen for it if the halvening had tried to, plant fake stories or whatever. But the blotches on Yasmin's neck now resembled Gus Upcott's hives. When Robin remained silent and unsmiling, merely watching Yasmin through her glasses, the latter seemed to become more nervous. Yeah, and I told the police that? Some of the fans, after that article appeared in the paper, were oh, if you ever said a bad thing about Edie Ledwell, you must be a Nazi trying to get her to kill herself, which was, so ridiculous. But you'd noticed an increase in nasty rumours about Edie. You were so concerned you took a file full of them to Josh, right? What I took to Josh was definitely no way put out there by the halvening, said Yasmin. I know that for a fact because the people saying that stuff definitely aren't halvening. There was a short pause. Yasmin ran her hand nervously through her hair. What they were saying, it could have been true, but it wasn't. They just made a mistake. And anyway, one of the people saying it was black, so obviously they can't be halvening. And now a ludicrous idea came to Robin, one she'd have instantly dismissed had the woman opposite her not blushed an even deeper red. Yasmin couldn't surely believe that Michael David was anonymously playing Drek's game. Was she deluded enough to think a successful actor would be devoting hours of his life to proving that Edie Ledwell was Anime, rather than getting on with what appeared to be a flourishing career on television and stage. And if Yasmin did indeed believe such a fantastic lie, who exactly had expertly groomed her into believing that she was in conversation with Michael David? They're black? You know that for a fact? In the pause that followed, Robin was certain Yasmin was pinned to her chair by burgeoning fear. Perhaps the doubt she'd successfully suppressed for so long had at last crawled, scorpion-like, out of her subconscious. Perhaps, too, she was starting to suspect that Venetia Hall, who asked certain questions so sharply, wasn't what Yasmin had thought her either. Yasmin's face had blanched to an unhealthy yellow, but with those blotches still disfiguring her neck. The longer the silence between them continued, the more terrified Yasmin looked. "Yes," said Yasmin at last. "I know it for a fact." "Oh, well, if it's someone you've met face to face," said Robin, smiling. "So you don't think the Harvening had anything to do with Edie's death?" No, stammered Yasmin. "I don't." "Or that Anami did it?" Robin threw it out because there was nothing left to lose. Yasmin might be worried by now that Venetia Hall wasn't really a journalist, but the ash-blonde wig, contact lenses and glasses still meant she wasn't recognizable as Robin Ellicott. "What do you mean?" "Well, you've been very eloquent on the subject of how much justifiable grievance Anami had against Edie Ledwell," said Robin, smiling. "Anami couldn't have done it," said Yasmin. "He couldn't have." "Well, I think that's everything," said Robin, turning off the tape recorder. "Thanks so much for meeting me. It's been fascinating. And best of luck with the book." Yasmin appeared shell-shocked. She even forgot to upspeak as they exchanged a few last empty pleasantries. Robin watched the woman walk away from the cafe, head bowed, and wasn't at all surprised to see her reach for her mobile and start typing. Robin, meanwhile, took out her phone and texted Strike. "Got some interesting stuff. Where are you?" Chapter 56. Sense failed in the mortal strife, like the watchtower of a town, which an earthquake shatters down like a lightning-stricken mast. Christina Rossetti, Goblin Market. "Well, you've done a damn sight better than I have," said Strike, 20 minutes later, from behind his Darth Vader mask. He'd been making repeated circuits of the stands near the Ink Black Heart exhibit for the last hour, watching the milling throng, but the exercise had proved largely pointless. Now he was leaning up against the edge of a stall selling cushions with anime-style animals printed on them to take the weight off his stump. "I know it wasn't likely Anami was going to do anything to reveal themselves," Strike continued, his eyes still fixed on the crowd clustered around the Ink Black Heart stand, "but I thought there was a slim chance I might recognize the back view of a known suspect. Nothing, except Zoe." "Where is she?" asked Robin. Prior to rejoining Strike, she'd slipped into the ladies, taken off her wig and glasses, and changed her T-shirt. While Robin thought it highly unlikely that Yasmin would want to linger in Excel after the interview she'd just endured, she didn't want to risk running into her again. She'd also logged back into the game from which, for the first time, all moderators appeared to be absent. "Went to have a coffee with another girl in a Keep Drex game T-shirt, both still in their masks. I didn't follow because there was someone hanging around who was interesting me at the time." "Who?" "He's gone," said Strike. "He was wandering around on his own, and he seemed to be keeping an eye on the same lot I am. He approached a couple of Drex and talked to them. Go over what Yasmin said about Anami again." "Well, she says he's definitely male and hinted that Edie owed him money. She said it would have made a difference to the guy's family if she'd let him monetize the game. And there was that thing about him being clever and cultivated." "Cultivated?" repeated Strike. "Would you have called Anami cultivated, from what you've seen of his chat?" "No," said Robin. "Like I said, he's kind of brash inside the game. Maybe he's different on the moderator channel." "But you said you think he's putting on a bit of an act in the game." "Well, sometimes he strikes me as trying to be a bit too much like one of the boys, you know, sort of pointlessly crude." Can't say I've seen much evidence of culture on his Twitter feed, said Strike. I suppose he does know that one Latin tag, said Robin, that odorant dum thing. Did Yasmin seem that easily impressed? Well, said Robin, I'd have to say yes. She struck me as a bit thick. Well, definitely credulous. I mean, the Michael David stuff. Yeah, said Strike. But whoever managed to persuade her they were Michael David must have been pretty slick. She's not a child. She's holding down a job. I can't imagine anyone's immediate reaction on being told they were talking to a TV star in an anonymous game would be to believe it right off the bat. No, you're right, said Robin. It must have been skillfully done. And she says Anime wouldn't be capable of killing anyone. Is that because of a strict moral code, physical weakness, or squeamishness, would you say? No idea. You don't think she was saying he to put you off the scent? Honestly, no. My impression is that she's got a new theory she's quite pleased about, and she said as much to me as she dared. But I think she's fastened onto this new person for a reason. They've given themselves away to her somehow. Maybe, said Robin. But I had the impression Yasmin would really like it to be this person, with a justified grudge who's down on their luck, and cultivated, and incapable of killing anyone. She's invested in believing Anime's a good guy? Oh, no, I'm doing it, said Robin in exasperation. Doing what? Up-talking. She was at it all through the interview. That's him, said Strike suddenly. He's back. Robin turned to look in the same direction as Strike. The young man in a leather jacket, jeans, and expensive red-soled trainers had reappeared. His thick, dark hair grew low on his forehead. As Strike and Robin watched, Red Soles navigated around a young man in a wheelchair who was talking to a cheerful-looking girl in a miniskirt, then approached yet another person in a Drek mask and engaged them in conversation. He's only interested in Dreks, said Strike. Odd, said Robin, also watching. Red Soles was now laughing at something that Drek had said. Excuse me, said the stallholder irritably to Strike. Would you mind moving? You're blocking people who want to look. Strike and Robin moved along to the next stall, which sold comic books. You were moving, Strike said suddenly to Robin. What? Moving, house. What happened to that? Oh, said Robin. It got postponed. I'm doing it tomorrow. That's why I'm taking a day off. Shit, said Strike. I should have remembered. Should have asked. Sorry. That's all right, said Robin. Better late than never. Got anyone helping you? Mum and Dad are driving down tonight. Red Soles and Drek had moved apart. Red Soles now took out his phone, appeared to send a text. Then he set off, walking away from the ink-black heart stand. Can you hold my lightsaber? Strike pulled off his Darth Vader mask and struggled out of his robes. What are you... We're following that guy. There's something up with him. Strike bundled up the costume, took the lightsaber from Robin and chucked the lot down on top of the comic books. Give it away as a freebie, Strike suggested to the startled stallholder. And with Robin hurrying after him, he walked as fast as his sore leg would permit after Red Soles. Fortunately, the crowds were so dense that the man hadn't got far. He doesn't look like the average ink-black heart fan, said Strike to Robin, as they made their way with difficulty through the slowly moving crowd. He was trying to find something out. Maybe the same thing as us. It took 20 minutes for Red Soles to gain the exit. With an appearance of relief at having got out of the crush, he took out his phone and called someone, still walking. There was no chance of getting close enough to hear what he was saying because of the surrounding crowd still moving in and out of Excel. Strike felt his own mobile vibrate and pulled it out, hoping to see news from a subcontractor. Midge, said Robin, as she cast a hasty glance at the game, but Anime wasn't present. No, said Strike, putting his phone back into his pocket. Prue. Who? Prudence, my sister. Oh, said Robin. Have you met her yet? No, said Strike, who was trying to ignore his aching hamstring. We were going to, but her daughter fell off a climbing wall. God, is she okay? Yeah, fractured femur. He didn't come by car then, said Strike, because Red Souls was clearly heading for the station, in and out of which huge numbers of people were still moving. A burly Batman elbowed his way past Robin. A chattering group dressed in steampunk passed in the opposite direction. Red Souls was still talking on his phone. They arrived on the platform to see Red Souls waiting for the train at the front of the crowd. There were some grumbles as Strike used his bulk to move people aside. He wanted to get close enough to Red Souls to make sure they entered the same compartment. Strike and Robin came to a halt within a couple of feet of their target, just as he finished his conversation and put his hands in his pockets, bouncing on the heels of his expensive trainers with what seemed impatience. They heard the approaching growl of the train. Strike felt someone stumble into him from behind. He looked around in time to see a black figure forcing its way to the front of the platform. It hit Red Souls. And everything seemed to slow, as happens when watching the almost inevitable extinction of life. Red Souls fell off the platform, twisting slightly in mid-air, freeing his hands from his pockets too late. The side of his head hit the track, and the crowd heard the splitting of bone and flesh on wood, even over the roar of the oncoming train. And Robin took 3 strides and jumped. She heard screams behind her. A huge brown-skinned man dressed as Superman had jumped onto the tracks at the same time as Robin. As they heaved Red Souls' unconscious body upwards, others in the crowd held out their arms to assist them. 2 hands found Robin, one under her arm, one hauling on her T-shirt, and she kept tugging on the inert body with 10 others, and then the train was upon them. With half an inch to spare, Strike had pulled Robin to safety, but there was another loud crack and more screams, because the unconscious man's head had slipped back and hit the side of the train. "Fuck's sake!" yelled Strike, but nobody heard him except Robin, because everyone was shouting and screaming, and the word deliberate was repeated, and an argument had broken out about exactly who had run into whom, and a man who seemed drunk took umbrage at the accusation that he'd been the one to knock the unconscious man off the platform. Red Souls lay where he'd been deposited on the platform, blood trickling from his inner ear. An official was trying to get through the crowd to him. The train remained stationary. "Fuck's sake!" Strike shouted at Robin again. "How the fuck did you think you were going to lift him?" "I didn't know he'd been knocked out," she said, shaking with the amount of adrenaline still coursing through her. "Thought I could—" "He was pushed! Someone knocked into him on purpose!" a woman was shrieking. People were getting onto the train as though nothing had happened. The railway official was on his radio, and his colleagues came hurrying along the platform and forced a space around the motionless figure on the ground. Strike, who'd grabbed the backpack Robin had dropped, pulled her backwards out of the crush. He could feel her shaking. She realized the cold wasn't only shock. Strike had torn her T-shirt. A gaping hole beneath her arm was revealing her bra. Taking her backpack from her partner, she tugged out the top she'd worn as Venetia and pulled it over the torn T-shirt. "Who saw what happened?" 2 police officers had arrived. "I did," said Strike loudly, his voice carrying over the clamour. One of the police officers drew Strike and Robin aside, while her colleague and the railway officials attempted to impose order on the agitated crowd. The train hadn't left. People were staring out of the windows at the injured man. "Go on," said the female officer to Strike, notebook at the ready. "Guy in a Batman mask," said Strike. He pushed himself into the middle of the crowd, faked being shoved to cause a diversion, then shouldered the guy onto the track. It was intentional. "Where's this guy? Can you see him?" "No," said Strike, casting an eye over the mass on the platform. "Did you see where he went after the guy fell?" "No," repeated Strike. "I was busy pulling my friend back off the track." "OK, well, you need to hang around. We'll need a statement." They heard a siren. An ambulance had arrived. The police officer turned away. "All right," said Robin, as Strike opened his mouth again. "It was instinctive. I know it wasn't smart." She could feel the place where her armpit was going to bruise, from where Strike had hauled her upwards out of the path of the train. He pulled cigarettes and lighter out of his pocket as he stared at the inert figure on the ground. Red Soul's top had been pulled up to expose a small tattoo beneath his heart. It resembled a Y with a middle vertical stroke. The train still hadn't moved out of the station. Now people were trying to get out, but the police were insisting they remained inside, presumably for questioning. "You can't smoke here," Robin pointed out.
"What I don't understand is why you're not fucking smoking," said Strike, as he exhaled.
Robin, who was trying not to shake too obviously, forced a smile. Chapter 57. Slouch back to your haunts of crime. Ye do not know me, neither do ye see me. Ada Isaacs Menken, Judith. An in-game chat between Anime and moderator Lord Drek. A new private channel has opened. 25th of May 2015, 22:57. Lord Drek invites Anime. Lord Drek. Come here before I make you, you cunt. Anime has joined the channel. Anime. Something I can help you with? Lord Drek. You tried to kill my brother. I know it was you. Anime. Pretty sure I'd remember something like that. Lord Drek. Do not play games with me, you fuck. You tried to push my brother under a fucking train. Anime. Type slower. You won't make so many mistakes. Lord Drek. You don't know who you've messed with, you cunt. We'll come for you. Anime. I know exactly who I've messed with, Charlie boy. Your little brother isn't as careful as you are. Vile Pachora was a mistake. You fucking cunt, I will hunt you down. No, you won't. Unlike you, I leave no traces. Just been sitting here rewinding the news footage. Fucking hysterical watching his head smack off the side of the train. Lord Drek, I will fucking hunt you down and kill you. Anime. Give my love to the other lads in the halvening. Big sloppy kiss to your vegetable brother. If you're lucky, he'll be able to hold his own sippy cup come next Christmas. Lord Drek. You wait, you sick fuck. I'm going to... Lord Drek has been banned. Part 4. Fibres of the ventricles. These are arranged in an exceedingly complex manner, and the accounts given by various anatomists differ considerably. Henry Gray, FRS, Gray's Anatomy. Chapter 58. O shame, to utter the thought into flame which burns at your heart. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, A Curse for a Nation. An in-game chat between two moderators of Drek's game. A new private channel has opened. 23rd of May 2015, 11:18. Morehouse invites Paperwhite. Morehouse. Paperwhite, we've got to talk. Paperwhite has joined the channel. Paperwhite. So what's the excuse? Car crash? Alien abduction? Your mum needed emergency surgery? No, he wouldn't do that one. That'd be kind of tasteless with my mum being ill. Morehouse. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I bottled it. Paperwhite. You bottled it. You know how many hours I spent on the fucking coach. What more do you want from me? You've had pics, sympathy, endless chats, and I'm messing up a real-life relationship just to spend hours in the game with you. Morehouse. I deserve everything you're saying. But please listen to me because I'm fucking worried. For you and for all of us. Paperwhite. What do you mean? Morehouse. Did you see that guy who got pushed in front of a train after Comic-Con? Paperwhite. No, I got the coach, I just told you. Why? Morehouse. It was Vile Pachora. Paperwhite. What? Morehouse. It was Vile Pachora who got pushed in front of the train. Paperwhite. Wait, what? He's dead? Morehouse. Maybe, by now. They're saying on the news he got a serious head injury. This is what Anime meant by having a plan to make them leave on the weekend of Comic-Con. Paperwhite. I literally don't know what you're talking about. Morehouse. He knew he was going to kill Vile Pachora. Paperwhite. You're honestly scaring me. WTF. Morehouse. Weeks ago, Vile Pachora said something like, Anime knows all about Bitcoin. We think that's how he bought the taser, or something, on the mod channel. I think that's what happened. Vile Pachora knows Bitcoin, and he told Anime how to use it. That's how Anime got hold of an illegal taser and a huge fucking knife without any of it being traced. Vile Pachora gave him the idea. He didn't want to piss Vile Pachora off by banning him, because Vile could testify he told Anime how to buy weapons on the dark net with crypto. He told me Vile and Lord Drek would be gone on the day of Comic-Con. He meant Vile Pachora would be dead and LD banned. Paperwhite, you're nuts. How would Anime have known who to push under a train? Morehouse, we knew what Vile Pachora's real name was and what he looked like. Paperwhite, how? Morehouse, we got interested in the name Vile Pachora. It's an anagram. We worked it out, then we Googled the name we got. And found place of work the lot. He looked kind of an arsehole posing with his car. Anime liked it, though. He liked knowing a guy like that was in our game. I always thought it was fucking weird a guy like that was in here. Paperwhite, how could you know that guy you Googled was really Vile Pachora? What if there was more than one person with that name? Morehouse, I didn't know for sure until I saw the footage of the guy falling in front of the train. Paperwhite, I'm Googling the news footage now. It's really grainy. Are you sure that's him? Morehouse, we'll know when they give out a name, won't we? Paperwhite, what's his real name? Morehouse, the less you know, the better, and same goes for knowing who Anime is, before you ask. I'm going to leave the game tonight. I want out, and you should get out too. Then I need to think out what's best. The police might think I'm fucking crazy, but I think I need to talk to them. Paperwhite, you can't leave. If this is all true, and Anime thinks you walked out because you're suspicious, you'll be next. He knows everything about you. He knows where you live. Morehouse, I don't care. Paperwhite, well, do you care about me at all? Morehouse, of course I do. Why are you saying that? Paperwhite, because Anime knows who I am too. Morehouse, what? How? Paperwhite, I did a stupid thing. Morehouse, you mean sending him that picture? Paperwhite, that was the second stupid thing. The first stupid thing was my real name was in my sign-up email. Morehouse, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew he knew who you were. Shit. Paperwhite, okay, let's look at this sensibly. Think about what you're saying for a moment. This person you've known for ages, who loves the ink-black heart. You genuinely think he could have stabbed Ledwell and Blay? You seriously think he could have pushed somebody in front of a train? Morehouse, this is the conversation I keep having inside my head. And mostly I've still been answering no, but it's been getting harder. And when I saw the news and then saw Vile Pachora and Lord Drek had been banned, I thought, fuck, it's him. He's done all of it. Paperwhite, you can't leave the game in any way that makes him think you might be going to the police. Morehouse, yeah, you're right. If I leave, he'll definitely suspect that. Paperwhite, you need to act really, really happy that he's got rid of Vile Pachora and Lord Drek, and keep him sweet while we figure out what to do. Morehouse, and what happens when Vile Pachora's real name's released, and he knows I know who it is? Paperwhite, pretend to think it was an accident. Someone jostled him on the platform. Or say the guy must have pissed someone else off. Look, I know you think I'm a coward. You wanted to tell the police about that dossier Lord Drek and Vile Pachora planted on us, and I said not to. I was scared to death. But this is so much worse. We've let all this happen and not gone to the police. Morehouse, here's the joke. I'd phone and tip off the police anonymously, but they'd think I'm pissed or fucking around because of the way I talk. Paperwhite, don't make jokes like that. Morehouse, I suppose I could write a letter, but how seriously would they take it? Paperwhite, I could call anonymously if you tell me his real name. Morehouse, I'm scared to. If Anime finds out it was a woman who blabbed, he'll know it must be you. And if he knows who you are, he can find out where you live as well. This is all my fault. Paperwhite, how is it? Morehouse, I'm the one who helped him build his fucking empire, aren't I? Paperwhite, Vikas, please, please, don't leave me here alone. Let's wait and see whether it really was Vile Pachora. Morehouse, and if it is? Paperwhite, then we'll work out a plan. But you'd better not fucking bottle out of meeting me face to face if we have to. Morehouse, okay. Paperwhite, promise? Morehouse, promise. Chapter 59. Presentiment is that long shadow on the lawn, indicative that suns go down, the notice to the startled grass that darkness is about to pass. Emily Dickinson, XVI. Strike, who'd been one of a dozen people to give a statement about what had happened at Custom House Station, was slightly delayed for dinner with Madeline on Saturday night. She'd booked an Ottoman restaurant called Kazan, a choice Strike approved, given that he was ready for a hearty meal after no lunch, and fond of Turkish cuisine. However, the meal was overshadowed from the start by the day's events. Knowing that the incident at the station was bound to be on the news, and suspecting that Robin's name would be released at some point, he felt obliged to tell Madeline what had happened, though giving her no information about the case. She was both fascinated and alarmed by the fact that he'd been mere feet from what he believed to have been attempted murder, and returned to the subject incessantly through 2 courses. This didn't help Strike's gnawing sense of unease, not only about what he'd witnessed, but about the possible consequences of Robin's presence at the scene being advertised to the television-watching public. When Madeline finally made a trip to the ladies, he took out his phone, looked at the 3-pronged Y symbol he'd seen tattooed beneath the ribcage of the young man in the expensive trainers, and saw, with an increase of foreboding, that it represented the rune Algiz. He then opened Twitter to look at the account of @GizzardAl, only to find that it no longer existed. He checked BBC News, which had already broken the story of the attempt on Red Soul's life, though with no names attached. In the absence of any announcement to the contrary, Strike had to assume Red Souls was still alive, but the bleeding from the ear had struck him as an ominous sign, likely to indicate a brain injury. "Checking on Robin?" said Madeline brightly, as she sat back down opposite him. "No," said Strike. "Trying to find out how the guy who fell's doing." "She was so brave," said Madeline. "She was drinking only fizzy water tonight, and seemed determined to be generous to his partner." "That's one word for it," said Strike darkly, slipping his phone back into his pocket. By the time they got back to Madeline's house, 3 pictures of the individual who'd shoulder-charged Algiz had been released to the news, and a uniformed chief superintendent had made a televised appeal for information. Given the pictures of the assailant had been taken from frozen black-and-white CCTV footage, Strike hadn't expected them to be particularly clear. But he still paused Madeline's TV on every picture, scrutinizing each one carefully. The first showed the moment of impact, Red Souls falling forwards, hands in his pockets, Batman's full head mask clearly visible, their body concealed by the crowd. The second picture showed a partial view of someone wearing a Batman mask getting onto the train. Again, their physique was impossible to judge because of the number of people who'd swarmed onto the train with them. Most of them, Strike knew, would have missed the attempt to kill Red Souls, their view blocked by the mass of people. The third picture showed the back view of what appeared to be a bald-headed, heavily muscled man running up the stairs away from the scene. The assailant, as the chief superintendent explained, was believed to have got onto the train, where they ducked out of sight among the other standing passengers and pulled off the Batman mask, beneath which they were wearing a full head and neck latex mask. They then left the train and run up the stairs out of the station, mingling with the people now departing to find other means of getting home. This picture was the only full-length picture of the assailant, and the heavy musculature looked as though it was a padded costume. What had become of the disguised assailant after leaving the station was either unknown or being withheld from the public. "Jesus," said Madeline. "That poor guy. He took the full impact on his head, didn't he? Amazing he didn't break his neck." Strike's multiple rewindings of the bit of CCTV footage of Red Souls hitting the tracks, and of Robin and Mo, which was the name of the man in the Superman costume, with whom the credit for Red Soul's survival really lay, and to whom Robin and Strike had got talking while waiting to give full statements, jumping after him, did nothing to assuage his feeling of foreboding. Assuming Red Soul's rune tattoo had the connotation Strike had attributed to it, he thought the odds of the Harvening failing to connect Robin Ellicott with the man who'd punched one of their members in the Ship and Shovel were slim
to non-existent. "Well, Robin definitely deserves an award. I mean, they both do," said Madeline. They went to bed and had, at least on Madeline's part, particularly enthusiastic sex. Strike was again reminded of Charlotte, whose libido had generally been stimulated by drama and conflict, although he suspected Madeline's added demonstrativeness lay more in a desire to obliterate the memory of the row at her launch. As she was sober, she didn't fall asleep immediately afterwards, but continued to discuss what had happened at the station, apparently in the belief that this would please Strike by showing an interest in his working day. Finally, he told her he was exhausted, and they fell asleep. She woke him the following morning with a mug of freshly brewed coffee, then slipped back into bed and initiated sex again. While Strike couldn't pretend he gained no pleasure from a naked woman sliding slowly down his body to take his penis in her mouth, it was only at the point of orgasm that he was temporarily freed from his sense of foreboding, and the ominous feeling settled even more heavily over him after he'd climaxed. Even as he'd mumbled standard words of appreciation and affection, he was wondering how soon he'd be able to leave. It was Sunday. Madeline was evidently expecting to spend the entire day with him, which he didn't think he could stand. While knowing perfectly well that there was nothing he could do to head off the potential threat from the Harvening, having to meet an implicit demand for reassurance that he'd entirely forgiven Madeline was forcing his stress levels higher than he thought reasonable on what was supposed to be a day off. He told himself what he craved was the quiet and peace of his attic flat, but in fact he was feeling a strong desire to contact Robin without having any particular reason to do so. She was moving today, busy with her parents, and as Strike hadn't drawn her attention to the tattoo on the fallen man's torso, there was a chance she didn't yet appreciate how precarious their position might have become. Strike emerged from Madeline's shower an hour later to find he'd missed a call from Dev Shah. As almost anything was preferable to joining Madeline for a discussion of how they were going to spend the fine spring morning, he made an insincere show of regret, told her he'd need to ring Dev back, and retreated into the bedroom to do so. "Hi," said Dev. "Development on Jago Ross." "Go on," said Strike. "I was hanging around in the road outside their country pad, pretending to mend a puncture on my pushbike. Ross drove the older 3 girls out through the gates, then stopped. The middle girl got out of the car. She'd forgotten something. He was yelling at her. Stupid little shit, stuff like that. Didn't seem to give a monkey's that I could hear him." "Did you get a recording?" "Started recording immediately, but the audio's pretty indistinct. He told her she had to go back on foot to fetch whatever it was. It's about 1/4 of a mile up that drive. The kid had bruising round her eye." "Think I might know something about that," said Strike. "Her big sister's been sharing details of her weekend on social media." "Okay, well, while they were waiting for the middle kid to reappear, he's yelling at the eldest. From what I could hear, she was sticking up for the middle one. I think he slapped her, but you can't see in the recording because of the shine off the car windows. Finally, the middle kid reappears dragging a bag. I pretended to get my bike moving to get in a better position. When the girl reappeared, he got out of the car, yelling at her for taking so long. He opens the boot, chucks the bag in. Then, as she's about to get in the back seat, he kicks her in the small of the back to speed her up. Got that recorded. Clear as day." "Excellent," said Strike. No, I get it," said Dev, who sounded pensive. "Total fucking bastard. If that was happening on some normal street..." "The oldest girl said online, 'People like us don't have social workers.' Where are you now?" "Driving in the direction of London, following them. He usually hands the younger 2 to the mother, then drives the eldest back to Benenden." "Where are the twins?" "Still at the house with a nanny." "Okay, well that's bloody good work, Dev. Course his lawyer will probably argue temporary lapse of judgment and get him on an anger management course to preempt the judge. But if we can get another incident or 2 like that, establish a pattern of behaviour..." "Yeah," said Shah. "Well, I'll let you know if anything happens at the other end." "Cheers. Speak later." Strike, who conducted this conversation in a t-shirt and boxer shorts, now pulled on his trousers,
all the while thinking about Robin and the halvening. Finally reaching a decision, he arranged his features into a suitable mixture of regret and annoyance and left the bedroom for the sitting room, where Madeline sat waiting. "Problem?" she said, seeing his expression. "Yeah," said Strike. "One of these subcontractors' wives has just fallen off a bloody ladder, broken her wrist." The lie had sprung easily to mind, because this had once genuinely happened to Andy's wife. "Oh, does that mean—" Strike's mobile rang again. Glancing down, he saw Katia Upcott's number. "Sorry, I'm going to have to take that as well. Trying to sort this out." He pressed answer once he was back in the bedroom again. "Strike?" "Oh, yes, hello," said Katia's slightly breathless voice. "I hope you don't mind me calling on a Sunday." "Not at all," said Strike. "Well, I was in to see Josh yesterday, and his doctors think he'd be well enough to see you in a week or so, if you'd still like to interview him. They're limiting visitors, and his father and sister often go during the week. But if you could make next Saturday—" "Saturday sounds great," said Strike. "Let me just grab a pen." He found one on Madeline's bedside table. "If you like, we could meet at the hospital at 2:00. He's in the London Spinal Cord Injury Centre. I should be there because, well, I should be there too. He's still in an awful state." After scribbling the details of Blaze ward and visiting times in his notebook, Strike put the pen absent-mindedly into his pocket, bade Katia goodbye, and headed back to Madeline. "I'm really sorry. I need to sort this out. Looks like I'm going to have to take over surveillance on this bastard." "Shit," said Madeline, looking disappointed. But Strike knew she wasn't going to kick up a fuss, not with the memory of their Bond Street argument still fresh in their minds. "Poor you. Poor her, too." "Poor who?" said Strike, his thoughts still with Robin. "The woman who fell off the ladder." "Oh," said Strike. "Yeah, I suppose. Well, she's buggered up my Sunday anyway." He maintained a decent show of regret as he picked up his coat and rucksack. Madeline wound her arms around his neck and gave him a lingering farewell kiss, and then, at last, he was free to leave. He walked the length of her street and round the corner before lighting up a cigarette. Katia Upcott's call had given him a pretext to ring Robin, so he pressed her number, and she answered almost immediately. "Hi, give me a second," she said, and he knew immediately from the high, tearful tone of her voice that there was something wrong. More wrong than could be accounted for by moving, stressful though that undoubtedly was. Various possibilities: that she'd realise Red Souls was almost certainly a member of the far-right terrorist group, or worst of all, that some retaliatory action had already taken place without Strike's knowledge, made him await her return with some trepidation, especially as he could hear an angry male voice in the background. "Back," she said, still a voice that proclaimed her on the edge of tears. "What's up?" "Nothing. What's up with you?" "What do you mean?" "You sound like you've been crying." Well—" "What's happened?" said Strike, far more forcefully than he'd intended. "My dad. You know they were supposed to come down last night? Well, apparently he passed out in the drive right before they were about to get in the car. Mum drove him to hospital and they said he'd had a heart episode, whatever that means, and it sounded as though it wasn't a big deal, but she's just called back 5 minutes ago to say they're taking—" He could tell she was fighting the urge to sob. "Taking him into surgery. Sorry. I'm sure it'll be fine. Shit, Strike, I'm going to have to go. I need to move the Land Rover." She hung up. Chapter 60. Oh, give me the friend from whose warm, faithful breast the sigh breathes responsive to mine. Mary Tighe. A faithful friend is the medicine of life. Robin's father hadn't thought it worth her while to hire removal men for the move. Most of the contents of the house she and her ex-husband had once shared had been sold, or, in the case of the heavy mahogany bed in which he'd cheated with his now-wife Sarah, taken by Matthew. Robin hadn't had space in her rented room for the pieces she'd retained, so they were in storage. She'd bought the previous owner of a new flat sofa, armchairs and double bed, for which she'd ordered a new mattress. Otherwise, she only needed to transport a few bits of flat-pack furniture. Michael Ellicott had assured his daughter that he was more than capable of helping load up the back of the Land Rover with the odds and ends at the storage facility and help her carry them upstairs. An academic raised on a farm, he still craved the satisfaction of manual labour, and Robin, conscious of having missed the family Christmas, had decided to humour him. This meant that she was now left to single-handedly haul and lift everything in the storage facility into the back of the Land Rover. She'd been too busy to mope or cry for the first couple of hours, but that had changed when the unpleasant and aggressive renter of the adjoining unit had yelled and sworn when demanding that she move the Land Rover to enable him to bring his own van closer. This, coupled with Strike's voice on the phone, had finally made Robin break down. After ending the call with Strike and moving the Land Rover to accommodate the angry man's large blue van, she retreated into her storage unit to cry quietly while sitting on a cardboard box full of books. Half of her wanted to abandon the move, get in the Land Rover, and head north to Yorkshire to see her father. Linda had assured Robin the procedure he was about to undergo was routine, but Robin had heard the fear in her mother's voice. Eventually, Robin pulled herself together again and, sweating and straining, continued to unload the storage unit until at last almost every square inch of the back of the Land Rover was full, and she was able to set off for Walthamstow a full 3 hours after she'd expected to be underway. Linda finally called Robin back at 4:30, by which time she was sitting at a red light. As the ancient Land Rover had no Bluetooth, Robin snatched up her mobile and pressed it to her ear. "He's fine," came Linda's voice. "Stent fitted. They say if all goes okay, he'll be home tomorrow." "Oh, thank God," said Robin. The lights changed. For the first time since she'd owned it, Robin managed to stall the Land Rover, earning herself many angry blasts on the horn from the driver behind her. "Mum, sorry, I'm going to have to go. I'm in the car. I'll call you in a bit." While her rational self now knew her father was out of danger, Robin's emotions hadn't caught up, and she was still struggling not to cry when she turned at long last into Black Horse Road. Only when she turned into the parking area beside the block containing her new flat did she spot Strike standing beside the main door, a potted plant in one hand and a full bag of Tesco's shopping in the other. The sight was so incongruous, yet so welcome, that Robin gave a little gasp of laughter, which turned immediately into a sob. "What's happened?" said Strike, walking towards her. "How's your dad?" "He'll be fine," said Robin, trying to hold back tears. "Mum just called. They fitted a stent." She felt like flinging her arms around Strike's neck, but the thought of Madeline, her resolve to fight any feelings for her partner stronger than friendship, and an awareness that she was very sweaty, dissuaded her. Instead, she leaned back against the Land Rover, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "Well, that's good news, isn't it?" Strike said. "Yes, obviously it is. It's just been a shit morning." "Want to eat before we unload the Land Rover? Because I do. I had no lunch. Don't suppose the kettle's handy?" "It is," said Robin, now half laughing. "It's in the footwell of the passenger seat with some mugs. Strike, you really didn't have to do this." "Take these," said Strike, handing her the pot plant and Tesco's bag, before opening the Land Rover door and retrieving the box with the kettle. "How did you even know this address?" "You showed me the spec weeks ago." This evidence that Strike wasn't as oblivious or inconsiderate as he might at times appear threatened to tip Robin into floods of tears. But she managed to hold herself together and, trying to sniff quietly, led him through the main door into a utilitarian brick hallway and, in consideration for Strike's leg, up in the lift to the second floor. "Very nice," said Strike, when Robin had opened the door onto a pleasant, bright and airy flat, which was slightly larger than Strike's attic and in far better repair. "You buy this sofa off the previous owner?" "Yes," said Robin. "It folds out. I thought it'd be useful." She carried the plant which had large green heart-shaped leaves, into the kitchen. "I love it," she told Strike, who'd followed with the box of essentials, which included kettle, mugs, tea bags, milk and toilet roll. "Thank you." "I was worried it might count as flowers," he said with a sideways glance. They'd once had a row in which his propensity to give Robin flowers rather than anything more imaginative had come up. Robin laughed, eyes welling again. "No, a plant isn't flowers." Strike filled the kettle, then turned to see Robin extracting her iPad from her bag. "You aren't logging into the bloody game," said Strike, as he plugged in the kettle. "Take a day off, for Christ's sake." "No, I'm just looking to see whether they've caught Bat." "Wait," she said, looking at the BBC News website. "They have released the name of the guy who was pushed onto the tracks." "And?" said Strike, freezing with tea bags in his hand. "He's called Oliver Peach. Wow, he's the son of Ian Peach. You know, that oddball who ran for Mayor of London, the billionaire." "Tech guy, yeah," said Strike. "Does it say how his son's doing?" "No, just that he's still hospitalised. His father's offered £100,000 reward for any information relating to the attacker." "Your name come out yet?" asked Strike, trying to sound casual. "No," said Robin. She glanced at him. "Look, I am sorry. I know it was brave. It was bloody brave," said Strike, cutting her off. Now wasn't the time to mention the apprehensions that had been dogging him for the past 24 hours. "Let's have a sandwich and a cuppa, and we can unpack the car." "Are you sure you're up to—" "Don't worry. I'll let you carry the heavy stuff." They ate the supermarket sandwiches standing in the kitchen. Then, while Strike took his mug of tea back down to the doorstep to enjoy a cigarette, Robin called her mother back for a few more details on her father's procedure. "But what about you moving?" Linda asked, sounding worried, after they'd thoroughly discussed Michael Ellicott's condition, and Robin had been satisfied that her mother wasn't minimising its seriousness. "Have you managed to put it off?" "I'm doing it now," said Robin. "Strike's helping me." "Oh," said Linda, managing to load the monosyllable with an impressive amount of surprise, curiosity, and disapproval. Her mistrust of Strike had tangled roots, but the injuries Robin had sustained while working for the agency, coupled with the fact that she'd run out on the first dance at her wedding to pursue her work partner, probably went deepest. Robin decided not to mention the fact that she'd nearly been hit by a train the previous day, which would doubtless be laid at Strike's door too. Hopefully, her mother's preoccupation with her father's health would keep her away from the television news a bit longer. Call ended, Robin went downstairs and began the job of bringing her things upstairs, aided by Strike, whose determination to help overrode his qualms about what this might do to his hamstring. "I swear there didn't seem to be this much when I was taking it out of storage," Robin panted, passing Strike on the landing with a box of books in her arm. Strike, who was likewise out of breath and sweating, merely grunted. Finally, at nearly 8 o'clock, the Land Rover was empty and most of the flat-pack furniture assembled. "What do you say to some chips?" asked Strike, sitting down heavily on the sofa. Robin could tell his leg was hurting him. "You can't call a place home until you know where the nearest chippy is." "I'll go," said Robin at once, getting to her feet and leaving a small bookshelf unfinished. "It's the least I can do. Strike, I can't thank you enough for—" "We're quits. You worked round the clock while I was laid up." He pulled a tenner out of his pocket. "Couldn't get some lager as well, could you?" "Of course, but I'm paying," said Robin, waving away the money. So she set out for Bonner's Fish Bar, where, after ordering 2 lots of cod and chips, she absent-mindedly logged into Drek's game on her phone. Anime wasn't there. Having exchanged greetings with a couple of regular players, she walked back to the new flat, stopping to pick up a bottle of wine and 6 cans of lager on the way. By the time she got back home, Strike had finished assembling the bookcase. "You didn't need to do that," she told him, propping up her phone against a table lamp so she could watch the game. "Seriously, take a break. You've earned it." What's the matter? She added, because Strike was looking unhappy about something. He hesitated before answering, then said, Your name's been released. Just seen it. Oh, said Robin. Shit. She gave him the lager and headed into the kitchen for a corkscrew. When she returned with a glass of wine, she said, Look, I really am sorry. I know I screwed up. You were trying to save a life, said Strike, already tucking into his chips, with the assistance of the wooden fork provided, a can of Tennant's open beside him. It's hardly a fucking crime. Back in the game, he added, gesturing towards the screen of her mobile. Yes, said Robin, settling down into the armchair and trying to keep her tone normal, even though she now felt very anxious. Might as well keep an eye out for Anime. Midge is on Cardew and Nutley's on Pierce. It'd be so great to rule out another. What were you calling about earlier, by the way? Oh, yeah. Katia Upcott says Blaze well enough for us to talk to him in hospital. I've said we'll go Saturday. Great. Hang on, said Robin, whose eyes had flicked towards the game. Anime's here. Putting down her chips, she picked up her mobile. Anime. Evening, children. Buffy paws. Hi, Anime. Just doing a bit of sucking up, Robin informed Strike. When I'm friendly, Anime doesn't get on me case so much or send minions after me if I'm stationary. She then texted Midge and Nutley, Anime in-game, have you got eyes on target, before looking back at the screen of her phone, where Anime was still speaking. Anime. Morehouse not been in? Borkeldrek. No. Sack the lazy bastard. Anime. Lol. Borkeldrek. I can code. I can take over. Anime. You got to pass the mod test first. Recruiting now, actually. Need replacements for Lord Drek and Vile Pachora. What the hell? Said Robin aloud. Before she could pose the question, many other players had done it for her. Magpie 7. What, are they gone? Weirdy Gemma. What? Hearty Heart. OMG, what happened? Anime. They've been fired. Strike, look at this, said Robin, moving to sit next to him on the sofa. Anime's got rid of Lord Drek and Vile Pachora. Inky Forever. OMFG, why did you fire them? Paper what? Shit, what did they do? Bortle Drek. YTF did you fire them? Bois. Anime. They were a pair of muckflux. So let that be a warning to all of you. Two texts appeared simultaneously over the game screen. Cardew in pub typing on his phone. Can't see Pierce, he's at home. Robin swiped the texts away so they could keep watching Anime talking to other players. Drek boy. They were a laugh, though. Anime. They thought they could fool the Game Master, but the Game Master knows all. Lone Lit Girl. Lol. How do you know everything? Anime. Got you all bugged. Got you all bugged, said Strike. Who mentioned bugging recently? You, said Robin. You said if Gus Upcott was Anime, he'd be bugging the upper floor of his house. No, said Strike, who just remembered. It was a bloke on Twitter. Lepine's disciple. Oh, him, said Robin darkly. He's vile. Pops up all the time. There's another one, I Am Evola, who's as bad if not worse. I'll leave this running. If Worm 28 comes in, I can ask her what happened to Lord Drek and Vile Pachora. She returned to her armchair, propped the phone against the lamp again, and picked up her half-eaten fish and chips. As she did so, the sound of bass began thumping from the flat above. Robin glanced up. Your place must be noisy as well, is it? Yeah, said Strike, cracking open another can of Tennant's, but I'm used to it. Suppose you could try earplugs. Robin didn't answer. She never blocked her ears at night, whether with headphones or plugs, because she feared the inability to hear anyone moving in the dark. Anime hasn't seemed to have as much insider information on the Ink Black Heart lately. Have you noticed that? Said Strike. There might not be a lot to know, said Robin. I doubt Maverick are doing much about the film right now, or not that they'd be prepared to share widely, not with Josh still in hospital. There's that, agreed Strike. Another possibility is that with Edie being dead, their source of information has closed down. Anime's still being pretty foul about Grant and Heather Ledwell, said Robin,
Grunt and heavy, yeah, said Strike. But everything he knows about them could have come straight off Heather's Facebook page. I checked. The only detail he couldn't have got there is Grant's ex-wife having lupus.
There's Worm 28, said Robin suddenly, eyes on the game again. Hang on, I'm going to ask her what's happened. While Robin typed, Strike stretched out his stump, trying not to wince. She thinks Anime got rid of them to keep Morehouse happy, said Robin, reading Worm 28's response.
Think Morehouse suspected they were alt-right? Asked Strike, who was craving a cigarette outside, but didn't really fancy navigating the stairs again.
Maybe. I don't mind you smoking in here, Robin added. She'd seen Strike's hand move unconsciously towards his pocket. But do you mind opening a window?
Cheers, said Strike.
He pushed himself to his feet and did as she asked, holding an empty can to use as an ashtray. Black Horse Road, he noted, as he looked down into the street, was busy and well lit, but communal doorways were always a security risk. On the other hand, Robin had only moved that day. Anyone wishing to retaliate against the agency for suspected surveillance would find it that much harder to find her.
Got a burglar alarm? He asked Robin after lighting up.
Yes, she said, eyes still on the game.
And the front door double locks, right?
Yes, she said absently, still reading off her phone. Worms say Morehouse thought Lord Drek and Vile Pachora were bad news. Trying to get more details.
Vile Pachora, repeated Strike. Bizarre name. Isn't Pachora a place?
No idea, said Robin.
Yeah, said Strike, who just Googled the name on his phone.
It's a town and a river in Russia, and the Pachora 2M is a surface-to-air anti-aircraft short-range missile system. He was having a familiar sensation. Once again, his subconscious was trying to tell him something.
Vile Pachora, he repeated.
He stuck his cigarette in his mouth, fumbling in his pocket for the pen he'd taken from Madeline's, and wrote Vile Pachora on the back of his left hand. After staring at the word inscribed on his skin for the best part of a minute, he suddenly said, "Shit!" Robin looked up. "What?"
"Vile Pachora's an anagram of Oliver Peach."
Robin gasped. Strike was already Googling the Peach family. The father, who had made millions through his tech company, had gained a lot of publicity through his unsuccessful run for Mayor of London. He was a distinctive-looking individual with a low hairline and a penchant for suits with broad pinstripes.
"Shit!" exclaimed Strike again. "They're brothers."
"Who are?" Robin joined Strike at the window. Flanking Ian Peach in the picture on Strike's phone were his two adult sons, Oliver and Charlie, both dark-haired, both with their father's low hairline. The younger man was clearly the wearer of the red-soled trainers who'd fallen in front of the train. The elder was wearing the corduroy jacket Strike had glimpsed in the Ship and Shovel, worn by the man trying to recruit Wally Cardew. Chapter 61. Thus drive thou hence the phantoms, cleanse my soul, thou sweet enchantress with the magic spells. Matilda Blind. To Hope. In-game chats between 4 of the 8 moderators of Drek's game. A new private channel has opened. 26th of May 2015, 22:02. Hartella invites Anime. Hartella. Anime. Anime has joined the channel. Anime. What's up? Hartella. Have you seen the news? Anime. Have Maverick said something about the movie? Hartella. No. I mean that woman who went onto the train tracks to rescue the guy who fell on them. Right by Comic-Con? It's been on the news. You must have seen it. Anime. Haven't been watching the news. I've been busy. Hartella. Well, her name's been released. She's called Robin Elcott, and she's a private detective. Please don't be angry. I haven't said anything that could reveal who you are. I definitely haven't, okay? Anime. That doesn't seem like something an innocent person would say, Hartella. Hartella, I swear I haven't. Anime, Then why did you just tell me not to be angry at you? Hartella. Well, I was at Comic-Con because I got contacted by this woman who said she was a journalist and wanted to do a thing about the ink-black heart and my book and everything. She was wearing a wig when I spoke to her, but it was her. I recognized her from the news. It was Robin Elcott. I'm really sorry, Anime. It all looked legit. She had a website and had written articles and everything. But I didn't tell her anything about you. I couldn't have. I don't know anything, do I? Anime. That's a lie. Hartella. It isn't a lie. If you could have heard me talking about you, I was basically telling her what a genius you are. All I said was that you're really talented and cultured. I didn't say anything at all private or that could identify you. I swear, I don't even know anything that could. I just thought it would be really good for our book if I got some coverage. And if the book sells well, loads more people will want to come into the game, won't they? I wasn't only doing it for me. Anime, you still there? Anime. So you were being a fucking benefactor to me, were you? And what do you mean, I'm cultured? Hartella. I mean you're clever and you know Latin and everything. Anime. You think you know who I am? Hartella. No, I don't. How could I? Anime. Yeah, you do. Cultured. You think you fucking know. Well, shall I tell you something? You're in deep shit. You might have fooled the pigs into thinking you've had no contact with fucking terrorists, but I know different. I know who gave you that folder, and I know you've been creaming your panties over one of them for months. I could have all three of you locked up if I wanted to. I've only kept my mouth shut because I didn't want the game shut down. But if you've blown my fucking cover, I will see you in jail for terrorism. Hartella. Anime, for God's sake, I definitely haven't revealed who you are. I swear I haven't. Anime. You're going to put this right. Hartella. I want to, but how? Anime. I'll let you know. And when I tell you what to do, you'll fucking do it, unless you want to end up inside. Anime has left the channel. Hartella has left the channel. Private channel has closed. A private channel has opened. 26th of May 2015, 22:20. Anime invites Morehouse. Anime. Got a mo, boy? Morehouse has joined the channel. Morehouse. Hey, what's up? Anime. We need to talk new mods now Lord Drek and Vile Pachora are out. Morehouse. Yeah. Anime. Any ideas? Morehouse. Borkle Drek's okay. Anime. Yeah, I was thinking of him. Morehouse. Hearty Heart's been in a lot lately as well. Anime. She irritates the shit out of me. It'd be like having another Worm 28. Morehouse. Lol. Yeah, I see your point. Anime. What do you think of Buffy Paws? Morehouse. Never really spoken to her. Want me to approach them or will you do it? It'd mean more coming from you. Anime. Why are you blowing smoke up my arse all of a sudden? Morehouse. Lol. Just happy Vile Pachora and Lord Drek are gone. Boah. Did you tell them why, or did you just slice their legs out from under them when they were least expecting it? Anime. Lol. Bit of both. Morehouse. Excellent. Anime. I'm glad you're happy. For real, I just want to get back to how it used to be. Morehouse. With you 100%. Anime. Okay, I'll sound those two out. Catch you later. Morehouse. See ya. Boah. Anime has left the channel. Morehouse has left the channel. Private channel has closed. A new private channel has opened. 26th of May 2015, 22:07. Paperwhite invites Morehouse. Paperwhite. Mouse? Question mark. Morehouse has joined the channel. Morehouse. Hey. Paperwhite. Have you seen the news today? Morehouse. No, I've been in the lab. Why? What's happened? Paperwhite. You know that woman who jumped down onto the tracks to save Vile Pachora? Morehouse. Yeah. Paperwhite. Her name's Robin Ellicott, and she's a private detective. Morehouse. Seriously? Paperwhite. Yes. Morehouse. Whoa. That's odd. Paperwhite. Do you think she was following someone? Morehouse. Surely not Vile Pachora. It'd be police tracking the Harvening, I'd have thought, not a private detective. Paperwhite. Mouse, this might sound crazy, but do you think there's any chance Maverick are trying to find out who Anime is, to stop him shitting all over the film? Could she have been following Anime? Morehouse. Bloody hell, that's a thought. Paperwhite. Well, this could be our opportunity. Morehouse. What do you mean? Paperwhite. We could go to the agency and talk to her. Morehouse. Where is it? Paperwhite. Denmark Street in London. I looked it up. We wouldn't have to say we think he killed anyone. We could say we're upset about how much negativity he's spreading in the fandom. If she's trying to find out who Anime is, she'd probably be really happy to meet us. And I've just been reading about her agency. They work with the police. They've solved murder cases. This would be as good as going to the police without any of the drawbacks. Don't you think? Morehouse. We'd end up being interviewed by the police, I bet. I'd have thought they'd be interested in any fan who's behaving oddly right now. Paperwhite. We wouldn't be accusing him of killing anyone, though. We'd just be two concerned people who don't like what he's doing online. Morehouse. You know what? That's actually a fucking genius idea. The only drawback I can see is that if she's never heard of Anime, we're two randos who walked in off the street, or rolled, in my case, ranting about an online game. Although thinking about it, even if she doesn't know WTF we're talking about, we'd still have put down a marker, shown we were worried about him. And given that there have been 3 attacks around the Ink Black Heart now, she might pass his name to the police anyway, so job done. Nicole, you're a genius. Paperwhite. You're coming with me though, right? You aren't going to bottle it again. Morehouse. No. I'd need you to help me get there anyway. Fuck though. When? I've got this research thing. I'll be in deep shit if I don't meet the deadline. Paperwhite. And I've got exams, but we can do it right after. After all, if we're right, he's got rid of everyone he needed to. I mean, all the people he saw as a danger to him or the game. Who else would he want out of the way? Morehouse. Me, probably. I've been giving him a ton of grief about Lord Drek and Vile. Fuck. That's him PCing me. Paperwhite. Shit. Tell me what he's saying. Morehouse. Says we need new mods. Paperwhite. Act cheerful. Morehouse. Lol. Paperwhite. Has he mentioned Vile Pachora and the train? Morehouse. No. He's acting like he knows nothing about it. When he's like this, I start wondering if I've imagined the whole thing. Paperwhite. I've been trying to believe you're wrong for ages. But I don't think you are. Chapter 62. He left her, but she followed him. She thought he could not bear, when she had left her home for him, to look on her despair. Letitia Elizabeth Landon, she sat alone beside her hearth. When Strike called Ryan Murphy to identify Oliver Peach as a player of Drek's game, and Charlie Peach as a contender for the man who tried to recruit Wally Cardew, he received a loud fuck for his trouble. Friend of yours? We interviewed both of them 3 months ago, said Murphy. Strike heard the banging of a door and surmised that Murphy was taking the call somewhere private. They're both in the Brotherhood of Ultima Thule. I assume you know about the Brotherhood. Odinist retreats and repatriating Jews? Exactly. But we found no evidence they're linked to bombings or online harassment. So they were in the bloody game, were they? Oliver was, said Strike. Can't be sure about Charlie, but I'd say it's odds on, given that 2 moderators left immediately after Oliver hit the railway track, and those 2 moderators seemed very matey from what Robbins found out. We've had a player in that game for weeks, but they haven't come up with anything. That rule of anonymity's bloody convenient. Could have been tailor-made for terrorists, Strike agreed. 2 days later, Murphy called Strike back with a courtesy update. The elder Peach brother, Charlie, had been interviewed again, under caution. He's denying everything, said Murphy. Handed over his laptop and phone, and there's nothing on there. He'll have others better hidden. The guy's smart, whatever else he is. Anyone interviewed Oliver? He strikes me as the weak link. Using an anagram of his name was bloody stupid. He's still in hospital, and the doctors don't want us talking to him. He had to have emergency surgery to stop the bleeding from his brain. Their old man's kicking off. There's been a lot of talk of friends in high places and legal action. I'll bet there has, said Strike. He's a weird bastard, the father. The wife looks mummified. Anyway,
I'll keep in touch. I have to say, your help's been invaluable on this. She all right, by the way? Murphy added. That was a narrow escape she had. Robin, yeah, she's fine. Hiding out at home on my instructions. Probably wise just now, said Murphy. Well, give her my best. Will do, said Strike. But he forgot the request as soon as he'd hung up the phone. Following the release of Robin's name to the media, the office phone had rung with requests for her to be interviewed about her actions at Custom House Station. On Strike's instructions, Pat responded to all inquiries with the same statement: Miss Ellicott is glad to have assisted in the rescue of Mr. Peach, but won't be giving further comment. The depth of Pat's voice led a few journalists to assume they were talking to Strike, and to press for her opinion on giving Robin, as well as Mohammed Mo Nazar, civilian awards for bravery. Strike was unsurprised, though displeased, that it was the pretty young white woman's picture that led most of the tabloid coverage of the incident. He could only hope the interrogation of Charlie Peach would put a temporary moratorium on the terrorist group's activities, and attempted to forget, or at least shelve, his concerns about possible retaliation. This was made somewhat easier by the fact that on Wednesday, the agency, which seemed to have been waiting a very long time for any breaks in their current cases, suddenly had two. Firstly, the housekeeper at South Audley Street performed another thorough sweep for surveillance equipment, and this time removed the black camera with its fisheye lens. Having failed to find the mechanism that turned it off, she put it into her handbag and took it with her to a restaurant where Fingers sat waiting for her, covertly observed by Nutley. As if taking the housekeeper out for a meal wasn't suspicious enough, given that Fingers usually associated with nobody but fellow children of the super-rich, he took possession of the woman's handbag and, by dint of groping in its dark interior, managed to turn off the camera without revealing his own face. "So obviously she's in on it," said Nutley, when calling to apprise Strike of what had just happened. He sounded immensely smug, as usual. Strike tried not to feel aggravated by this statement of the bloody obvious, a challenge made no easier by the fact that the next words out of Nutley's mouth were, "We should put someone on her too." "Good idea," said Strike, trying not to sound sarcastic. "Well, great work, Nutley. It's about time we had something to tell the client." An hour later, Barclay called from Hampstead. "The Upcourt boy's in the clear." "How do you know?" "Just followed him to the pharmacy and back. No phone, no iPad. Hands in his pockets all the way there and back. And Robin says Anamy's been active in the game for the last hour." "Couldn't be better timing," said Strike. And he proceeded to explain the results of that morning's surveillance on Fingers. "So I'll get the housekeeper's home address from the client and you can switch to her." These developments put Strike in a slightly more optimistic frame of mind, which carried him through a Thursday night date with Madeline. It didn't escape his notice that he was now thinking in terms of getting through hours spent with her, when just a few short weeks ago their dates had been a welcome distraction in a life dominated by work. He was still enjoying the sex, but otherwise found it difficult to give her more than a fraction of his attention, because most of it was focused on concerns he couldn't or didn't want to share with her. If she sensed this slight withdrawal, she gave no sign. She was still abstaining from alcohol in his presence. On Saturday, and not having seen each other for a week, Strike and Robin were to meet at the garage where Strike kept his BMW, prior to driving to the London Spinal Cord Injury Centre to interview Josh Blay. As Strike was walking through the spring sunshine towards the meeting point, his mobile rang with a number that had been put through from the office phone. "Strike?" "Hello," said a deep, resonant voice, and for a second or two Strike thought he was about to hear another voice-changed anonymous call advising him to dig up Edie Ledwell. "Grant Ledwell here." "Ah," said Strike, slightly surprised. "What can I do for you?" "I wondered whether it would be possible to get an update." He spoke almost angrily, as though Strike had promised one but never followed through. As Grant wasn't paying for the agency's services, Strike considered the resentful tone and the fact that Grant had called Strike at a weekend to indicate a level of entitlement unjustified by their relative status. "I imagined Alan Yeoman and Richard Elgar would be keeping you posted," said Strike. "Infrequently," said Grant. "As far as I've heard, there's been very little progress." "I wouldn't say that," replied Strike, more politely than he felt Grant's tone deserved. "Well, I wondered whether we could talk face to face. A couple of things have happened this end that I'd like to talk over. Anyway, as Edie's next of kin, I'd like to hear what's been going on." Reminding Grant that he wasn't the client would satisfy an immediate urge to put the man in his place, but Strike was intrigued to know what the couple of things were. He therefore agreed to meet Grant at the gun restaurant in Docklands, which was close to the oil executive's place of work, on Wednesday evening. "Bit cheeky," was Robin's response, when Strike, having accepted with gratitude her offer to drive as his hamstring remained painful, filled her in on Grant's request for a meeting. "I bet he's pissed off about Anamy's tweet last night. That's why he's calling you today." "Could well be that," Strike agreed. After a period of relative inactivity, Anamy had revealed to fans on Twitter that Maverick intended to make a very significant change to Harty, the hero in the forthcoming film. Anamy at Anamy Game Master. "Bad news, IBH fans. Maverick wants to change Harty from heart to human, and Grunt and Heavy gonna let them. Hashtag take the money and run at Gledwell101. 8:40 p.m, 29th of May, 2015. The tweet had triggered a predictable explosion of abuse from the Inkarts, who'd accused the Ledwells of greed and betrayal, then threatened boycotts and physical violence. Grant's place of work had been revealed, pictures from Heather's Facebook page copied and defaced, and Lepine's disciple expressed the hope that their baby would be stillborn. Robin, who'd watched the outburst of rage in real time, had already checked Grant's Twitter and Heather's Facebook accounts that morning. Both had now been set to private. "Do you think it's true Maverick's planning to make Harty human?" Robin asked Strike. "Anamy's generally been reliable about developments on the Ink Black Heart," said Strike. "This means their source of inside information hasn't dried up anyway." They drove in silence for a while, until Strike said, "Did you read Dev's report on Ross and his daughters?" "Yes," said Robin. "Those poor kids." "Yeah. Obviously, from a humane point of view, I don't want Ross to do it again, but if he does, I want it on film. A couple of incidents like that would give me some serious leverage." Robin wondered, though didn't ask, how Strike intended to use said footage if he managed to get it. Would he take it straight to Ross, or hand it to Charlotte to help her win her custody case? The hour's journey ended with a long stretch of tree-lined road. Finally, Robin turned into the hospital car park and saw just outside the entrance a group of 4 people who appeared to be having an altercation. Sure enough, when Robin had parked and turned off the engine, the sound of shrill voices could be heard, even through the closed windows of the car. "Is that Katia and Flavia?" said Robin, peering through the windscreen at the woman with mouse-coloured hair who was wearing a baggy grey coat. "Yeah," said Strike, taking off his seatbelt, his eyes on the group. "And the other 2 are Sarah and Kay and Niven." "You're kidding." "I'm not. Looks like there's a fight on for the right to visit Bly." "Why's Katia bought Flavia, though?" asked Robin. The 12-year-old looked thoroughly miserable. "Maybe Inigo thinks she's infectious again." As they got out of the car, the 3 women's voices became louder, but as they were shouting over each other, it was still difficult to hear exactly what was being said. "Shall we?" said Strike, and without waiting for an answer, he strode off towards the arguing group, keen to hear what was going on. As he and Robin came within earshot, Katia, whose thin face was suffused with colour, shouted, "He doesn't want to see her." "Says who?" screamed Kaya, who was leaning on her stick. "You're not his fucking mother or his wife. Go and ask Josh what he wants." "We've driven from Norfolk," added Sarah, who today was wearing a magenta dress as shapeless as Katia's coat. "They told us he's ready for visitors." "Well, you should have called me first," said the furious Katia. "He's already got visitors arranged today, people he wants to see.
And here they are, she shouted triumphantly, turning as Strike's and Robin's footsteps alerted her to their arrival. "Oh, God, no!" blurted Kaya, her eyes on Strike. "Not him!" Robin, who'd never seen Kaya in the flesh, looked at her with interest. The girl was wearing a light blue sweater with jeans. Her black hair gleamed in the spring sunshine, and her porcelain skin and red lips didn't owe much to makeup. In the hand not gripping her walking stick, Kaya held an envelope. "Morning," said Strike, looking from Kaya to Sarah. Oh, God, said Kaya, dissolving into tears. "I can't believe this." As Katya and Sarah began shouting at each other again, a short, scowling, grey-haired man in blue scrubs emerged from the building. "Could I ask you ladies to keep it down, please?" Katya and Sarah fell silent, cowed. Having glared at each of the women in turn, then shot a hard stare at Strike, as though he'd have expected the only male in the group to keep better order, he disappeared back inside. "Josh is expecting Mr. Strike," said Katya in an angry whisper, "so you better leave." Still sobbing, Kaya held out the envelope. "Then, can you please at least give—" "I'm not giving him that," said Katya, backing away as though the letter were a gun. "For God's sake, you can't refuse to take him a note," said Sarah heatedly. "Please," sobbed Kaya, advancing on Katya while leaning on her stick. "Please, just give him my letter." "Fine," said Katya shortly, snatching it out of Kaya's hand. "Shall we go in?" she added to Strike and Robin. As they followed Katya and Flavia through the glass doors, Robin glanced back. Sarah and Kaya had turned and were heading slowly back to their car. As she watched, Sarah put her arm around her daughter's shoulders, but Kaya shrugged it off. "The nerve," said Katya ferociously, as she headed off a long corridor leading the way to Josh's room. "The nerve of them! Thank God I was here!" "Have you got another cold?" Robin asked Flavia quietly, because the girl had just blown her nose. "No," said Flavia. She did a very silly thing," said Katya, before Flavia could answer, "which she'd been told not to do." "It wasn't, Flavia. You were told not to bring that puppy into the house," snapped Katya. "I don't want to hear another word about Daddy or Gus or dogs or things being unfair. Do you hear me?" "You always side with—" "Flavia!" snarled Katya, turning briefly to glare at her daughter, before saying to Strike, "I had to bring her. Inigo's livid." As Katya led the way onwards, clearly familiar with every twist and turn of the route to Blaze's room, Flavia said resentfully, though quietly, "I'm always going to hospitals." "Are you?" said Robin, to whom the remark had been addressed. She and Flavia had fallen behind the other two. "Yes. One time when Gus's skin was really bad, he had to go into hospital, and then Daddy got ill the next day and he got admitted too. But to different hospitals. Daddy goes to a far nicer one than Gus. It's private. Gus usually goes NHS." Flavia added quietly, "I really like them both being gone." Robin could think of no appropriate response to this, so made none. "I could watch what I liked on TV. I saw a thing on the news about a man in America who did a mass shooting because he couldn't get any girls to have sex with him." "As if it isn't enough that she bombards him with letters that completely stress him," Katya was saying to Strike. "She has to turn up in person." "I wanted to do my school project on that man who shot girls, but Mummy said I couldn't. Daddy thinks it's disgusting Mummy let me find out about him, but—" Flavia cast a narrow-eyed look at her mother's back. She was on the phone to Josh all that evening, so she didn't care what I was watching. Robin, who had the impression that Flavia was well aware of the picture she was painting of her home life, maintained a diplomatic silence. Ahead, Katya was saying, "Just worried one of these afternoons I'm not going to be here and she's going to force her way in." "Mummy and Daddy had a row this morning," said Flavia very quietly, keeping a wary eye on her mother's back, "because Daddy thinks it's obvious who Anime is, and Mummy says he can't be right and he's just saying it to be horrible." "Really?" said Robin, trying to keep her tone casual. "Who?" But she broke off. Katya had come to a sudden halt alongside a large bin standing in a recess in the corridor. Her expression savage, Katia tore Kea's letter in half and thrust it inside. "There," she said, and set off again, Strike alongside her, Robin and Flavia bringing up the rear. "I thought it was illegal to tamper with the mail," said Flavia. I think that's only with things that go through the post office," said Robin, whose mind was working rapidly. After a few more steps, she came to a halt herself. "Oh, damn," she called after Strike and Katia. "Sorry, I've left my notes in the car." "Well, you better go back for them," said Strike, turning to look at her. "Yes. What's Josh's room number?" Robin asked Katia. 51, said Katia, looking anxious. "But actually they only want 2 people in with him at a time. I didn't realise both of you were going to come. I thought they wouldn't mind Flavia coming in with me, as she's so young." "I could sit outside with Flavia if you'd rather go in with Cormoran," Robin offered, genuinely hopeful that Katia would agree. She was very interested in Inigo's thoughts on Anime. Katia looked as though she approved of this idea too, but after glancing from her daughter to Robin and back again, and perhaps considering the likely consequences of letting her daughter talk outside her sphere of control, she said, "No, I can't ask you to do that. Bit of an imposition. No, I'll stay with Flavia, but I'll go in with Cormoran just at first, so Josh knows I'm around if he needs anything." "OK, I'll just get my notes from the car then and catch you up," said Robin. "Can I come with you?" said Flavia eagerly. But Katia said sharply, "No, you stay with me." So Robin doubled back to the bin where Katia had thrust Kea's letter. It had a letterbox-style slit large enough for her to insert her hand, but unfortunately the corridor was far from deserted. Medical staff were walking up and down it as well as visitors. Robin skulked around until she was unobserved, then took her phone out of her pocket and slid it into the bin. "Oh, damn," she said aloud, feigning exasperation. "You all right?" said a passing nurse, who was pushing a man in a wheelchair. "I've gone and accidentally dropped my phone in there with my rubbish," said Robin, laughing as she inserted a hand. "My brother-in-law did that once with a letterbox," said the nurse. "Can't quite feel it," Robin lied, groping in the bin. "Oh, there it is." She waited for the nurse to walk out of sight, then pulled out her phone and the 2 halves of Kea's letter, still in their bisected envelope, which she pocketed. Robin retraced her steps until she passed a woman's bathroom, which she entered. Having locked herself in a cubicle, she pieced the torn halves of the letter together and read it. "Joshlings, I really hope I get to see you today and give you this in person, because I don't know whether I've got the strength to say it all face to face. If I see you, I'll probably just break down. I know that's pathetic. I don't know whether you've got my other letters. I feel like you'd have sent a message back if you'd read them. Maybe Katia ripped them up, and you don't even know I've been trying to get in touch. I know she thinks I'm the Antichrist, or is that just my self-hatred talking? Since this thing happened, I've barely been able to eat or sleep. I'd kill myself right now this minute if it would make you better. Sometimes I think I should do that anyway. I'm not saying that to make you feel bad. I just don't know how much longer I can live in this kind of pain. I've been interviewed by a private detective. He claimed you wanted me to talk to him, so I did. He was so aggressive I actually went home and vomited afterwards, but I did it because you wanted me to. I honestly feel like if we could go back in time and you could understand a bit better where I was coming from, none of this would ever have happened. Everything went bad when you moved into North Grove. Anime has to be someone there, with the quote on the window and the stolen drawing and everything. But you never wanted to believe me, that that place was bad news, because of her. There are tons of rumours circulating about how you're doing. The detective was basically trying to terrify me all the way through the interview, so he might have been lying about you being paralysed to make me talk. I hope he was. Even though it was horrendous to hear and has honestly been making me so anxious and sick, I've started self-harming again. I don't know what else to say, except that you haven't seen the real me for a long time because I've been so hurt and angry. If you poke a caged animal long enough, it'll attack back, and that isn't the animal's fault. It simply isn't. I didn't mean any of what I said on the phone that night. I was just so happy to see your number come up, and then when you said you were meeting her next day, I honestly felt like my heart had been ripped open. It seemed like such a cruel thing to do, to call me up to say you were meeting her there. Anyone would have felt like I did, but I never wanted her or you dead. That was just my hurt bursting out. I really, really hope you're doing okay. Whatever happens, and whether I'm alive or dead when you come out of hospital, remember how much I loved you, and try and remember the real me. Kiki. Robin read the letter through twice, replaced it in her pocket, and set off again. Flavia was leaning up against the wall opposite Blaze's room, playing on her mobile, when Robin arrived. She looked morose, though she brightened up when she spotted Robin. "Did you go back to get Kaya's letter out of the bin?" she asked. "No," lied Robin, smiling. "Just to get my notes. You're supposed to wait until Mummy comes out because he's only supposed to have 2 visitors at a time," said Flavia. "Right," said Robin. "So tell me, who does your dad think—" The door opened and Katia emerged. "You can go in," she told Robin in a hushed voice. "I'll take Flavia to the cafe for half an hour, but if Josh needs me, you'll call, won't you?" "Yes, of course," said Robin. As she pushed open the door of Josh Blaze's room, she heard Flavia say to her mother, "Why couldn't I have stayed with Robin?" "Shut up, Flavia." Chapter 63. Behold the agony in that most hidden chamber of the heart, where darkly sits remorse. Felicia Hemans, Arabella Stewart. The small room which faced south was overwarm, as all hospitals tend to be. A few get-well-soon cards stood on the bedside cabinet, along with a gold helium balloon that was slightly deflated. In the few minutes Strike had been in Josh's room, he'd felt as though he'd been transported back to Selly Oak, the military hospital where he'd been treated after his leg had been blown off in Afghanistan. Josh Blaze was sitting up in a wheelchair, dressed in pyjamas, his feet in very new-looking navy slippers, his forearms lying motionless on the armrests. Somebody had placed his phone in front of him on a tray attached to the wheelchair. Blaze's blank, withdrawn expression was familiar to Strike. He'd seen that look before, on the faces of men whose attention was concentrated within themselves, where they were struggling to reach an accommodation with the strange new realities of their lives. Perhaps Strike had worn that expression himself, as he lay at night beset by phantom pain from the lower leg that had gone forever and contemplated the end of his military career. Josh's high cheekbones, square jaw, large blue eyes, straight dark brows, and finely drawn nose and mouth were even more striking now that his hair, which had once hung beneath his shoulders, had been cut very short. The unforgiving glare of the sun pouring into the room, which was barely diffused by the lowered cream blinds, revealed the newly healed tracheostomy scar at the base of Blaze's throat. There were purple-grey hollows under his eyes, which had the dullness that Strike associated with fever. "This is my partner Robin," Strike said, as she took the second plastic chair opposite Josh. "Hello," said Robin. "All right," mumbled Josh. "Get the notes okay?" Strike asked Robin, knowing full well what she'd gone back for. "Yes," said Robin, "but I don't think we'll need them." "Fair enough," said Strike, and turning back to Josh he said, "Sorry, you were saying." "Yeah, I can feel the stuff on the side that's paralysed," said Josh slowly, speaking as though the words were heavy and dragged up from a great depth. "But the side I can move is numb. Can't feel nothing. The doctors say it might improve a bit, but I'll never go back to normal." "Well, nerve damage is strange," said Strike. "It takes a long time for all the swelling to go down. It was 2 years before my leg was stabilised. Probably be a good while before you know what function you're going to have." Josh made no response. "So," said Strike, drawing out his notebook, "let's talk about Anime." "He's the one who stabbed us." Josh spoke flatly, brooking no contradiction. What makes you say so? What he whispered after he done it, said Josh. Don't worry, I'll take care of things from here, quoted Strike. Yeah. Plus, Josh took a deep breath, he warned me he was going to do something and I ignored it. What do you mean he warned you? It's all on there, said Josh, looking down at the mobile on the tray, his arms and hands motionless. Passcode's 667752. If you go to photos, there's a folder titled Anomy. Robin picked up the mobile, opened it, and went looking for the folder. He's been direct messaging me on Twitter for years, Josh continued. Ed told me to block him, and Yeoman said so as well, but I didn't like being told what to do, so I didn't. His fever-glazed blue eyes bore into Strike's. So that's the kind of arsehole I am. Can't see that was such a crime, said Strike. I believed all the shit Yasmin gave me, in the folder as well, said Josh, still staring at the detective as though willing Strike to condemn him. All that bull about Ed being over me. Plenty of intelligent people manage to believe far stranger things every day, said Strike. The people who put together that dossier have had a lot of practice. They're good at what they do. Found it, said Robin, who just located the folder full of screenshots. With a scraping of rubber-tipped chair legs on the floor tiles, Strike drew nearer to Robin so that both could read the messages Anomy had sent Josh privately over Twitter. Idea. Harty should start murdering again. 15th of August, 2012. He should start stabbing tourists in the cemetery. Funny and unpredictable twist. 15th of August, 2012. Idea. Have Paperwhite trapped back in her coffin unless she agrees to a date with Harty. 12th of September, 2012. Drek could trick her back inside. Trickster god aspect of character. Paperwhite reaps just reward of hubris. 12th of September, 2012. Wordy grobs are getting really one note. Idea. Lord W.G. should bury Lady for good, wall her up in the mausoleum, and go looking for fresh bones to jump. Brackets. Good funny line. Close brackets. 4th of January, 2013. Idea. New character. Harty's owner's brain escapes the grave. Machiavellian character, nice contrast to Harty. Ongoing battle between rational and emotional sides of killer. 26th of August, 2013. You're losing everything that made this good. Stop selling out. Need for fresh storylines and new characters becoming ever more evident. See previous messages. 20th of January, 2014. You need me. I know what fans want. 18th of March, 2014. You need me if you want to get fans back on side, Josh. 22nd of May, 2014. Idea. Old tramp dies of heart attack in cemetery. Becomes gross ghost who competes with Harty for Paperwhite. Harty now looking a lot better to her, but he rejects her. 29th of July, 2014. I thought you were less obtuse than Ledwell, but starting to fear you aren't. 19th of September, 2014. It's becoming ever clearer that you don't actually understand the ink-black heart, Josh. I'm offering you assistance to correct and improve, an offer you'd be unwise to pass up. 1st of October, 2014. Idea. You announce Ledwell's departure within an episode of the cartoon. Have Anomy enter in last seconds of episode. Fans would go crazy for this. 29th of October, 2014. Anomy, a being whom even Drek fears. Visual, see my appearance in game. Essentially, a void-like creature into which all unsatisfactory characters disappear. 29th of October, 2014. Your pretensions to being hero creator are now utterly destroyed. I was prepared to give you credit for the germs of what could have been interesting ideas in the right hands. You have now betrayed the fandom, and I realize I was wrong to offer myself as collaborator. There can be only one Archagetis. 12th of November 2014. Understand this. A film deal will be the end. You've been warned. 10th of February 2015. What does that Greek word mean? Robin asked Strike. Think it relates to the Archagetes heroes, said Strike, who was still scanning the line of messages. Ancient Greeks who founded settlements or colonies. The tone of these is interesting, said Robin. The narcissism, you mean? Asked Strike, while Josh's feverish eyes darted back and forth between the two detectives, suggesting they become a character in the game. There's that, yes, but the language is more intellectual and grown up, isn't it? There's no swearing, no laddishness, using that Greek word. Yeah, these messages correlate a bit better with Yasmin's cultured comment, don't they? Strike looked up at Josh. Is this everything Anime sent you? No, said Blay. There was more I didn't bother taking pictures of, but it was the same. Shit ideas for the cartoon. Have you shown these messages to the police? Yeah, said Josh. And? Said Strike. Don't think they took it seriously. They're fixated on that right-wing group. Are you okay with us taking copies of these? Strike asked. Josh nodded, and Robin sent the folder of Anime's messages to her own phone. Katia says you're trying to work out who might have known all the insider stuff, Josh said in a hollow voice. I'm not going to be any help. I can't remember who knew what when. I've spent most of the last 5 years pissed or stoned. We were both doing a lot of dope. Ed sometimes forgot who she told stuff as well. She got it in her head Anime was Seb, because she told him Paperwhite was based on an old flatmate. But she told me that back when she made the character, and she probably told other people. She forgot stuff too, said Josh pathetically, and Robin felt an almost painful twist of pity in her stomach. Katia says you thought Anime was Bram de Jong for a long time, said Strike. Suppose you think I'm a moron after reading those messages, said Josh dully. But Bram's got an IQ of 140. He was tested at school. He sometimes acts like he's 3 years old, but other times, if his voice had broken, you'd think he was 40. Have you heard about his mum? We know she died, said Robin. She was murdered, said Josh, in Amsterdam. Shit, said Strike and Robin simultaneously. Yeah, she was an addict doing sex work to buy drugs. Bram was 6 or something when she died. She used to lock him in his room when she had men in. A punter strangled her and left the apartment. Bram was stuck in his bedroom for 2 days or something. His aunt went round because his mum wasn't answering the phone, and she found the body and Bram still locked in. God, said Robin quietly. How awful. Yeah, said Josh heavily. Not surprising he's disturbed. I thought he was funny when I first moved into North Grove, but after a bit, I think he set fire to my room while I was asleep the day before all this happened. Marion blamed me. Thought I dropped my spliff. I woke up with people yelling and throwing water about. The curtains were on fire. Marion was screaming. I drank a lot of beer and had a lot of dope, said Josh. So I was, confused about what was going on. I let Mariam kick me out, and it was only once I was outside in the dark I kind of put 2 and 2 together and thought, Bram, that's the kind of thing he does. Tries to kill people, said Strike, watching Josh closely. I don't know if he genuinely wants to kill anyone, said Josh in a flat, detached voice. He just seems interested in seeing how far he can go. Niels could probably stop him if he tried, but he's not bothered. I don't think he really wanted to have to take responsibility for Bram. Katja told you Bram was spying on me and Ed through a hole in our bedroom wall for weeks. She did, yes, said Strike. That's what put it in me head that he was Anime. He saw things when he was living with his mum,
things a little kid shouldn't have seen. He's kind of fucked up and he's got a genius level IQ, so yeah, I thought it was Bram for ages, but I suppose that was because it was the easy answer.
Robin could hear how dry Josh's mouth was. She wanted to offer him a drink, but felt diffident about doing so. He wouldn't be able to hold the glass, and she wondered whether he'd find it intrusive if she offered. "Why do you say it was an easy answer?" asked Strike.
Well, I suppose if it was some fucked up kid who didn't really understand what harm he was doing, it wasn't any of our mates. But it wasn't Bram who stabbed us. That thing they said about taking care of things from here was too... It wasn't something Bram would say.
"Why not?" Strike pressed him. Josh stared at the detective again, his eyes unfocused, apparently thinking. Finally he said,
"If Bram stuck a knife in someone, it'd be to see what happened next, how they looked, or how it felt to kill someone. He'd be doing it for that in itself, not because he wanted to take anything over. Bram isn't creative. Niels bangs on about that a lot, always telling Bram to sit down and make something or paint something. Niels thinks art's everything."
"But you thought Bram might have been abusing Edie online over a period of years."
"Yeah, but that it'd be like an experiment, like pulling wings off a fly, just to see how much he could wreck her. But the person who stabbed us, when you want to take charge, you're wanting to create, aren't you? Bram just wants to smash stuff up."
"So while it was going on, you thought the online abuse was done purely to watch Edie suffer?" There was another pause, and then suddenly, roused from his depressive torpor, Josh said,
"You didn't tell me I'm shit. I know I should have stood up for her."
"I wasn't."
"I know I should have told Enemy to fuck off and blocked him. Do you think I don't sit here thinking about that all fucking day and night?"
Before Strike could answer, the door of Josh's room opened, and Katia poked her head inside, timidly smiling. "Everything all right?" she whispered.
"Yeah,"
said Josh, with an effort. "Can I get you anything, Joshy?"
"No, I'm good, thanks."
"You look hot," she said. "Shall I open—"
"No," repeated Josh. "I'm good."
"I'll just get you some ice water, then," said Katia, and she withdrew. Josh, whose colour was indeed higher than it had been when Strike and Robin had entered the room, looked back at Strike. The latter said, "I assure you I am not blaming you for—"
"I know what I should have done," said Josh.
His breathing laboured.
"I know that now."
Katia reappeared with a large glass of iced water, 2 straws protruding from it. "Shall I?" she offered, bending down to hold it for Josh while he drank, but he shook his head.
"I'll drink some in a minute, thanks," he added.
Katia left again.
"Katia's great," said Josh,
after a short pause and with a trace of defensiveness, as though he sought to head off any discussion of the relationship. Gesturing towards the water, Strike said, "Do you want me to—"
"No."
A charged silence followed, broken by Robin. "You were at Katia's, weren't you, the night before you were attacked?"
"Yeah," said Josh. "I went there because I didn't have any money on me when Mariam chucked me up. Woke up Indigo, going upstairs. Have you met Indigo?"
"Yes," said Strike.
"Expect he said I'm a waste of space, did he?" said Josh. "Indigo could have been anything, according to him. Artist, musician, writer. You name it, he'd have been world-class at it if he hadn't got ill. So now his son's got to do what he couldn't. That's why the poor bastard's got chronic hives and—"
He broke off. "And?" Strike prompted him.
"It's not relevant. I talk too much. Ed always said I'd tell anyone anything. She thought that's how Enemy got hold of everything, because I never knew when to shut up. She was probably right as well. But I hated it when it all got so professional. It was a ton of fun in the beginning, and then we had to act different.
Different how? Asked Strike.
Like, we couldn't ask fans for suggestions anymore, like we did at the start. This father of a 12-year-old wanted money. He said we used the kid's idea when we hadn't. We hadn't even seen a comment. It all got complicated, fast.
Well, said Strike carefully, we're interested in people who were close to you and Edie, who could have known your ideas and details about your lives.
I've been through all of them in my head, said
Josh, now staring down at the tray in front of him.
I can't believe any of them would have done that to Ed.
You can't think of anyone who had a grudge against her?
Well...
Whatever Josh had been about to say, he bit it back. It was, Strike reflected, a hell of a time for Josh Blay to have learned discretion. Did Inigo like her? Asked Strike, and Josh looked up, surprised.
I wasn't going to say an Inigo's enemy just then, he said,
and almost, though not quite, smiled.
I was going to say, and he's a shit to Flavia.
Yeah, we witnessed a bit of that, said Strike, satisfied merely with keeping Josh engaged. Why's that, do you think?
I suppose he doesn't do nothing for his ego the way Gus does.
How faithful is Inigo, would you say? Strike asked.
What?
You heard me, said Strike. If Inigo's got a lover, that person's of interest to this inquiry. They could have known details about the cartoon and Edie through him.
Fuck. You know about his girlfriend, do you? Said Josh.
Tell me what you know, and we can see whether we already knew it.
I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, said Josh. Keep my mouth shut. I don't want to cause more trouble.
You aren't causing trouble. You're helping us rule people out, said Strike. How did you find out about the affair? Josh hesitated, then said,
Katia told me. She'd been doing classes at North Grove for a few months, and suddenly Inigo started making the two kids go to her lessons as well, to get them out of the house. He was having it away with someone he'd met online. The woman was going over to the house every Thursday evening.
Poor Katia, said Robin quietly.
Yeah, Flavia copped to what was going on. They got back to the house one night, and Flavia noticed lipstick on a wine glass on the draining board, and Katia never wears makeup. It was still wet from Inigo washing it out. I think that's why Inigo's such a bastard of Flavia, because she dobbed him in. He hasn't forgiven her. But that affair's not still going on, is it? This was 3-4 years ago, must be. He told Katia he ended it.
What do you know about this other woman?
She was married, and her name was Mary, I think. Katia she poured her heart out to me about it, said Josh, looking faintly uncomfortable. And I think Inigo knows I know, which is part of the reason he doesn't like me. I don't really get why Katia's still with him, to be honest. Inigo's minted. She'd probably get a good divorce settlement, but she's kind of ground down, I suppose. You won't tell Katia I've told you?
No, said Strike. But we might need to have a quiet word with Inigo. Don't worry. He doesn't have to know where we got the information.
Sly bastard, said Josh. And him a bishop's son.
But the mood of interest and faint amusement departed as soon as it had come.
Suppose I'm a fucking hypocrite for calling him Sly. I've done a bit of sneaking around myself.
Kaya Niven, Strike asked matter-of-factly. I expect you know there's a theory out there that she's enemy, he added, once again omitting to mention that the originator of the theory was sitting beside him.
Yeah, a few people online thought she was, once,
said Josh, without heat.
I wondered as well, but she can't be. There was a long time when Edie and I were together, when Kaya couldn't have known anything about Ed or the cartoon, and Anime seemed to know everything.
Kaya visited North Grove, didn't she? Robin asked.
Yeah, when I first moved in, because we were still together. She didn't want me to stay. I think she felt threatened by the whole scene, and she didn't like Ed being a resident sort of, well, girl everyone fancied.
Who fancied Edie specifically? Said Strike, pen poised.
Well, Pears, said Josh. I used to think Niels did a bit too. And me. Kaya could tell I did, and it was easier to slag off the whole setup. I fucked all that up so bad, said Josh, now staring at the floor. Ed always said I never wanted to piss anyone off, but if you're going to piss people off, they'd rather be told straight than lied to. I should have ditched Kaya, but I kept it going for a bit because I'm a fucking coward, I suppose. Have you met her?
Yes, said Strike.
Did she tell you we started up again for a bit, after me and Ed split up?
She did, yeah, said Strike.
That was so fucking stupid, said Josh quietly. So fucking stupid. I don't know why I was playing her. She kind of stalked me after the first time we split, so I knew what she was like. What the fuck was I playing at, getting back with her? I walked into this bar in Camden one night, and I knew it wasn't coincidence she was there, but I was pissed, miserable about it ending with Ed, and, well, she's hot.
We've all been there, said Strike, as a memory of Annabelle's shimmered through his mind. Neither man noticed Robin's slight raise of the eyebrows.
She was even worse second time round, jealous as fuck, and she kept telling me if I dumped her again she'd top herself. So there was 5 or 6 months of trying to keep it quiet because I didn't want Ed to know. I knew Ed would think it was like, you know, the ultimate betrayal or whatever, sleeping with Kaya again, after all the bollocks Kaya had talked about Ed ripping her off.
Kaya claims you confirmed some of those accusations when you started dating her again.
I never, said Josh, looking Strike in the eye. The most I told her was I never knew magpies could talk before she told me. All the rest of it was like, swear on your mother's grave you never told Edie Ledwell about Margaret Reed's heart. And I said, I don't swear on me mum's grave, but I didn't. She had a fucking mania for trying to make me swear things on my mum's grave. When we met, it was something we had in common, that we both lost a parent. She's written me all these letters since this happened, said Josh, telling me she's self-harming and whatever. What the fuck does she expect me to do about that now? When Ed found out I was seeing Kaya again, everything turned to shit between us. We couldn't talk without telling each other how much of a fucking bastard we thought the other one was. Then, while I was trying to work out how to end it with Kaya without her killing herself, Ed overdosed, said Josh, his eyes unfocused, staring at the floor. She rang me while she was still down in paracetamol and whiskey. Said she was going to go away for a bit and she wanted me to have the PIN number on her phone because she'd left some ideas on there. Her voice was really slurred. I knew she must have taken something.
She wanted to tell you there were ideas on her phone, even while she was overdosing, said Strike.
Oh, yeah, said Josh.
He didn't seem to find anything odd in the behaviour.
You didn't know, Ed. The ink-black heart, it meant everything to her back then anyway. I think by the end she was sick of it, but back then she wouldn't have been able to stand the idea of us fucking it up after she'd gone. She probably thought if she didn't tell me where to find her ideas, I'd team up with Kaya to keep writing it.
He fell silent, staring at the floor again, then continued.
I went to try and see her in the hospital after she overdosed, and Orman was there standing guard over the room. Have you met him?
We have, yeah.
He told me Ed didn't want to see me and things got a bit, physical. A male nurse separated us and asked me to leave. That night, I got the idea in my head that Ormond was enemy. I was stoned, said Josh heavily. It made sense at the time. I thought maybe Ormond was persecuting Ed to make her feel like she needed someone like him, some ex-policeman with a Ford Fiesta, and once he got her softened up, he'd turn up at North Grove to get his hooks into her. The next day, when I was straight again, I knew it was bollocks. Where would Ormond have been getting his information all those months before he ever met us? We used to call him the geographer, Josh went on, because he's the sort of wanker who thinks being able to read a map is some massive human achievement. We only found out he taught computing when he asked us to go and talk to his class. I never understood what he was doing at North Grove. He's the DIY sort, just wanted to do fucking welding.
Tell me about your flat in Millfield Lane, said Strike. Did Kaya ever have a key to it?
No, said Josh. Why?
Have the police told you that Edie's phone moved out of the cemetery after you were both stabbed and ended up on Hampstead Heath, very near your flat?
No, said Josh,
looking vaguely surprised. Did anyone other than you have a key to the place?
The builders have my own spare.
Did you have your key on you when you were attacked?
No, like I said, I got chucked out with only my phone on me. The key will still be in my room at North Grove, probably.
OK, that's helpful, said Strike, making a note. Now, when exactly did you break up with Kaya the second time?
After Ed overdosed. I told Kaya I needed a break to clear me head. I fucking begged her not to put it online that we dated again. I knew all the fans would say me going back to her proved the story. I'm such an arsehole, said Blade bitterly, aren't I? What the fuck did I do all that for? Why did I date Kaya again? Why did I believe that shit Yasmin showed me?
We've all got stuff we wonder that about, said Strike. All of us.
Your stuff didn't kill anyone, said Josh.
Nor did yours, said Strike.
Yeah, it did, said Josh,
the colour rising in his gaunt face.
I never blocked enemy, never stood up for Ed. I let it happen because I'm fucking weak. I'm weak, he said, his teeth gritted. I didn't want to get shit off fans. I didn't want to listen to anyone's advice except Catcher's, because she tells me what I want to hear. I'm like fucking Bram, except I don't set fire to people or chuck rocks at them. I cause worse fucking harm by trying to have an easy fucking life. I shouldn't be alive right now. I was the one who deserved to fucking die, and I was the one who was wearing a jacket that stopped the knife going as deep in my neck as he meant it to. And I've got a thing called situs inversus. All my organs are reversed, like mirror image. My heart's on the right-hand side. Enemy thought he was stabbing me through the heart, but he punctured my lung instead. I never knew I was the wrong way round inside, never needed an x-ray before all this happened. Situs inversus. It's the kind of freaky thing Ed would have really liked.
Robin felt she should have known it was coming. Josh burst into tears. His nose streamed, his head slumped, but he was unable to cover his face with his hands or double over. His body remained as still as a waxwork model. Strike got to his feet, walked over to the bedside cabinet, and took a box of tissues from it. Returning to his seat, he pulled a handful of tissues out of the box.
No,
gasped Josh. You can drown in snot if you like, said Strike, but if you want to help us catch this bastard. Shall I? Said Robin, unable to help herself.
No,
choked Josh.
Fine,
he sobbed, and Strike wiped Josh's face and nose as pragmatically as if he'd been cleaning a windscreen, threw the damp tissues into the bin, then sat down again, placing the tissues on the tray in front of Josh.
It's my fault Ed's dead, sobbed Josh. It's all my fucking fault.
It's the fault of the fucker who stabbed you both, said Strike firmly. Don't do that to yourself. You didn't make this happen.
All I want to do now is live long enough to see fucking enemy caught and fucking jailed. After that, I'll be checking out.
No, you won't, said Strike calmly.
Don't tell me what I will or won't be fucking doing, spat Josh. You can still fucking walk.
And you can still think and talk. 6 months' time you might have more function back. A year after that they might have found a way to mend your spine. They're making progress on this stuff all the time. Stem cells, implanted chips.
And in the meantime...
Yeah, well, that's the hard bit, isn't it? Acceptance of the present. You've got to stop thinking long-term for a bit.
If you're going to lecture me about fucking mindfulness, said Josh savagely, I get plenty of that from the psychiatrist. Fuck living in the moment. I don't want to live like this. I don't want to live at all. I don't fucking deserve to.
You didn't cause these stabbings, said Strike forcefully. Another human being bought a taser, a machete, and, I strongly suspect, a disguise, with the intention of ending 2 lives. If you need a reason to keep going right now, you should hold on to the fact that you're going to be the star witness at this fucker's trial. And if you need a reason to live beyond that, you ought to remember that you were the one Edie called when she believed she was facing death, because she still trusted you with the thing that mattered to her more than anything else.
I don't give a fuck about that fucking cartoon, said Josh,
starting to sob again. Well, you should, said Robin quietly. I recently met a fan whose life was saved by the ink black heart, literally. She told me she decided to keep living just to keep watching it. What you and Edie did was extraordinary. Cormoran's right. You're the only one now who can do what Edie would want done. She wouldn't want you to check out. She'd want you to do what only you can do.
The fucker took her phone, said Josh,
tears falling faster than ever.
That's where all her ideas are.
Let us worry about finding that phone, said Strike, taking more tissues out of the box as he spoke, and again wiping Blaze's face. Blow your nose and have some water. Josh let Strike wipe his face, and allowed Robin to angle the straw from the water to his mouth. When Josh had drunk his fill, and Strike had thrown away the second lot of damp tissues, the detective said, I want to know who knew you and Edie were meeting in the cemetery that day.
Only Mariam, said Josh hoarsely. I was talking to her while she was cooking when Edie called me. Mariam thought it was a good idea we were going to meet, talk it all over. But there's no way Mariam...
Could anyone have been eavesdropping?
I don't know, maybe. There's a big larder off the kitchen, but I didn't hear anyone in there.
Who else was living at North Grove at the time?
Nils and Bram.
Would you have expected Mariam to tell Nils you were meeting Edie?
Yeah.
Tell me about Nils.
He's a bit mad, said Josh. Eccentric. You never know what he's going to think about stuff. He's loaded. His father was a multi-millionaire industrialist, and Nils inherited everything. He's always wanted to live the way he does, do art, live in a commune, polyamorous, and he and Mariam have got an open relationship. Nils sleeps with Freya, another woman at North Grove sometimes. Her partner seems okay with it.
You said earlier Nils fancied Edie.
Yeah, I think he did, but he never got anywhere with her.
Did she like him?
Not much by the end, said Josh. He's kind of libertarian, voted for that weird fucker Ian Peach for Mayor of London.
Strike and Robin avoided looking at each other. How are Nils's computer skills? Asked Strike.
Good, said Josh. Funny thing is, he'd probably be really good in tech, but all he wants to do is be an artist. But Nils can't be anime. Why the fuck Would he do that to us? To Edie?
We were just talking about people who could have known you were meeting at the cemetery, said Strike. So, Mariam, Nils and Bram. Who else was around?
Freya, Al and Star were out. They'd gone to visit friends. I suppose there was Pez,
said Josh, and his expression clouded.
He came to see me last week. I was pleased to see him. I always liked Pez. But I kind of got the impression he wasn't here to... Well, he said straight out what he wants. Me to get him a job on the movie. So, yeah, said Josh, swallowing. That was weird. He was talking about being able to imitate my art style and stuff.
Could Pez have been in the larder when you were talking to Mariam? Strike asked. Outside the kitchen door? Outside the window?
I suppose so, said Josh. But Pez can't be under me. No way.
We're still just talking about people who could have known you were meeting in the cemetery, said Strike. Who else?
Well, said Josh slowly, the thing is about North Grove, people just walk in and out all the time. Students, people visiting the shop. Oh, he said suddenly. There's a girl who helps out there these days, Zoe. Tiny little thing with tattoos all up her arm. I suppose she could have been hiding round the corner.
While Strike was writing down the name as though it was new to him, Robin said, Josh, on the subject of North Grove, and people coming in and out, would you know anything about a drawing that was stolen?
My drawing, you mean? Said Josh, looking surprised. Of the vampire. Did Kaya tell you?
Yes, said Robin. It wasn't really a lie. She'd just read about the theft in Kaya's letter.
Yeah, that was when Maverick wanted us to come up with more characters for the movie. I wanted to put the vampire in. They thought there was a vampire in a real cemetery in the 70s. Edie thought it was corny having a vampire, but I drew him so she could see what I was thinking. I wanted him to be inept, like trying to kill tourists but never getting enough blood to live on, so he was like weak and feeble.
Did you write notes on the drawing of how you saw the character?
Yeah, said Josh, I did, on the back, but I left the sketch downstairs in one of the art rooms and it disappeared.
When was this? Asked Robin.
Can't remember exactly. Last year sometime. It was when Kaya and I were dating the second time. I told her because I was really pissed off someone had taken it. It disappeared one evening when there were classes on, so it could have been anyone. A student, someone picking them up. It's kind of a free-for-all when there are loads of classes going on, people going in and out. I should have put the drawing upstairs.
OK, thanks, said Robin, making a note. While we're on the subject of new characters, did Edie tell you about two she was planning for the movie? Philip Allman says she told him all about them in detail.
She told me she'd had a couple of ideas, but she never said what they were. She never liked talking about stuff until she worked it all through in her own head. But maybe she was different with Ormond. You'd think he'd want to tell me if he wants to see her stuff on screen, except he fucking hates me, so he wouldn't.
And he can't monetize them himself if he gives them to you, Robin thought. So you left North Grove in the dark the night before the stabbings, Strike resumed. Without money, but with your mobile and the dossier Yasmin had brought you.
Yeah.
And once outside you called...
Kaya, said Josh miserably. Yeah, by accident. I was pissed, and her name's right under catches on my phone. I told her I was meeting Edie next day in the cemetery and that I needed a bed for the night. And then Kaya started screaming in my ear, and I realised I was talking to her, not Katja.
You're sure you told Kaya where you were meeting? Asked Robin.
Yeah, because that's what she went apeshit about, said Josh. Me calling her up and telling her details of my date with Edie. See, when we were dating the first time, Kaya and I went on one of those walking tours in the old part of the cemetery. That was a sore point. Me going there with Edie afterwards and talking about it in interviews.
Could anyone have overheard your accidental call to Kaya? Asked Strike. Can you remember anyone standing around in the street? Did anyone follow you, pass you?
Not that I can remember, said Blay. I didn't notice anyone, but I was pretty out of it.
Did you speak to anyone else on your way to Katya's, either on the phone or in person?
No,
said Josh. You said you woke Inigo up going inside the Upcott's house. Did you tell him what you were going to do next day?
No, he was properly fucked off I was there. I went straight to bed in the spare room.
And the following morning?
I discussed it all with Katya. I showed her the dossier.
Was Inigo in a position to overhear what you were saying?
No, he was upstairs, said Josh. Katya and I were downstairs in the kitchen.
Who else was in the house?
Flavia was at school and Gus was in his room.
Could Gus have heard what you were talking about?
No, his door was closed. We could hear him practicing.
Did you talk to anyone else before you left the Upcott's house?
No, said Josh. I didn't talk to anyone else.
He turned rather white, so that even his lips were drained of colour, and the purple shadows around his eyes seemed darker.
Until I woke up at the hospital with me head shaved.
Are you able to tell us what you remember of the attack? Said Strike. Josh swallowed again.
I was late. I was hurrying because I thought Edie might have left. She always got pissed off with me for being late for everything.
He tried to say something else, but produced no sound. After clearing his throat, he went on,
I was heading for the place where we were going to meet. It's where we were getting stoned the day she had the idea for the cartoon.
Where exactly is that?
In a patch of graves where you're not supposed to go. It's off the path and some of the tombs are unstable. Near a grave Edie always liked. It's got pelican on it. Behind there. You couldn't see us from the paths on either side. There's a bit of an hollow.
Did you pass anyone on the way?
The big guy bending over a grave. He must have worked there. I was late and hurrying. Then I heard running footsteps behind me.
What kind of footsteps?
Fast. Not really light, but too light for it to be the bloke I just passed bending over the grave. The police asked me that. The guy I saw was big, heavy. And then I felt something it was like an horse kicking me in the back. I went right over, face forwards on the ground, and then he stuck the knife in me back and me neck. It was agony like you can't. And then he took the phone out of my pocket and the folder I'd taken with me and said the thing about I'll take care of things from here and ran off. I can't remember anything after that until waking up in hospital. Can't remember the guy finding me in the cemetery or the ambulance or anything. I woke up with all my hair shaved off and like this.
The door opened again, revealing Katya, Flavia, and a small blonde nurse. I'm sorry, said the nurse, but that's visiting time up. OK, said Strike. Could I have one more question, and then we're done? Just one, she said, and retreated, taking Katya and Flavia with her. Strike waited until the door had closed before turning back to Blay. The big guy you passed bending over the grave, as you were heading towards the sleeping angel. Was he bald? Josh opened his mouth, his eyes unfocused, thinking back to the last time he'd been able to move freely in his healthy young body.
I think he was, yeah. Yeah, he was.
You've been a lot of help, Josh, said Strike, closing his notebook and getting to his feet. We'll keep you posted on developments.
How did you know he was bald? Asked Josh.
I didn't, said Strike. But I think there's a fair chance the bald head was a latex mask, and the body you thought was big and muscular was a padded suit. That explains why the footsteps didn't sound heavy enough to match their weight.
That was Enemy?
Said Josh, staring up at the detective. Yeah, said Strike. I think it was. Chapter 64
He was glad to have an ear that he could grumble to, and half in jest, rail at entails, deplore the fate of heirs, and the misfortune of a good estate. Jean Ingelow, Brothers and a Sermon. Robin found it very hard to forget the image of the paralysed Josh Blay, weeping in his overheated hospital room, in front of a glass of iced water he couldn't lift. Her thoughts travelled repeatedly back to the young man in the wheelchair over the next couple of days, wondering how he was, what was the likelihood of him recovering even a small amount of feeling and movement, and when, or whether, it was reasonable to expect him to be able to reconcile himself to a life into which he'd been so traumatically thrust. She thought about Strike, too, because she'd seen a previously unknown side of her partner at the hospital. He'd often let her take the lead when sympathy was required in dealing with suspects and employees. His tendency to foist what she'd sometimes heard him call touchy-feely stuff onto Robin had been the trigger for their biggest row to date, in which, among other things, the subject of afterthought flowers had been raised. Before the interview with Blay, she'd have assumed that if a nose needed blowing or a face wiping, Strike would have expected her to do it. Indeed, when tears had finally burst from Josh, Robin had somehow felt it was her proper job, as the only woman in the room, an idea perhaps implanted by the sight of the overwhelmingly female nursing staff they'd passed on their way through the hospital. Yet Strike had done it, and done it with precisely the undemonstrative male efficiency Blay had felt able to accept. Robin soon became angry with herself for dwelling on that unexpected display of empathy. This wasn't the way you fell out of love, and she once again employed the reliable counter-irritants of reminding herself about Strike's new girlfriend and his ill-defined involvement in his ex-fiancée's divorce case. Strike's memories of their trip to the hospital were intermingled with thoughts of Robin, too, though they took a less sentimental turn. Not for the first time, he had cause to marvel at the fact that the woman who'd come to him as a temporary secretary had proven to be the agency's biggest asset. Retrieving Kea's letter from the bin, digesting the contents at speed, recognizing that there was one point in there that needed to be clarified with Josh, and doing so without fuss or display, might not have been the showiest piece of detective work Robin had performed to date, but the incident stuck with Strike as a perfect example of the kind of initiative he'd come to count on from his partner. If anything were needed to make him value this rare and valuable quality still more highly, it was the continuing irksome presence of Nutley, whose self-congratulation at his own lacklustre performance stood in such stark contrast to Robin's unassuming industry. Josh Blay was far from the first young man the ex-SIB officer had met who'd been maimed by the violent act of another human being. In truth, he suspected that had he met Blay whole and healthy, he might well have found him unlikable. Strike knew himself to be prejudiced against certain lifestyles and mindsets because of early and unhappy exposure to exactly the kind of boundary-free, convention-defying living so enthusiastically embraced at North Grove. His own habits of self-discipline and his preference for cleanliness and order over squalor and chaos had been forged largely in reaction to his mother's lifestyle. Strike had spent too many hours of his youth enduring the tedium of the perennially stoned to find either pleasure or excitement in the haze of drink, drugs, and rock music that had been Lada's natural habitat. The drugged, drunk, long-haired and beautiful Josh Blay would have been precisely the kind of young man Lada found most attractive, another reason for Strike's usual antipathy for the type. Yet to his own surprise, Strike had found matter to admire in the young man he'd met in the spinal unit. Blay's self-reproach had been founded upon a dispassionate assessment of his own past behaviour that had impressed the detective. Nobody could be blamed for self-pity in a situation like Blay's, but Strike had been impressed by the fact that he'd expressed most distress about the death of his ex-girlfriend and collaborator. The detective, who was still sometimes visited in his dreams by the severed torso of Sergeant Gary Topley, who'd been ripped in two by the blast that took Strike's leg, understood survivors' guilt, and the shame that infused the darkest thoughts of the still living, however damaged their own bodies. perhaps most surprisingly because their investigation to date had tended to suggest that Blay had been a mere makeweight in the partnership that had spawned the ink-black heart. Strike had found Blay shrewd and insightful in some of his comments to the detectives. He felt that no previous interview had advanced him so much in an understanding of Anime's psychology, and the animator's own thoughts had been as valuable as the sight of those private messages. It was in this frame of mind, with the smell of hospital disinfectant still metaphorically in his nostrils, that Strike set out for his early dinner with Grant Ledwell on Wednesday evening, choosing to take public transport to Docklands rather than drive, given the still vulnerable state of his hamstring. The restaurant Ledwell had chosen, the Gun, lay on the banks of the Thames. The sign outside had a fake bullet hole the size of a grapefruit punched in it, and the decor inside was traditional. Strike, who appeared to be the first diner of the night, was shown past a wall of sporting firearms into an otherwise empty wood-panelled room, and sat down at a table for two, which gave a clear view of the Millennium Dome, a curved white tent-like structure visible on the opposite bank. Just as Robin had done in Colchester, Strike had time to ponder what it said about the man he was about to meet that he'd chosen this particular venue. Setting aside the fact that Grant had wanted the detective to come to Docklands, where his workplace, the Shell headquarters, lay, rather than meeting Strike in central London, which would have been far more convenient for Strike, the smart gastropub exuded, from leather-bound menus to shotguns, a kind of idealised masculine Englishness. Feeling that he wasn't strictly speaking on duty, Strike ordered himself a pint, which had just arrived when his mobile rang. He half expected it to be Grant, announcing that he was going to be late, thus consolidating his power play, but saw that the call had come through from the office, from which Pat would now have departed.
Strike?
"Oh," said an unfamiliar male voice, sounding surprised. I didn't expect anyone to pick up. Just wanted to leave a message for Robin."
I can take one," said Strike,
reaching into his breast pocket for a pen. Okay. Well, if you could ask her to call Hugh Jacks back, that'd be great. I'm not sure my previous messages have been passed on."
"Has she got your number?" asked Strike.
Yeah, she has," said Jacks. "So, yeah, if you could ask her to call me back, thanks then, bye." He rang off. Strike lowered his mobile, frowning slightly. He'd assumed Hugh Axeman Jacks had passed in and out of Robin's life without leaving any impression on it. So she had the man's phone number, but wasn't returning his messages. What did that mean? Was Jacks hassling her for a date? Or was Robin refusing to answer calls to her mobile because they'd argued, reducing the man to leaving voicemail messages at her place of work?
"I'm not late, am I?"
Strike looked up. Grant Ledwell had arrived, wearing a grey suit and a mauve tie, and looking, as he had last time they'd met, like a bulldog in a too-tight collar with his bristle-cut hair, low brows, and heavy underbite.
"No, bang on time," said
Strike, putting his mobile back in his pocket. Whether because he'd forgotten that Strike was bigger than he was, or for some other reason, the aggression Grant had displayed during their phone call wasn't quite as evident in person. After shaking hands and settling himself in the chair across the table, Grant said gruffly,
"Good of you to meet me. Appreciate it."
"No problem," said Strike.
"I apologise if I was offhand when I called you. We've been through it a bit since I last saw you."
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Strike, and with an effort he put Hugh Jacks out of his mind.
"Yeah, it's been getting to Heather, all the online.
I tell her not to look at what the bastards are saying, but she keeps doing it, then has hysterics."
"You married?"
"No," said Strike. "Kids?" "No," said Strike again.
"Well, pregnant women,"
Grant cleared his throat. "She's getting all these ideas about people coming to hurt her and the girls. I've told her they're just a bunch of cowards hiding behind their keyboards, but—" Grant drummed his thick fingers impatiently on the tabletop.
"I could use a bloody drink."
He hailed a waiter and ordered himself a glass of red wine. When the waiter had retreated again, Grant said,
Did you see what Anime tweeted Saturday night about Maverick wanted to change Harty into a human? I'm starting to think Elgar and Yeoman should have another look at the people in their offices. It was true then, was it? Asked Strike. Yeah, it's true, said Grant. Come on, who's going to watch a film with a bloody heart bouncing around, chasing a ghost? People liked it in the cartoon, said Strike. That's different, though, isn't it? Said the oil executive impatiently. We're talking big screen now, a more mainstream audience. What do they call it? The treatment looks good to me. To be honest, I can't see what all these people saw in the... It's funny, of course, said Grant, catching himself. Very, creative. But is it going to translate to a movie the way it is? I wouldn't really. Well, Maverick don't think so, and they're the professionals. Grant's wine arrived. He took a large slug, which seemed to calm him slightly. After Anime tweeted, all hell broke loose. I was up half the night with Heather. She wants to pack up and go somewhere they can't find us. Some sick bastard said he hopes our baby will be born dead, if you can believe it. I'd have invited you over to the house rather than meeting here, but she's got her mother over to keep her company, said Grant. And he took another slug of wine before continuing. I've told her there are plenty who'd like to have our problems. I said, with the money we're looking at, if this thing does well, we could move to a bloody gated community if you want. I asked to see figures on merchandise as soon as we took over Edie's share, and well, he gave a little laugh. I work in oil. I'm not exactly a stranger to healthy balance sheets, but I was surprised to see how much revenue's there already. Of course, it'll all need managing, Grant added quickly, lest Strike think him too fortunate. It's a damn sight more complicated than people would imagine, stuff like this. I'm finding that out. I'm thinking of auditing Netflix to make sure they're passing everything on. Hasn't been done yet. I don't know what Alan Yeoman's been doing for his 15%, frankly. But we've got to find out who Anime is. We can't keep having this kind of crap every time there's a decision to be made about the property. So yeah, that's why I called you, to find out what's going on. Well, we've ruled out a couple of people, said Strike, and we were able to speak to Josh Blay on Sat. He's only interested in making things worse for us, said Grant coldly. Shall we order? He flipped open his menu, and before Strike could ask how Josh Blay was making things worse for the Ledwells, Grant said, I didn't want to say this over the phone, but there's something else. We've had a couple of strange, and this is one of the main things that's got Heather worried, to tell you the truth. A couple of strange phone calls. Anonymous. Strike took out his notebook. Go on. They were made to my mobile. Heather picked up the first time because I was in the bathroom. The voice on the end of the line told her to dig up Edie. Is that all? Well, it's enough, isn't it? Said Grant hotly. What kind of is that all they said? Oh, I see. Well, I don't know. The waiter returned. Both men ordered steak and chips. Once the waiter had moved beyond earshot, Grant said, They might have said more, but Heather screamed when she heard that, and, well, she dropped my bloody phone. Cracked the screen, said Grant irritably. By the time I arrived to see what had scared her, whoever it was had hung up. When did this happen? Not long after that lunch where you were hired. What time of day? Evening. Strike made a note. And the second call? That was about 10 days ago. Evening again. Caller number was withheld, but I answered. Grant drank more wine. I'm pretty sure it was someone using one of those voice change things, apps. The voice was quite deep and robotic, and... Grant glanced around and dropped his voice. They said, dig up Edie and look at the letter. Then hung up. Heather thinks it's Anime. Maybe it is, but if so, Christ knows how he got my number. How difficult would it be for someone to get it through your office? Well, possible, I suppose, said Grant. As with his wife and her Facebook page, Ledwell seemed not to have considered the most prosaic explanation. But my assistant wouldn't have given my number to anyone who sounded like that, like some deep-breathing cyborg. They'd had to have come up with a pretty good story. Did you check with your assistant to see if she'd given out your number to anyone? No, said Grant tetchily. I don't want to discuss this kind of stuff with people at the office. There's been enough nosiness about what happened. Well, Edie was using the family name, so people have unavoidably made the connection. Scowling slightly, he finished his wine, giving Strike time to reflect that Ledwell had been Edie's surname quite as much as Grant's. Hardly the kind of thing I want people gossiping about. No, until I know how much. I don't know what the future holds for me career-wise, so I don't want to bring this stuff to work. Grant raised his hand for the waiter and ordered a second glass of wine, and Strike wondered how much of Grant's discomfort with people at his workplace knowing about Edie was rooted in them knowing she'd spent a life in poverty, in foster care, while her uncle had been enjoying a healthy income in Oman. Who exactly knew there were letters in the coffin, do you know? Asked Strike. No idea. Heather and I didn't broadcast it. It was a pain in the... we had enough to organise, between the funeral and press calling at the house, without having to tell the undertaker to hold off closing the bloody coffin, because those two wanted to shove letters in there. Obviously the undertaker knew, because I asked him to put it in there. But he's bound by confidentiality, or so you'd think. And the Upcott woman knew because Blade dictated his letter to her. Ormond knew, obviously. He probably told everyone at the funeral. I said to Heather we should have checked his pockets for bloody onions the way he was carrying on. So yeah, any number of people could know there's a letter in there by now. But what I want to know is, who'd be bloody sick enough to call Edie's relatives and advise them to dig her up? And who's trying to imply Ormond killed her? Because unless they're just doing it for kicks to upset us, that's the idea they're trying to plant, isn't it? They can't be saying Blade did it because, well, he didn't stab himself in the neck, did he? Strike thought he detected in Grant's voice a trace of disappointment that he had to give Blade this much credit. Grant's second glass of wine arrived, and he drank a third of it before shrugging off his suit jacket and hanging it over the back of his chair. You said just now that Blade's making things worse for you, said Strike. Damn right he is. He contacted Maverick on Monday to say he doesn't want Harty changed. He said Edie wouldn't have wanted that. Perfectly obvious what he's up to. Is it? Course it is. Bargaining tactic, isn't it? He wants more money before he'll agree to any alterations. Strike wondered whether what he and Robin had said to Blay during their visit had roused the animator from indifference to what happened to the ink-black heart. Bloody catcher Upcott will be encouraging him. Revolting woman. Revolting? Repeated Strike. You don't have to do business with them. Ethics of alley cats, the pair of them. They know the studio won't want to be seen to go against Blay's wishes while he's hospitalised, so they think they've got Maverick and us over a barrel. One tweet from Mr. Josh Blay about how Maverick are wrecking his precious bloody story, and all hell will break loose, and Heather and I will be in a firing line again. But I can guarantee you this. He'll get more revenue than us over my dead body. If you knew what I know, you'd agree it's bloody disgusting that Blay's trying to use Edie as a bargaining tool. Grant gulped down more wine. What exactly do you know? Asked Strike. What? What do you know? Repeated Strike. That makes you think it's disgusting for Josh to say Edie wouldn't have wanted these changes. Well, I don't think he actually gives a toss she's gone. Things have worked out bloody well for Mr. Blay. Yeah, you said that when we last met, said Strike. Grant wasn't his client. He wasn't obliged to treat the man's opinions with respect. But I can't see how things can have worked out bloody well for a man who's paralysed from the neck down. Well, that part's... obviously, that's very unfortunate. But look, Blay could have called Anime off at any time he wanted. Seems to me everybody's been happy to let this situation fester, and now my family's paying the price. Nobody's attacking Josh Blay, you'll notice. Nobody's telling Blay they're coming for him and his kids. Well, I say, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. When are people going to wake up and start asking why Blay gets away scot-free all the time? You're not suggesting, said Strike, that Blay's Anime. Well, No, said Grant reluctantly. I understand Anime's been in the game since Blay got stabbed, and he can't be doing that in his present condition, can he? No, said Strike, he can't. But you got to admit, it's pretty bloody fishy the way Anime's interests and Blay's coincide. Neither of them want Hearty changed to human. They both wanted Edie gone from the cartoon. 2 plates of steak and chips now arrived. Even though he hadn't finished his second glass of wine, Grant ordered a third, before undoing his top button and loosening his tie. What makes you think Blay wanted Edie gone? Strike asked. Grant cut up a bit of steak and ate it before answering. Well, if you must know, he said, Edie told me he did. Really? Yeah. She rang me last year, said Blay wanted her out, wanted advice. Well, it's family, isn't it? I suppose she thought she could trust me. He finished his glass of wine, still maintaining eye contact, then said, This might not be the way Blay wanted to take over, but, well, careful what you wish for, eh? Thank you, he added, as the waiter delivered the third glass. Strike's mobile now vibrated in his pocket, and he took it out. Robin had texted him. Wally Cardew isn't Anime, currently in back of ambulance. Call when you can. Strike let his knife and fork fall. Excuse me, gotta take a call, he said to Grant, getting up from the table and walking as quickly as he could towards the door of the pub, pressing Robin's number as he went. Hi, she said, answering on the second ring. It could have waited. Why the hell are you in an ambulance? Said Strike, nearly knocking a woman over as he emerged onto the street. What? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not in the ambulance. Cardew is. Jesus Christ, Robin, said Strike, relief and temper vying with each other. I thought, what's happened? Quite a lot, actually, said Robin. Strike could hear her walking along a street. He lit a cigarette while listening. I arrived to take over from Dev at 4. He told me there'd been shouting from inside Wally's flat mid-afternoon. MJ came out looking furious, and, Dev says, as though he'd been roughed up. His nose was bleeding. Then Wally's sister came out of the flat and went running after MJ, and they disappeared together across the estate. Dev says he saw the grandmother and Wally close to the windows, shouting at each other. Everything was quiet for a couple of hours after I arrived, but I noticed a group of about 5 or 6 men sort of congregating on a corner not far away. A couple of them looked as though they were in their teens. I wouldn't be surprised if they were relatives of MJ's. They were watching Wally's door. Then Anime entered the game, and about 5 minutes later, Wally came out of the flat, talking on his mobile. He wasn't paying attention, and they jumped him. Yes, and he didn't stand a chance. They had him on the ground and were kicking him in the face, the balls, basically anywhere they could reach. People were looking out of windows, and someone must have called the police, because they were there quickly. The attackers ran for it when they heard the siren, and I think the police must have called the ambulance. Wally looked quite badly hurt. I got out of there, Robin said, forestalling Strike's next question. They don't need me. There were loads of witnesses. But Anime was talking in the game while Wally was lying on the ground with the police standing over him. So as far as we're concerned, yeah, that's the end of Wally Cardew, said Strike, standing aside to let more people enter the gun. Well, I never thought it was him. If he's not smart enough to check out the window for relatives bent on revenge, he's not clever enough to be Anime. How's Grant? Reasonably interesting. He's been having the same anonymous calls I have. Dig her up and read the letters. Seriously? Yeah. I'd better get back to him. Oh, said Strike, on the verge of stubbing out his cigarette. Hugh Jacks called the office. He wants you to ring him back. Oh, for God's sake, said Robin, who sounded irritated. Strike waited for elaboration, but none was forthcoming. OK, I'll let you get back to Grant. Speak tomorrow. She hung up, and Strike, after one last drag on his Benson and Hedges, returned to Grant Ledwell. Any news? Asked Grant, as the detective sat down again. Another suspect ruled out, said Strike, picking up his knife and fork again. So, aside from these 2 anonymous phone calls and the online harassment, have you had any other communications you're worried about?
Has anything else happened that was out of the ordinary? Only at the bloody funeral, said Grant thickly, through a mouthful of steak. As Strike had noticed at the Arts Club lunch, the man was a noisy chewer. He could hear Grant's jaw clicking. The executive swallowed, then said succinctly, "Freak show." Really? Oh, yeah. We had a whole crowd of oddballs outside the church, weeping and wailing, wearing T-shirts with bloody black hearts on them and holding black candles, tattoos all over them. One idiot came as a ghost. When the coffin arrived, they were all trying to throw bloody black flowers at it. Cloth, obviously, but what a total bloody lack of respect. One of them hit a pallbearer in the eye. Then, inside the church, there was this child, this enormous boy. Somebody told me afterwards he lives at that art collective, who would not shut up. Loud comments asking what the vicar was up to. At one point, the little bastard gets up and walks up to the front, bold as brass, heading right for the coffin. His mother, I assume she's his mother, went running up the aisle after him and dragged him back to the pew. Then, when I stood up to give the eulogy, some bastard booed. Couldn't see who it was. Strike, though silently amused, maintained an impassive expression. So yeah, then we set off for the cemetery and a crowd of circus rejects outside bloody follow us. I wanted her cremated, but Blay and Ormond both insisted she'd wanted to be buried in Highgate Cemetery, which costs an arm and a... Anyway, I thought it was bloody distasteful, given that that was where she'd... But we gave in because... Well, we gave in. So we're standing there around the grave, and 100-odd people who look like Halloween extras are watching from a distance and crying as though they knew her personally. Mind you, at least they were in black. Some of the so-called mourners were in bloody yellow. It was her favourite colour, Christ's sake. I was just glad we hadn't taken the kids, although Rachel insisted on coming. My eldest. She never even met Edie, but any reason to take a day off bloody school. Attacking his steak anew, Grant said, "So then, at the wake, I have to say, these artists managed to get through plenty of food and booze. 2 of them nearly got into a fight. Rachel told me about this bit, because by this point, Heather and I were sitting in a side room. You know she's pregnant and there'd been a lot of standing. And by the time I was thinking, if anyone wants to come and give us their condolences, they can bloody well come and find us." Strike suspected that the boo in the church might also have accounted for this unwillingness to mix. Rachel was out in the main room, talking to the Upcott children, boy and a girl. "The boy's got some horrible skin condition," said Grant, as though this was something Gus had consciously adopted. But at least Katya had made them wear bloody mourning. And Rachel said some tall, bald bloke who was called, I can't remember, maybe Jim. Tim Ashcroft. Did he do the voice from one of the characters? Yeah, the worm. Then it's him, said Grant, drinking more wine. So Tim, whatever, approaches Rachel and the Upcott kids, and he's making small talk, and then this Liverpudlian comes over. Pez Pierce. What? Think that might have been the Liverpudlian bloke's name? Well, I don't know his name, said Grant impatiently. But I heard his accent when he was standing behind me in the graveyard. I've never liked a Scouse accent. Always sound like they're taking a piss, don't they? And he was one of the ones wearing yellow shirt and a bloody yellow kipper tie. Anyway, Rachel says he'd had a bit to drink. Well, they all had. We could hear them all talking and laughing. You'd have thought it was a bloody party. And Rachel told us this Fez, or whatever his name is, staggered up to Jim and said, "I know what you're up to, and you can fucking well stop it right now." And Jim said he didn't know what Fez was talking about, and according to Rachel, Fez pushed Jim in the chest and said words to the effect, "Doing it at her fucking funeral." And then Ormond noticed what was going on and intervened. If I'd been there, I'd have slung them both out on their ear. And then Fez told Ormond to fuck off. This is at a funeral, mark you, and walked out, and Jim left not long afterwards. I will say he had the decency to stop by our room and say how sorry he was. Pretty much the only one who did. No, I tell a lie. Grant's eyes were bloodshot now, and large patches of sweat
had spread from under each arm of his shirt. Right at the end. That gigantic Dutchman who runs the commune or whatever it is, long hair, wearing some kind of yellow smock with his jeans, said Grant contemptuously, came lurching up to us as everyone was leaving and gave me a package. He stank of weed. He'd obviously been outside to have a joint. And he said it was a triumphal death. Triumphal? Repeated Strike. Yeah. Then he shoves this package into my hands and says, "Open it later. Thought you should have a copy." Then he walks away again. No, sorry for your loss, nothing. I opened the package in the car. You've never seen anything like it. He'd done this, I don't know how to describe it. If that's his idea of bloody art. Bits of it were painted, but other bits were photographs. Words pasted over it, Greek stuff, lines of poetry and tombstones in the background, and Edie in the middle, kneeling, looking like she was... For the first time, Strike thought he saw some flicker of distress in the man sitting opposite him. Grant took another slug of wine, but some missed his mouth and fell in dark droplets on the table. Weird figures in the background and a gigantic... Well, it doesn't matter. But the thing was an abomination. Have you still got... No, I bloody haven't, snarled Grant Ledwell. Bin men took it the next day. Chapter 65. Weeds triumphant ranged, strangers strolled and spelled at the lone orthography of the elder dead. Emily Dickinson, XLI, The Forgotten Grave. The email Strike sent Robin following his dinner with Grant Ledwell, which she read while sitting on a bench in Sloane Square the following morning, concluded, "We're running low on original suspects. Only Tim Ashcroft, Kea Niven, and Pez Pierce left. I keep asking myself who we might have overlooked. A few ideas for new lines of inquiry. Who knew about the hearty-to-human change? I called Alan Yeoman this morning. He's adamant only 10 people knew Maverick were considering changing Harty from heart to human. Half a dozen people at the film company, all of whom have signed non-disclosure agreements, so risk losing lucrative jobs if they talk about the script outside the studio. Yeoman himself, but he hasn't even told his own wife, and says he's kept it from everyone at his agency for fear of leaks. Josh Blay, Grant Ledwell, and Katia Upcott. 1. Josh. I texted Katia for a list of people who visited Josh in hospital. Answer, other than herself and Blay's father, brother and sister, only 2. Mariam Tarosian, who's visited 3 times, and Pez Pierce. I'm going to call Josh later and find out whether he discussed the proposed change with either of them. If he did, the news could have travelled back to North Grove and presumably to a fairly wide group of people. Of our known suspects, Pez Pierce is still looking like the most plausible enemy to me. He's got the artistic/digital skills, had access to all the personal stuff about Edie from living with her at the collective, and there's a decent chance Josh told him about the Harty/human proposal. If Pierce renews his offer of a drink tonight, I think you should accept, and I'll take over Buffy Paw's duties while you're with him. I'd also like to take a closer look at Niels de Jong. Triumphal death is a bloody odd way to describe murder, even if you're stoned. We haven't got the manpower to put surveillance on Niels until we've ruled someone else out, but anything you can find out about him while at North Grove would be helpful. N.B. Apparently the painting he gave Grant was a copy. I'd be interested to see the original. 2. Grant. Very hard to imagine Grant letting this information slip. Heather strikes me as generally gossipy, but is currently paranoid and scared, so she's probably being more discreet than usual. However, it struck me as odd that Grant's eldest daughter, Rachel, insisted on going to Edie's funeral. She's 16 and had never met Edie. Grant's take is that Rachel just wanted a day off school, but as she lives outside London with his ex-wife, he wasn't specific about their location. I'll do some digging online. I'd have thought faking a stomachache would have achieved the same result with far less effort. At this point, any teenager with connections to the Ledwells/the Upcotts/North Grove who's acting strangely needs checking out. 3. Katia.
I can't imagine Katia discussing something this sensitive outside her own household. But if she mentioned it at home, any of the other family members could have passed on the information, whether deliberately or innocently. Flavia's friends are too young to fit the enemy profile, but we should check out Gus's mates. I also think we should try and find out who Inigo's darling child is. 4. Tim Ashcroft and Kea Niven. These two now look less likely as enemy to me. Neither have any ongoing connection with North Grove / the Ledwells / the Upcotts that we know about, so it's hard to see how they'd have known about the Hearty / human development. I'd like to find out why there's bad blood between Pez and Ashcroft, just to exclude the possibility it's enemy-related. Otherwise, I propose putting proper surveillance on Kea with a view to ruling her out and keeping surveillance on Ashcroft for the same reason. Having finished reading this email, Robin replaced her mobile in her bag and checked her iPad, where the game was running as usual. Anime wasn't present, so she raised her gaze instead to the windows of Finger's third-floor flat. As she stared up at the squares of glass, which had turned to quicksilver in the spring sunshine, she pondered the possibility that Anime was somebody they hadn't even considered. If you didn't focus on the details, she thought, Anime could be one of millions, just another anonymous person on the internet. But when you looked closer, at the skill set needed to produce the game, the intimate knowledge of Edie's past and of developments within the cartoon, not to mention the deep-rooted animosity that must surely have driven these years of harassment, it seemed astounding that the culprit had remained hidden this long. Robin didn't feel very excited about any of her partner's suggestions for possible new suspects, and suspected that Strike 2 considered it more of a box-ticking exercise than the pursuit of meaningful leads. After Robin had spent a further half-hour's fruitless surveillance of Finger's flat, Nutley arrived to take over, approaching with the slight swagger that was habitual to him. Nutley seemed to have an irresistible urge to proclaim himself a man who knew more than he was letting on, to the extent that Robin always had the feeling, on handovers, that he might nudge her in the ribs and wink, and she resented having to take onto herself the burden of making the swap look natural. "Just past 1 o'clock, she told Nutley, checking her watch as she spoke. "What?" said Nutley. "You just asked me the time." "Don't sit where I was sitting," she implored him, as Nutley made to do just that. As she headed for the tube, Robin consoled herself with the thought that if Fingers was looking out of the window, he'd probably assume she was removing herself from the vicinity of an annoying man who changed his mind about sitting down once she'd left. Even so, she couldn't help wishing they could find someone better than Nutley, or that the agency's workload would become manageable enough to let him go. While in theory she had the afternoon off, Robin had decided to transform herself into Jessica Robbins early because she wanted to visit Highgate Cemetery before heading for her evening class at North Grove, and it felt unsafe to wander around so close to the art collective without her disguise. Her reasons for visiting the cemetery were mixed. She felt curious about the place whose digital representation she'd been virtually living in for weeks, and wanted to see the place where Edie and Josh had been stabbed. She also felt an only partly acknowledged desire to visit Edie Ledwell's grave. A fear of being told she was being ghoulish or over-emotional had prevented her from telling anyone, least of all Strike, what she was intending to do. On the other hand, she thought, as she adjusted Jessica's wig in the bathroom on the office landing, it wasn't as though she was wasting the agency's time. She could have spent her few free hours doing something pleasurable like... But Robin couldn't really think of anything she'd rather do than visit Highgate Cemetery. Peering into the cracked mirror to check her hazel contact lenses, she remembered Ilsa's words at dinner. "Honestly, you're just like him. The job comes first." But as dwelling on her compatibility with Cormoran Strike was something she was making a conscious effort not to do, Robin pushed that thought firmly out of her mind and headed back into the office. "Looks quite good on you," said Pat, casting a critical eye over Robin's brunette wig, winged eyeliner, scarlet lipstick, and black suede jacket. "Thanks," said Robin, as she moved back to the inner office, where she'd left her iPad and bag. "I'm hoping to be asked out for a drink."
"Really? Who by?"
Pat called after her, but Robin didn't answer immediately. She'd just caught sight of her iPad. While she'd been in the bathroom, Anime had not only logged onto the game, but had opened a private channel to Buffy Paws. "Hang on, Pat. Got to deal with something here." A new private channel has opened. 4th of June 2015, 14:13. Anime invites Buffy Paws. Anime. Afternoon? Hello? I haven't got all fucking day, you know. Buffy Paws has joined the channel. Buffy Paws. Hi, really sorry, I was talking to my boss. Anime. Is that right? Well, that could be a problem. Buffy Paws. Sorry? Anime. You should be. I was thinking of making you an offer. But if your job means you have to keep taking half hours off, it's not going to work. Buffy Paws. What kind of offer? Anime. Moderator. Replacing Lord Drek. Robin let out such a loud gasp that Pat called through from the outer office. "You all right?" "Fine," Robin called back. Buffy Paws. OMG, I'd love that. Anime. Lol. Yeah, I thought you would. Got to work for it, though. Buffy Paws. How? Anime. Test. I do it on a private channel. All answers within 15 seconds, so I know you haven't got time to go and look stuff up. Buffy Paws. This sounds hard. Anime. It is. Keeps out the normies. You can have a week to revise. Ink Black Heart, episodes 1 to 42. Plus the game. Plus bonus question. You guess who I am. Buffy Paws. Lol. Has anyone ever got that one right? Anime. No. Buffy Paws. If I guessed right, would you tell me? Anime. You won't guess right. But it amuses me to see how wrong people are. So, Thursday next week, yeah? 2 p.m. Buffy Paws. Okay. Thanks so much. Anime has left the channel. Buffy Paws has left the channel. Private channel has closed. Elated, Robin texted the news to Strike, who was currently watching the housekeeper of South Audley Street, then placed the iPad in her bag and returned to the outer office.
"Been asked out for that drink?"
asked the office manager, observing Robin's cheerful expression. "Something far better."
"Dinner?"
"No, I've been invited somewhere I've been hoping to go for weeks."
"With Hugh Jacks?"
persisted Pat, who took a healthy interest in Robin's love life, or lack thereof. "Oh, shit," said Robin, coming to a halt and clapping a hand to her forehead. Hugh Jacks. After Jack's last message, she decided that she ought to call him back and make her lack of interest in him clear. But on waking, the resolution had gone clean out of her head. Robin was naturally disinclined to hurt people's feelings, and as she headed down the metal staircase, iPad in bag, she felt a mixture of dread and resentment at having to tell Jax what ought, surely, to be patently obvious after such a prolonged lack of response to his many advances. Half an hour later, just as Robin was emerging from Highgate Station, her mobile rang.
"Moderator channel, eh?" said Strike without preamble. "Bloody good going."
"I'm not in yet," said Robin, now walking towards the cemetery. "I've got to pass a test on the cartoon in the game, administered by Anime a week today. The final question is guessing who Anime is, so I'd better try and think up the most flattering answer."
"Anyone ever guess right?"
"I asked that. Apparently not, but it amuses Anime to hear the answers."
"Egotistical prick," grunted Strike.
"How's our housekeeper?"
"Currently doing her shopping in Aldi. No Fabergé boxes concealed about her person that I can see. Nutley take over fingers, all right."
"Well, he arrived on time," said Robin. "But I wish he'd be less—"
"Of an arsehole? Me too. Trust me, I want him gone as soon as it's practical. All set for North Grove tonight?"
"Yes," said Robin.
"Let's hope Pierce has still got the hots for Jessica. In other news, Midge lost Tim Ashcroft."
"Shit, really?"
"Kind of thing that could happen to anyone. She was tailing him out of Colchester by car and got stuck behind a stalled lorry at a roundabout, so he's currently unwatched. She thinks he was heading for London, but..." Did you read my email?
I did, yes, and I agree. He's not our strongest contender for Anime. Still, be good to rule him out for sure, though.
Exactly. Well, I'll let you get back to your afternoon off. Good luck at North Grove tonight. Let me know how it goes.
Strike rang off. Robin replaced her mobile in her bag and continued towards the cemetery. As she turned into Swains Lane, the long walled road that ran, steeply sloping, between the two halves of the graveyard, she saw a group of young people up ahead. 4 women and a man, 2 of them wearing ink-black heart T-shirts. On the back of the man's was written one of Drek's catchphrases, "I is lonelick and balkled," and on one of the girls, one of Paperwhite's, "Sad, so very sad." The group paused between the entrances to the east and west sections, talking animatedly and looking from one entrance to the other. Robin was certain they were trying to discover which way lay the older, west part, where Edie was buried and where the murder had happened, but which necessitated joining a guided walking tour. Hanging back, Robin watched them turn right. When she drew level with the entrance, she saw them purchasing tickets and regrouping on the other side of the ticket box, in a courtyard bordered by arches where a small knot of people were already waiting for a guide. Apparently, she had a little time before the next tour started, so, with a hard knot of anxiety in her stomach, but telling herself that it was best to get it over with, she moved out of sight and earshot of the assembling tour group, blocked her caller ID, and called Hugh Jacks. He answered after a few rings, sounding impatient. "Hello?" "Oh, hi, Hugh," said Robin. It's Robin Ellicott here." "Robin," he said, sounding surprised and pleased. "Hang on, let me get somewhere I can talk." She heard him walking, presumably away from colleagues. "How are you?" he asked. "Fine," said Robin. "How are you?" "Not bad. Better for hearing from you. I was starting to think I'd been ghosted." Robin, who didn't think it qualified as being ghosted if there'd been no previous relationship, said nothing. She could tell Jax had been expecting reassurance, because he sounded a little more certain when he went on. "Yes, so, I was wondering if you fancied dinner sometime." Said Robin. I don't think so, Hugh. Thanks, though." When he didn't respond, Robin added, inwardly cringing, I'm just not really, ready to date right now." Silence. "So, well, I hope you're doing okay," Robin said in a rushed voice, and, well, no, actually, said Hugh. And his sudden shift to what sounded like cold fury shocked her. "I'm not doing okay, actually. I've only come back to work this week after being signed off for depression." "Oh," said Robin, "I'm sorry to hear. I've been discussing you with my therapist, as a matter of fact, yeah. Wasted a lot of time talking about you and what it feels like to call someone repeatedly and for them not to even deign to return your calls. I don't know what to say to that. You knew. I'm in a pretty fragile place." "Hugh," said Robin again, now caught between guilt and rising irritation, "if I gave you the impression I was interested, my therapist has been saying I should let it go. But I kept telling her what a nice person you were. But now it turns out you're just another. Goodbye, Hugh." But she wasn't quick enough to cut off his last word. "Bitch!" Robin's heart was pumping as though she'd just sprinted 100 yards. She glanced instinctively over her shoulder, but Hugh wasn't running towards her along the lane, and she felt angry at herself for being so irrational. He's an arsehole, Robin told herself, but she still needed a few seconds to compose herself before heading back to the Gothic gatehouse to buy a ticket for the tour. The group in the courtyard had now grown to 12 people. Apart from the ink-black heart fans, there were a couple of American tourists and an elderly couple in matching horn-rimmed glasses. Robin joined the periphery of the group, trying not to think about Hugh Jacks, or about the last word he'd spat in her ear. Bitch. She suddenly remembered the polite and almost equally embarrassed way D.I. Murphy of the CID had received her botched refusal of a drink, and felt an increased liking for the man, even though she barely knew him. The tour guide, who arrived a few minutes after Robin had joined the group, was a middle-aged, bespectacled man wearing a cagoule, whose eyes travelled automatically to the two young people wearing ink-black heart T-shirts, with, Robin thought, a slight air of bracing himself. "Good afternoon. I'm Toby, and I'll be your guide today. Our tour lasts around 70 minutes. A couple of bits of housekeeping before we set off. If you're interested in seeing Karl Marx's tomb, you should know that it's in the East section. Entrance is free with the ticket you've just bought." Robin already knew this. Josh and Edie, and subsequently Anime and Morehouse, had taken some liberties with the layout of the cemetery, compressing the two halves into one and jumbling together graves that in reality were separated by Swains Lane. "If you're interested in seeing any particular grave," the young woman in the paper-white T-shirt and an elderly woman in glasses spoke up simultaneously. "We really want to see Edie Ledwell's. Is Christina Rossetti included on the tour?" The guide answered the elderly woman first. "Yes, we can certainly visit Rossetti's grave. She's down a bit of a cul-de-sac. We'll visit her towards the end, so we don't have to double back. But I'm afraid," he added, addressing the young woman in the paper-white T-shirt, "we don't visit Miss Ledwell's grave. It's in a private plot, you see. This is still a working cemetery, and families—" "Her family didn't give a shit about her," said the young man in the Drek T-shirt, in an audible whisper, which the tour guide pretended not to hear. "Have the right to privacy, so we ask visitors to be respectful. Cameras are permitted, but pictures are for personal use only. And please, no eating, drinking, or smoking while we're in the cemetery, and keep to the paths. Some of the tombs are unsafe." "We will see de Munk's grave, though," said a stout young woman with purple hair, who was part of the ink-black heart group. Robin had no idea who de Munk was, or why their grave should be of particular interest to the fans. "We passed de Munk, yes," said the guide. "Well, that's something," the girl said to her friends. The tour group set off, not up the main steps to the cemetery, but past a large memorial to the dead of the First World War, and up a narrow path. From the low grumbling of the ink-black heart fans immediately ahead of her, Robin gathered that the guide wasn't taking them along their preferred route. Keeping to the rear of the party by design, Robin glanced into her bag at her iPad, where the game was still running. The only moderator present was Hartella, and nobody, thankfully, was waiting to talk to Buffy Paws on a private channel. The tour guide led them up a narrow, earthy path bordered on both sides by graves, and on the right by a high brick wall. All was in shadow because of the dense canopy of trees overhead, and the air was laden with a scent of damp greenery, of musty bone meal, and fungal earthiness. The guide was talking, but Robin couldn't hear much of what he was saying, because the ink-black heart fans were conversing in whispers right ahead of her. "They can't have got in here," said the young woman in the paper-white T-shirt, looking up at the 12-foot-high wall. "It's all on the other side, I think," said the man in the Drek T-shirt, peering left through trees and creeper-draped graves. "I don't recognise any of this." But when the party reached the top of the pathway, the girl in the paper-white T-shirt let out a little gasp, and the purple-haired girl made to clutch her heart. Robin understood the reaction. Her own sense of déjà vu was uncanny. Here was the winding path that wound upwards through the ivy-tangled trees, along which little Hearty bounced in perpetual tragicomic pursuit of the beautiful paper-white. Here was the forest of broken classical columns, crosses, stone urns, marble caskets, and obelisks, among which the sinister shadow of Drek lurked, ready to jump out at other players and urge them to play his game. The tour guide paused beside a chest tomb topped by a statue of a horse, explaining to the elderly couple and the American tourists that it belonged to Queen Victoria's horse slaughterer. However, Robin's attention had been caught by a square stone obelisk surmounted by a huge knot of thick, fibrous creeper, whose thick tendrils had descended around the monument, giving the appearance of a parasitic, spider-like alien attempting to swallow the grave whole. This was the grave on which Magpie, the character first voiced by Pez Pierce, habitually roosted.
The ink-black heart fans were excitedly taking pictures. The tour group moved off again, Robin wondering whether she found the cemetery more beautiful or creepy. On every side, ivy, grass, ferns, brambles and tree roots had run amok, mocking the formal grandeur of the monuments. Creepers had shifted the heavy stone lids of tombs, ferns had sprouted on graves where no flowers had been laid for a century, tree roots had lifted headstones that now sat crookedly, bowing to the earth. Another frisson of excitement ran through the ink-black heart fans when they reached the tomb of Mary Nichols, which featured a life-sized sleeping angel. This, as Robin knew, was Paperwhite's tomb in the cartoon. The ghost was usually found draped over it, mourning her deceased state, and the ink-black heart fans begged one of the tourists to take a picture of all of them grouped in front of the grave. They then passed between huge Egyptian pillars and entered the Circle of Lebanon, a sunken stone amphitheatre where double rows of mausoleums lined the walls. The girl in the paper-white t-shirt squealed as she spotted the grand Gothic tomb that most closely resembled that of Lord and Lady Wordygrob in the cartoon. While the guide talked of the Victorian fondness for Egyptian iconography, the ink-black heart fans took selfies and pictures of each other in front of the mausoleum. They left the Circle of Lebanon and passed the grave of William Wombwell, who, the tour guide explained, was a Victorian menagerie owner, which explained the large stone lion topping his tomb, then led them back onto a long concrete path bordered by still more graves and trees, which marched into the distance in every direction. Quite suddenly, the young man in the Drek t-shirt in front of Robin came to a halt, pointing to a tombstone that stood on a steep rise above the path, surrounded by thick undergrowth. To Robin's slight surprise, she saw again the image she'd heard Groomer explaining to Legs back in the William Morris gallery. The mother pelican plucking at her own breast, with a nest full of hungry chicks, beaks upturned, ready to be fed with her blood. The girls surrounding the young man in the Drek t-shirt were now clutching each other. "That's it! That must be it! Oh, my God!" breathed the girl in the paper-white t-shirt, speaking through the fingers she pressed to her mouth. "I'm going to cry." The guide had stopped too. Turning to face the group and ignoring the agitation displayed by the ink-black heart fans, he said, "This unusual headstone is that of Elizabeth, Baroness de Monk. The device of the pelican represents sacrifice. This tomb was erected by Elizabeth's daughter, Rosalbina." But Robin wasn't listening. She just remembered what Josh Blay had said about the place where they'd had the first ideas for the cartoon. The place where Edie had been murdered. "Near a grave Edie always liked. It's got a pelican on it." "Take my picture," said one of the ink-black heart fans to another, handing over her phone with trembling hands. The young man in the Drek t-shirt glanced towards the guide. Robin was certain he was wondering whether he might get a chance to climb the slope and peer into the hollow where Edie's body had been found. The ink-black heart fans hung back when the group moved on, but a backwards glance from the tour guide made them walk on reluctantly, looking over their shoulders as they went. Robin, bringing up the rear, took herself slightly to task for a feeling of revulsion towards the ink-black heart fans for wanting photographs of the place where Edie had been stabbed. But was she any better? Now she'd seen the place where it had happened, she understood just how skillful, or lucky, the killer had been. They'd clearly known the route to that sequestered patch of graves off the paths, supposedly unvisitable by visitors. They'd also avoided tour groups and managed to make their way out of the cemetery undetected. Robin glanced around. There were no CCTV cameras anywhere. She thought of the two masks the would-be killer of Oliver Peach had worn. It would have been child's play, here, among these densely packed trees and monuments, to strip off one disguise and reveal another. Perhaps the killer had waited for a tour group and assimilated him or herself quietly into it, or perhaps they'd left the way they'd come in. Lost in thought, Robin had dropped slightly behind the group, which was now proceeding towards Christina Rossetti's grave.
She was just wondering where Josh had been found when she heard a loud "Psst!" Robin gave a start and looked around. A pair of doleful eyes and a mop of curly hair were visible through an overgrown patch of vegetation. Pez Pierce was standing half concealed in greenery, sketchbook in hand, and grinning at her. "What?" Pez pressed a finger to his lips, then beckoned. Robin glanced at the tour group, which was rounding a bend in the path. Nobody looked back, so she picked her way carefully through the undergrowth. As thorns tore at her clothes, Robin rapidly debated whether or not she should continue the London accent she'd faked when talking to Pez last time, given that Zoe might have told Pez that Jessica was from Yorkshire. As she stepped into the small clearing where Pez was standing, she decided to split the difference. "I thought you could only get in here with a tour guide," she whispered in her own accent.
"Not if you know the secret way in," said Pez, also smiling. He was holding a sketchbook in his hand. "What's a workaholic like you doing touring graveyards?" "I had a dental appointment, so I took the afternoon off," said Robin. "Never been here before." "It's incredible, isn't it?" "Oh, yeah. I can hear it now," said Pez. "Hear what?" "That you're from Yorkshire. Zoe told me. She told me you'd just split up from your boyfriend, too." "Well, yeah," said Robin, with a stab at a brave smile. "Also true." The wet, waist-high vegetation surrounding them meant they were necessarily standing very close together on a mossy patch of uneven ground between tombs and trees. Robin could smell Pez through the thin, creased T-shirt he was wearing, a strong animal smell, almost, but not quite, B.O., and she had a sudden, intrusive memory of Pez's penis. "Do I get a prize if I tell you a third true thing about yourself?" "Go on," said Robin. "You haven't checked your emails this afternoon." "What, are you psychic?" "No, but your drawing class has been cancelled." "Oh, bugger," said Robin, feigning disappointment. "Is Mariam okay?" "Yeah, she's fine, just overcommitted. Some political thing she forgot she had on. Kind of thing that happens all the time at North Grove. You won't be the only one who didn't realise. People will turn up as usual and just have a drink in the kitchen or do a drawing on their own. That's how we roll, like. Or are you the kind of person who'll write and complain?" "No, of course I'm not," said Robin, mock-offended, as Jessica would surely be at being considered so hidebound and uptight. "Glad to hear it. Where are they off to?" Pez asked, looking after the tour group. "Christina Rossetti," said Robin. "Don't you want to see it?" "I don't know," said Robin. "Is it interesting?" "I can tell you the only interesting story about that grave," said Pez. "Then we could go for that drink." "Oh," said Robin, with what she hoped was a decent show of bashfulness. Yeah, okay. Why not?" "Great. Come on, then," said Pierce. "We'll have to go round the long way, stay out of the way of the tours, and I'll need to drop this back home first," he added, holding up his sketchbook. They set off through the trees and graves, eschewing the paths where the tour groups roamed. Several times, Pez reached out to help Robin over tree roots and over rocky ground strewn with fragments of stone, and she let him take her hand. After the third time, he kept holding it for a few steps before dropping it. "So, what's the story about Rossetti's grave?" asked Robin. She felt a possibly paranoid desire to keep Pez talking as they moved through the dark trees, hidden from the sight of any other human. "Ah," said Pez. "Well, Rossetti's not the only one in there." No. There's also a woman called Lizzie Siddle. She was Christina's brother's wife. She overdosed, and when they buried her, Dante put the only manuscript of his poems in the coffin with her. Grand gesture, like." "Romantic," commented Robin, tugging her ankle free of some ivy. 7 years later," said Pez, "Dante changed his mind, had her dug up and took them out again. Wormholes through the pages and everything. But art before tarts, eh?" Robin Ellicott didn't think it a particularly funny line, but Jessica Robbins giggled obligingly. Chapter 66. One of the children hanging about pointed at the whole dreadful heap and smiled. There is something terrible about a child. Charlotte Mew, in Nunhead Cemetery. "What have you been drawing?" Robin asked Pez, once they'd emerged from the cemetery and were heading for North Grove. "Got an idea for a cyberpunk thing?" said Pez. "There's a time-travelling Victorian undertaker in it." "Oh, wow, that sounds great," said Robin. Pez spent most of the short walk to the art collective talking her through the story, which, to her slight surprise, did indeed sound both elaborate and engaging. "So you write as well as draw?" "Yeah, a bit," said Pez. The colourful hall of the art collective seemed dazzling after the melancholy shade of the cemetery. "Won't be a minute, I'll just put this upstairs," said Pez, indicating the sketchbook. But before he could set foot on the spiral staircase, Niels de Jong appeared from the direction of the kitchen. Enormous, blonde, and scruffy, he was wearing his old cargo shorts with a smock-like cream top spattered here and there with paint. "You got a visitor?" he informed Pez in a low voice. It was hard to tell whether Niels was smiling or not, because of the naturally upwards curl of his wide, thin-lipped mouth. "He's just gone to the bathroom." "Oh," said Pez, his hand on the banisters. "Philip Ormond?" said Niels. "The fuck does he want with me?" asked Pez. "Thinks you've got something of his," said Niels. "Like what?" "Here he is," said Niels in a louder voice, as Ormond appeared around the corner. Robin, who'd never set eyes on Ormond before, noted his neat, well-groomed appearance, so out of place here at North Grove. He was wearing a suit and tie and carrying a briefcase, as though he'd come straight from school. "Hi," he said to Pez, unsmiling. "Wondered if I could have a word." "What about?" Ormond glanced at Robin and Niels, then said, "Kind of delicate. It's about Edie." "All right," said Pez, though he didn't sound happy. "Want to come to the kitchen?" "Mariam's in there with her lot," said Niels. "Fine," said Pez, slightly irritably. "Come upstairs." He turned to Robin. "You all right to—" "Yes, of course, I'll wait here," said Robin. So the two men headed up the spiral staircase together in silence and disappeared from view, leaving Robin alone with Niels. "You haven't seen the cat, have you?" asked the Dutchman, peering down at her through his tangled blonde fringe. "No, sorry," said Robin. "He's disappeared." Niels looked round vaguely, then back at Robin. "Zoe tells me you're from Yorkshire?" "I am, yes," said Robin. "She's sick today." "Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it's nothing serious." No, I don't think so." There was a pause in which Niels peered around the otherwise empty hall, as though his cat might suddenly materialize out of thin air. "I love this staircase," Robin said, to break the silence. "Yeah," said Niels, turning his huge head to look at it. "An old friend did that for us. You know the drawing class is cancelled tonight?" "I do, yes," said Robin. "Pez told me." "You can still do a drawing if you like. Mariam arranged some ferns and things. I think Brendan's in there." "That would have been great, but I've said I'll have a drink with Pez." "Ah," said Niels. "Do you want to sit down while you're waiting for him?" "Oh, thanks very much," said Robin. "Come," said Niels, indicating that she should follow him in the opposite direction from the kitchen. His enormous sandalled feet made a slapping sound on the floorboards as he shuffled along. As they passed the studio where the drawing class was usually held, Robin spotted the elderly Brendan working diligently on his sketch of ferns. "The kitchen is full of Armenian revolutionaries," said Niels, coming to a halt at a closed door and pulling a jumble of keys out of his pocket. "No peace in there. Politics. You interested in politics?" "Quite interested," said Robin cautiously. "Me too," said Niels. "But I always disagree with everyone and Mariam gets pissed off. My private studio," he added, leading the way into a large room that smelled powerfully of terps and cannabis. The word mess was barely adequate. The floor was covered in rags, discarded paint tubes, crumpled paper, and rubbish like chocolate wrappers and empty cans. The walls were lined with flimsy wooden shelves, which were crammed not only with pots of brushes, tubes of paint and various artists' palettes, but tattered paperbacks, bottles, rusted bits of machinery, lumpy clay sculptures, masks ranging from wood to fabric, a dusty tricorn hat, various anatomical models, a wax hand, assorted feathers, and an ancient typewriter. Stacks of canvases were propped everywhere, their backs facing the room. Rising up out of the ankle-deep litter like weird fungal growths were a few examples of Niels de Jong's art. They were all so aggressively ugly that Robin, wading through the detritus on the floor as she approached one of two low armchairs, decided that they were either works of genius or simply dreadful. A clay bust of a man with rusty cogs for eyes and bits of what looked like car tire for hair stared blindly at her as she passed. As Robin sat down in the rather smelly, cloth-covered armchair to which Niels pointed her, she spotted a collage on an easel in front of the window. The picture, which was predominantly sludge green and yellow, featured Edie Ledwell's photographed face superimposed on a painted, kneeling figure. "I'm sorry about your cat," she said, dragging her eyes away from the collage. "Has he been gone long?" 5 days now," sighed Niels, sinking into the other armchair, which emitted a creaky groan at being asked to accept his weight. "Poor Jort. It's the longest he's ever been away." After what Josh had said about Niels and Mariam's open relationship, Robin had wondered whether Niels's interest in getting it into his studio was sexual. But he seemed mostly sleepy, and certainly not inclined towards seduction. On a small pedestal table beside him was an ashtray, in which lay a half-smoked carrot-sized joint, extinguished but still filling the air with its pungent smell. "I love that," lied Robin, pointing at the collage with Edie's face on it. Edie was surrounded by an odd assortment of beings, 2 human figures wearing long robes, a giant spider, and a red parrot, which was carrying a marijuana leaf in its beak and appeared to be landing in her lap. 2 phrases, one in Greek, the other in Latin, had been printed onto thick cream paper and pasted across the canvas. "Thul ultima a sole nomen habens," and "Harmin ek ergos and passe phoibos Apollon." "Yes," said Niels, surveying his picture with drowsy complacency. "I was pleased with it. It came off well. I got interested in the possibilities of collage last year. There was a Hannah Hoch retrospective at the Whitechapel Gallery. You like Hoch?" "I don't know her work, I'm afraid," said Robin truthfully. "Part of the Berlin Dadaist movement," said Niels. "You know the cartoon The Black Ink Heart? Do you recognize my model?" "Oh," said Robin, feigning surprise. "That isn't the animator, is it? Edie, whatever she was called." "Ledwell, yes, exactly. You spot the inspiration for the composition?" Said Robin. "Rossetti. Beata Beatrix. Picture of his dead mistress." "Oh," said Robin. "I must go and look at that." "In the original," said Niels, gazing at his canvas, "there is a sundial, not a spider. That," he said, pointing at the creature, "is an orb-weaver spider. They hate the light. Even night is too bright for them. They've been found in a crypt in Highgate Cemetery, the only place in Britain they've been discovered." "Oh," said Robin again. "You spot the symbolism? Spider representing industry and artistry, but hates the light, cannot survive in the light." Niels now noticed what looked like a strand of tobacco caught in his straggly beard, and pulled it out. Robin, who was hoping to distract his attention long enough to take a photograph of the collage featuring Edie to show Strike, pointed at the bust of the man with cogs for eyes and said, "That's fabulous." "Yes," said Niels, and again it was hard, given the strange mask-like upward curve of his mouth, to tell whether he was genuinely smiling or not. "That's my papa. I mixed his ashes into the clay." "You—" "Yes, he killed himself. Over a decade ago now," said Niels. "Oh, I'm so sorry," said Robin. No, it didn't mean much to me," said Niels with a slight shrug. "We didn't get on. He was far too modern for me." Modern, repeated Robin. Yes, he was an industrialist, petrochemicals, big man in the Netherlands. He was full of that empty social democratic liberalism, you know, management, workers' council, a creche, all to keep his little cogs happy. Robin nodded non-committally. But no grounding in anything real or important, said Niels, staring at the grotesque bust. The kind of man who buys a picture to match his carpet, you know? He gave a little laugh, and Robin smiled. A week after Mama died, Papa found out he had a cancer, a treatable cancer, but he decided to kill himself anyway. Have you read any Durkheim? No, said Robin. Borrow it, said Niels, with a wave of his enormous hand. Emil Durkheim on suicide. We keep our little lending library in the bathroom. Durkheim describes Papa's complaint perfectly. Anomie. You know what that is? An absence, said Robin, who hoped her tremor of surprise hadn't been visible, of normal ethical or social standards. Very good, said Niels, smiling lazily at her. Did you already know, or did you look it up after seeing it on our kitchen window? I looked it up after I saw your window, lied Robin, smiling back. In her experience, men enjoyed giving women information. Niels chuckled, then said, Papa had no inner life. He was hollow. Profit, acquisition, and ticking little social democratic boxes. His death grew naturally out of his life. Anomic suicide. Durkheim describes it well. Everybody's death is a fulfillment, really. Don't you think? Robin's honest answer would have been no, but Jessica Robbins replied, I hadn't ever really thought of it like that. It's true, said Niels, nodding his head ponderously. I can't think of anybody I know whose death wasn't inevitable and entirely fitting. You understand the chakras? They're areas of the body, aren't they? A little more than that. Hindu Tantrism, said Niels. He now picked up his dead joint and showed it to her. Do you mind if I— No, please, said Robin. Niels lit up using an old battered Zippo. Enormous plumes of smoke issued from the joint. My father's cancer was in his prostate, said Niels, from inside his cloud of blue smoke. Second chakra, Svadhisthana. Diseases of the second chakra stem from a lack of creativity and emotional isolation. I've got something here. He lumbered unexpectedly to his feet. In the time it took him to cross the room, Robin had whipped out her mobile, taken a picture of the collage, then hidden her mobile back in her bag. Where is it? Mumbled Niels, rooting among his cluttered shelves, moving aside objects, some of which fell to the floor without him showing much interest in their fate. Careful, said Robin in sudden alarm. An angle-bladed sword had dropped off the shelf and missed Niels's sandalled foot by inches. He merely laughed and stooped to pick it up. My grandfather's cleave-on? I did a little steel etching on it, see? You know what that says? No, said Robin, looking at the slightly wobbly Greek letters on the blade. Kleronomia. Legacy. Where's that book? He pushed the sword back onto a shelf, but after a minute's further listless poking around, he said, Not here, and returned to Robin empty-handed. The low armchair groaned again as it accepted Nils's heft. So, said Robin, in the case of somebody like— well, she said, pointing at the picture of Edie, how was Edie Ledwell's death a fulfillment? Ah, said Niels, blinking blearily up at the painting. Well, that was down to a lack of what I'd call the aristocratic outlook. He took another huge drag of his joint and exhaled, so that Robin could only dimly see his features. I don't mean aristocrat in narrow class terms. I mean a specific attitude of mind. An aristocratic nature has detachment, takes a broad, generous view of life, can withstand changes of fortune, good or bad. But Edie there had the bourgeois mindset, possessive of her achievements, worried about copyright, upset by criticism, and success destroyed her in the end. You think art should be free? Robin asked.
And why not? Said Niels.
He held out the joint. You want?
No, thanks, said Robin.
She was already feeling light-headed from inhaling the second-hand smoke.
But,
she softened the question with a little laugh, you don't think worrying about copyright got her killed, surely?
Not copyright exactly. No, Edie was killed because of what she'd become.
Become?
A hate figure. She made herself hated, but she was an artist.
Staring at the blurry green kneeling figure with Edie's head pasted onto it, Niels said,
And what greater tribute is there to the power of an artist's work than that they are destroyed? So in that sense, she had her triumph in death. They recognized her power. She was sacrificed for her art. But if she'd known how to inhabit her power, then all would have gone better for her.
Niels took another long pull on his joint. His voice was becoming progressively sleepier.
People can't help what they are, innately. Your friend Pez, classic Western type.
Robin now heard Bram's voice in the distance, singing in Dutch again before shouting,
Niels!
Niels raised a thick finger to his lips, smiling at Robin.
Niels!
They heard Bram's footsteps running down the corridor, and then a fist pounded the door. Robin guessed that Niels usually locked it when he was inside the studio, because Bram didn't try the handle.
I know you're in there, Papa. I can smell the weed.
Robin suspected that Niels might have feigned an inability to hear his son if she hadn't been present. Instead, he laughed and said,
All right, boy.
Pulling himself upright, he set down the joint and headed to the door. Bram appeared, wide-eyed at the sight of Robin sitting there, and cackled.
Papa, were you trying to—
This is Pez's friend, said Niels, drowning out the end of Bram's sentence.
What do you want? Can I take Overgroot Vader's sword to school?
No, boy, they'd expel you for sure if you do that, said Niels.
Now, get out. Go play.
Drek is lonely and buckled, said Bram. Drek is lonely and buckled. Drek!
Niels, said a female voice. The woman with the crew cut Robin had previously seen now appeared, with her toddler in her arms.
There's a guy at the door about the boiler.
I'll wait in the hall, Robin said pleasantly to Niels, getting to her feet. You'll want to lock this room up again if you're not in here. She hoped, by mentioning locking the studio door, to remind the stoned Niels to do it. Robin didn't particularly like the idea of Bram getting his hands on his great-grandfather's cleavang, and she was relieved to hear the jangle of keys behind her as she walked away, back to the hall. Pez was nowhere to be seen, but a man in a blue boiler suit was staring in bemusement at the gigantic Monstera Deliciosa, the spiral staircase, and the hundreds of drawings and pictures hanging on the walls. Niels lumbered past Robin in a fug of cannabis fumes to greet the repairman and led him off towards the kitchen. The woman with the crew cut smiled at Robin, then climbed the spiral stairs, whispering to the toddler in her arms, who was giggling. Alone, Robin pulled out her mobile to text Strike the photo she'd taken of the collage. Before she could do so, however, a voice as shrill and loud as a whistle spoke almost in her ear.
Drek wants play game! Wah!
With a gasp of surprise, Robin jumped and wheeled around. Bram had sneaked up behind her, holding a small plastic device to his mouth. On seeing Robin's shock, he roared with laughter. Robin stuffed the mobile back into her bag, heart racing, and forced a smile. You like the ink-black heart, do you?
I like Drek,
said Bram, still talking through the device, which distorted his voice into an ear-piercing whine. Does that do other voices? Robin asked, as a sudden suspicion struck her.
Maybe,
said Bram. He pressed a button, and his voice became hoarse and rasping.
I can do this one too.
Where did you get that? It looks fun.
From the Science Museum,
said Bram in the rasping voice. He then lowered the voice changer and said, Who are you? Jessica, said Robin. I have art classes here. "I thought you were Pez's friend," said Bram, and the suspicion in his voice, the shrewdness of his gaze, made Robin understand why Josh had said Bram sometimes seemed 40. "I'm that as well," said Robin. She pointed at the voice changer. "That'd be a really good way of making prank calls. Have you ever done that?" "I used to make them," Robin lied, "with my brother." Bram merely smirked. "Do you want to see some of Pez's art?" he asked her. "I'd love to," said Robin, assuming she was about to be directed to one of the pictures on the walls all around them. "It's upstairs," said Bram, grinning as he beckoned her to follow him up the staircase. "I'm not sure I should go up there," said Robin. "Nobody'll care," said Bram. "Everyone's allowed everywhere here." "Where exactly is the art?" asked Robin, without moving. She had no intention of being led by Bram into Pez's bedroom. Much as she might have liked to know what he and Ormond were saying to each other, she thought she'd have a better chance of extracting that information from Pez over a drink than by bursting into his bedroom with Bram. "It's in Edie and Josh's old room," said Bram. The temptation of seeing this was irresistible, so Robin followed Bram up the spiraled staircase to the next floor. Bram seemed weirdly excited as he led her down the corridor, which was narrow, carpeted, and punctuated by small flights of 2 or 3 stairs. The place would have reminded Robin of a small hotel if most of the doors hadn't stood carelessly open, revealing untidy bedrooms. "That's mine," said Bram unnecessarily. The room was littered with what looked like mostly broken toys. "This is theirs." Unlike most of the others, the door beside Bram's was closed. To Robin's surprise, the boy glanced up and down the empty corridor before drawing a key out of his pocket and unlocking it. The room was north-facing. It smelled of charred wood and fabric with an undertone of dank rottenness. The overhead lamp was bulbless. Once Robin's eyes had become accustomed to the gloom, she realized the place had been left in the state Josh had left it a few months previously. Blackened curtains still hung at the window, their tattered ends swaying a little in the breeze made by the door as it opened. The double bed had been stripped to reveal a partially burned mattress. Some of the sketches on the wall had been reduced to fragments still held in place by tarnished drawing pins. But the largest piece of art, if it could be so called, remained, because it had been painted directly onto the wall. It was at this piece of graffiti that Bram was pointing, watching eagerly for Robin's reaction. Somebody, Pez, if Bram was to be believed, had painted a 6-foot-long, meticulously detailed picture of a penis entering a vagina. Above this had been painted the same words inscribed on Mariam's window in the kitchen below. "A state of anomie is impossible wherever organs in solidarity with one another are in sufficient contact, and in sufficiently lengthy contact." "What do you think?" asked Bram, through barely suppressed giggles. "Very good," said Robin, matter-of-factly. "Somebody certainly knows how to draw genitalia." Bram seemed slightly frustrated by this response. "It was Pez. He did it when they were out. Edie didn't like it." "Didn't she?" said Robin indifferently. "I know who killed her," said Bram. Robin looked at him. He was so tall he was almost at her eye level. Remembering what had happened to his mother, she couldn't help feeling sorry for the boy, but neither his avid expression nor his patent desire to inspire shock or fear was endearing. "Then you should tell a grown-up," said Robin. "You're a grown-up," said Bram. "If I tell you, you'll have to do something about it, won't you?" "I meant a grown-up like your dad or Mariam." "How did you know she wasn't my mum?" he asked. "Somebody told me she wasn't," said Robin. "Do you know what happened to my real mum?" "No," said Robin. "A man strangled her to death." "That's terrible," said Robin seriously. "I'm very sorry." She suspected that Bram had expected her to accuse him of fibbing. For a split second his grin faltered. Then he said loudly, "I don't even care. It's better living with Nils. He gives me anything." "Lucky you," said Robin with a smile, turning to glance at the rest of the room. This couldn't, she thought, be the place where Josh and Edie had recorded that early video, back when they'd been so obviously in love, because that room had had a single bed. She couldn't see Josh's wallet or any keys. A dartboard had survived the fire, because it hung at the opposite end of the room, and a drawing was pinned to it, out of which 3 darts stuck. Curious, Robin approached the board, and with a slight thrill of surprise, saw that it was a rather bad pencil drawing of Inigo Upcott, which she identified mainly by the fact that Katya had written his name above her own signature. "Who put this poor man's picture on the dartboard?" she asked Bram lightly. Receiving no answer, she turned and found herself staring straight into the face of a dead rat. Robin shrieked, stumbled back against the wall, and felt the flights on the darts prick the back of her head. The rat, which was partially rotten, had no eyes. Its teeth were yellow, its thick, worm-like tail was stiff. It stank of alcohol, and Bram was thrusting it at her, laughing. A large jar full of murky liquid now sat on the floor beside the bed, its lid off. "No!" Robin shouted, pushing Bram aside and half running out of the room into the deserted corridor and hurrying back the way she'd come, trying to resist a primal urge to sprint, even though she couldn't hear Bram coming after her. When she reached the top of the stairs, she saw Pez standing alone in the hallway below, looking annoyed, but his expression lightened when she began to descend the stairs. "Thought you'd done a runner?" "No," said Robin, trying to compose herself. "Bram wanted to show me something upstairs." "Oh, Christ," said Pez, looking half amused. "What?" "Something you painted on a wall," said Robin, trying for a similarly amused expression. "Shit! Did he show you that?" said Pez, his face falling. "It was a joke. And that door's supposed to be locked." Robin had just reached the hall when Bram came thundering down the stairs behind her. "Where did you get a key for Josh's room?" Pez demanded of the boy. Bram shrugged insolently, then looked Robin directly in the eye. "Zoe did it," he said with a wide grin, then ran off around the corner, heading towards the kitchen. Chapter 67. Now he sets me down as vexed. I think I've draped myself in woman's pride to a perfect purpose. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Aurora Lee. "What did Zoe do?" asked Pez. "No idea," lied Robin. "He's a funny boy, isn't he?" "Funny's one word for him," said Pez with a snort. "Come on, we'll go to the gatehouse." Pez's previous good humour seemed to have been dented by his conversation with Ormond, though his spirits recovered once they'd walked out into the mild early evening air. As they walked towards the pub, he questioned Robin about her marketing career, which she'd fortunately invented in sufficient detail to supply ready answers. "Don't you find it boring, though?" asked Pez. "Of course I do," said Robin, and Pez laughed. "Sorry I was so long upstairs," he said. "It's fine. I was talking to Nils." "Yeah?" said Pez, grinning. "What did you think of him?" "Interesting," said Robin, and Pez laughed again. "So it's okay, you can say he's weird. It's not as if he's me dad. What was you talking about, like?" Hindu, tantrism, capitalism, suicide, anime." Robin watched out of the corner of her eye for any reaction, but saw none. "The aristocratic outlook, death being a fulfillment." "He got all his greatest hits," said Pez, grinning. "He's harmless, just eccentric, like. He thinks he's a natural aristocrat because he survived being left millions by his dad." "Must have been a real challenge," said Robin. And this time, when Pez laughed, he reached out and lightly touched her arm. "You're funny," he said, slightly surprised. "He showed me some of his art, too." "Yeah? What you think?" Before Robin could answer, Pez said, "Fucking dreadful, isn't it? Don't worry, we all know it's shite. He's gone through everything, painting, sculpture, etching, printmaking, digital stuff, and last week he was talking about getting into woodcuts. Has he ever sold anything? Oh, no, wait. He thinks art should be free, right?" "Yeah," said Pez. "Easy to say if you already got millions in the bank, like.
Sometimes he holds little one-man shows at North Grove, and all the old faithfuls, the students who've hung out there for years, come and drink wine and tell him he's a genius. I think some of 'em even believe it. Kind of sweet, really. Did he tell you what race you are? What race? Repeated Robin. What do you mean? Might need a beer before we go there, said Pez. The gatehouse was now in sight, a large black and white timbered building with seats and tables outside. You want to sit inside or out? Asked Pez. In, said Robin. Now that she and Pez were no longer standing beneath the shadowy canopy of trees in the cemetery, she feared close scrutiny of the wig and the coloured contact lenses. What do you want? Pez asked, as they entered a very large bar area, with brick walls and wooden floors, in which many tables stood, a third of them already occupied. Glass of red, please, said Robin. I'll just nip to the loo. The wallpaper in the ladies featured rhododendrons and parrots. Robin locked herself into a cubicle, texted Strike the photo of Nils's collage of Edie, then called him. He answered almost immediately. Aren't you in art class? It was cancelled, so I'm having a drink with Pierce instead. Listen, I've just sent you a photograph of the painting Nils de Jong gave to Grant Ledwell. Copied to give to him, I mean. And now I need you to make notes of everything that's just happened, while I can still remember it all. Because I haven't got time to do it myself. Pez is waiting for me in the bar. Go, said Strike. Robin rattled through Ormond's visit to Pez, everything she could remember about Nils's ramblings on Edie's death, described Josh's room in detail, and finished with a brief account of Bram's behaviour, culminating in his accusation against Zoe. Throughout, she could hear the rapid scratching of Strike's pen. Jesus Christ, that's enough to be going on with, said Strike when she'd finished. Well done. So you need to log into the game right now, Robin continued. Last time I looked, Anime wasn't in there, but that's over 3 hours ago. Becoming Buffy Paws as I speak, said Strike, and she heard his fingers tapping on the keyboard. OK, I'll call you once drinks are over. Right you are. Good luck. Robin hung up, left the cubicle, checked her reflection in the mirror to make sure neither her wig nor her contact lenses had shifted, set her mobile to record, replaced it in her bag, hoping it would pick up Pez's conversation over the noise of the pub, then headed back out of the bathroom. Pez was sitting at a circular table for two in a far corner, beside a window, a glass of red wine and a pint of lager in front of him. He'd moved his chair closer to Robin's, so that instead of sitting opposite each other, they were virtually side by side. So, said Robin, smiling as she sat down, shrugging off her black suede jacket as she did so. Pez's eyes travelled automatically to her breasts and back to her eyes. What was that about Nils telling people their races? Close to, Robin could smell Pez's body odour again. His bare arms were muscled, his fingernails dirty. Take away the jeans and T-shirt, and he'd looked like a Caravaggio saint, with his large, dark, mournful eyes and the tangle of black curly hair. He divides people he meets into races, said Pez. Then, seeing Robin's expression, added, Only white Europeans, like. He got it out of an old book. Yeah, 6 races of white Europeans. He reads weird stuff nobody else has ever heard of, and he loves an argument, even if he's stoned. Contrarian-like. So, when he told me you're a typical Western man, was that the race thing? Ah, did he? Said Pez, with a slight eye roll. Yeah, I'm a Western man, small and dark. Robin almost said, You're not small, but bit the words back before she could speak them. She'd been thinking of height, but the words might have been interpreted in a quite different way. Everyone's short compared to Nils, though, she said. Yeah, but Westerns are Latin-looking and emotional, and they like spectacle. So what race does Nils think he is? Nordic, said Pez. Big, blonde warrior creator. Best race to be, obviously. So it's all a joke, but Nils comes from the master race, said Robin. Pez laughed. Yeah, Mariam gets really pissed off when he starts on the race stuff, but Nils says she's just pissed off because she's a Daenerys type, and they're inferior to Nordics. Robin laughed along with him, though she didn't find it very funny. One time, Nils told this old guy in a wheelchair. It was an end-of-term party. We have them all the time, any excuse.
It was a classic Alpine. That's a real inside joke for the North Grovers, because anyone Nils doesn't like, he says they're an Alpine like. Alpine's basically code like for bored and arsehole, petit bourgeois, narrow-minded. Robin, who was wondering whether the putative Alpine could possibly have been Inigo Upcott, laughed on cue. But the funny thing was, this old bloke knew the book where Nils had got it from. So he knew Nils was saying he was conventional and sluggish and whatever else Alpines are. Why ain't you drinking your wine? I am, said Robin, taking a sip. So did the man in the wheelchair say, how dare you call me sluggish and narrow-minded? No, he said. Pez affected a tone of pompous outrage. The racial theories of Mr. whatever the old fascists called have been entirely discredited, and wheeled himself away. I got in a row with the same guy later about the Beatles, and after that he told his wife it was time to go, and he wheeled himself out of there, and we never saw him again. Hey! Which of you liked the Beatles and which didn't? Said Robin. Oh, we both liked them, said Pez. Beatles, innit? I can't remember how we got there now, but we ended up arguing about which albums only got songs by McCartney and Lennon on it. I was right, said Pez. Hard Day's Night. Bit of a fucking cliché being from Liverpool and liking the Beatles, but... He pulled down the neck of his T-shirt to expose the fine circle of print running around the base of his strong throat. Robin leaned slightly closer to read it, and with a swift dip of the head, Pez had kissed her. In the whole course of her life, Robin Ellicott had had a sum total of 2 men's tongues in her mouth. That of her husband, whom she'd started dating at 17, and that of the boy she'd dated at 15, whose kisses had been sloppier than those of her family's Labrador. For a fraction of a second she tensed, but Jessica Robbins wasn't Robin Ellicott. She'd had all the boyfriends Robin hadn't, she'd been on Tinder, she'd visited London clubs with her girlfriends. So Robin reciprocated with feigned enthusiasm. While Pez put his hand into her hair to hold her head stationary, his lips pressed hard against hers, his tongue working in her mouth, so that she tasted lager she hadn't drunk, and felt Pez's hot breath on her upper lip. When she considered that Jessica, who had all the experience Robin lacked but was no pushover, had had enough, she pulled away, and Pez released her, his hand running through the wig, which thankfully was made of human hair. Robin had had to justify the expense when she'd bought it, but she told Strike that up close, the synthetic ones just weren't the same. "You're fucking gorgeous," said Pez, in a husky voice. "I was only trying to read your tattoo," said Robin demurely. "It's getting hard to be someone, but it all works out. It doesn't matter much to me," he quoted. "Strawberry fields forever. It runs all the way around the back of me neck." "Doesn't it matter much to you?" asked Robin, wondering how best to work the strokes into the conversation. "Not much," said Pez. "Why? You like men who drive big cars and earn big bucks?" "No, they bore the crap out of me," said Robin, and Pez let out a shout of laughter. If this were a genuine date, Robin thought, while her heart thumped fast with a mixture of nerves and exhilaration, she'd be doing exceptionally well. "So, how did you end up living at North Grove?" "I were in here one night and I met a guy who lived there. When I was struggling to make rent, he's left now, but he told me they had a spare room. I went along and met Nils. He liked me and said, 'Yeah, come join us, like.' Been there ever since." "Where do you live?" "Kentish Town," said Robin, who'd prepared her answer. "Yeah, Zoe told me you were near her," said Pez. "Alone?" "No, I've got 2 flatmates," said Robin, with the objective of stymieing any suggestion they retire to her flat for some privacy. "Nils says Zoe's ill today." "Is she?" said Pez, without much interest. "Well, she's anorexic, like, never eats. Typical ink-black heart fan." "What do you mean?" "They're all fucked up. The ones who really get into it. Looking for something like self-harm and all that." "Why aren't you drinking your wine?" "I am," said Robin, though in truth she'd only had 3 sips, whereas Pez had nearly finished his pint. "I'm not a big drinker." "We'll have to do something about that," said Pez. "Has anyone called Zoe to see whether she's okay?" "Marion, probably," said Pez. He drank the rest of his pint straight off. "Needed that,"
he said, and Robin wondered whether it was the conversation with Ormond that had made him crave alcohol. "I'll get you another one," said Robin. "You haven't even—" "Not a competition, is it?" asked Robin, smiling, and Pez smiled back. "OK, cheers." She stood up and headed for the bar, feeling Pez's eyes on her back as she went. She deliberately ignored his first reference to the ink-black heart and intended to reintroduce the subject only once he'd had a bit more to drink. When Robin returned with his pint, Pez reached out and took her free hand as she sat down. "You aren't what I thought you'd be," he said, considering her with a slight smile on his face. "Why, did you think I was an alpine?" said Robin, as she allowed him to interlace his fingers with hers. "No," said Pez, grinning, "but I thought you'd be more uptight like." "I'm very uptight," said Robin. "You must have brought something out in me." Pez laughed. His hand was hot and dry. "So, do you get back to Liverpool much?" she asked, thinking of Pez's Instagram page, which revealed month-long sojourns in his home city. "Yeah," he said. "Me old man's got motor neuron disease. He's widowed, like, on his own." "Oh, that's sad," said Robin, disconcerted. "Me sister mostly looks after him, but she's got 2 autistic kids, so I go home sometimes to do me bit, give her a break, like." "That's really good of you," said Robin. "Wow, you aren't what I thought you'd be either." "Yeah?" said Pez, staring at her with a half-smile, his warm fingers tight in hers. "What's that mean, like?" "You're kind," said Robin. "Decent. I thought you were, I don't know, an artist playboy." "Why? Because I got me kit off for the art class." "Oh, I was fine with that," said Robin, and Pez laughed again. "So, what other music do you like?" "Anything good, I don't care," said Pez with a shrug. "So, when did you break up with your boyfriend?" "About 6 months ago," said Robin. "What about you?" "I haven't seen anyone properly for over a year. I do all right, though." "I'll bet you do," said Robin, and Pez pulled her in for another kiss. As she feigned enthusiasm, his teeth clashing with hers as he pressed her face to his hand at the back of her head again. Robin wished he'd stopped touching her wig, and couldn't help suspecting that she was being used, like the lager, to distract Pez from his worries. There was a certain recklessness about this no-holds-barred technique. Once again, she was the one who broke contact, and he emitted a small groan as she did so. "I don't normally do this kind of thing by daylight," she whispered, glancing around at the other drinkers. 2 middle-aged men at the bar had evidently been watching the clinch and wore smiles of vicarious pleasure. Pez, who'd now shifted his chair even closer to hers, slid his arm around her, thumb caressing her shoulder blade. "No problem," he said. "It'll be dark soon." "Drink your pint," said Robin, "and tell me about your work. Mariam said you're really good." "I am," said Pez. "Just can't get anything steady like, partly because I got to keep going home to look after me da. He's lasted a lot longer than they thought he would when he was diagnosed. I got a couple of things in the pipeline, though, maybe. Depends." "Show me some of your stuff," Robin said. "Bet you're on Instagram." "I am, yeah," said Pez. He had to take his hand from around her to take out his mobile and bring up Instagram. "There you go." He slid the phone towards her. "Wow," said Robin. She wasn't feigning enthusiasm this time. The pictures were all extremely accomplished. As she scrolled slowly through line drawings, fantasy art, anime, short cartoon clips in different styles, Pez leaned nearer again, putting his arm over the back of her chair, and told her about each one. "That was a comic book commission. That was for an advert, but the client didn't like it. Still got paid, though. That was for an indie game developer that went bust. I'm still trying to find out if I can get me stuff back." "Did you do all this at North Grove?" "Most of it, yeah. Nils has got all the latest tech." "Pretty," said Robin, pausing on a familiar face. Kaya Niven's heart-shaped face was looking up out of a cartoonish portrait of a black-haired woman in long, slinky green robes, most of her breasts exposed. A huge sickle moon hung in the night sky behind her. "Lunatic," said Pez with another snort.
She was dating a guy at the collective. I needed a model for a sexy witch, so I asked her to pose. She only agreed to try and make her boyfriend jealous. Got uptight when he didn't want to come and watch. He was copping off with another girl while she was downstairs with me in the studio. Ouch, said Robin. Yeah, said Pez, smirking. After he ditched her, she come round North Grove to get some stuff back, and when she got to his room, the door was locked and she heard him fucking, so she come running into mine in hysterics. 20 minutes in there, she launches herself at me, but I don't like him crazy. Noting that this was an exact reversal of the story Kea had told Strike, in which Pez had made the pass and Kea rebuffed him, Robin kept scrolling down through the Instagram page, looking for anything she could use as a pretext for leading the conversation back to the ink-black heart. Is that Niels's cat, the one that's gone missing? Yeah, said Pez, looking down at the picture of the sleeping tortoiseshell cat. I was trying to get a commission to illustrate a kid's book about pets. I don't like cats, I'm allergic. Maybe they could tell, and that's why I never got the job. That thing's only got one eye, but you can't see when it's asleep. How did it lose an eye? Dunno, never asked. It's been away nearly a week. It's either been run over or Bram strangled it. What? Said Robin, pretending to be shocked. He's a little psycho. I'm moving out soon as he reaches 6 foot. Probably be next Tuesday, the way he's growing. Yeah, that's enough of that, he said suddenly, placing his hand over hers as an angular black and white figure in a long Victorian tailcoat appeared. I was enjoying looking at it. And I was enjoying the other stuff when you stopped me, said Pez, smiling, as he slid his mobile back into the pocket of his jeans. So, said Robin, as Pez began caressing her back with his thumb again, did you give that man back the thing he was after? No, said Pez, his smile fading at once. What was it? Nothing. I lost it, but it wasn't his. After a brief hesitation, he added, His girlfriend gave it me. Oh, said Robin. But then why would he? His girlfriend was Edie Ledwell, the girl who did the ink-black heart, the one who was murdered. Oh, said Robin again. Poor man. What? Said Pez, and then, oh, yeah, I suppose. Pez drank a lot more of his pint, while Robin's mind worked fast. Look, she said, having taken a swift decision, since you've mentioned her, I didn't know whether I should tell you this, but it kind of creeped me out. What did? Well, I do know what that boy was talking about back there. Who, Bram? Yeah. He just told me Zoe killed that girl, Edie. For a moment, Pez simply stared at Robin. Bram said Zoe killed Edie? Yes, said Robin. I mean, obviously, I didn't believe him. It was just an odd thing for a kid to say. Jesus Christ, muttered Pez, removing his arm from around the back of Robin's chair to run his hands through his curly black hair before draining the rest of his second pint. I shouldn't have told you, said Robin quietly. I just thought I could have one evening without thinking about it, like. Oh, I'm sorry I mentioned it, said Robin, now allowing the faintest note of grievance to creep into her voice. It wasn't Jessica Robbins's fault she'd been taken into that burned-out bedroom by a disturbed child and been burdened with talk of murder. Jessica Robbins was taken aback by this sudden change of tone and starting to think Pez wasn't the amusing and charming man she'd taken him for. No, said Pez quickly. Don't. It's not your fault. It's just been horrible since it happened. Everyone wants to talk about it all the fucking time, and what's the fucking point? I mean, she's fucking dead, isn't she? Talking about it all the fucking time isn't going to bring her back. Bram doesn't like Zoe, that's all. She babysits him sometimes. He doesn't like anyone who tries to tell him what to do. You've seen her. She couldn't fucking lift a machete, let alone fucking use one. You ever going to finish that wine? Yes, said Robin, careful to keep just the right amount of reserve in her voice. Sorry, said Pez, now looking partly contrite, partly irritable. We've all been through it since it happened. I had the police talk to me. Seriously? Yeah. They talked to everyone who knew Josh and Edie, like, even Mariam. You're kidding? Nope. She knew Josh and Edie were meeting in the cemetery that afternoon, see? But she was taking an afternoon class when it happened,
Special needs class, kids. I were in the studio working on me comic book idea. The time-travelling undertaker? Yeah, said Pez, although he didn't look particularly flattered that Robin had remembered. Anyway, people saw me like passing the door, so I was in the clear for murder. But then the pigs wanted to know if I was this troll who was persecuting Edie on Twitter. He gave a snort of derision. I shared a fucking building with her for 3 years. If I wanted to harass her, I'd hardly need to go on the fucking internet. Anyway, I know who that troll was. It's not hard to fucking work out. Who was it? Said Robin, trying to keep her voice casual. Bloke called Wally Cardew, said Pez, without a second's pause for thought. Did you tell the police that? Yeah. Told them I knew it was him all along. Enemy. That's what the troll's called. Enemy, said Robin. That's weird. Nils was just... Yeah, the name was one of the reasons I knew it was Wally. I heard Nils explaining it to him. He'll have got it off the window in the kitchen. Oh, you know this guy personally? Yeah. We were both in the Ink Black Heart-like, voiced characters. I was only in a couple of episodes because I had to go back and look after me dad for a bit, and when I got back, someone else had taken over, doing a fake fucking Scouse accent. From his expression, Robin deduced that Pez hadn't been happy about this. Wally's got a mate who can code. I remember him telling me about the guy trying to get some game made by a developer, and this troll, Enemy, runs an online game based on the cartoon, with a mate. So yeah, not rocket science, is it? Gonna get another pint, said Pez. Sure you don't want another wine? No, I'll finish this first, said Robin. Pez went to the bar, while Robin's mind raced. Several of the things Pez had just said about himself fitted the tentative profile of Enemy she and Strike had come up with, and yet she'd imagined that if she sat face to face with Enemy, she'd feel it, know it instinctively, because the malevolence and sadism they displayed during their long persecution of Edie Ledwell would leak from them, however cunningly they might try to conceal it. Pez Pierce might not have been her ideal drinking companion, but she couldn't imagine him devoting hours of his life to the game, or to a relentless campaign of harassment conducted over Twitter. He was a gifted artist, a success with women, a lover of music. He seemed to Robin to live a mostly satisfying life in the physical world, and not to need the dubious pleasures of an anonymous online persona. When he returned to the table and sat down, Robin said, "Why did they replace you on the cartoon? Wouldn't it have been better to use someone who's genuinely from Liverpool than someone faking the accent? I hate people imitating my accent," she added. "There's a guy at work who thinks it's really funny to start up with the E-bar gum stuff whenever I speak in a meeting." "Fucking Londoners, innit?" said Pez. He drank from his fresh pint. "Edie said they didn't know when I'd be back from me dad's, so they went on without me. Let's not talk about that fucking cartoon," he added. "I told you, I want a night off." "OK," said Robin, taking care to look taken aback and a little offended again. "Oh, no, look, I'm sorry," said Pez, unbending at once in the face of her coolness. I still can't get me head round it, like. What happened?" "Well, I'm not surprised," said Robin. "It's horrendous." Pez slid his arm over the back of her chair again. "Did I mention you're fucking gorgeous?" Robin let him press his mouth to hers again. This kiss was gentler, not a protracted affair of clashing teeth, tongue, and saliva, which seemed only appropriate mere seconds after discussion of murder. When Pez had released her, Robin said quietly, "Maybe it would help you to talk about it." "Offering to be my therapist?" he asked, looking into her eyes while stroking her shoulder blade. "Well, I'm not licensed," said Robin, "but on the bright side, I offer services you can't get on the NHS." He let out another shout of laughter, and before he could ask exactly what she was thinking of, Robin said seriously, "Maybe you should speak to someone. This must have been really traumatic for you, and you've got enough stress in your life, haven't you, with your dad being ill and everything?" He looked slightly taken aback by that. "Why did you and your boyfriend split up?" "He cheated," said Robin, "with a friend of mine." "Why are you asking that?" "Because you're gorgeous and sweet. He must have been a right dick." Oh, not again, thought Robin, as Pez moved in for yet another kiss. It was the longest so far, At least he wasn't touching her hair. But as his mouth ground against hers harder than ever, and his tongue moved in her mouth, he slid both arms around her, so that he almost pulled her out of her chair. "Control yourself," she whispered against his mouth, half laughing, as she extricated herself with some difficulty. "God, people are staring." "Just wanted some of that non-NHS therapy." "You've forgotten the talking part," said Robin. And mainly to stop him kissing her again, she now downed the rest of her glass of wine, while Pez continued to stroke her upper back. "That's a spirit," he said, watching her drink. "I wasn't kidding," said Robin lightly. "You've been through something horrible. I can tell you're upset." "Ah, don't go thinking I've lost me best friend," said Pez roughly. "I fell out with her long before it happened." "Why?" asked Robin. "You don't want to hear about that," said Pez. "Trust me, you don't want to know." "OK," said Robin.